Chapter 52, The Final Pursuit. An hour later, Li Yunfeng, suspended against the abyssal cliff, gradually awakened. He first calmed his mind to sense the changes within him, then let out a sigh. His dantian had been shattered by the Red Lotus Demon King, causing him to lose all his cultivation. However, he found it curious that he could still sense the demonic body. In his current state, despite having the demonic body, he lacked the strength to summon it. He slowly gazed upward toward the abyssal exit, hoping that his dozen or so disciples could escape alive. Yujian Sect. At this moment, nearly all the transformation stage cultivators of Yujian Sect had been mobilized, leaving only the Grand Elder, Wang Changhai, to guard the sect. Inside the main hall of Yujian Sect, Grand Elder Wang Changhai looked at the kneeling boy before him with disbelief. The boy's face was filled with panic. He was a new generation disciple of Yujian Sect, tasked with guarding the Soul Hall. Just moments ago, the boy had rushed into the main hall in a state of great urgency to report the extinguishing of Chang Yi's soul lamp. Xiao Wangyu, are you certain that the soul lamp of your master, Chang Yi, has extinguished? Wang Changhai inquired, his tone laced with doubt, seemingly unable to believe that the leader of the third-generation disciples, Chang Yi, could have fallen. Master, I wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. I confirmed it multiple times. It is indeed Master Chang Yi's soul lamp. Seeing his disciple still affirming this, Wang Changhai placed a hand on his shoulder and instantaneously transported them to the soul hall. Upon observing the soul lamps of the disciples who had descended the mountain in search of Li Yunfeng, he found that Chang Yi's soul lamp had indeed extinguished, leaving him in shock. He then hurriedly glanced at the other soul lamps below Chang Yi, noting that only 3 remained, faintly glowing. Wang Changhai's aged face gradually filled with rage. The news of Yujian Sect having both a supreme and a false immortal ancestor had already spread throughout the eastern region. No force dared to provoke Yujian Sect lightly. Yet now, aside from Li Yunfeng, the most outstanding disciple of the third generation had met with a tragic end, which was infuriating. He lamented his inability to leave Yujian Sect at present. 2 days prior, a man and a woman, both Golden Core cultivators, had arrived at Yujian Sect, claiming they had traveled for 7 days on a borrowed spirit boat to reach this place. Upon mentioning Li Yunfeng, almost all of Yujian Sect's transformation stage cultivators had mobilized, leaving him the only remaining first-generation disciple to manage the sect. Subsequently, after a private conversation between these two and Feng Qingzi, it was said that even ancestor Lu Chen and the guardian divine beast had been stirred to seek out Li Yunfeng. Wang Changhai sighed. Originally, ancestor Lu Feng had issued orders to send someone to find Li Yunfeng. After discussions among the high-ranking members of Yujian Sect, they dispatched Chang Yi and over 10 other third-generation disciples to lead their students down the mountain. Little did they expect that Chang Yi and his disciples would fall prey to treachery at such a crucial moment. Now all he could do was pray that the 3 remaining disciples of Chang Yi could escape and bring back valuable news. Just as Wang Changhai discovered Chang Yi's demise, Lu Chen, who had ventured out to find Li Yunfeng, had already been searching for 2 days in the Invincible dynasty. At this moment, Lu Chen was riding on the back of He Sha, scouring for any trace of Li Yunfeng. According to Meng Yu and Wang Donger, the last place they had seen Li Yunfeng was near the Invincible dynasty. The distance from the northeastern part of Yujian Sect in the eastern region to the southwestern Invincible dynasty was nearly 100 billion miles. With He Sha's assistance, Lu Chen arrived at this location in less than 2 hours. However, after 2 days of searching, He Sha had found nothing. Lu Chen, old rascal, we've been circling here for 2 days. Have you found a trace of the person you're looking for? He Sha is almost starving. Hurry up and get 10 or 8 top-grade spirit artifacts to fill my belly. He Sha expressed its displeasure. It had been carrying Lu Chen for 2 days across a radius of 200,000 miles in this small third-tier dynasty, yet still had not found the person Lu Chen was searching for. If it weren't for the comfortable life of free food and drink in Lu Chen's company, He Sha would have left long ago. The only imperfect aspect was that Lu Chen refused to let it consume the numerous treasures within the wooden house. Lu Chen, unfazed by He Sha's complaints, continued to use his formidable mid-stage Mahayana divine sense to scan every inch of land below. He had been searching this area for 2 days and nights, yet yielded no results. After a while, Lu Chen lifted his head to gaze toward the southwest. I have nearly scrutinized this part of the southwestern eastern region countless times with my divine sense. Only the vicinity of the falling dragon abyss, 50,000 miles away, remains unchecked. Upon hearing Lu Chen's musings, He Sha abruptly detached from him and plummeted toward the ground. Lu Chen, seemingly unaware of He Sha's absence, remained lost in thought. Moments later, He Sha crashed heavily to the ground in a supine position, creating a massive pit around it. The resounding thud of Heisha's landing still failed to capture Lu Chen's attention, who remained engrossed in contemplation. In the pit, Heisha gazed at Lu Chen, who was oblivious to its presence, and opened its mouth to bellow. The dashing Heisha has fallen to the ground. Quickly, bring Heisha some spirit artifacts or celestial tools to replenish. Heisha's roar startled the beast within a radius of several thousand miles, yet still failed to attract Lu Chen's attention. Just as it was about to shout again, Lu Chen suddenly seemed to sense something and dashed toward the southwest. Lu Chen, old rascal, how dare you abandon Heisha and flee alone? When we return, I shall devour all your treasures. Observing Lu Chen's disregard for its presence as he departed, Heisha swiftly climbed out of the pit, its face contorted with rage, pursuing the direction Lu Chen had taken. Far beyond the falling dragon abyss, only 3 disciples from Yujian Sect remained of the group that had fled. Originally a team of 16, they had split into 5 groups after a brief discussion, escaping in 5 different directions. At this moment, the last group was being pursued by a divinity demon dispatched by the Red Lotus Demon King. You little brats from Yujian Sect, your master and fellow brothers have all perished. Only you 3 are left. Allow me to send you to a reunion. The divinity demon looked down at the 3 fallen Yujian Sect disciples, a mocking expression on its face. It slowly raised its demonic artifact, ready to strike and send these 3 on their way. The Yujian Sect disciples gazed at the impending blow with no fear, their eyes fixed on the divinity demon above, their hatred unmasked. Go die. The magical artifact in the hands of the earth demon swung downwards, yet nothing transpired. Moments later, the figure of the earth demon shattered into fragments, its spirit extinguished. The 3 Jindan cultivators below exchanged bewildered glances, none comprehending the bizarre scene before them. Why are you 3 being pursued by the demon clan? A voice suddenly resonated from the heights above, prompting the trio to turn and look up. A powerful figure enveloped in mist stood suspended in midair, exuding an aura of cold indifference that sent chills down their spines. The disciple from Yujian Sect reacted first, bowing respectfully towards the figure in the sky. Senior, we 3 were tasked with accompanying our master and fellow disciples to search for our missing uncle, but unexpectedly encountered cultivators from the demon clan and were captured, taken to the depths of the falling dragon abyss, thousands of miles away. Within that abyss lies not only a demon palace, but also a demon king guarding it. Our uncle was also there, and he fought desperately to send us and several other disciples out of the abyss. It was precisely the demon clan that emerged from that abyss to pursue us, and to our dismay, only the 3 of us survived. Upon hearing the Yujian Sect disciples' account, Lu Chen felt a tightening in his heart. He was already well aware of the ruthlessness of the demon clan, and his senior brother Li Yunfeng's actions would undoubtedly invite retribution from the Red Lotus Demon King. Without further hesitation, he cast a remark to the 3 below and vanished from their sight. There is a large black dog behind you. Let it guide you to escape this place swiftly. Moments later, a beast resembling a large black dog indeed appeared before the trio, and their faces lit up with excitement. Although they had never met Lu Chen the Elder, they recognized this large black dog as the divine beast Qilin, the guardian spirit of their Yujian Sect. You 3 Yujian Sect brats, where has that despicable Lu Chen gone? The Qilin's arrogant tone left the 3 stunned. They instantly realized that the figure shrouded in mist earlier was their enigmatic elder Lu Chen. Are you 3 Yujian Sect fools dazzled by the charm of Lord Heisha? I ask you again, where is that scoundrel Lu Chen? Heisha's repeated inquiry snapped the 3 back to attention, and they promptly bowed to him. Divine Beast Elder, Lu Chen should have gone to the falling dragon abyss. However, before he left, he instructed you to help us escape this place quickly. Upon hearing their report, Heisha's pupils constricted, and he swiftly coiled his tail around the 3, whisking them away. The entire motion was executed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Considering you call me Elder, I won't charge you for this rescue. We must hurry. That shameless Lu Chen is about to engage in battle again. It would be best if he perished here, allowing Lord Heisha to seize his treasures. As Heisha led the trio to safety, he continued to berate Lu Chen. Chapter 53. Rescue and confrontation. After bidding farewell to the 3 members of the Swordmaster sect, Lu Chen swiftly ascended to the heavens above the dragon's fall abyss. He gazed down into the seemingly endless chasm, extending his consciousness cautiously, only to reveal a look of astonishment upon his face. His spiritual perception could not penetrate the depths of this abyss. It was truly peculiar that, with my mid-stage Mahayana cultivation, I could not fathom what lay within this abyss. The only course of action was to descend personally for an inspection. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen leaned forward and dove into the dragon's fall abyss. Upon entering its interior, a frown creased his brow. Despite the abyssal mouth being directly above him, his consciousness remained stifled. This place was indeed extraordinary. Muttering to himself, he once again released his spiritual sense downward. Almost immediately, the woeful image of Li Yunfeng surfaced in his mind, igniting a flicker of anger on Lu Chen's countenance. Halfway up the abyssal cliff, Li Yunfeng lay in a pitiful state, his dantian shattered, his body marred and ravaged, with numerous strange insects gnawing at his mangled wounds. Uriadli, Lu Chen approacha Li Yunfeng, placing his hand over his dantian, and within a breath, infused him with celestial spirit energy that enveloped his entire being. As the energy spread, the insects, both inside and outside Li Yunfeng's body, were exterminated one by one. Channeling his celestial spirit energy further, he forced the insect carcasses to fall away from Li Yunfeng's form. And then he retrieved a medicinal pill, placing it gently into his mouth. Moments later, Li Yunfeng slowly regained consciousness, staring at Lu Chen with an expression of disbelief, which soon transformed into one of deep shame. Old ancestor, it has been decades since I last saw you, and now you seem distant towards your junior brother? Lu Chen interrupted Li Yunfeng's words, his expression growing increasingly complex. Initially, he had possessed little understanding of the demonic race, treating them merely as a peculiar species of the Taihao Great World, which had led to the suffering of someone who had once cared for him. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly seek ways to assist him in regaining his cultivation. Brotherly, must we still resort to such empty titles between us? Lu Shidi, you remain as carefree as ever. Were I to possess your disposition, I would not have fallen into such dire circumstances. Let's not dwell on such matters. We shall discuss them in detail upon our return to the Swordmaster Sect. I will also devise a solution for your shattered dantian. For now, we must leave this place. The Red Lotus Demon King's treatment of you is merely a display for my benefit. Once I ensure your safety, I shall return to annihilate him. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Upon finishing his words, Lu Chen, seemingly unperturbed by the shock on Li Yunfeng's face, swiftly liberated him from his confinement upon the cliff and released his spiritual power beneath them, preparing to lift Li Yunfeng away from the abyss. Beside him, Li Yunfeng was utterly astonished, forgotten even the words of caution he had intended to voice. It was known that the Red Lotus Demon King had never revealed his identity since his emergence, even devouring human cultivators to restore his strength, and had done so in conjunction with the revived demonic race. He could not fathom how Lu Chen had come to know of the Red Lotus Demon King. As they focused on the abyssal exit, mere meters away from escaping the dragon's fall abyss, a sinister voice unexpectedly echoed from the depths below. Lu Chen, have you left just like that? Look at the miserable state of your senior brother. Do you not desire to seek revenge? In that moment, a staggering surge of crimson demonic power erupted from the depths of the abyss, unleashing an overwhelming malevolence that swept through the air. Even Lu Chen felt a tremor in his heart, his gaze drawn downward, his expression turning grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Tang Wu sword and swung it towards the dark abyss below. The clash of their attacks resulted in a violent explosion, illuminating the boundless darkness. The brilliance was fleeting, yet it allowed Lu Chen to glimpse the ferocious expression of the Red Lotus Demon King below. With no time to linger in confrontation with the Red Lotus Demon King, Lu Chen increased his speed, swiftly ascending from the dragon's fall abyss. Without delay, he gestured a tear, opened a spatial portal to lead Li Yunfeng away from his place. As the rift sealed behind them, a formidable red figure, exuding tremendous demonic might, surged forth from the abyss. The Red Lotus Demon King, standing in midair, surveyed the surroundings, only to find that Lu Chen and his companion had already vanished. He then unleashed his vast demonic sense to probe for any trace left by Lu Chen. Damn Lu Chen! Moments later, a furious roar echoed for tens of thousands of miles, sending shockwaves that stirred up clouds of dust, causing countless low-tier demon beasts in the vicinity to burst apart in the wake of that wrathful cry. Having escaped the dragon's fall abyss with Li Yunfeng, Lu Chen, upon stepping through the spatial portal, sensed the presence of He Sha. He immediately initiated communication through his mind. Little Black, He Sha, who had been coiling 3 disciples of the Sword Control Sect with his tail, abruptly ceased his actions. Lu Chen, the old rascal? He Sha seemed to think he was imagining things, and tentatively called out to Lu Chen. Little Black, come to me. This is not the time for your antics. I need your assistance with something. I'm on my way. Lu Chen's voice resonated with urgency in He Sha's mind, prompting the latter to abandon his usual playful demeanor and adopt a serious expression. After extending his senses to detect Lu Chen's aura, He Sha promptly turned and traversed the void. In mere moments, the imposing figure of the Black Beast appeared before Lu Chen and Li Yunfeng. Having spent decades in the company of the Red Lotus Demon King, Li Yunfeng possessed a keen eye for the unusual. Seeing the bizarrely large black dog that had suddenly materialized, he was taken aback. This creature was no ordinary demon beast. Little Black, take this person away from here and return him to the Sword Control Sect. Lu Chen instructed He Sha, tossing the still-dazed Li Yunfeng onto He Sha's back, before once again tearing through the fabric of space to depart. He intended to confront the Red Lotus Demon King once more, in this realm of cultivation. No one had dared to confront Lu Chen without incurring some form of consequence. As Lu Chen vanished, He Sha glanced back at Li Yunfeng on his back, then at the three unconscious disciples still coiled in his tail, before speaking. Soon, I shall escort you to Feng Qinzi and the others, instructing them to return to the Sword Sect without the slightest hesitation. The colossal, beastly visage of He Sha has already manifested a grave expression, and without lingering for a moment longer, he traverses through the void and departs from this place. Although his acquaintance with Lu Chen has been brief, it is the first time he has witnessed such a formidable killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes. Above the Dragon Abyss, the Red Lotus Demon King remains suspended in midair, emanating an overwhelming demonic aura that engulfs the expanse of the abyss. Subsequently, a spatial rift materializes before him, through which Lu Chen, having just settled Li Yunfeng and the others, emerges slowly. The demon and the human lock eyes in the air, and the Red Lotus Demon King bursts into a raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Lu Chen, I knew you would return. I have longed to meet you. I am curious about your cultivation. According to my rebellious disciple Li Yunfeng, you have not utilized any celestial treasures, yet you have attained such prowess in just a century of training. Initially, when I had just restored my corporeal form, I contemplated capturing you at the Sword Sect. But considering the concealed powerhouses in the Eastern Domain, I refrained from making my move. To my astonishment, shortly after my resurrection, you managed to slay a demonic entity of the Great Ascension stage, forcing me to postpone your capture time and again. The Red Lotus Demon King's words elicited no response from Lu Chen, whose gaze remained fixed on him, imbued with murderous intent. Yet, the Red Lotus Demon King seemed unfazed by this hostility, his expression still adorned with malevolence. Alas, if not for you, I would truly hesitate to harm Li Yunfeng. After all, since the invasion 100,000 years ago, I have never witnessed a human successfully transform into a demon. Most succumb to the devouring madness during the transformation, becoming demon slaves. I never anticipated that his grief over the loss of his wife would fortify him against the agonies of transformation. Upon hearing the Red Lotus Demon King mention Li Yunfeng's loss, Lu Chen suddenly comprehended the nature of the emotional tribulations he had previously divined. What he had presumed to be mere heartbreak was, in fact, the profound sorrow of widowhood. Contemplating this complexity, Lu Chen sighed and redirected his gaze to the incessant prattling of the Red Lotus Demon King. Though Li Yunfeng has fled, I have discovered an even greater treasure. I am eager to experiment on you, for I am intrigued to see if a talent who has mastered the Great Ascension in a century can become the ultimate transformation of the demon race. Even should the experiment fail, I can still devour you to expedite my restoration to my former peak. As the Red Lotus Demon King spoke of treasures, greed was evident in his gaze, and his disdain was unmasked. In his eyes, Lu Chen was no match for the Demon King who had reclaimed his Great Ascension peak. Red Lotus Demon King, your words are excessive. Allow me to remind you that I am capable of slaying a demon, and I can equally slay you, Lu Chen retorted, observing the repugnant expression that crossed the face of the Red Lotus Demon King. Following this, he summoned the Tangwu sword, directing its blade toward the Red Lotus Demon King opposite him. The Red Lotus Demon King, upon seeing the Tangwu sword in Lu Chen's grasp, felt his earlier disdain and greed transform into sheer shock. 100,000 years ago, the legendary sword, the Tangwu sword, which had vanquished 2 demon kings, now rests in the hands of Lu Chen. Chapter 54, The Battle Begins. No, with the addition of the Luo Tian Demon King, the number of demon kings fallen beneath the Tangwu sword has reached 3. Youngster, how did this sword end up in your possession? The Red Lotus Demon King, his face a canvas of astonishment, gradually comprehended why the Luo Tian Demon King had perished at the hands of such a young human. Witnessing the shock etched across the Red Lotus Demon King's visage, Lu Chen's expression morphed into one of mockery as he taunted. What's wrong? Even one of the 10 great demon kings, the Red Lotus Demon King, is afraid at the sight of this sword? It must be said that the Red Lotus Demon King indeed felt a pang of fear. Unlike him, Luo, he had faced the Tang Yi sword directly during the climactic battle 100,000 years prior. The Tang Yi sword, having burned its very essence, had repelled the infinite demon emperor back into the demon realm, and in its final throes, it had unleashed 2 strikes that claimed the lives of 2 demon kings. Had he not hastily retreated upon sensing the dire situation, the 3rd strike of the Tang Yi sword would undoubtedly have been his demise, transforming the count of fallen demon kings from 2 to 3. Now, 100 millennia later, although the Tang Yi sword had long since perished, the sight of the Tang Wu sword in Lu Chen's grasp still instilled fear in the heart of the Red Lotus Demon King. As he contemplated the terrifying memories associated with the Tang Wu sword, a cold smile suddenly crossed his lips. Humph, you arrogant brat truly do not know the meaning of danger. If the Tang Yi sword were in hand, I would not hesitate for a moment to flee. But you, wielding this sword, think to instill fear in me? Ha! You are still unworthy. With a mighty roar, the Red Lotus Demon King enveloped his hands in immense magical energy and charged towards Lu Chen. Unfazed by the approaching threat, Lu Chen brandished the Tang Wu sword to meet the Red Lotus Demon King's assault. In an instant, they clashed. The red magical energy enveloping the Red Lotus Demon King's hands formed a sphere that resisted the sharp edge of the Tang Wu sword. After a brief standoff, the explosive collision of celestial and demonic energies sent both combatants reeling backwards. Lu Chen, I underestimated you. I never anticipated you possessed such strength. If you were to train for another century, you might very well become the 2nd Tang Yi sword. Alas, your impulsiveness has led you to confront me now. To prevent you from becoming a formidable adversary to our demon race in the future, you cannot be allowed to live today. From their brief encounter, the Red Lotus Demon King gained a preliminary understanding of Lu Chen's capabilities. With the disdain in his eyes withdrawn, he tightened his grip, and a red magical staff adorned with fiery runes materialized in his hands. As the staff emerged, a searing power radiated forth. Fire Demon Staff, Red Lotus form. As the Red Lotus Demon King channeled his magic, the fiery runes on the staff morphed into a blazing lotus shape, releasing a wave of even more intense heat that ignited the surrounding forest for 100 miles in an instant. At the moment the forest ignited, the Red Lotus Demon King raised his crimson staff high, gathering the elemental fire within the air to form clusters of scarlet flaming lotuses that floated before him like rootless weeds. Subsequently, he brandished the Red Lotus staff, charging once more towards Lu Chen, accompanied by the hundreds of fiery blossoms. As the multitude of awe-inspiring fire lotuses surged forth, Lu Chen swiftly activated the 10,000 sword scripture, summoning thousands of ethereal swords that materialized beside him in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clash, the tip of the Tang Wu sword collided with the apex of the Red Lotus staff, sending ripples of spatial power shimmering at the point of impact. The surrounding fire lotuses and the multitude of flying swords engaged in a fierce collision, the resulting shockwaves sweeping across the vicinity and leveling the ground for miles around. As the explosions of the swords and lotuses subsided, both combatants unleashed their next strikes without a moment's hesitation, heedless of the myriad spatial cracks that had emerged at the center of the battlefield. In mere moments, they had exchanged blows over 10 times, leaving the ground devoid of color, shrouded instead in swirling dust, while the dark clouds above were riddled with countless holes. With the 10,000 sword scripture strike and the Red Lotus staff's dance, neither paused for breath as they launched yet another assault against one another. The sword Lu Chen wielded appeared unremarkable, yet seemed to unleash the power of 1,000 swords simultaneously. In contrast, the Red Lotus Demon King swung his staff with fervor, conjuring a massive illusion of a flaming red lotus amidst the myriad of staff shadows. Their attacks collided once more, and with this encounter, the densely clustered spatial cracks could no longer withstand the violent fluctuations of their battle, shattering completely. A colossal void in space emerged at the battlefield's center, spilling forth a torrent of black, lightning-like spatial energy, akin to a monstrous beast seeking to devour the 2 combatants locked in combat. The explosive force of the ruptured space compelled both warriors to retreat several dozen miles. the magnitude of the released spatial energy overwhelming. Should they be consumed by this force, even their formidable strength would not suffice to escape death. The devouring power of the space absorbed all the dust below, gradually mending the fractured void. Gazing at the immense rift created by their struggle, Chen and the Red Lotus Demon King instinctively took to the skies, soon clashing once more. Chen's prowess had unexpectedly reached such astonishing heights. He could not afford a delay, and the battle must be resolved swiftly. Recognizing that Chen was far more formidable than he had anticipated, the Red Lotus Demon King silently resolved to escalate the confrontation. Dual body of the divine power Demon King. As he unleashed this divine ability, his skin transformed into crimson demonic armor, fiery runes gradually enveloping his visage, while horn-like structures resembling flames erupted from his head. In the blink of an eye, his previously human-sized form swelled to 30 zhang. In that instant, as the transformation of the Red Lotus Demon King reached completion, a palpable aura of demonic power filled the space, raising the temperature of the surroundings to an increasingly searing degree. Immortal body, gazing upon the immense form of the demonic sovereign before him, Chen awakened his celestial physique, fully unleashing the powers of his immortal body. The colossal crimson demon, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence from the abyss, stood in stark contrast to the resplendent celestial energy emanating from the exiled immortal, Chen. As the two formidable forces faced each other, the battlefield, spanning 100,000 miles, plunged into an eerie darkness. Moments later, the invisible barrier of their competing might shattered, and the Red Lotus Demon King made his move. A colossal hand of demonic energy materialized in the sky, descending upon the battlefield with the intent to obliterate Chen. If so, let us see if you are worthy. Chen scoffed at the gigantic demonic hand above, summoning tens of thousands of Tang Wu swords that shimmered with golden light beside him. Consolidate. With a fierce roar, the myriad swords coalesced instantaneously into a single sword of immense proportions. The clash between the great hand and the colossal sword resounded with a thunderous boom, followed by an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy that set the air ablaze with chaos. The tempest of spiritual power enveloped both combatants, expanding from a mere 5,000 miles to an astonishing 30,000 miles within mere moments. Within the storm, the Red Lotus Demon King wore an expression of shock. He had never anticipated being outmatched by a human cultivator. What was most alarming was that despite their injuries, Chen's wounds healed at a rate far surpassing that of his own demonic form. I should have realized it sooner. Even the most prodigious cultivators do not ascend from mortal to transcendent in just a century. You are certainly not that mere servant, Chen. Who exactly are you? Lacking the cultivation of a celestial, yet exuding a celestial energy far beyond that of the transcendent realm, and possessing an astounding regenerative capability. In the cataclysmic battle from 10,000 years ago, I have never encountered such an extraordinary physique. The Red Lotus Demon King could scarcely believe that a human cultivator possessed such a bizarre constitution, prompting him to question if he had inadvertently crossed into another realm. Observing the astonishment etched upon the Red Lotus Demon King's face, Chen remained impassive, offering no answers to the torrent of inquiries. Gradually lifting the Tang Wu sword in his grasp, he began to replace the original sword intent with a new one. As the Red Lotus Demon King sensed the emergence of this novel sword intent from Chen, his expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. Chapter 55, Lu Baisheng. The Red Lotus Demon King, feeling the sudden appearance of Chen's new sword intent, seemed to grasp the implications, his face contorting in profound fear. Tang Wu sword intent. This was indeed the Tang Wu sword intent emanating from Chen. In the Red Lotus Demon King's memory, 100,000 years ago, aside from the Tang Yi sword, none of his disciples had ever mastered the Tang Wu sword intent. Now, after a century, a terrifying prodigy wielding this sword intent appeared before him. Haunted by his past encounters with the Tang Yi sword, the Red Lotus Demon King found it increasingly difficult to restrain his spiraling thoughts. Seizing the moment while the Red Lotus Demon King was lost in contemplation, Chen charged forward once more, sword in hand. The sword of Tangwu, imbued with its formidable essence, swiftly pierced the colossal form of the Red Lotus Demon King. In that fleeting moment, the demon was jolted by the pain, causing it to retreat several hundred miles. Coming to a halt, it gazed at the wound inflicted by Chen, only to be astonished to find that the site of the injury was being consumed by the remnants of the sword of Tangwu's essence. suppressing the dread that threatened to overwhelm it. The Red Lotus Demon King dared not let its concentration waver. Its expression grew grave as it turned its attention to Lu Chen, who stood not far away. "Who are you?" the demon demanded again, but received no response. Instead, Lu Chen launched a fierce assault in an instant. The demon raised its hand to defend itself, but a single stroke of the sword severed 3 of its fingers. Anger surged once more as it glanced at its mutilated hand. Celestial chaos. With no time for further contemplation, the demon, despite its injury, swung the Red Lotus staff to force Lu Chen back. Its eyes glinted with murderous intent, harboring a desire to devour Lu Chen whole. "Since you refuse to speak, then silence shall be your fate. Once I slay you and consume your soul, the truth shall be unveiled." With a fierce declaration, the Red Lotus Demon King unleashed its arcane power. A crimson glow enveloped the staff in its grasp, and when the light dissipated, it transformed into a bizarre, demonic blade, suffused with a sinister aura of bloodshed. The demon then lunged at Lu Chen with the blade. Observing the peculiar weapon in the demon's hand, Lu Chen felt an odd sensation but did not dwell on it. He gripped the sword of Tangwu tightly and met the strange blade head-on. Upon their clash, an array of fiery lotus flowers erupted, formed from intense elemental flames. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as the fiery blossoms appeared with alarming suddenness, overwhelming him in an instant. As the flaming lotuses detonated, the battlefield was shrouded in a dense fog. Gradually, as the smoke cleared, Lu Chen's disheveled figure was revealed. His hairpin was blown apart by the explosion, leaving his hair in disarray upon his shoulders. His once pristine white robes were tattered and stained with his own blood, stripping away any semblance of his former celestial grace. The sight of Lu Chen's plight filled the Red Lotus Demon King with satisfaction, prompting it to strike again with its blade. However, incensed by this assault, Lu Chen concentrated all the essence of the Sword of Tangwu into his weapon. The Red Lotus Demon King, sensing the potency of Lu Chen's gathered energy, abruptly halted its advance and retreated rapidly, unleashing its demonic power. An instinct warned it that Lu Chen's next strike would be extraordinary. 7th style of the Sword of Tangwu. Heaven S Opening. Absolute Blade. Fire Domain. Demon S Fury. With Lu Chen's decisive movement, the massive form of the Red Lotus Demon King charged at him once more, and the two forces collided violently. The aftermath of their clash generated an intense surge of energy, expanding the battlefield into a vortex of spiritual power stretching for 100,000 miles. As the vortex erupted, the surrounding spiritual energy was thrown into chaos, disrupting the aura across a 1,000,000-mile radius. While this distance was but a fraction of the entire Eastern domain, the resulting phenomenon was keenly felt by half of the cultivators in the region. The formidable beings of the Great Ascension arrived at the battlefield first, followed closely by the supreme cultivators and the sovereigns piloting their spiritual vessels. All eyes were drawn to the two figures locked in combat on the battlefield, one large and one small, their fierce struggle deterring anyone from approaching within 100,000 miles. "Who on earth are you?" With a thunderous roar, the Red Lotus Demon King lunged once more at Lu Chen. In an instant, they were engaged in battle again, their speed so astonishing that even the divine senses of the arriving supreme cultivators could not draw near, merely catching glimpses of the flashing blades and flickering shadows. Was that a Demon King? A newly arrived Great Ascension cultivator, witnessing the clash before him, turned to the earlier arrivals with a look of incredulity. No one responded. All eyes were fixed on the two combatants. Disregarded, the inquisitive Great Ascension expert ceased his inquiries and soared towards the heart of the fray. An overwhelming aura emanated from his being, leaving the observing cultivators in shock. He was a consummate Great Ascension expert. "Fear not, my friend. Lu Baisheng shall lend you his strength." Lu Baisheng struck forth with a palm, colliding with the Red Lotus Demon King engaged in fierce combat with Lu Chen, creating a gaping wound on the massive demonic form. Even the Red Lotus Demon King, having activated his demonic body, winced at the impact of this consummate strike. Before he could recover from the injury, Lu Baisheng unleashed another divine technique upon him. There was no respite for the Red Lotus Demon King. The freshly wounded area erupted once more under Lu Baisheng's onslaught, as he beheld the devastation of his injuries. The Red Lotus Demon King was about to unleash his fury when several divine techniques struck him from the periphery of the battlefield. Divine Technique, Arrow that Shoots the Sun. Divine Technique, Great Celestial Pagoda Palm. Divine Technique, 9 Suns Harnessing Ceremony. The onlooking Great Ascension cultivators, witnessing Liu Baixing severely injuring the Red Lotus Demon King, hastened to unleash their own divine techniques upon the distracted foe. In the blink of an eye, several techniques found their mark, the explosive spiritual energy obscuring all sight. A multitude of great ascension experts soared into the battlefield's heart, exchanging glances with Lu Chen and Liu Baixing before redirecting their focus to the swirling spiritual mist. A mere swarm of ants, daring to interfere in this king's battle. With a furious roar, the mist was instantly dispersed. The colossal form of the Red Lotus Demon King materialized before the crowd, his ghastly wounds an alarming sight that stirred unease in their hearts. Just as the onlookers prepared to strike, a tremendous force erupted from within the demonic body, perfect triple body of the Demon King. The world itself seemed to tremble as the demonic might surge forth, driving all but Lu Chen and Liu Baixing back 100,000 miles. Once more, the Red Lotus Demon King transformed, his originally 30-foot stature expanding to a staggering 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Faced with the colossal Red Lotus Demon King and the overwhelming demonic pressure permeating the surroundings, a grave expression settled upon Liu Baixing's face. If the earlier Red Lotus Demon King had merely been a consummate great ascension, he felt he could contend with him. However, the current embodiment of the Red Lotus Demon King had brushed against the realm of immortal ascension, leaving even him feeling a sense of trepidation. After a moment of panic, Liu Baixing regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Lu Chen, wishing to discuss strategies for combating the Demon King. However, upon meeting Lu Chen's gaze, Liu Baixing was momentarily taken aback. The expression on Lu Chen's face, in stark contrast to the turmoil of the battle against the Crimson Lotus Demon King, was remarkably serene, as if he remained untouched by the overwhelming demonic aura. "Fellow Taoist," Liu Baixing inquired, perplexed by Lu Chen's calm demeanor. As Lu Chen turned to him, Liu Baixing slowly articulated his plan. "Fellow Taoist, together, we must intercept this Demon King. Even if we cannot slay him, we must at least force him back into his soul form for sealing. If the Demon King fully recovers, the entire Taihao Great World will surely be in peril." Observing Liu Baixing's resolute expression, which seemed ready to face death, Lu Chen spoke slowly. "Liu Taoist, I would appreciate your assistance." "Please, speak your mind," Liu Baixing replied, an expression of confusion crossing his face, unable to fathom what request this formidable individual would make at such a critical moment. "Direct all your efforts towards the Demon King. Test the limits of the Crimson Lotus Demon King for me." "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" Liu Baixing looked at Lu Chen, increasingly bewildered, and was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by Lu Chen. "Thank you for your willingness to share the burden with me. But the Demon King does not require your intervention just yet. Today, I shall manage alone. That is unacceptable. You must not act recklessly." Liu Baixing firmly rejected. Yet he saw no hint of jest in Lu Chen's eyes. After a moment's sigh, he turned his gaze towards the distant Crimson Lotus Demon King. "Very well. I only hope you do not let arrogance lead to the suffering of countless beings." Soaring to stand before the towering figure of the Crimson Lotus Demon King, Liu Baixing unleashed all his cultivation at the perfected stage of the Great Ascension, sensing the explosive power emanating from this human cultivator. The Crimson Lotus Demon King felt a twinge of apprehension. Divine ability, nirvana of the two instruments. Divine ability, demon overlord of the world. The two unleashed their divine abilities simultaneously, colliding in an explosive clash. A tremendous wave of energy swept across a radius of 300,000 miles, leaving the assembled Great Ascension cultivators in awe. As the surge of spiritual energy subsided, Liu Baixing glanced at the remnants of flesh in his hand and the severed hand of the Crimson Lotus Demon King, preparing to unleash a vast amount of spiritual power once more. Just as everyone anticipated another confrontation between Liu Baixing and the Crimson Lotus Demon King, Liu Baixing unexpectedly departed the battlefield in plain view of all. With that last strike, he had fulfilled Lu Chen's purpose of testing the waters, and upon receiving Lu Chen's telepathic communication, he withdrew. Now, the battlefield was left with only Lu Chen and the Crimson Lotus Demon King. Two figures radiating formidable demonic and celestial energies, locked in a profound gaze. Chapter 56. Who dares to command my retreat in fear? In the center of the battlefield, Lu Chen was astonished to discover that the arm of the Crimson Lotus Demon King, shattered by Liu Baixing, had remarkably restored itself within mere moments. He scrutinized the Demon King further, noting that other wounds on the Demon King's body had also healed, seemingly at some point unnoticed. The regenerative capabilities of the triple Demon King body left even Lu Chen, with his celestial physique, in awe, as he silently contemplated the comparison between the indestructible celestial body and the Demon King's formidable resilience. As Lu Chen pondered, the colossal form of the Scarlet Lotus Demon King suddenly erupted, hundreds of immense red lotuses manifesting in the surroundings, accompanied by a devastating strike aimed at the distracted Lu Chen. Scarlet Lotus Hell, 8th style of the Tangwu sword technique, Annihilation. The sudden sense of oppression jolted Lu Chen back to reality, and wielding the Tangwu sword, he swiftly executed the 8th style of the sword technique in defense. The clash between the enormous blade and the small sword shattered the spatial barrier once more, unleashing chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy. The tumult of this battle was so grand that an increasing number of cultivators were drawn to witness the spectacle. Had it not been for the combined efforts of dozens of Supreme and Great Ascension experts erecting a barrier to protect the lower-tier cultivators, it is likely that over 90% of the onlookers would have perished due to the aftermath of the battle. Is that the ancestor of the Yujian Sect, Lu Chen? The golden dragon-carved celestial sword, the ethereal figure. It could only be the esteemed Lu Chen. Indeed, Lu Chen's prowess was formidable, even from tens of thousands of miles away. The fluctuations of this fierce battle were enough to send chills down one's spine. The presence of Lu Chen was truly unparalleled throughout history. As the spectators gradually discerned the diminutive figure amidst the battlefield to be the venerable ancestor Lu Chen of the Yujian Sect, many of his admirers began to express their admiration fervently. Amidst the clamor outside the battlefield, a voice filled with fury resounded in everyone's ears. "Who are you, truly?" All eyes turned to the towering figure confronting Lu Chen, feeling the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from it. In the center of the battlefield, two figures, one large and one small, gazed at each other across a distance of several dozen miles, their bodies covered in a myriad of wounds, making it difficult to discern who held the advantage. As they both caught their breath, the injuries on their bodies miraculously began to heal instantaneously before the eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing this astonishing sight, astonishment was etched upon every face. Even Liu Baixing's eyes widened in disbelief as he focused intently on the two figures. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to recover from the wounds sustained in his fierce confrontation with the Scarlet Lotus Demon King using medicinal elixirs, yet here were the man and demon, surpassing his recovery through sheer physical resilience. Faced with the Scarlet Lotus Demon King's inquiry, Lu Chen maintained an expression of utter calm, albeit feeling a sense of resignation towards the overly imaginative Demon King. Who else could I be but Lu Chen? Not wishing to engage in prolonged entanglements with the fanciful Scarlet Lotus Demon King, Lu Chen brandished the Tangwu sword once more and surged forward. A sword like a heavenly abyss. 100 lotuses in disarray. The sharp intent of the sword collided with the Scarlet Lotus Demon King's fiery lotus, inciting a rupture in the fabric of space. Just as the reverberations of the clash began to settle, the Scarlet Lotus Demon King realized that Lu Chen, who had once stood before him, had vanished without a trace, not even a remnant of his aura remaining. With Lu Chen's sudden disappearance, a wave of perplexity washed over the onlookers, who began to scan the battlefield in search of any sign of his whereabouts. Moments later, an overwhelming aura of ethereal energy surged forth, swiftly followed by a formidable sword intent that enveloped the entire expanse. Two terrifying presences descended from the boundless celestial firmament. As this oppressive sensation, akin to the heavens collapsing, descended, those who had witnessed the fierce battle between Lu Chen and Yin Shisan began to recall that dreadful sword strike. A sword from the west, descending like an immortal from the heavens. The scene mirrored the arrival of a celestial swordsman, instilling in the Red Lotus Demon King a profound sense of foreboding, as if he would be cleaved in twain should he fail to withstand this strike. In haste, he interrupted his clandestine cultivation of divine abilities, his 100-zhang frame erupting in an endless surge of blood energy. This sanguine essence swiftly pervaded a radius of 100,000 li, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering even divine consciousness unable to penetrate its depths. Blood Hell Lotus. Under the Red Lotus Demon King's command, the vast blood energy coalesced into countless crimson flames, forming a blood lotus domain. Subsequently, a colossal lotus flower ascended from this domain. With a thunderous roar, the immense blossom detonated, launching a towering column of blood towards Lu Chen in the heavens. Despite the overwhelming power of this blood column soaring towards the clouds, it could merely momentarily halt the momentum of Lu Chen's sword. Soon after, several enormous red lotuses erupted, transforming into ascending columns of blood, their collision with the sword enduring for nearly the duration of an incense stick. The clash of their assaults caused the spatial barriers nearby to shatter repeatedly, the fractured void releasing torrents of dark spatial energy that were subsequently dispersed. As the two remained locked in a stalemate, the extent of the dark spatial rifts continued to expand. With each successive impact of the blood columns, the might of Lu Chen's sword was ultimately dissipated. At this moment, the vast expanse of 100,000 li was entirely consumed by the blood lotus domain, save for the realm where Lu Chen resided above. Before he could catch his breath, this infinite blood lotus domain began to encroach upon him from above. The mingling blood, energy, and blood lotuses within the domain resembled a colossal crimson beast poised to devour the sky. Observing the advance of the Red Lotus Demon King's domain, Lu Chen ascended ever higher. Lu Chen, what do you think you can escape to? The voice from within the blood mist resonated ominously, eliciting a cold smile from Lu Chen. Escape? You are far too confident. Today, I shall test my sword upon you. Upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration of testing his sword, both the Red Lotus Demon King within the Blood Lotus domain and the gathered cultivators in the higher realm were incredulous. Given Lu Chen's current state, he was evidently being suppressed by the Red Lotus Demon King. Having just recovered a measure of his injuries, Lu Baisheng halted his movements, preparing to re-enter the fray. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the onlookers gaped in astonishment as Lu Chen inexplicably cast the Tang Wu sword into the air. A crisp sound of the sword resonated, transforming the blade into a myriad of twinkling starlight. With one sword, I shall sever all foes before me. Who dares to claim I retreat in fear? The spectators, still grappling with Lu Chen's recent action, found themselves captivated by his commanding proclamation. In an instant, countless Tang Wu swords materialized around the periphery of the Blood Lotus domain. Their blades pointed downward, casting shadows that plunged into the ground, completely encircling the realm suffused with blood energy. The formation of 10,000 swords, Ghost Sword Tempest. Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant. When the Red Lotus Demon King sensed his presence within the domain, Lu Chen had already set his course. The intersecting beams of sword light cascaded upon one another, causing the Blood Lotus domain to gradually constrict with each overlapping strike. In mere moments, hundreds of thousands of swords were cleaved asunder. Lu Chen reappeared, standing upon the ground, gripping the true body of the Tang Wu sword in reverse. He raised it and slashed upwards towards the domain. The final sword light collided with the layers of overlapping beams, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that echoed with the sound of shattering space. The last remnants of the Blood Lotus domain were engulfed by this explosive force, unveiling the Red Lotus Demon King within. Now restored to his human size, the Demon King bore several deep wounds, exposing the horrific crimson bones beneath his flesh. Gasping for breath, a smile of triumph emerged on the faces of the observing human spectators, for they believed the Red Lotus Demon King was utterly powerless to resist. However, none noticed the grave expression that adorned Lu Chen's face. He had just discerned through the system's precise scan that the Red Lotus Demon King's next strike would be a desperate one, the final whisper of his existence. Chapter 57. You are the Tang E-Sword. Just as everyone prepared to celebrate the victory of humanity, the Red Lotus Demon King suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha! Lu Chen. The crowd turned towards the cackling Demon King, perplexed by the source of his mirth. Save for Lu Baisheng, whose expression was somewhat unusual, the others were filled with confusion. Lu Chen, you have slain that fellow Mo Luo, so you must be capable of vanquishing me in my spectral form. Thus, I shall not attempt to flee for a sliver of survival. For my next strike, I will unleash my full power to validate my hypothesis. As the Red Lotus Demon King concluded, the demonic patterns on his body radiated a blinding light, and simultaneously his flesh, bones, and soul ignited in this brilliance. Not good. Everyone attacked together. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Baisheng disregarded his injuries, issuing a cry that rallied several powerful beings to join him in assault. Divine Technique, Nirvana of two forms. Divine Technique, Great Heavenly Pagoda Palm. Divine Technique, Sun Arrow of the Divine. Divine Technique, 9 Sun's Battle Reigns. Divine Technique, Gales Absolute Sévrance. The mightiest divine techniques of the several powerful beings cascaded upon the Red Lotus Demon King, yet soon all were left in stunned silence. Their techniques not only failed to harm the Demon King, but were absorbed, augmenting the potency of his impending strike. Faced with this bizarre spectacle, the mighty beings found themselves at a loss. Futile. How could this king's fatal strike, forged from the sacrifice of flesh and the burning of demonic bones, be thwarted by you mere mortals who have yet to ascend to the immortal realm? Seeing Lu Baisheng and the other formidable beings rendered helpless against the Red Lotus Demon King's lethal blow, Lu Chen slowly spoke. You all should retreat. Leave this to me. Upon witnessing the seriousness in Lu Chen's eyes, Lu Baisheng ultimately led the other powerful cultivators back to the observation area. With the powerful beings now positioned at the periphery of the battlefield, Lu Chen redirected his focus. The fatal strike of the Red Lotus Demon King had already coalesced, and he poured all his strength into the Tang Wu sword. Subsequently, the ethereal energies of the surrounding world converged into the Tang Wu sword, causing the once fractured dark clouds above to spiral in response to this formidable force. A tumultuous surge of spiritual energy erupted, prompting Lu Baisheng and a group of formidable cultivators to retreat 100,000 miles, taking the observing practitioners with them. The sword strike executed by Lu Chen left all spectators aghast, even the Red Lotus Demon King, who gazed upon him with abject terror, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the heavens and earth. Lu Chen, no, you are Tang Yujian. You have indeed been reborn. The Demon King's exclamation momentarily shattered the composure of the countless onlookers, echoing through the atmosphere and instilling shock in the hearts of all present. They were well aware that 10,000 years prior, the human hero Tang Yujian had fought valiantly against the Demon Emperor, ultimately succumbing to grievous wounds. The Red Lotus Demon King addressing Lu Chen as Tang Yujian astonished them beyond measure. The fact that Lu Chen did not refute this claim further solidified their belief that he tacitly accepted the Demon King's assertion. Lu Chen was the reincarnation of Tang Yujian. Countless cultivators swallowed hard, rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. With his divine ability manifesting, Lu Chen transformed his body into a celestial sword, hurtling toward the Red Lotus Demon King, as the chaos of the world around them fell into stillness at that moment. Confronted with Lu Chen's strike, the Red Lotus Demon King was convinced that the individual before him was indeed the reincarnated Tang Yujian. Tang Yujian has returned. The demon race lies in wait for our emperor's resurgence. With a furious roar, the Red Lotus Demon King unleashed his final attack upon Lu Chen. The speed of their assaults was blindingly swift, colliding in an instant, with the shockwave of their clash reverberating across hundreds of thousands of miles, sending the onlookers flying. After a fragrant incense burned away, the spectators cautiously returned to their viewing point, forever haunted by the scene before them. The starry sky had been cleaved asunder by that sword strike, and the earth bore a chasm 100,000 miles wide, severing the dragon's fall abyss and leveling the ground on either side. Their clash had radically altered the landscape across hundreds of thousands of miles, reflecting on the Red Lotus Demon King's astonishment at the rebirth of Tang Yujian. The demon cultivators instinctively began to accept the notion that Lu Chen was indeed the reincarnation of Tang Yujian. Gazing upon Lu Chen above the battlefield's chasm, Lu Baisheng was the first to step forward and pay homage. I, the junior Lu Baisheng, pay my respects to your esteemed self. With Lu Baisheng's bow, the multitude of observing cultivators followed suit, kneeling in reverence to Lu Chen. We, the younger generation of humanity, bow before the ancient king of humans. Witnessing the legion of kneeling practitioners, Lu Chen felt a tinge of helplessness, as they had clearly regarded him as the reborn Tang Yujian. With a deep sigh, he slowly spoke, I am Lu Chen, not the Tang Yujian you speak of. If you are not the king of humanity, how could you wield the Tang Wu sword with such ease? Indeed, if you are not the ancient king of humanity, how could you possibly master the Tang Wu sword technique? Moreover, the Demon King himself declared you to be the ancient king of humanity. How could he be mistaken? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, none willing to accept Lu Chen's words. In this moment, Lu Chen, who was being revered by the crowd, chose to forego further explanations, for these individuals had already been swayed by the dying words of the Crimson Lotus Demon King. He felt no inclination to elaborate, leaving only a solitary remark before departing. Cultivate diligently. The demon race is likely to return. And remember, I am Lu Chen. As Lu Chen walked away, The kneeling cultivators exchanged glances with one another. After a stick of incense had burned, the first cultivator rose and departed, prompting a multitude of others to follow suit. Vacating the battlefield. An hour later, only a few transcendental beings remained, absorbing the residual energies of the battle. The sword intent and demonic might left by the final clash between Lu Chun and the Crimson Lotus Demon King could only be comprehended by these few exalted beings. Even a tribulation transcendent faced the lingering power with peril of demise. At this moment, the Dragon's Fall Abyss was devoid of any demons, leaving only the solitary Crimson Lotus Palace standing in desolation. The command issued by the fallen Demon King had compelled the revived demon cultivators to flee in haste. Gazing at the empty Crimson Lotus Palace, Lu Chun found himself at a loss, prompting him to awaken the system for guidance. System. Host, I am here. Can this Crimson Lotus Palace be checked in? Host, this palace is not of the same caliber as the Hall of Flying Immortals. Exception cannot be made for check-in. It is advised that the host relocate it to the bound location for check-in. Then let us move it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chun murmured to himself. He then approached the palace, unleashing celestial essence to envelop the entirety of the demon palace. Subsequently, he lifted the palace and ascended from the abyss. An hour after Lu Chun relocated the Crimson Lotus Palace, a figure gradually emerged within the Dragon's Fall Abyss. First came King Luo Tian, followed by the Crimson Lotus King. Could it truly be, as the Crimson Lotus King claimed, that Lu Chun was the reincarnation of Tang Yujian? The shadow mused aloud with a hint of confusion, then surveyed the remnants of the Crimson Lotus Palace for a moment before gradually vanishing into the void. The battle between the Crimson Lotus Demon King and Lu Chun had reached its conclusion. Shortly thereafter, an esteemed ancestor from the sacred land arrived at the site of the battle, only to be rendered speechless upon witnessing the transformed landscape. Soon, two astonishing pieces of news swept through the cultivation world. Ancestor Lu Chun of the Sword Control Sect is suspected to be the reincarnation of Tang Yujian. Ancestor Lu Chun of the Sword Control Sect unleashed power comparable to that of a flying immortal in his battle against the Demon King. Chapter 58. Lu Chun, Dan Zidian. The incident involving Lu Chun and the Crimson Lotus Demon King spread throughout the entire Eastern Domain cultivation world in just half a month. The previous slaying of the Luo Tian Demon King outside the Hall of Flying Immortals and the recent forcing of the Crimson Lotus Demon King in a transformation at Dragon's Fall Abyss made Lu Chun's name known to all. Perhaps the feat of vanquishing two Demon Kings was sufficient to astonish the world, but it paled in comparison to the two pieces of news that emerged from this event. Since the conclusion of the war between immortals and demons 100,000 years ago, all remaining flying immortals in the Taihao Great World had vanished without a trace. Yet in this era, a figure named Lu Chun exhibited attacks of flying immortal caliber, leading the masses to regard him as a living embodiment of the flying immortal. However, the living immortal now has been identified by the Demon King as the ancient human monarch, Tang Yujian, the foremost expert of the cultivation realm from 100,000 years ago, capable of battling the Demon Emperor, although they have never met Tang Yujian. The Red Lotus Demon King, who has experienced the ancient celestial demon war, must have encountered him, if he dares to assert that Lu Chun is the reincarnation of Tang Yujian. There is at least a 90% chance that it is indeed true. At this moment, within the depths of the Taishan sacred land, the Holy Master, Xian Tianji, rushed to discuss Lu Chen's situation with the four Supreme Elders after learning of these two pieces of news. Elder Fuchuan, are you certain that Lu Chen's final clash with the Red Lotus Demon King reached the level of an immortal? The Holy Master Xian Tianji still wore a skeptical expression. He had never heard of any Mahayana-level cultivator being able to unleash the power of an immortal. The Red Lotus Demon King was already an outstanding figure at the immortal level during his peak, and even if he had only recovered to the Mahayana stage, it was possible for him to wield immortal-level strength. However, Lu Chun was not of that caliber, and there had been no mention of such a human prodigy 100,000 years ago. Would I conjure something from thin air? Although the remnants of power from the battle between Brother Lu Chun and that Demon King remain, the residual force is undoubtedly at the immortal level. Upon hearing the definitive response from the Supreme Elder before him, Xian Tianji's astonishment was evident. Elder Fuchuan, his own Supreme Elder, was a perfected Mahayana-level foe immortal, a formidable survivor of the Celestial Demon War, and his judgment of battle levels was infallible. At this moment, Xian Tianji had begun to accept the notion that Lu Chun might indeed be the reincarnation of the ancient human monarch. Elder, if this is true, could it be that the Elder Lu Chen is indeed the reincarnation of the human monarch? This seems improbable. After all, the human monarch's soul was shattered. Just as one of the elders beside Elder Fuchuan began to voice a denial, Elder Fuchuan interrupted him. No, we cannot dismiss this possibility. The ancient human monarch could easily breach the celestial gate and was merely a half-step away from ascending to the true immortal realm. It is entirely possible that there were means of reincarnation. Hearing Elder Fuchuan's words, Xian Tianji stood there, lost in thought. Perhaps it is indeed so. After some further discussion, Xian Tianji hurriedly bid farewell to the four elders. The emergence of an immortal-level figure in the eastern domain had been confirmed, and he needed to contact the Haoyan Holy House in the central continent to inform them. However, he did not intend to report the suspicions regarding Lu Chen as the reincarnation of the ancient human monarch. After all, the truth of whether Lu Chen was indeed Tang Yijian's reincarnation remained uncertain, and such startling news should not be reported lightly. If Lu Chen truly is the reincarnation of the ancient human monarch, then the Haoyan Great World would undoubtedly undergo tremendous upheaval. Meanwhile, atop the 8th main peak of the Taishan Sacred Land, Yi Zhenying wore a complex expression. He had now reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Initially, at the Sword Cultivation Sect, he had been unwilling to follow in his father Yi Chen's footsteps as a sword cultivator, thus opting to slack off and avoid cultivation. However, since entering the sacred land and learning the celestial splitting divine axe from Pan Yin, his strength had begun to soar. Instead of causing trouble, as he ought to, he now hit on the 8th main peak, his face etched with worry. Since the recent revelation of Master Lu Chen as a celestial-level cultivator, followed by his recognition by the Red Lotus Demon King as the reincarnation of Tang Yijian, he has found solace within the sacred grounds. In fact, during this period, the disciples of the law enforcement hall have not observed him causing any disturbances, leading them to believe he was away on a mission. Little did they know, he had been in deep contemplation atop the 8th main peak for nearly half a month. As a potential descendant of the ancient human kings and the grandson of a celestial powerhouse, any of these identities would be enough to overshadow the entire cultivation realm. Yet, he understood that once he bore such titles, he could no longer act with reckless abandon as before. Every action he takes would inevitably reflect on the reputation of his esteemed master. At this moment, Yi Chen, who finds himself equally troubled, resides within a forbidden area of the eastern domain. The Tang Witch Celestial Hall is now entirely under his command. Since departing from the cemetery, he has established the Guardian Pavilion. Moreover, through the memories left by the Elder of the Heavenly Sword, his cultivation has rapidly advanced to the spirit-severing stage. Presently, Yi Chen sits in the main hall of the Guardian Pavilion, his expression one of profound silence, having expelled all personnel from the room. The news of his master Lu Chen's ability to unleash a blow comparable to that of a celestial-level being to vanquish the Demon King, as well as the rumors of his potential reincarnation as Tang Yijian, have reached his ears. As he confirmed the accuracy of this information, his emotions grew increasingly complex. The shock this revelation brought was immense. It was difficult to fathom that his master was a being of celestial caliber. However, regarding the matter of Tang Yijian's reincarnation, he was certain his master was not. After all, even he, the sole disciple, was unaware of Lu Chen's true origins, only knowing that his master once mentioned his homeland was called Huaxia, a place that, despite enduring endless bloodshed and the onslaught of demonic entities, remained indomitable. Their ancestors were known as the Yin and Huang emperors, and they refer to themselves as the descendants of Yin and Huang, having undergone the baptism of the sage's ultimate teachings, hoping that future generations would all become dragons. Yet, after more than a decade of searching across half of the eastern domain, he had never heard of such a land. Yi Chen had once speculated that this Huaxia, the 9 provinces, might originate from the upper realms. Each time he recalled his master's ethereal demeanor, he was more inclined to believe that his master was an immortal who had accidentally descended from the celestial realm. Master, your identity places immense pressure on your only disciple. It seems I must hasten my cultivation to avoid bringing you shame, Yi Chen murmured before reappearing within the Tang Witch Celestial Hall to commence his new training. At this moment, in a location far removed by countless miles in the northern domain, within a profound abyss, a colossal purple demonic palace stood, its presence unknown until now. Within the palace, a demon king with purple tear streaks on his face sat upon a high throne, narrowing his eyes at a kneeling demon cultivator below. You say that the Red Lotus and Luo Tian, my demon brothers, were slain in the eastern domain by the purportedly reincarnated Tang Yujian? Indeed, O King of Slaughter. This news has been conveyed by the demon envoy Zhu Xiang from the eastern domain. Impossible. Tang Yujian's soul shattered upon his demise. Resurrection is inconceivable. Once a human's soul is shattered, there is no possibility of revival. The King of Slaughter's reprimand caused the reporting demon cultivator to bury his head even deeper. O King of Slaughter, this humble demon would not dare deceive you. The message conveyed by Zhu Xiang, the sorcerer, revealed that the cultivator named Lu Chen wielded the Tang Wu sword, exuding the essence of the sword itself. Ultimately, he unleashed the intrinsic divine power of the Tang Yi sword to slay the Red Lotus King. According to his investigation, when the Lord of Heaven was slain, it was precisely due to the power that Tang Yi sword comprehended just before its demise, an ability capable of countering the innate talents of our demonic clan. Upon hearing this report from the young disciple below, the face of the slaughter demon king momentarily turned grim. The force that allowed Tang Yi to vanquish his two demon brothers was a self-realization he attained before his fall, and he had never imparted it to anyone. Moreover, Tang Yi's intrinsic divine power had not even been mastered by his own disciple. This implies that such methods could not possibly be replicated by another. Now, with the demon emperor yet to reappear in this realm, a being reminiscent of Tang Yi's reincarnation has emerged, having recently dispatched his two demon brothers who had restored to the great ascension stage. This development demanded his utmost attention. He ordered Zhu Xiang to continue lurking in the eastern region and to refrain from revealing himself. Additionally, he instructed him to gather information on the human cultivator suspected to be the reincarnation of Tang Yi. Understood. As the kneeling demons departed, the slaughter demon king gradually fell into deep contemplation, hoping that this time of resurrection would summon the boundless demon emperor to reign once more in this realm. Chapter 59, Farewell. Since the rumor of Lu Chen possibly being the reincarnation of Tang Yi spread throughout the eastern region, the Swordmaster sect has witnessed an incessant stream of visitors. Among them were great ascension false immortals and Qi refining cultivators. None were turned away by Feng Qingzi. However, aside from a few formidable great ascension beings, none possessed the qualifications to enter the forbidden grounds of the back mountain to meet Lu Chen. Initially, the visits from supreme powerhouses astonished Feng Qingzi, but as great ascension experts began to pay their respects, he had come to accept the situation. The only constant was his warm welcome to every guest. For Feng Qingzi, he could not ascertain whether Lu Chen was indeed a celestial being, but he held an unwavering belief in the news of Lu Chen being the reincarnation of the ancient human king, Tang Yi. The records regarding Lu Chen within the Swordmaster sect had long been destroyed by him, and the outer sect elder who initially recruited Lu Chen, along with several stewards, had their memories erased. In his view, within the current Swordmaster sect, he alone knew that Lu Chen had achieved his present stature in merely a century. Once, he had pondered the reasons behind Lu Chen's extraordinary progress, but now it seemed evident that only the identity of Tang Yi's reincarnation could explain it. Each time he received visitors, Feng Qingzi would occasionally glance towards the back mountain, sincerely grateful for Lu Chen's emergence, which rekindled hope for the revival of the sect's former glory. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the main hall, the cemetery in the back mountain of the Swordmaster sect was profoundly silent. The massive Red Lotus Demon Palace had recently been relocated here by Lu Chen, and having just completed the cleanup of the cemetery today, Lu Chen approached the palace. Gazing at the colossal red structure, he slowly entered within. Ding! Detecting that the host is in the cemetery's demon palace. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the high-grade Celestial Magic Practice Demon Heart Sutra. Ding! Detecting that the host has learned Practice Demon Heart Sutra. Reward. Cultivation level elevated to the perfected tribulation stage. Indeed, the rewards from these past few days of check-ins have all been the techniques of the Red Lotus Demon King. With a soft sigh, Lu Chen surveyed the demon palace, noting the traces of small demonic beasts that had been frolicking within. Ever since he relocated the Crimson Lotus Demon Palace back to the Sword Sovereign Sect's cemetery, the small beasts that once roamed the back mountain began returning here at night to rest, and Lu Chen often fed them. Yet, this group of small demons only dared to return after dusk, fleeing back to the forest by day, just a few days after the palace's appearance. The large black dog accompanying Lu Chen started to wander during the day, using its formidable strength to bully the diminutive creatures. As Lu Chen approached the grand entrance of the Crimson Lotus Demon Palace, he noticed the unmistakable signs of the small demon's return. However, just as he stepped out of the palace, a cheeky voice echoed from within the cemetery. Bold Lu Chen, daring to trespass into the private domain of Lord He. Now that you've been apprehended, let us see how you will explain yourself. He Sha strutted out from the doorway, his impressive stature supported by 4 paws. Resembling a rogue spirit beast, Lu Chen regarded the shameless black dog before him with a faint smile. Since the 5th day of relocating the Crimson Lotus Demon Palace, He Sha had unilaterally declared the palace as his own Qilin Palace, sending the small demons that had taken refuge there scurrying away. What left Lu Chen speechless was that despite claiming the palace, He Sha still returned to the small wooden house each night to commandeer his bed. Confess, how many treasures have you pilfered from Lord He? Hand them over swiftly, and I shall pardon your thievery, He Sha proclaimed, unabashedly demanding. Ignoring the shameless dog, Lu Chen took to the skies, soaring toward the distant back mountain. Upon reaching his destination, he found a young man diligently planting crops in a freshly cultivated field. Brotherly, upon hearing Lu Chen's call, the man turned, his face lighting up with a warm smile upon recognizing Lu Chen. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to recall something, closing his mouth instead. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to converse with Lu Chen now? The man was none other than Li Yunfeng. Since being rescued, he had lost all his cultivation, leaving Feng Qingzi and the others feeling both anger and regret. Yet, now that the situation had unfolded, they were powerless to change it. Moreover, Li Yunfeng had declared upon his return to the sect that he would never cultivate again. What could they do? It's just that I am unsure whether to address you as Brother Lu Chen or as the human king Tang Yijian. Li Yunfeng slowly articulated his hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, brother, do you truly think I could be Tang Yijian? Lu Chen's mirthful expression suddenly shifted to seriousness as he turned his gaze back to Li Yunfeng. Brother, would you believe me if I claimed I am not the reincarnation of Tang Yijian? I believe. Li Yunfeng replia resolutely, his faith unwavering as he gazed at the man before him. In his eyes, Lu Chen was not one to intentionally alter himself for any reason. He acted from the heart and did not shy away from the truth. Hence he believed Lu Chen's words. Brother, I have heard that you no longer wish to cultivate. Indeed, I have committed countless heinous acts on behalf of the Crimson Lotus Demon King, causing the demise of innumerable lives among the human race, and I am deserving of the gravest punishment. Now, having unexpectedly regained a chance at life, I find myself at a loss on how to confront this newfound existence. I can only hope that the truth of the lives I have taken will not tarnish the reputation of my sect or my junior disciples in the future. As Li Yunfeng reflected on the calamities he had wrought under the auspices of the Crimson Lotus Demon King, a wave of guilt washed over him. He had attempted to take his own life several times during this period, only to be rescued each time by Lu Chen. Observing his once caring senior brother now in a pitiful state of helplessness, Lu Chen coldly remarked, Brother, whether among humans or demons, each has their own stance. Even if you were in the wrong and caused the deaths of countless human cultivators, it matters not to me. I, Lu Chen, am neither a ruthless killer nor a savior of the suffering. As for the repercussions on our sect, that depends on their ability to harm you under my watch. Moved by Lu Chen's resolute demeanor, Li Yunfeng felt a surge of emotion. Yet he understood that he could never shed the identity of a sinner among the human race. If his transformation into a demon were to be revealed, it would inevitably implicate the Sword Control sect. I only hope they do not force your hand. Li Yunfeng sighed in resignation. Let them come to their demise, for I, Lu Chen, need not explain my actions to anyone. Lu Chen declared with a calm confidence that left Li Yunfeng both warmed and astonished. His junior brother remained true to himself, acting according to his own convictions. After a soft sigh, Li Yunfeng gazed at the determination etched on Lu Chen's face and slowly spoke. Junior brother, I am weary. I wish to descend to the mortal realm and become a teacher among the common folk, never to set foot in the realm of cultivation again. Very well. I support you. Follow your heart. Thus unfolded a heartfelt conversation that had been a decade in the making, as the two shared their thoughts without barriers. As night fell, Lu Chen strolled slowly towards the cemetery in the darkened mountainside. The surrounding silent trees granted him a sense of clarity. He had come to know the full story behind Li Yunfeng's transformation, and had also learned that Li Yunfeng had a son lost to the world. Although Li Yunfeng had no intention of claiming him, feeling unworthy of such a title, he merely expressed that if given the opportunity, he would cast a distant glance in the child's direction. Ah, The bond between father and son among mortals is indeed poignant, deserving of every step taken with a glance back. Returning to the wooden cabin within the cemetery, Lu Chen gently lay on the small wooden bed, resting his head upon the form of Haisha. Feeling Lu Chen's weight upon him, Haisha lifted his head and bellowed, "How dare you, Lu Chen, old rogue, to disgrace this divine beast by using it as a pillow?" Noticing that his furious outburst elicited no response from Lu Chen, Haisha looked on in confusion. After a moment, he realized that Lu Chen had fallen into a slumber akin to that of a mere mortal. He then muttered softly to himself, "Considering how well you have treated me, I shall allow you this one time." With that, Haisha settled his massive head down, and together, the man and the great black dog drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Just as silence enveloped the cemetery, a figure knelt upon a distant mountaintop of the Sword Control Sect, bowing in reverence towards the peak of the sect. After shouldering the luggage beside him, he descended the mountain step by step. Chapter 60, True Intent. At this moment, within the sacred mansion of Haoyan in Zhongzhou, a congregation of formidable beings gathered in a dim hall, engaged in discussions regarding Lu Chen. They had been preoccupied with various matters when they received the summons from the mansion's master, prompting their hasty arrival at this location. The purpose of convening the esteemed elders was to address the emergence of a prodigious talent named Lu Chen in the eastern region, who, wielding the cultivation of a great ascension, unleashed attacks of celestial caliber and has already vanquished 2 demon lords. Seated at the head of the assembly was a remarkably youthful yet imposing cultivator, who articulated the rationale for convening the elders. It was hard to fathom that the master of the Yujian sacred mansion appeared so youthful, should he stroll alone in public. He might easily be mistaken for a member of the new generation. "Master, are you certain of the accuracy of this information?" inquired an elder with a head of white hair, expressing his skepticism. "Indeed, it is said that Lu Chen forced a demon lord into a life-or-death strike. After the battle, Senior Fuchuan from the Taishan sacred land personally surveyed the battlefield and confirmed that this individual exhibited power surpassing that of the Great Ascension. Why has the sacred master of Tai, Chen, only now reported this individual?" The elder persisted, voicing his doubts. "I inquired previously. The sacred master Xuanyangji was preoccupied with preparations for the secret realm of Tai Xian and could not extricate himself. Thus, he intended to conclude the arrangements for the secret realm before reporting to our Haoyan sacred mansion. Little did he anticipate that Lu Chen would not only slay 1 demon lord but soon after dispatch another, even unleashing power that reached celestial levels." Upon concluding his remarks, the mansion master ignited a flurry of discussions within the dim hall. Given the first-hand investigation by the former sacred master Fuchuan of Taishan, the veracity of the situation seemed near certain. Although Lu Chen possessed merely the cultivation of a great ascension, his ability to unleash a celestial attack warranted their consideration of him as a celestial-level figure. The merit he earned for humanity through the slaying of 2 resurrected demon lords was equivalent to that of the heroic figures from 100,000 years prior. For the elder, the fact that he could release celestial-level attacks was even more astonishing than the slaying of 2 demon lords. "Indeed, the emergence of such a hero among our people is a fortunate event," another elder remarked. "Esteemed elders, allow me to speak," interrupted the mansion master. Silencing the cacophony of discussions, the assembly fell silent, directing their attention to the figure seated at the head. "Esteemed elders, the most pressing matter at hand is the signs of resurrection among the demon race across all 5 continents. We must dispatch nearly half of our number to investigate this issue. As for Lu Chen, we are currently unable to engage with him and must relinquish any thought of negotiation for the time being. Moreover, let us not forget that the war for inheritance will commence in less than 200 years. Presently, the geniuses of the beast race overshadow those of our human lineage. This upcoming conflict necessitates the identification of exceptional talents among our youth to lead them, securing our ancestral rights on the ancient battlefield." Upon hearing the mansion master's words, the elders fell into contemplative silence. The demon race was on the rise, and the beast race eyed humanity with predatory intent. Indeed, the current state of the human race could be described as besieged from all sides. The reason the Taihao continent was shattered into 5 separate lands lies in the momentous gathering of the human and demon clans, who combined their powers to transport the main battlefield to an alternate dimension. Had this not occurred, the numerous celestial experts engaged in that conflict would undoubtedly have obliterated the entire Taihao world amidst the chaos. This great battle transpired 100,000 years ago, during the late ancient era, and thus the alternate dimension, serving as the main battlefield, has since been referred to by later generations as the ancient battlefield. Within this celestial and demonic war, the ancient battlefield became a resting place for many treasures belonging to the three clans: humans, demons, and monsters. Subsequently, when the human and demon clans ventured to the ancient battlefield in hopes of reclaiming the relics of their ancestors, an unforeseen and irreversible conflict erupted. Were it not for the few surviving celestial experts from both clans intervening, a new round of warfare would likely have ignited on the spot. In the aftermath, to prevent hidden malice from brewing between them, both clans established a pact to open the ancient battlefield once every 10,000 years, allowing only 1,000 individuals to enter, selected from a younger generation of both clans. The selection process involved a contest of inheritance battles, wherein the victorious 1,000 would earn the right to enter the ancient battlefield. However, since 50,000 years ago, human talents have consistently been overshadowed by their demon counterparts. Each time, fewer than 300 humans managed to enter, with fewer than 50 returning from the ancient battlefield. This repetitive cycle has left the younger generation of humans in a state of dire scarcity. The elders present in the sacred hall were acutely aware of this reality. The current youth of the human clan could hardly afford such losses. Alas, we can only hope that this upcoming battle will herald the emergence of a brilliant human talent to break this deadlock. This meeting shall be adjourned for now, as we must further investigate the revival of the demon clan. Let's disperse. A sigh shattered the silence within the hall, and the figure of the hall master vanished from the main seat. Upon witnessing the hall master's departure, the elders of the sacred hall sighed collectively, disappearing into the shadowy chamber. The first to be discussed among these elders was Chen, who now stood within the spiritual hall of the mausoleum, preparing for a new day of attendance. The rewards for signing in at the Red Lotus Demon Palace no longer sparked any interest in him. Ding! Detecting the host location in the spiritual hall. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received a mid-grade celestial weapon, the Shadowless Sword. Additionally, you have obtained a special attribute reward, the protection of the ancestral spirits of the Swordmaster sect. Upon hearing that he had received 2 types of rewards, Chen felt a wave of confusion. The appearance of a special reward piqued his curiosity. He first examined the description of the Shadowless Sword before turning his attention to the special reward. The Shadowless Sword, forged by the master craftsman Elinu to resist the demon clan, embodies his unwavering will to protect his homeland. It is exceptionally sharp, intangible, and grants a 30% increase in damage against foes, delivering a lethal enhancement against demons. The protection of the ancestral spirits of the Swordmaster sect is recognized by the spirits of generations past, offering the host the safeguard of the sect's illustrious lineage. Their formidable will shall shield you from various threats of death. You are the heir they are willing to protect, even at the cost of their last remnants of spirit. It is particularly noteworthy that this extraordinary reward is sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a true immortal of red dust. System. I fail to comprehend why I have received the protection of the ancestral spirits of the Sword Control sect. Chen remained perplexed, unable to grasp the significance of such a unique reward. Moreover, the revelation that this special boon could repel the full assault of a true immortal left him somewhat astonished. Host, the ancestral spirits of the Sword Control sect have acknowledged all that you have done for the sect. They willingly dissipate the last vestiges of their spiritual consciousness to ensure your safety. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen gradually began to understand the reason. This was not only a recognition of his worth, but also an acceptance of a profound destiny. He then lowered his head and murmured to himself, I did not expect that although the esteemed ancestors of the Sword Control sect have long perished, their spiritual essence endures within this mausoleum. Very well, I shall accept this fate. As long as I, Chen, do not ascend, I will protect the Sword Control sect. With a tranquil expression, Chen gazed into the distance, lost in thought. He then approached the rocking chair, summoned Lu Feng to his side, and handed him the Shadowless Sword along with the jade tablet containing the records of the Immortal Path's body refinement scripture. Proceed to the Misty Forest and deliver these 2 items to Chen. Remind him never to lose sight of his true self. Understood. Lu Feng responded affirmatively, securing the 2 items before vanishing from the mausoleum. Watching Lu Feng's departing figure, Chen reclined in the rocking chair, letting out a sigh. He had intended to ascend smoothly through the signing system, only to find himself gradually entangled in the turmoil of the Taihao Great World. Chapter 61. Yi Zhenying returns to the mausoleum. After leaving the mausoleum, it took Lu Feng merely 2 or 3 days to reach the misty forest. However, to his astonishment, it took him over 10 days to finally locate the guardian pavilion within the forest. Suspended in the air, Lu Feng gazed down at the multitude of structures comprising the guardian pavilion, observing the bustling activity along the pathways with a hint of joy upon his face. He was surprised to find that in just over a decade, Yi Chen had constructed a sect stronghold spanning hundreds of miles. Gradually descending to the entrance of the guardian pavilion, Lu Feng was met by 2 Yuaning guards who rushed forward to inquire upon his arrival. "Stop! Who goes there? And what is your purpose in coming here?" "Dear brothers, there is no need for alarm. Please convey to your master that someone has entrusted me with delivering a few items." Noticing the vigilant expressions of the 2 Yuaning guards, Lu Feng smiled gently as he explained his purpose. The guards exchanged hesitant glances, their expressions reflecting their dilemma. "Senior, I recognize that you are no ordinary individual, but I must implore you to adhere to the rules of our guardian pavilion. Our master may not be the mightiest of beings, yet he is not someone who can be summoned at will. Inform your master that his esteemed teacher has sent an elder named Lu Feng to deliver treasures. He will understand." Faced with the guards' inquiries, Lu Feng remained composed, patiently clarifying his intentions to the 2 young cultivators. Upon hearing the elder, who introduced himself as Lu Feng, mention the master of the pavilion, both individuals found themselves momentarily perplexed. Since their induction into the guardian pavilion, they had never encountered any mention of the pavilion master having a mentor. The unexpected revelation left the 2 guards exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. After a brief moment, the more proficient of the 2 spoke to his companion, instructing him to wait while he reported to the pavilion master. "Keep a close watch," he added quietly before departing. However, this whispered comment did not escape Lu Feng's keen ears, eliciting a soft chuckle from him and prompting the guards to exchange another glance. Shortly after the reporting guard left, Yi Chen appeared at the entrance, his face adorned with a broad smile. Soon after, 5 other integration kings materialized, their expressions a mix of curiosity as they observed the cheerful Yi Chen and then glanced at Lu Feng. "Uncle Lu Feng, you're here. Please come inside. I shall prepare a feast of beast delicacies to welcome you," Yi Chen exclaimed. The 5 integration kings, witnessing the close rapport between the pavilion master and Lu Feng, were filled with intrigue, speculating about the nature of their relationship. "Xiao Chun, let us set that aside for now. I've come here to deliver 2 items on behalf of our master and to see how you've been faring," Lu Feng responded. The 5 integration kings were taken aback. Although Yi Chen's cultivation was a tier below theirs, he had undeniably won their loyalty through sheer martial prowess. To hear someone refer to the formidable Yi Chen as Xiao Chen was utterly bewildering to them. In contrast to the 5 guards' astonishment, Yi Chen's face radiated excitement at the mention of his master, hastily inquiring, "Uncle Lu Feng, how is my master?" "He is well, so you need not worry. He sent me to retrieve you and to deliver 2 treasures," Lu Feng replied. "2 treasures?" Yi Chen questioned, his brows furrowing in curiosity. Lu Feng then produced a peculiar sword hilt and a jade slip from his spatial ring. As Yi Chen gazed at the strange hilt, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. "Uncle Lu Feng, this hilt?" "No, this sword, it is the shadowless sword," Lu Feng clarified. "The blade itself is concealed in the void below the hilt. Our master has stated that this sword is exceptionally suited for you. As for this jade slip, it contains a cultivation technique that our master specifically instructed me to deliver to you." Receiving the jade slip and the hilt of the shadowless sword, Yi Chen focused intently on the weapon. As he reached out to touch the intangible blade, a sharp pain pierced his hand, and blood flowed forth, only to be absorbed and vanish by the sword. With the disappearance of his blood, an unexplainable sense of belonging washed over him. The attributes of the shadowless sword began to materialize in his mind, and astonishment spread across his face. After a brief moment, Yi Chen emerged from his reverie, his shock at the sword's properties still lingering as he crushed the jade slip. As the contents of the immortal body refinement technique flooded into his consciousness, his astonishment deepened even further. This technique transforms the mortal body into that of an immortal, allowing for the precocious mastery of celestial energy. With the augmentation of this ethereal essence, he can even unleash a diminished version of divine abilities to slay opponents of higher realms. Slowly lifting his gaze towards where Lu Feng stood, he intended to inquire further, only to discover that Lu Feng had vanished without a trace. Scanning the surrounding crowd, He observed the expressions of shock adorning the faces of the few sovereigns present. "Lord, is that esteemed elder your ancestor?" questioned a mid-stage sovereign, his lips trembling with trepidation as he turned his gaze towards Yujian. The elder who conjured the spatial passage earlier did so without inciting any spatial fluctuations. It is likely that among those transcending tribulations, he has traversed an extensive journey. "Lord, that elder in you." Upon hearing the inquiries from those nearby, Yujian uttered a statement that was strikingly simple yet bore an extraordinary weight. "Since my formal entry into the realm of cultivation, my master has concealed Uncle Lu Feng by my side to safeguard my path." No sooner had Yi Chen spoken, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving 5 mid-stage sovereigns and the guards in a state of stupor. These sovereigns had never dreamt that their esteemed leader, at the onset of his cultivation, had the protection of a supreme being alongside an enigmatic master. To have a supreme powerhouse escort a disciple in the Eastern Domain. It seemed that their leader's concealed background rivaled that of the Tai Xian Holy Land, 100,000 miles away from the Guardian Pavilion. Lu Chen's consciousness remained at the entrance after delivering the treasures. The brief display of his power had been intentional, aimed at further instilling fear in those lesser beings surrounding Yujian. Observing the expressions of the 5 sovereigns, Lu Feng erupted into hearty laughter. "Little Chen, you must strive hard." A month after Lu Feng's return, Pan Yin accompanied Yi Zhaning to visit the Sword Control Sect. At this moment, outside the cemetery of the Sword Control Sect, the black hound-like Heisha was drooling at the sight of a gigantic roasted chicken over the fire. Then, narrowing his bell-like eyes, he glanced at Yi Zhaning beside the roast. "Young Yi, are you truly so kind as to invite Lord Heisha to indulge in such a delicacy?" "I'm not inviting you just because I feel sorry for you," Yi Zhaning retorted, his expression one of disdain. "This exquisite by Feng was hard-won. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to ensnare you with it?" Seeing that Yi Zhaning's rationale held some merit, Heisha's vigilance waned slightly, yet he remained quietly skeptical of this shameless young man. Inside the cemetery, in stark contrast to the atmosphere outside, Lu Chen and Pan Yin were seated on a stone platform, engaged in convivial conversation. Pan Yin's aged face was beaming with delight, his grin nearly reaching his ears. "Oh, Mr. Pan, I apologize for the trouble that boy Zhaning has caused you lately. He has always been playful and reluctant to cultivate. It has been quite some time since I have seen any advancement in his abilities." "Senior Lu, you flatter me." Though Zhaning is indeed mischievous, he respects his teachers greatly. Moreover, he seems to possess an innate aptitude for the axe warrior physique, making remarkable progress in mastering the heavenly axe. In reflection, I must express my gratitude to Senior Lu for introducing such an exceptional inheritor to me. Without further ado, Senior Lu, please. After conversing and indulging in drinks with Lu Chen for half a day, Pan Yin retired to the main hall of the Swordmaster, leaving Yi Zhaning to reminisce alone in the cemetery about past tidings. Chapter 62. Lu Chen enters seclusion to comprehend the sword. The Sword Sect seals its mountain. 3 months later, Pan Yin, accompanied by Yi Zhaning, treaded upon the void, suspended above the Sword Sect. As they gazed down at the familiar faces below, Yi Zhaning waved farewell with a smile to the disciples of the Sword Sect, who reciprocated the gesture. When Yi Zhaning reappeared at the Sword Sect 3 months prior, the disciples feared he would endure the same tribulations as before. However, to their astonishment, the Yi Zhaning of today had transformed significantly, with some fellow disciples even receiving overdue compensations from him. As Yi Zhaning waved goodbye, Pan Yin had already completed the construction of the spatial passage behind him, and the disciples of the Sword Sect watched with complex expressions as Yi Zhaning departed. As the spatial passage slowly closed, a large black dog emerged from the misty back mountain cemetery, gazing at the vanishing entrance with a soft murmur. Alas, such excellence has rendered Black Master lonely as snow. It was rare to find a promising lad, and now they must part ways. Black Sha lingered, staring longingly in the direction Yi Zhaning had vanished, his indifferent expression quickly morphing into a mischievous grin. Recently, Lu Chen had acquired several treasures, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted. Black Sha planned to pilfer a few without detection. After a brief murmur, Black Sha, adorned with a lecherous smile, vanished into the air. Unbeknownst to all, Yi Zhaning had been away from the Sword Sect for over a month, and Lu Chen resumed his days accompanying Black Sha after his return to the Sacred Land. One fine morning, Lu Chen gently closed the book in his hands and made his way to the spiritual hall. Ding! Detecting the host's presence in the spiritual hall. Would you like to check in? Upon entering, the system's voice echoed once more. Without hesitation, Lu Chen responded to the system. Check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme sword technique of the immortal grade, Holy Spirit sword technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the Holy Spirit sword technique. Physical cultivation level elevated to the early stage of Great Ascension. Spiritual cultivation level elevated to the consummate stage of Great Ascension. Holy Spirit sword technique? This seems somewhat familiar. Lu Chen mused before examining the introduction of the technique. The Holy Spirit sword technique was created by the sword immortal Dugu Jian, originally comprising 18 forms, which were later expanded to 23 by Dugu Jian's descendants. It is suggested that the host continues to develop this technique, should one decipher the next form of this sword. A mortal could defy and slay true immortals. Upon reading this introduction, Lu Chen's heart surged with a tidal wave of excitement. Although he was already capable of battling beyond his level, the last sentence of the description left him astounded. The prospect of a mortal slaying true immortals was immensely formidable. At that moment, Lu Chen yearned to grasp the next form of the Holy Spirit sword technique immediately and hastily summoned Lu Feng. As Lu Feng approached, Lu Chen had yet to utter a word when suddenly the heavens roared with thunder. The tribulation of the Great Ascension, summoned by his recent breakthrough, had arrived. A tempest of 7-colored lightning clouds brewed in the sky, nearly encompassing 1/10 of the eastern domain. As the tribulation fully took shape, an overwhelming celestial might descended upon the earth. The thunderous clouds and the flickering 7-colored lightning were witnessed by nearly half of the beings in the eastern domain, instilling terror in their hearts with the destructive force of this heavenly trial. At this moment, the disciples of the Sword Control Sect, situated directly beneath the tribulation, were thrown into disarray. However, this tumultuous celestial pressure dissipated within moments. Soon, a figure soared into the sky from the back mountain. With each ascent, the burden on the disciples lightened. They all understood, gazing at the ascending figure, that it was none other than their esteemed ancestor, Lu Chen, who had taken action. Suspended in the air and feeling the formidable force of the tribulation, Lu Chen manifested the Tang Wu sword in his hand. After a brief moment of contemplation upon the tribulation, he chuckled softly. Today, he would utilize this heavenly trial to test the might of the Sacred Spirit sword technique. With the invocation of the Sacred Spirit sword technique, the 23rd sword move, an ethereal figure emerged from within Lu Chen, wielding the Tang Wu sword and unleashing boundless sword intent, which swiftly plunged into the 7-colored lightning clouds. Boom! With a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the eastern domain, the previously astonished cultivators stood frozen in disbelief. The lightning clouds in the sky appeared as if severed by a sword, and at the point of rupture, a colossal spatial rift was cleaved open. In the blink of an eye, the 7-colored tribulation was swiftly engulfed and vanished into this rift. The onlookers from the eastern domain were gripped with horror, speculating which formidable expert could wield such power to obliterate a tribulation cloud that had not been seen in a million years within the Taihao Great World. At that moment, all witnesses could think of was the sheer terror of this expert's might. Lu Chen, witnessing the heavenly tribulation dissipate beneath the prowess of the Sacred Spirit sword technique, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He returned to Lu Feng and briefly entrusted him with the task of maintaining the cemetery, while keeping an eye on the developments of the Sword Control Sect. Just as Lu Chen intended to enter the Void Realm, an idea struck him, and he instantly appeared beside the slumbering Haisha. He decided to bring the sleeping beast into the Void Realm, for he could not guarantee that, in his absence, this brazen black dog would not engage in some absurd antics. To be safe, it was prudent to take it along. Awakening within the Void Realm, Haisha was bewildered, utterly unaware of how it had arrived in this unfamiliar place. As it opened its eyes and surveyed the desolate land around it, it was taken aback by the sight behind it. There stood Lu Chen, clutching its bare tail, and after a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon it. Anger gradually manifesting on its large, dark face. Lu Chen, the old rogue, you indeed harbor ulterior motives against Lord Haisha. Witness as Lord Haisha confronts you with fierce determination. Upon uttering these words, Haisha lunged at Lu Chen, only to discover, amidst a cacophony of clashing teeth, that Lu Chen had vanished without a trace. In an instant, His pent-up fury erupted, just as he was about to unleash a torrent of insults. A voice resonated from the void, instructing him to focus on his cultivation. How could Lord Haisha cultivate in such a desolate place? Haisha seethed with rage, unleashing his perfected tribulation stage prowess, wreaking havoc upon the barren earth surrounding him. In his blind fury, he failed to notice that his dark claws were trampling a spatial pouch. After a brief incense's duration, Haisha gazed down at the spatial pouch beneath his feet, momentarily stunned, his large, copper-like eyes reflecting sheer bewilderment. Moments later, he erupted into laughter, stowing the spatial pouch within his mane, and began extending his consciousness to explore his surroundings. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, his mind was met with an endless expanse of desolation. Lord Haisha refuses to believe that this wretched locale harbors nothing of value. With a thunderous roar that reverberated across thousands of miles, Haisha commenced his search of the barren void realm, convinced that such a vast world must possess something of worth. Meanwhile, in another part of the void realm, Chen sat cross-legged in a misty area, deeply immersed in comprehending the sacred spirit's sword technique, determined to master its 24 forms. In the outside world, after Chen and Haisha entered the void realm, Lu Feng instantly teleported to the front hall of the Sword Control Sect. He briefed Feng Qingzi on several important matters before returning to the mausoleum. Shortly after Lu Feng's instructions, the Sword Control Sect announced its impending closure. As news of the Sword Control Sect's impending closure spread, several disciples from various families in the eastern region, who had intended to join the sect for cultivation, rushed to the sect overnight, hoping to gain entry before the closure. However, upon their arrival, they were astonished to find that the mountains of the Sword Control Sect had vanished without a trace. Chapter 63. Turbulence in the Eastern Region. Not long after the Sword Control Sect sealed its gates, the Slaughter Demon King within the northern region's Tianyuan quietly regained his flying fairy cultivation. While he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his powers, in a northern region devoid of any hidden flying fairies, he was free to roam as he pleased. Within the Slaughter Demon Palace, a demon-level practitioner knelt before the elevated throne, reporting news from the eastern region. Slaughter King, we have received new intelligence regarding the human Lu Chen from Lord Wangshu. Speak. Upon hearing news of Lu Chen, the Slaughter Demon King's face exhibited a calm indifference. Having restored his flying fairy cultivation, he was now free to wield his abilities at will, employing his full arsenal of skills. Under such conditions, the prospect of eliminating Lu Chen, who had yet to recover his peak strength, no longer posed a threat. Months prior, a seven-colored thunder tribulation appeared above the Sword Control Sect, only to be extinguished by a single sword strike from the one undergoing the tribulation. According to Lord Wangshu's confirmation, that individual was none other than Lu Chen, suspected to be the reincarnation of Tang Yijian. Upon hearing that the seven-colored thunder tribulation had been shattered by a single sword strike from Lu Chen, the Slaughter Demon King instantly sat up, a visage of disbelief upon his countenance. He was well aware of the seven-colored thunder tribulation, a manifestation of celestial might, which even he would require considerable effort to overcome. However, what astonished him further was the revelation that Lu Chen's tribulation had attracted such a formidable manifestation, a testament to his extraordinary innate talent. It was unimaginable that Lu Chen not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also boasted a talent that could be deemed unparalleled. Lord Wangshu, there is another piece of information. The Slaughter King was informed. Following Lu Chen's defeat of the heavenly tribulation, the Yujian Sect has declared a mountain closure. Though the reason for this closure has not been disclosed by Lord Wangshu. Has the Yujian Sect chosen to seal their mountain post-tribulation? Yes. Dispatch a command to Wangshu Zhu Xiang to immediately ascertain the reason behind the Yujian Sect's mountain closure. Understood. As the reports from the Demon Clan withdrew from the palace, the Slaughter Demon King remained alone on the throne, lost in contemplation. If Lu Chen were indeed the reincarnation of Tang Yijian, their hopes of welcoming back the endless emperor would undoubtedly be delayed. Time flew by, and a decade had quietly slipped away since the Yujian Sect's closure. With the sealing of the Yujian Sect, discussions regarding it in the Eastern Domain had dwindled to almost nothing. Just when everyone assumed that the Eastern Domain's cultivation world would remain quiet for some time, the Taishan Holy Land, which held dominion over the region, suddenly announced a piece of news that stirred the Eastern Domain's cultivation world once more. In a century, the 10,000 sects war shall commence, and all forces of 4th rank and above in the Eastern Domain must participate. The participants of the 10,000 Sects War will consist of cultivators who have practiced for no more than 10,000 years and possess at least the cultivation of the transformation god stage to qualify for battle. The 10,000 talented individuals who emerge victorious will be granted the opportunity to attend the Inheritance War at the Haotian Holy Mansion in Central Continent, thereby bringing glory to the human race. The news of the 10,000 Sects War spread throughout the Eastern Domain in a mere 20 days, prompting many hidden forces to emerge from obscurity. The significance of the Inheritance War was well understood by these clandestine factions. However, in this forthcoming contest, they sought not for their descendants to gain entry into the ancient battlefield, but rather to expend the strength of the demon clan's talents in favor of other human prodigies. As the news of the 10,000 Sects War proliferated, a series of events that stirred public opinion in the Eastern Domain followed suit. Yin Shisan, the sole disciple of the Sword Cliff lineage, and his apprentice Wang Jihao announced their emergence in preparation for the 10,000 Sects War. The two prominent hidden 7th-rank families, the Chen and Xia clans, also declared their readiness for the impending conflict. Additionally, nearly 30 top-tier 6th-rank forces proclaimed their emergence to prepare for the 10,000 Sects War. The Eastern Domain's cultivation world was once again swept into a wave of public discourse by these emerging hidden forces. Located 600,000 miles west of the Yujian Sect, amidst a mountain range teeming with demonic beasts, lies the 4th-rank sect, Yujian Sect. At this moment, the atmosphere within Yujian Sect was filled with joy, for their sect master had broken through to the separation spirit stage. According to the regulations established by the Eastern Domain's holy lands, the Yujian Sect could apply to the Taishan Holy Land for elevation to a 5th-rank sect. The Great Hall of Yujian Sect was bustling with activity as an elderly man with a head of white hair expressed his gratitude to the visitors below. As the esteemed leader of the 9-tripod sect, he fortuitously ascended to the divine separation stage, prompting various surrounding factions to pay their respects. Congratulations, Sect Master Tian, on your breakthrough to the divine separation stage. The 9-tripod sect shall undoubtedly flourish from this point onward. We, the allied factions, shall continue to look to Sect Master Tian for guidance. We extend our heartfelt wishes for the 9-tripod sect's advancement to a 5th-tier sect. Esteemed guests, I, Tian Batong, am profoundly grateful for your presence at the 9-tripod sect. However, I must attend to some internal matters. Henceforth, my esteemed elder will graciously host you. I beg your understanding. Sect Master Tian, please do not mind us. Attend to your affairs. After a brief exchange with the representatives of the various factions, Tian Batong hastily summoned the sect's grand elder to entertain the guests, and then exited the grand hall, swiftly teleporting to his own chamber. Within the sanctum, a youthful figure sat in meditation, deep in enlightenment. Tian Batong approached cautiously, wary of disturbing this profound moment. Gazing upon his disciple, the sect master was reminded of their fateful encounter many years prior. He recalled attending a royal banquet of the Gallian Empire, and upon returning to the sect, he heard the faint wails of an infant. Upon investigation, he discovered a still nursing baby outside the sect's gates. Upon closer inspection, he noted a jade pendant around the child's neck inscribed with the words accompanying June for a lifetime, Li Banjun. In that instant, he understood that the child's name was Li Banjun. After sensing the infant's extraordinary potential, he was taken aback. The child's constitution was remarkably formidable, likely a legendary battle physique. At that moment, he resolved to take the infant as his disciple once he grew up. While feeding the child, he also discovered 2 jade pendants in the swaddling. One bore the character Chiao, and the other indicated the title of Young Master of the Sword Sovereign Sect. Armed with this information, he began a quest to locate Li Banjun's parents, but, after extensive searching, found no trace of the Chiao family or the Sword Sovereign Sect. Eventually, he abandoned the search. Later, when the Sword Sovereign Sect emerged as a prominent force, he speculated that Li Banjun's father might be the young master of this minor sacred ground. Yet, reconsidering, he thought it implausible that a young master would abandon his own child. Thus, he dismissed the matter as a coincidence of names and ceased to pursue it further. Observing Li Banjun in deep meditation, Tian Batong exhaled deeply. Time had flown, nearly 70 years had passed, and the infant had now matured. An hour later, Li Banjun gradually awoke from his meditative state. Upon seeing Tian Batong, he exclaimed joyfully, Master. Tian Batong's face brightened with joy as he addressed Li Banjun. Banjun, have you gained any insights into the technique in your mind? At the inquiry from his master, Li Banjuan's smile faded, and he sighed softly, "Master, I am but a fool. I have only comprehended a fragment." Seeing the sorrow etched on Li Banjuan's face, Tian Batong felt a pang of sympathy and hastened to encourage him. "Banjun, you are exceptionally intelligent. The reason you struggle with this technique is that the method in your mind is of such advanced caliber that, without guidance, you must navigate it on your own. Moreover, I have never heard of any genius who could reach the nascent soul stage in merely 60 years. Master," after a gentle call from Li Banjun, fell silent once more. Then, perceiving the puzzled expression on Tian Batong's face, he spoke again. "Master, you mentioned that the cultivation technique in my mind was left to me by my father. Yet you also stated that such techniques are typically possessed only by forces of 6th rank or above. I fail to comprehend. If my father truly possessed such remarkable prowess, why would he and my mother abandon me?" The sword cultivation technique in Li Banjun's mind had previously been demonstrated to Tian Batong, who, based on his knowledge, recognized it as at least an Earth-tier supreme technique, if not a Heaven-tier one. He too was bewildered as to why someone with such a technique would forsake a naturally gifted progeny. Li Banjun's battle physique was extraordinary, deserving of the treatment akin to a holy son even in sacred lands. Sensing the sorrow in Li Banjun's eyes, Tian Batong gently caressed his head. "Perhaps your parents encountered some extraordinary circumstance that led them to this desperate decision. Fear not, my dear, for you still have me by your side. Furthermore, it is possible that your parents merely had pressing matters to attend to and will return to claim you in a few years. Let's hope for that." With a sigh, Li Banjun transformed his expression into a smile, playfully addressing Tian Batong. "Master, in a century, I shall surely break through to the transformation stage. At that time, you must take me to participate in the great war of 10,000 sects." Observing Li Banjun's radiant smile, Tian Batong responded gently, "Very well." Chapter 64. The Formative Shape of Sword 24. The Demon King meets the Demon Emperor. Following the announcement of the Great War of 10,000 sects, all cultivators in the eastern region, with less than 3,000 years of cultivation, began fervently seeking opportunities for rapid advancement to distinguish themselves in the impending conflict. 30 years after the Yujian Sect declared its closure, a resounding boom echoed across the heavens and earth, filling all cultivators in the Taihao Great World with a sense of ease. Gradually, people began to notice that the concentration of spiritual energy was steadily increasing. With the rising density of spiritual energy, the progress of all cultivators accelerated as well. However, no one noticed that alongside this increase in spiritual energy, there's also a faint, peculiar aura. Soon, a group of cultivators known as the demon practitioners began to emerge within the cultivation world of the 5 domains. They possessed human bodies, yet practiced demonic techniques. Despite the persistent attempts of the human factions across the 5 domains to eradicate the demon practitioners, all efforts ultimately ended in failure. Throughout these 30 years, the various changes in the outside world did not disturb the secluded Yujian Sect. At this moment, hidden within the Great Formation, the Yujian Sect was calling upon all disciples to fervently consume the elixirs and spiritual crystals left by Lu Chen. 30 years of cultivation had rendered Fengqing Zi exceptionally peculiar, while the other 10 elders appeared increasingly youthful after 3 decades. Fengqing Zi's countenance bore signs of aging, with strands of white hair emerging, were it not for his still robust vitality and the steady improvement in his cultivation. The elders of the Yujian Sect might have suspected that Fengqing Zi had fallen into demonic deviation. In the outside world, 30 years had passed, while in the Void Realm, 3 centuries had elapsed. The previously enveloping mist beside Lu Chen has long since dissipated, replaced by countless small abysses infused with the essence of swordsmanship. Yet, despite the astonishing nature of these sword-forged chasms, Lu Chen remains somewhat dissatisfied. Having lingered in the Void Realm for 3 centuries, he is yet to grasp the 24th form of the Sacred Spirit sword technique. However, he has not emerged empty-handed. Based on the foundation of the 23rd form, he has comprehended a new 23rd form of his own, the 6 annihilations of the 23rd form. Although the might of the 6 annihilations far surpasses that of the ordinary 23rd form, it still lacks the power to cleave through the true immortals from a mortal realm. It is perplexing. Why do I constantly feel on the verge of comprehending the 24th form, yet remain hindered by an unseen barrier? Stopping his meditation, Lu Chen muses quietly. as his 3 centuries of wielding the sword in the Void Realm have yet to unveil the secrets of the 24th form capable of slaying true immortals. Meanwhile, in the Void Realm, a stark contrast unfolds in the oasis once managed by Yamamoto and the immortal Knight. Beside their wooden cottage, an unexpectedly large rocking chair has appeared, upon which the imposing black hound, Haisha, sprawls in utter comfort. Yamamoto and Knight fan the hound with a gigantic leaf, providing it with a gentle breeze. Little did they anticipate that after spending months tending to the precious flora over vast distances, they now find themselves catering to this domineering, treasure-hoarding canine. You two fortunate servants. Fetch some of those delightful peaches for Lord Haisha. At once, my lord. Just a moment. Yamamoto replies with a feigned smile, hastily darting toward the peach grove. Before long, he returns, the large leaf cradling dozens of peaches, only to witness the shameless hound opening its gaping maw, inciting a surge of indignation within him. Curse that wretched hound. Just wait until my master returns. I shall flay your hide and roast you over a fire. Despite his vengeful thoughts, Yamamoto maintains his facade of servitude as he feeds the peaches in a Haisha's voracious mouth. Who knows where this supreme, fully realized hound has come from? Upon arrival, it has begun to ravage the precious flora. Outmatched in strength, they dare not speak against it, opting instead to endure and serve until Lu Chen's return. Servant B, go and gather a bag of the ear-raising immortal roots for Lord Haisha to snack on. It's all that cursed Lu Chen's fault for not unleashing the hound. Haisha is growing weary of these celestial delicacies. Just as they stew in their thoughts of various humiliations for the hound, a brazen voice echoes once more. The second servant, Knight, quickly responds and rushes toward the field where the ear-raising immortal roots are cultivated. Having endured over a century of oppression from the Black Hound, he finds himself at a loss for resistance, compelled to fulfill its demands swiftly to avoid further humiliation. For nearly 2 centuries, the humiliating existence of Yamamoto and the Black Demon unfolded within the Void Realm. Suddenly, a sword light imbued with boundless might swept across the oasis. The Black Demon, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, sprang up in shock, while Yamamoto and the sage Nade had already knelt, trembling in fear. The power of that sword strike was so profound that even the Black Demon felt a chill run down its spine. Without a moment's hesitation, it soared into the air, seeking the source of the sword's might. At this moment, in Lu Chen's sword enlightenment realm, the countless small abysses transformed into a vast chasm extending for hundreds of thousands of miles, emanating an endless and terrifying sword intent. The sky was etched with sword marks stretching for millions of miles, seemingly narrating the horror of the recent strike. Ever since Lu Chen had encountered the barrier of Sword 24 over 200 years ago, he had endeavored to alter his approach to sword enlightenment. Realizing that Sword 24 possessed the capacity to reverse slice true immortals, he began to comprehend that it must inherently carry the power of laws. A sword technique imbued with the power of laws could never be fully unleashed by an ordinary celestial sword. Considering his limited reserve of celestial flying swords, Lu Chen resolved to step beyond the extremes of the sword. He aimed to fully awaken the sword source within his spiritual grade flying sword, risking its shattering to unleash this law-infused blade. After 2 centuries of sword experimentation, the various grades of flying swords within Lu Chen's spatial ring had long been depleted. Fortunately, his relentless pursuit over the years, culminating in the shattering of tens of thousands of swords, had enabled him to manifest the embryonic form of Sword 24. The astonishing strike that shocked the Black Demon was indeed the embryonic form of Sword 24 unleashed by Lu Chen. Ha ha ha! My 500 years of sword enlightenment have not been in vain. I have swung my sword 1,000,000 times. Today, I have finally grasped the embryonic form of Sword 24. Give me 300 more years, and I shall surely master it to slay the immortals. With a hearty laugh, Lu Chen resumed his cultivation of Sword 24. To achieve this sword strike, he had spent 500 years in pursuit of enlightenment, shattering tens of thousands of swords, and swinging his sword 1,000,000 times. While Lu Chen cultivated Sword 24 in the Void Realm, the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world continued to rise at an accelerating pace. The peculiarities within the spiritual energy gradually alerted the concealed experts of both the human and demon races. Yet no matter how they investigated, they ultimately found nothing. At this moment, beneath the endless sea in a certain location of the Taihao Great World, a demon king with green tear streaks upon his face bowed deeply before a spatial fissure towering 100 feet in size. Emoji, you have arrived. I pay my respects to your majesty, in reverence of your imperial law. What news do you bring from the realm of cultivation in the Taihao Great World? Your majesty, since the great battle with our kind 10,000 years ago, the cultivators of the Taihao Great World have been in decline. Currently, there are merely a handful of hidden, flying, immortal-level practitioners. Then what? The Demon King paused, appearing uncertain of how to continue. What is it? Speak. The voice from beyond the vast fissure suddenly turned displeased, instilling fear in the Demon King, who bowed even lower and hastily replied, Supreme Majesty. The human cultivator Tang Yujian seems to have been reborn. What? Impossible. That fatal strike from this emperor must have left him no hope of survival. The voice of the endless demon emperor rose in intensity, expressing complete disbelief regarding the news of Tang Yujian's resurrection. The supreme sovereign, the demon plant, would never deceive you. According to the information received from the massacre, a practitioner has emerged among the human race, well-versed in all of Tang Yujian's esoteric secrets. Using these hidden mysteries, he has slain the reborn Honglian and Luo Tian. Apart from the notion of Tang Yujian's revival, we cannot fathom how the unparalleled techniques of one who left no legacy could re-emerge after 100,000 years. Upon hearing the demon plant's account, the endless demon emperor on the other side of the spatial rift fell into contemplation. After a moment, his voice resonated once more. It matters not. Even if he has been reborn and regained his peak, this emperor is not afraid. 100,000 years ago, I was capable of slaying him, and 100,000 years hence, I shall still prevail. Alas, my injuries require approximately 300 years to heal. Otherwise, I would shatter the spatial barrier of the Taihao Great World and once again reign over this realm. At that time, I shall offer up all living beings to lead my entire clan to ascend. After the fervent and impassioned roar of the endless demon emperor, he withdrew from the other side of the spatial rift. With the demon emperor's disappearance, the demon plant king did not linger. To facilitate another invasion of the Taihao Great World, he needed to seek out other weak spatial nodes and create additional rifts to connect the two realms. Chapter 65. The great severed hand fallen from the sky. The Swordmaster sect had been closed for merely 50 years, yet the external world had undergone tremendous upheaval. The growth in power among all factions was akin to consuming rare heavenly and earthly treasures. The Supreme Master Xuanyangji of the Taishan Sacred Land had secluded himself in the Taishan mountain range for 30 years, culminating in a breakthrough to the false, immortal realm. Thunderous tribulations enveloped the sacred territory, shaking the eastern domain for a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Had it not been for Xuanyangji's esteemed status in the eastern domain, the gates of the Taishan Sacred Land might have been overwhelmed by flattering practitioners. Following Xuanyangji's ascension to the false, immortal realm, numerous powerful figures from various factions in the eastern domain also experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. In a flash, the overall strength of the eastern domain's cultivation world had risen significantly. However, just as all were celebrating the arrival of a grand epic, within a private academy in a certain mortal kingdom of the eastern domain, a private tutor wore a grave expression. This private tutor was none other than Yujian Sect, who had departed from the Swordmaster sect. Although he had lost his cultivation, his demonic body remained functional, granting him a lifespan that surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. As the concentration of spiritual energy heightened, he sensed something amiss. Within this ever-increasing spiritual energy, subtle traces of demonic essence lay concealed, repeatedly compelling his demonic body to emerge, and even prompting the restoration of his cultivation. What could this strange demonic aura signify? No matter how I restrain myself, my cultivation continues to grow. Li Yunfeng, Bujlat, contemplated for long, while before letting out a soft sigh. At this juncture, I no longer wish to re-enter the cultivation world. If my cultivation increases, so be it. With that, he slowly approached the wooden door of the academy and gently opened it. Regardless of how the world might change, it could not hinder his students from pursuing the profound teachings of the sages. No matter how the spiritual energy transforms, the mortal realm remains a season of spring, with myriad blossoms unfurling, while the passage of time knows both warmth and chill. However, the once serene realm of cultivation now finds itself in turmoil. In the celestial expanse of the eastern domain, a rift in space materializes, stretching across half of the region. With the emergence of this fissure, a chilling aura of oppression descends upon all living beings. The creatures of the eastern domain are rendered motionless, with mortals kneeling in prayer and cultivators gripped by trepidation. Only a select few supreme beings maintain their composure. As the rift fully manifests, the onlookers begin to discern the fierce battle occurring on the other side, where two powerful figures, suffused with ethereal energy and exuding overwhelming combat prowess, engage in a fierce clash. Above, the Taishian sacred land. The four venerable ancestors and the newly ascended Saint Lord Xuantianji hover in the air, their gazes fixed intently upon the conflict unfolding beyond the rift. The oppressive aura weighs heavily upon them, causing their brows to furrow in grave concern. Within the Sword Sovereign sect, Lu Feng also observes the battle on the other side of the rift, his face inscrutable, yet his eyes narrowed in focus. The intensity of this confrontation is extraordinary. Even his master, Lu Chen, does not possess such formidable strength, as the combat shatters the barriers of reality, bridging two realms. Within the rift, as the two titans unleash their lethal techniques upon one another, one of them meets a catastrophic end, his body annihilated save for a solitary severed hand that descends towards the great world of Taihao. The victorious combatant, upon witnessing this, attempts to intercept the falling hand. Yet the rift begins to seal and diminish. Subsequently, a furious voice echoes throughout the skies of the eastern domain. No, my Taiji immortal king inheritance. As the rift vanishes, the pervasive sense of oppression dissipates into nothingness. Amidst the starry heavens, countless scintillating lights accompany the severed hand, which plummets slowly. Observing this spectacle, the cultivators of the eastern domain spring into action, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the remnants of the powerful being. The victorious warrior's roar resonates clearly in the ears of all cultivators in the eastern domain. Although the nature of the immortal king remains shrouded in mystery, the fact that it incites such fearsome entities to vie for it speaks volumes of its value. Among the ranks of cultivators, the goal of the great ascension false immortals is the so-called immortal king inheritance, while the supreme beings and those beneath them set their sights on the scattered lights. Even a mere fragment of this fallen power is sufficient to drive them to madness. As dozens of great ascension false immortals approach the severed hand from miles away, they instinctively halt their advance. The distance obscured the lingering, overwhelming intent to kill that still clung to the massive hand. Only upon nearing do the great ascension cultivators sense the terrifying murderous intent emanating from it. The venerable ancestor Fuchuan of the Taishian sacred land scrutinizes the severed hand for a long while before addressing the assembly of great ascension cultivators. Dear friends, perhaps we should unite our efforts to first suppress the murderous intent of this hand before deliberating on how to handle it. I concur with Brother Fuchuan's counsel. We must first quell the boundless killing intent of the hand. Otherwise, none of us shall approach it. I too shall heed Brother Fuchuan's words. For the oppressive aura it emits could pose a grave threat to our lives as great ascension cultivators. As the most powerful figure among them, the words of the venerable ancestor resonate with unanimous agreement from the assembly of great ascension cultivators. As the assembled cultivators reached a consensus, they collectively channeled their immense spiritual energy to restrain the colossal, severed hand hovering in the air. However, at the very moment when dozens of streams of spiritual power made contact with the hand, a brilliant azure, celestial light suddenly manifested upon it, scattering their energies. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the group of transcendent beings stood in stunned uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. It was then that the furious roar of the venerable ancestor of the sacred land of Fuchuan jolted them into action. The owner of this arm is not yet fully deceased. We must unleash our full strength. Should it regain control of this hand, our lives would be at stake. With that, he initiated an assault, prompting the other advanced cultivators to unleash their powers in unison. Divine technique. The celestial majesty of sun and moon. Upon the completion of his incantation, a torrent of divine techniques surged forth, striking the severed hand with tremendous force. The brilliant explosions of various energies illuminated the surroundings, clashing vividly against the azure light emanating from the hand. Following the detonation of the divine techniques unleashed by the transcendent beings, a series of shock waves began to compress the space around the colossal hand, giving rise to a multitude of fish-scale-like fissures. After a brief 10 breaths, the spatial rifts vanished entirely, yet the enormous severed hand remained unscathed. Just as the group of cultivators prepared for another assault, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, causing the once massive hand to shrink down to the size of a normal human arm. Observing this unfolding scene, all the transcendent beings recognized that the moment to seize the opportunity had arrived. Dozens of streaks of light surged towards the hand, with each cultivator relentlessly targeting the foremost among them. The onslaught of diverse attacks showed no restraint, as if they had forgotten their earlier camaraderie. As the powerful cultivators drew closer to the severed hand, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The azure glow of the hand surged forth with blinding speed, retreating into the distance in the blink of an eye, leaving the assembly of transcendent beings in a state of bewilderment. Following the hand's disappearance, countless treasures that had fallen alongside it were swiftly gathered by the numerous supreme beings undergoing tribulation below. Just when the transcendent beings assumed their efforts had been in vain, a blue diamond-shaped crystal gradually emerged from the location where the hand had vanished, its radiant azure light captivating the attention of every advanced cultivator. With the appearance of the blue diamond crystal, the transcendent beings exchanged glances filled with astonishment. After a moment's pause, their insatiable greed ultimately triumphed over reason, even causing the venerable ancestor of the Tai Xian sacred land to exhibit a glint of desire in his eyes. Although they were unaware of the crystal's purpose, the priority was to acquire it first. Should this crystal indeed be the fabled legacy of the celestial sovereign, achieving the status of an immortal in the mortal realm would no longer be a mere dream. In the distance, all those who had ceased their participation in the contest turned their gazes toward the battleground of the divine beings. The diamond crystal slowly descended, and a peak-level transcendent cultivator was on the verge of grasping it. Just as everyone anticipated that this treasure hunt would culminate in victory for this formidable individual, a domineering celestial sword suddenly sliced through the air, striking the diamond crystal and sending it flying. In an instant, a figure appeared beside the crystal, seizing it with a swift motion before retreating several thousand meters. The onlookers focused their gaze, and the expressions of those familiar with this individual became incredibly intricate. Just as the diamond crystal was within reach, it was snatched away by the person before them, inciting the wrath of the peak Great Ascension cultivator, who glared furiously at the thief. Upon realizing that the individual was merely at the tribulation stage, he threatened, "You insignificant ant! How dare you usurp what belongs to my ancestor? Return it at once, and I shall spare your life." He prepared to strike at Lu Feng, but just as he was about to unleash his attack, an aged hand settled upon his shoulder. "Friend Chen Xian, you must not provoke this person." The one referred to as Chen Xian turned to see that it was the revered ancestor of the sacred land, Fu Quan, who had intervened. Though both were at the immortal stage, Fu Quan's perfected Great Ascension cultivation was undoubtedly superior. And not far from them stood another peak ancestor of the Tai Xian sacred land. Chen Xian understood that, despite his anger, he could not disregard Fu Quan's authority in this moment. Brother Fu Quan, is this person not from your sacred land? He has stolen my possession. How can I refrain from acting against him? The recently emerged Chen clan from the ancient era was still unfamiliar with many matters. Observing Chen Xian's fury, Fu Quan let out a gentle sigh and spoke slowly. "Friend Chen Xian, your ancient Chen family has just emerged, and you are still unaware of many happenings in the eastern region. However, you must surely know the name of the grand ancestor Fei Xian Lu Chen from the Sword Control Sect. This individual is indeed the representative of the formidable Fei Xian Lu Chen. Furthermore, my sacred land is allied with the Sword Control Sect. Should you choose to act against him today, my sacred land will not stand idly by." As Fu Quan recognized Lu Feng, the greed in his eyes was forcefully suppressed, returning to its original state. Had anyone else attempted to seize this object, he would have undoubtedly intervened to eliminate them. Yet, Lu Feng was different, disregarding the alliance between the Sword Control Sect and the Tai Xian sacred land. Even the backing of the Fei Xian Lu Chen made him someone not to be trifled with by any present. The expressions of the assembled Great Ascension cultivators became equally complex upon hearing Fu Quan's words. The only confirmed living Fei Xian-level expert in the eastern region was the Grand Ancestor Lu Chen of the Sword Control Sect. Many present were leaders of various factions, yet they lacked the capacity to withstand the wrath of Fei Xian. They all comprehended Fu Quan's implication. Even if the sacred land were not allied with the Sword Control Sect, they would not dare to act recklessly, even if they were to kill Lu Feng. Who could guarantee that they would swiftly ascend to face Yen and avert the impending retribution from Lu Chen? Surrounded by onlookers, Lu Feng cast a grateful glance toward Fu Quan, who had come to his aid. Although he was merely a puppet at the early stage of tribulation, his true power was comparable to that of a great ascension cultivator. While he did not fear the crowd, a coordinated attack could indeed jeopardize his escape. Thank you for your kind words, friend Fu Quan. One day, Lu Feng shall repay your kindness abundantly. Regarding the blue crystal, in the presence of so many Mahayana friends, I, Lu Feng, shall not speak nonsense. This object is not the legacy of the immortal king, and it holds no utility for you. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude to the esteemed ancestor Fuquan of the Holy Land with a respectful gesture, his words devoid of any hint of servility. However, his statement elicited discontent among certain Mahayana cultivators, who, upon witnessing Lu Feng, a mere tribulation crossing practitioner, dared to address Fuquan as a fellow Taoist, rebuked him with anger. You, a mere tribulation crossing practitioner, presume to address the esteemed Tao brother Fuquan as a fellow Taoist? You claim this is not the immortal king's legacy. Does that make it so? Lu Feng turned to the speaker, his eyes gradually filling with a murderous intent. A mid-stage Mahayana cultivator regarded him with blatant disdain, as if gazing upon an insignificant insect, which irked Lu Feng immensely. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his sword with unwavering resolve and instantaneously charged towards the individual. One sword from the west. Celestial being descends. Mystical turtle S divine protection. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng vanished, only to reappear high in the sky, plummeting towards the mid-stage Mahayana cultivator. The latter, upon sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Lu Feng, hastily summoned a defensive divine technique. Yet, as Lu Feng's sword struck the manifested shadow of the mystical turtle, a tremendous sword intent surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. To the astonishment of all present, they witnessed cracks forming on the protective shell of the mystical turtle as it attempted to withstand Lu Feng's strike. Moments later, as the power of the sword dissipated, Lu Feng returned to his original position. The gathered Mahayana cultivators and the distant tribulation sovereigns watching the confrontation wore expressions of sheer shock. The mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, the target of the assault, could not suppress a swallow. Grappling with the incredulity that a mere tribulation crossing practitioner could threaten the life of a Mahayana expert with a single strike. The character of Tao friend Lu Feng, I can guarantee with the entirety of the Taishan Holy Land. He is backed by the esteemed Lu Chen and has no need to deceive everyone. If this were truly the immortal king's legacy, Lu Chen would have intervened to seize it long ago. Observing the awkward silence that enveloped the scene, Qian Tianji promptly stepped forth to mediate. The surrounding Mahayana cultivators contemplated his words and realized their validity. If this were indeed the fabled immortal king's legacy, then the renowned Lu Chen would have acted to claim it, rather than allowing them to depart empty-handed. With no further discourse, Lu Feng addressed the assembly with a courteous gesture. Since you esteemed friends do not wish to contend with me for this object, I shall take my leave. This item holds particular significance for my physical body, and I must urgently refine it, so I shall not linger here for further conversation. Having concluded his remarks, Lu Feng respectfully bid farewell to several individuals from the Taishan Holy Land and then soared into the skies. Esteemed friends, we shall also take our leave. Let us depart. As Lu Feng exited, the ancestor Fuquan of the Holy Land no longer lingered, exchanging farewells with the Mahayana cultivators before leading his companions into the void. Disappearing from the scene, with the contest concluded, the participants dispersed, none having anticipated that, in the realm of cultivation, treasures have historically been seized by the strong. Yet this time, even the mightiest among them returned empty-handed. Chapter 67. The Celestial King Haoyu. The guardian pavilion of a misty forest in the eastern domain. Yujian stood atop the newly established star-picking tower. Although his visage remained unchanged, his youthful countenance bore the subtle marks of experience. He had witnessed the sudden emergence of a spatial rift stretching across half the eastern domain, along with the fierce battle between two formidable beings within. However, the great distance prevented him from discerning the severed arm that fell as the rift sealed itself. Despite its immense size, the severed limb appeared trivial compared to the vastness of the rift, thus escaping his attention. Even when a host of powerful beings unleashed their assaults on the severed hand, he could only perceive the faint glimmers produced by the ensuing explosions of divine powers. Such beings could likely suppress the entire demonic race with a mere gesture. What kind of terrifying entities had pursued the legacy of the Tai Chi Immortal King? Sighing softly, Yi Chun leapt from the star-picking tower, descending towards the ground, enveloped in a faint aura of ethereal energy. Had Liu Chen been present to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be both astonished and delighted. Who could have imagined that within just a few decades, Yi Chun had cultivated the Immortal Body Refinement Sutra to such an introductory level? At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed on the ground below, completely oblivious to the blue light rushing towards him from afar. In the blink of an eye, this azure beam collided with Liu Chen, sending him hurtling thousands of miles away. The sudden turn of events caught Yi Chen off guard, leaving him unable to mount any form of resistance. 10 breaths later, enveloped in the blue light, Yi Chen crashed into the depths of the misty forest. Upon his landing, the ground was left with a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter, the surrounding mist dispersed by the shockwave of his impact. Ouch, that hurt. What on earth was that? Even an immortal body at the threshold struggles to endure it. Yi Chen grimaced in pain, propping himself up, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he could not help but emit a groan. Though his immortal body was merely at an introductory level, its resilience far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Yet, despite this, he was still left with numerous injuries from the collision. After inspecting his condition with his spiritual consciousness, Yi Chun hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged to recuperate. An hour later, having completed his healing, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes and lifted himself off the ground, standing suspended in midair. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze ultimately settled on the severed arm at his feet, a look of confusion crossing his face. With a wave of his hand, he moved the severed limb closer and examined it, his mind swirling with questions. Such a severed arm, having struck him, had not only failed to inflict damage, but had also ruptured his immortal body. Young man, how could a mere mortal possess the technique to cultivate an immortal body? A voice suddenly resonated, startling Yi Chun and almost causing him to drop the severed arm. The severed hand spoke? Yi Chen's face reflected disbelief, unable to fathom that a lifeless limb could utter words. Just as he thought he was hallucinating, the arm spoke once more. Youngster, is it so strange for a powerful being's severed limb to speak? Ha ha! It is not merely the severed arm speaking, but rather the spirit of a formidable being concealed within it. After a period of profound contemplation, Yi Chun gradually comprehended the reason behind the utterances of the dismembered limb, promptly exposing its ruse. However, upon concluding his statement, he experienced a twinge of regret. Should this powerful entity possess extraordinary strength, his revelation might have been somewhat inappropriate. Consequently, he adjusted his tone and inquired anew towards the severed arm. Esteemed predecessor, might I inquire as to your origin and the reason your spirit resides solely within this dismembered arm? As Yi Chen's voice faded, fragments of ethereal essence emerged from the severed limb, coalescing beside him into the semblance of a youthful spirit. Upon witnessing the formation of this spectral figure, Yi Chen immediately bowed in respect. I, Yi Chen, pay my respects to you, venerable one. The celestial heart, sword body. The spirit did not respond to Yi Chen, but upon recognizing him as a celestial heart, sword body, it furrowed its brow, falling into a contemplative silence. Esteemed predecessor, is there something amiss with my celestial heart, sword body? Sensing the spirit's apparent discontent with his constitution, Yi Chen posed the question, while a sense of vigilance surged within him. The two exchanged silent glances for an extended period, until the spirit finally sighed and spoke. The celestial heart sword body is what it is, a diminished version of an immortal physique coupled with my severed arm. It shall suffice. The spirit's words heightened Yi Chen's wariness. The tone in which it spoke imbued him with an unsettling feeling, as if it sought to usurp his very essence. The spirit, seemingly perceiving Yi Chen's thoughts, wore a disdainful expression. With such a flawed constitution, even were I to be reborn, I would not seek you out. Furthermore, my celestial spirit is irreparably fragmented. Otherwise, with your trifling mortal cultivation, I could seize 1,000 bodies with a mere flick of my finger. Yi Chun found himself bewildered by the spirit's revelations. A celestial being? This spirit is the essence of an immortal? Although he was unaware of the precise rank of a celestial being within the realm of immortals, he grasped that at its pinnacle, it was indeed a true immortal, a notion that was astonishing enough. Predecessor, did you hail from the realm of immortals? Were you one of the formidable beings engaged in the recent battle? Formidable? Do you not see my current state, on the brink of utter annihilation? Enough of this idle chatter. Listen well, young one. The spirit's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as if the forthcoming words bore significant weight. Chen, sensing the gravity of the celestial spirit's demeanor, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Young man, your name is Chen, is it not? Remember my name? Wang Haoyu. Bow thrice before me, and I shall impart the secrets of the Celestial King. The Celestial King? Chen's astonishment reached its zenith upon hearing the spirit's proclamation. He had witnessed the previous battle, where the other powerful entity had exclaimed about the inheritance of the Celestial King just before the spatial rifts mended. The notion that such a formidable legacy could be bestowed upon him was almost beyond belief. Young man, bow and receive the inheritance. Why do you hesitate? The spirit urged once more, prompting Chen to grapple with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. A moment later, his expression shifted, and he abruptly knelt, bowing thrice before the ethereal soul. The legacy of the immortal was profoundly overwhelming. Regardless of its authenticity, he resolved to take a gamble. Very well. Today, I shall grant you a transformative fortune that will propel you to the heavens. Observing Chen kneeling in reverence, the soul, Wang Haoyu, exhibited no hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he positioned his severed arm above Chen's head, and as a surge of spiritual energy flowed in, the garments adorning the severed limb disintegrated. The entire arm gradually morphed into a dense, crimson mass of blood energy. Subsequently, thin red threads emerged from this sanguine mass, infusing themselves into Chen's being. As these threads permeated him, the wounds adorning Chen's body healed instantaneously, and his skin radiated a lustrous, jade-like hue. Half an hour later, as the final trace of blood energy was absorbed, an astonishing celestial power erupted from Chen's core. Unlike the ethereal energy emanating from the immortal's form, this was the genuine power of an immortal. Once Chen regained his senses and assessed his condition, he gazed at Wang Haoyu, utterly astounded. His immortal physique had merely absorbed the essence of the severed arm's flesh and blood. Yet he had advanced from the entry level to a consummate state. His cultivation, originally at the spirit division stage, had effortlessly transitioned to the later stage of the fusion phase. At a loss for words, Chen could only swallow in disbelief. What? Are you truly astonished? Were it not for the fact that I possess only a sliver of soul power remaining, that severed hand could have instantaneously elevated you to the realm of a soaring immortal. Observing Chen's astonishment, Wang Haoyu wore a look of disdain. To be shocked merely by an elevation of one stage. If he were at his peak, a mere gesture could transform Chen into a soaring immortal, which would undoubtedly shatter his heart's resolve. Conceal your embarrassment. You have yet to fully absorb the essence from my severed arm. I have sealed the remaining portion within your reservoir of energy to be refined by you gradually in the future. Awakened by Wang Haoyu's words, Chen came to his senses and knelt once more, bowing thrice in gratitude. The extraordinary fortune bestowed upon him by this immortal had spared him thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of arduous cultivation. With this thought, Chen prepared to express his gratitude. Chen expresses his heartfelt thanks. Esteemed elder, should you require any service from me in the future, I shall undoubtedly devote myself wholeheartedly. As soon as Chen finished speaking, Wang Haoyu suddenly smiled with a chilling demeanor. Oh, indeed. Chapter 68. The Flame of Legacy. With Wang Haoyu's sinister smile, a sense of foreboding enveloped Chen. He swiftly drew his sword and retreated several dozen miles, eyeing the direction where he had just stood, silently channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for the next strike. Slap. Young man, what are you doing? You're far too sensitive. I was merely jesting, akin to a playful mouse. A phantom hand unexpectedly landed on Chen's shoulder, and Wang Haoyu's voice resonated in his ear, startling him into a shudder. Turning around hurriedly, he found Wang Haoyu's demeanor had reverted to its earlier carefree nature, the eerie undertone of his previous laughter vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Chen adjusted his mindset and respectfully clasped his hands before the soul of Wang Haoyu. Esteemed elder, it would be wise to refrain from such jests in the future. They leave my mind in a state of disarray. As the soul before him erupted into laughter, Chen found himself momentarily entranced. It was perplexing. A powerful immortal on the brink of demise could still find joy. The elder's perspective was truly admirable. Ah, the pursuits of cultivation, so seldom accompanied by joy. The longer one travels down this path, the scarcer happiness becomes. Regardless of how one lives, a day of joy is still a day well spent. Moreover, to have a rather unremarkable successor at the end of one's life. What reason could there be for discontent? Upon hearing the soul's self-deprecating comparison to a little trash, Yujian couldn't help but feel a twinge of resignation. Perhaps, in the eyes of the immortal, he truly was insignificant. Yet, Wang Haoyu's demeanor remained inexplicably cheerful, seemingly unbothered by the fact that he was on the verge of vanishing. After a moment of mirth, he turned his gaze back to Yi Chen, his expression shifting to one of solemnity as he began to speak. Be it mortal or immortal, no one can guarantee eternal existence. However, as long as the legacy continues, the spirit shall never perish. If the flame of our spirit can be passed down, then we, the pioneers, have never truly died. Wang Haoyu fixed his gaze on the astonished Yi Chen, and after a long pause, he articulated his thoughts once more. You see, I encountered you just before my impending fall. Does not the spirit of our ancestors live on through me, and thus through you? Yi, my young friend, one may embrace death with grace or cling to life in desperation. But if we can continue the spirit of our predecessors, who dares to question your existence? Our meeting signifies that you are the new bearer of this legacy. As Yi Chen beheld Wang Haoyu's serious countenance, he began to grasp the essence of his words. Was it not the influence of his master, the Sword of Heaven, that led him to establish the Guardian Pavilion? Just as this soon-to-fall immortal articulated, the Sword of Heaven has never truly perished. Every hero who allows the legacy of their forebears to endure is an everlasting giant of indomitable spirit. With a solemn expression, Yi Chen sheathed his shadowless sword and knelt once more. Each movement was laden with gravity, this time bowing in reverence to the teacher who perpetuated the legacy of the sages. Yi Chen, in homage to his master, earnestly beseeched for guidance. He vowed to carry forth the teachings of his master and to ensure their continuity. Observing Yi Chen's head bowing heavily to the ground, a trace of solace appeared upon Wang Haoyu's face. After gazing at the kneeling Yi Chen for a long while, he released a deep sigh. This was where his journey must conclude. Reflecting on his past, a million years of cultivation felt like a fleeting dream. Where indeed were the geniuses who ascended to immortality over such vast epics? Perhaps it was merely the reverie of a reckless youth facing his end. Yi Chen, carry forth the legacy of the Supreme King of Tai Chi and my relentless spirit. Strive onward. If fate permits, one day, please unveil for me the ultimate significance of cultivation. With those final words of entrustment, the powerful immortal Wang Haoyu imparted the legacy of the Supreme King of Tai Chi into Yi Chen's consciousness. After Li Chen received such an immense legacy of memories, he succumbed to unconsciousness due to a lack of mental fortitude. 3 days later, as he gradually opened his eyes amidst the misty forest, he scanned his surroundings, only to find the ethereal presence of the Xianxian king. Haoyu had long since vanished. Gazing at the spot where the figure once hovered, Li Chen stood in silence, lost in contemplation. The pursuit of immortality has long been the aspiration of practitioners. Yet, who can truly articulate the possibility of eternal life? Who could fathom that a transcendent Xianxian, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, would meet his end in such proximity? With a heavy sigh, Li Chen manipulated the earth before him, crafting a grand sepulchre, surrounding it with a dozen hidden formations. This site marked the moment he encountered Wang Haoyu and received his inheritance. Thus, this tomb would serve as a resting place for the departed. In the rear mountains of the Yujian Sect, within a cave, Lu Feng sat cross-legged, his hands aligned before his chest as he endeavored to refine a diamond-shaped crystal. The spiritual energy swirling between his palms clashed, causing the crystal's azure radiance to intensify. From the moment the crystal appeared, Lu Feng sensed a potent desire for absorption emanating from the puppet body, a craving that rivaled that of the puppet heart bestowed upon him by his master, Lu Chen. In the past, frowning in concentration, Lu Feng recognized that the difficulty of absorbing this diamond crystal far exceeded that of the puppet heart he had encountered previously. Yet, as the refinement progressed, he began to experience an odd sensation emanating from his head, the nature of which eluded his comprehension. Through daily refinement, the diamond crystal gradually diminished in size. 3 years later, an explosive sound erupted from Lu Feng's secluded chamber, followed by the explosive shattering of the small hill where he had been meditating. Countless fragments of stone and dust filled the air over the Yujian Sect's rear mountains. Had it not been for the concealed formations set by Lu Chen, the disciples of the sect, engrossed in their training, would have rushed over to investigate the commotion. The debris, suspended in the air from the explosion, lingered for some time before slowly settling, revealing Lu Feng amidst the swirling dust. At this moment, an expression of profound exhilaration graced Lu Feng's face. He had not anticipated that the diamond crystal could elevate the tier of his puppet. Previously deemed a medium-grade puppet, he had now ascended to a superior-grade puppet. Although he remained a puppet body, he had developed his own consciousness, possessing a soul of his own. Previously, after acquiring the puppet heart, he merely attained a human-like warmth but was still incapable of self-cultivation. Even his ability to release spiritual awareness was solely due to the puppet's functionality, allowing him to harness Lu Chun's consciousness. However, everything had changed. He could now cultivate his own spiritual power. Just as Lu Feng successfully upgraded to a superior-grade puppet, Lu Chun, wielding his sword in the Void Realm, received a notification from a system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your exclusive puppet Lu Feng has independently discovered the spirit of the puppet and upgraded to a superior-grade puppet. Henceforth, this puppet can accommodate the power of the host in the late stage of the Great Ascension and can cultivate its own spiritual realm. The sudden notification left Lu Chun momentarily stunned. What transpired in the outside world that Lu Feng managed to elevate himself? Furthermore, it appears that the puppet spirit is not solely an upgrade obtained from the rewards of signing in. System, what is the puppet spirit? Ding! The puppet spirit is one of the essential items for upgrading low-tier possessed puppets. A possessed puppet that possesses the puppet spirit can cultivate its consciousness and refine its soul. System, is it not true that possessed puppets can only upgrade by receiving rewards from the system? How could Lu Feng acquire this from the outside? Host, the system never claimed that these items were exclusive to it. That was merely a misconception on your part. The system's response left Lu Chun momentarily exasperated. However, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed been overthinking. When he initially bound to the signing-in system, there had been an introduction stating that rewards could encompass treasures from myriad realms. The system's rewards need not be exclusive. His own acquisition of the Tang E-Sword inheritance serves as the best testament to this. With this understanding, Lu Chen ceased to dwell on such thoughts and sighed as he gazed upon the endless sword abyss before him. At this juncture, the priority remained to thoroughly master the 24 swords. In this world, possessing an additional trump card equates to enhanced safety. After all, having slain 2 demon kings, he likely would not find favor with the demon emperor who was poised to make a resurgence. Chapter 69. Mastering the 24 swords, exiting the Void Realm. Within the Void Realm, Lu Chun had unknowingly wielded his sword for 300 years. He was now able to fully grasp the 24 swords, although, with his current cultivation level, he could only execute the technique once. However, bolstered by various augmentations, Lu Chun was confident that this strike could cleave half of the Eastern Domain continent. This strike was perilously potent. A moment's instability could annihilate countless beings. Unless absolutely necessary, he resolved not to employ it again. After muttering to himself, Lu Chun sheathed the Tang Wu sword, surveyed his surroundings, and then soared towards a particular direction. Within the Void Realm, at Lu Chen's oasis, the once expansive oasis, teeming with various celestial herbs and rare trees, now measured less than 9,000 miles. At the periphery of the oasis, 2 cultivators at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage were kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely, pleading before a towering, 3-meter-tall black dog. This massive black dog, corpulent and languid, voraciously devoured the precious flora at the oasis's edge, intermittently uttering curses. Damn that old thief Lu Chun for hoarding such treasures. Watch as Lord Haisha consumes everything. Lord Haisha, I implore you cease. If you consume any more, these precious spirit roots will vanish. When a master returns, how shall we explain ourselves? Must we endure such humiliation simply because our lives have been comfortable? Lord Haisha, we have never wronged you. Why this treatment? Black dog, you shall meet a bitter end. You will eventually be captured and roasted. Shamili's black doggy. Sobi. At this moment, Lu Chun hovered in midair. Having just returned to witness this scene, and his anger surged anew, he summoned the Tang Wu sword in hand and, aiming at the black dog, devouring his precious spirit roots below, unleashed a strike. The sword light cleaved through the air in an instant, carving a trench into the barren ground before the black dog. Had it not been for Lu Chen's consideration of his numerous spiritual roots, the sword that just fell would have likely created a chasm in the heavens. This sudden turn of events caught the corpulent He Sha off guard. resulting in the severing of a tuft of its mane. Upon witnessing the fallen hair, Heisha halted its voracious consumption of spiritual roots, seething with rage and ready to unleash a torrent of foul curses. However, upon turning to face the sky, the sight of the furious expression on the newcomer's face sent a tremor of fear through Heisha's heart. It was over. Lu Chen, the old rascal, was enraged. Today, it seemed, there would be no escape for him. In stark contrast to Heisha's turmoil, Yamamoto Wotu and the immortal Nide, who knelt not far away, were overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the sword. Their savior, Lu Chen, had arrived. They turned to the figure in the sky, prostrating themselves and lamenting the torment they had endured. "My lord, my brother and I can no longer bear this life of hardship. Our painstakingly nurtured oasis of precious spiritual roots spanning 1,000 miles has been devoured by that monstrous black dog. Ever since its arrival, we have been oppressed and beaten, forced into servitude. Our suffering is beyond words. We beseech you to take our plight to heart." With tears streaming down their faces, Yamamoto Wotu and Nide appeared exceedingly pitiful. As Lu Chen heard their grievances, the anger etched on his face began to darken further. Observing Lu Chen's unsettling demeanor, Heisha did not hesitate to construct a void passage and leap into it. After traversing the void for several hundred instances, Heisha felt safe enough to halt its flight, believing Lu Chen could not pursue. It then landed on the ground, lying down as if in a state of shock, panting heavily. It was a disaster. That rascal Lu Chen was thoroughly enraged, but thankfully, the great Heisha had fled swiftly. After such an exhausting escape, Heisha decided to take a brief respite, believing it wise to wait until Lu Chen's fury subsided before returning. With a murmured soliloquy, Heisha drifted into a sound sleep, entirely oblivious to Lu Chen standing ominously behind its rotund figure. Moments later, the thunderous sound of snoring filled the air. Seeing Heisha's attitude, Lu Chen, with a darkened expression, delivered a forceful kick. Bang! How? As clouds of dust rose, a cry echoed through the skies. And before that wail could fade, another followed. Heisha, still reeling from the pain of the initial kick, was met with a relentless barrage from Lu Chen, who offered no chance for retaliation. Under Lu Chen's merciless onslaught, the vicinity resounded with the wails of despair for thousands of miles. After half an hour of relentless beating, Lu Chen finally ceased his assault. Heisha, battered for nearly that entire duration, now appeared utterly wretched, scales scattered about. Its once sleek mane now ragged and uneven. Its three-zhong frame lay bloodied and collapsed, one eye swollen to the size of a brass bell. "Lu Chen, I must inform you. This time, Heisha merely sought to compensate for consuming too many of your treasures, which is why it refrained from using its claws. Otherwise, with Heisha's current cultivation at the great ascension stage, it could have easily subdued you with a flick of its paw." Upon hearing Heisha's defiant words, Lu Chen began to regret acquiring such a deceitful beast. Even in the face of adversity, one must maintain a verbal upper hand, a level of shamelessness rare in this world. Are you still unwilling to acknowledge your faults? Lord Heisha has done no wrong. He is eternally correct. Witnessing Heisha's unchanged demeanor, Lu Chen felt a mix of irritation and helplessness. He then retrieved an odd rope from his spatial ring and slowly approached the collapsed Heisha on the ground. A surge of inexplicable panic gripped Heisha's heart as he beheld Lu Chen drawing near with the rope in hand. With each step Lu Chen took, Heisha felt as if a ravenous demon was closing in on him. "Old thief Lu Chen, what do you intend to do? I, the divine beast, merely refrain from striking you. Do not push your luck. Is that so? I'm rather curious to see how you would retaliate if I were to overstep my bounds." Hearing the tremor in Heisha's voice, a wicked smile graced Lu Chen's face as he swiftly surged forward, tossing Heisha into the air. As Lu Chen's figure transformed into a blur, the rope he wielded promptly ensnared Heisha, binding him tightly. Moments later, Lu Chen returned to the oasis, dragging the now helpless Heisha, reminiscent of a pig ready for slaughter. Upon Lu Chen's return, Yamamoto and the immortal Nide witnessed the once dominant black dog, now battered and bound, and a wave of joy spread across their faces. The two knelt before Lu Chen, bowing deeply. "We express our gratitude to our master for delivering us from the torment of this shameless black dog, which has oppressed us for nearly 7 centuries. We have yearned for your return, to see him punished. He devoured our vast oasis, forced us to trim his claws, and even inquired if his paws smelled delightful. How dare you, you two fortunate servants, conspire against Lord Heisha? Haisha, witnessing the two lamenting with tears and snot, could hardly contain his disdain, spitting out a curse and issuing a warning. Upon hearing Haisha's threat, the two ceased their complaints, exchanging glances filled with grievance directed at Lu Chen. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Lu Chen felt a fleeting sympathy for them. He had witnessed the shamelessness of this false divine beast and recognized that these two, with their meager strength, had undoubtedly suffered greatly. Reflecting on how they had tended to his spiritual root oasis for many years and now faced oppression connected to him, he felt it was time to offer them some comfort. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen retrieved a low-grade celestial technique along with a collection of useless elixirs and spiritual crystals from his spatial ring, casting them down before the eagerly watching duo. You two have worked hard. These items are bestowed upon you. Thank you, Master. We are eternally grateful for your generosity. We shall devote ourselves to nurturing the precious herbs and divine trees for our Master. As the two transformed their frowns into smiles upon receiving the gifts, Lu Chen, still holding on to Haisha, willed them both to exit the Void Realm. After 800 years of enlightenment within the Void, it was indeed time for him to emerge. Chapter 70, Master and Servant. After Lu Chen and Haisha emerged from the Void Realm, Lu Feng, sensing their presence, hurriedly approached Lu Chen. Upon seeing Haisha bound like a pig, the usually composed Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then he bowed and greeted Lu Chen. My lord, you have returned. Congratulations on mastering your divine skills. But what has happened to Haisha? It made some mistakes. Perfect timing, you are here. Hang it on the roof of the Swordmaster's hall. Let Lu's face before everyone. Howl! You old thief Lu Chen, Haisha will fight back. If you have the ability, release me and witness Haisha unleash a lightning-fast claw attack. Hearing Lu Chen's intention to hang him up, Haisha began to struggle desperately. As the so-called ancestral beast of the Sword Sect, it often bullied the disciples. If they were to see it in such a humiliating state, how could Haisha maintain its arrogance within the sect? Howl! I will not go. Lu Feng, if you dare to heed his words and send me over, I will confront you. Seeing Haisha's futile struggle and its threats, Lu Feng revealed a playful smirk, snatched the rope from Lu Chen, and vanished within the mausoleum. Left alone, Lu Chen gazed at Lu Feng's departure and instantly moved to the Hall of Spirits, realizing that he had not signed in for over 80 years and ought to rectify that. Ding! Detecting the host's presence in the Hall of Spirits. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the superior immortal weapon Star Axe. Star Axe? A superior immortal weapon? Could it be that the system has specially bestowed this upon me, as Zhening practices the axe as her weapon? While Chen's shadowless sword is merely a medium-grade immortal weapon, if he were to see me possessing a superior one, he would surely lecture me for a while. Chuckling softly, Lu Chen gazed at the star axe in his hand. I shall stow it away for now and have Lu Feng deliver it to Zhening when the opportunity arises. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lu Chen stored the star axe into his spatial ring, and the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Host has returned to the mausoleum, having missed 342 sign-ins. Would you like to make up for it? Make up for it. Would you like to summarize the rewards? Summarize. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully making up your sign-ins. Rewards include 10,000 premium spirit crystals, 100,000 superior spirit crystals, 1,000,000 medium spirit crystals, 10,000 premium spirit swords, 1,000 3-pattern 7th grade spiritual pills, and 10,000 2-pattern 7th grade recovery pills. Ding! Rewards have been fully distributed. Please check your system space. As the system's voice faded, Lu Chen gradually transferred the rewards into his spatial ring. Not long after he organized the rewards, Lu Feng returned from the Swordmaster's hall, his hands empty. And Lu Chen instantly understood that Haisha had indeed been hung up in the main hall. My lord, the task you assigned has been completed. And I also informed Feng Qingzi and others beforehand not to let it down. Very good. It is time to teach a lesson. Lu Chen smiled contentedly, then approached the stone table, waving his hand to set out a wine jug and cups, signaling Lu Feng to join him. With the arrival of Lu Feng, Lu Chen first poured him a cup of wine and toasted with him. Then, with a smile, he spoke, Congratulations, you can now cultivate your divine soul. From now on, you shall possess your own consciousness. Lu Chen's words left Lu Feng astonished. After all, he was merely a puppet, yet now he had acquired a divine soul, becoming a puppet endowed with the consciousness of a normal human. although Lu Chen had always regarded him as human since he developed self-awareness. The congratulatory remark about obtaining a human soul left Lu Feng momentarily at a loss. Thanks to my master for the constant care and for granting me the name Lu Feng. I shall never forget your kindness. No need for such formalities. I am rather curious. How did you come to possess the spirit of a puppet? The spirit of a puppet? Is that what the crystal I absorbed is called? Upon hearing Lu Chen mention the spirit of a puppet, Lu Feng instantly recalled the diamond-shaped crystal he had once absorbed. After finishing his drink in one gulp, he exclaimed in satisfaction and slowly recounted the events leading up to this moment. An hour later, Lu Chen rubbed his temples. Having unraveled all that Lu Feng had experienced during his seclusion, who could have imagined that so many events had transpired during this time? What shocked him the most was the fierce battle of powerful beings that had split the heavens. He had just inquired with the system, and, although he was unaware of the identities of the combatants, he understood the preciousness of the Celestial King's inheritance. Perhaps with the aid of the sign-in system, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the Celestial King. Yet, he was not strong enough at present. If he could obtain the Celestial King's inheritance, even if the ruler of the demon race stood before him as a true immortal, he would be able to dispatch them with ease. Sigh. At this moment, Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued by the legacy carried by that enormous severed hand, wondering which fortunate soul would claim it. He could only hope it would not fall into the hands of that suddenly emerging practitioner of demonic arts, as such a foolhardy individual might disrupt his peace. Once Lu Chen concluded his musings, master and servant began to converse and drink. During this time, their laughter and camaraderie belied the master-servant dynamic. A master who would not harm his servant and a servant who would not betray his master shared the wine as if they were dear friends, drinking to the last drop of the exquisite brew. Meanwhile, at the main hall of the Swordmaster Sect, Heisha was desperately gnawing at the ropes binding him, attempting to break free. Below his massive form, an assembly of over 10,000 disciples of the Swordmaster Sect had gathered, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before them. Gazing up at Heisha, suspended in the main hall, the disciples shared several unspoken questions in their hearts. Is this colossal creature the ancient divine beast? How has it grown so enormous in the 80 years since we last saw it? Who has bound this ancient beast here, and for what reason? Heisha, sensing the thoughts of the crowd below, opened his mouth wide and spat out a foul retort. Ugh, what are you all standing around for? Shouldn't you be cultivating? Hurry up and leave. Do not disturb this ancient one as I endeavor to cultivate my unparalleled divine skills. Upon hearing the furious roar of Heisha, the disciples appeared to genuinely believe in his claims regarding cultivation, promptly beginning to vacate the premises. However, as they had scarcely taken a few steps, Heisha's voice resounded once more, declaring that the revered beast ancestor intended to occupy the main hall for his training, and that no one should dare to disturb him. Yes, we shall heed the command of the venerable beast ancestor. The disciples replied respectfully, bowing to Heisha before making their way out of the courtyard. After a stick of incense had burned, with the departure of the last disciple, Heisha resumed gnawing at the rope. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not suppress his vitriolic tirades aimed at Lu Chen. Old thief Lu Chen, await your reckoning. One day, this esteemed beast shall hang you over a mortal cesspit, and if you dare to sever the rope, you will find yourself sullied. He continued to berate Lu Chen, lamenting his fate as darkness enveloped the sky. Ultimately, resigned to his predicament, Heisha tilted his head back and succumbed to slumber. Not far from the main hall, Lu Chen stood atop the palace, gazing down at the slumbering Heisha with a hint of amusement. What a foolish dog. 3 days later, Heisha was finally released from his suspension by Lu Feng. Now, liberated, Heisha glared with bloodshot eyes, filled with malice, at everything around him. Lu Feng, perceiving the impending threat, understood that Heisha was cornered and potentially desperate. Although he had attained the early stages of the Great Ascension, he had no desire to be entangled with a frenzied divine beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward the rear mountain. Having been starved for 3 days, Heisha, upon witnessing Lu Feng's departure, opened his gaping maw, letting his crimson tongue droop. Droplets of saliva fell to the ground like pearls cascading from a jade plate. Old thief Lu Chen, today, this esteemed beast shall cleanse the mausoleum with blood and seize all your treasures. His furious roar echoed across the skies of the Yujian Sect. The 10,000 disciples of the Yujian Sect, upon hearing Heisha's wrathful cry, halted their cultivation, standing frozen in disbelief. Was the venerable beast ancestor finally ready to exact his revenge on the old thief Lu Chen? Amidst the speculations and discussions, Haisha transformed into a shadow, racing toward the rear mountain mausoleum. The disciples, upon spotting Haisha, soared to the peak of the Yujian Sect, creating a bustling crowd above the main hall. All capable of flight, suspended in midair, intently gazing toward the rear mountain. Approximately one incense stick later, with a resounding roar, a colossal, pitch-black Qilin, radiating a golden sheen, materialized in the skies above the Yujian Sect's rear mountain. The enormous head of the Qilin opened its cavernous maw, seemingly poised to devour the entire expanse of the rear mountain. As the formidable Qilin emerged, its overwhelming aura forced the surrounding trees to topple, while the onlooking disciples were compelled to descend to the ground. Beasts within a radius of thousands of miles knelt in reverence, anthropomorphizing in their worship of the colossal entity hovering above. Their trembling forms resembled the fear suppressed by their very veins. The various forces surrounding the Sword Sovereign sect were equally struck with astonishment upon witnessing the colossal Qilin that appeared above the sect's location. As they discerned the Qilin's visage, some swiftly realized that it was the sacred beast of the Sword Sovereign sect, the Black Shaman ancestor. The hearts of all witnesses trembled profoundly. Just as they pondered why the Black Shaman would act in such a manner, a transcendent voice resonated through the air, echoing across the celestial expanse. Heavenly power manifests the earth. As the voice faded, countless beams of dazzling golden light coalesced above the back mountain of the Sword Sovereign sect, and an equally towering figure materialized before the Black Shaman in the blink of an eye. Once this immense form solidified, a colossal face resembling that of a middle-aged man was revealed to the crowd. It was the ancestor Lu Feng of the Sword Sovereign sect. The giant Lu Feng charged towards the Black Shaman and, with a rapidity that rendered the act almost imperceptible, hurled the beast into the distance. The Black Shaman's massive body soared through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a vast crater spanning dozens of miles. Lu Feng, step aside immediately. I intend to teach that scoundrel Lu Chen a lesson, and should you dare to interfere, do not expect mercy. The Black Shaman roared as it rose from the colossal pit, attempting to dissuade Lu Feng. Yet, Lu Feng had no intention of acquiescing to its wishes. Moreover, the Black Shaman's quest for Lu Chen was hardly a duel. It was an invitation to calamity. Black Shaman, you are no match for our lord. It would be wise to relent. I do not wish to witness you dangling from some other place next time. Nonsense. The first claw of the Black Shaman rends the heavens and quakes the earth. The second claw, the universe is reborn in the void. The third claw, all things in the world are rendered illusory. The fourth claw, the celestial bodies plummet from the firmament. The fifth claw, you will be left battered and hanging in the hall. Before the Black Shaman could finish articulating the fate of its fifth claw, Lu Feng completed the thought for it. Upon hearing Lu Feng's derisive words, fury instantly engulfed the Black Shaman's massive visage, and it lunged at Lu Feng. In that case, I shall not hold back. Fierce Beast's thunderous five-claw strike. As the Black Shaman charged with its bright red tongue lolling out, resembling a rabid dog, Lu Feng sighed and transformed his towering form into an afterimage, launching himself at the oncoming Black Shaman. The clash of their powers illuminated the air for nearly the span of an incense stick, and soon the Black Shaman's colossal body lay defeated within the crater. As its form quivered, the immense beast gradually shrank to its normal size, marking the conclusion of this peculiar skirmish between man and beast. Witnessing this farcical battle come to an end, the expressions of all present were a tapestry of complex emotions. Before anyone could ponder their next moves, a wail once again reverberated through the heavens. Lu Feng, you lack martial virtue. You have betrayed my trust and ambushed my magnificent Qilin divine beast. Lu Feng, having just landed, gazed at the Black Shaman sulking in the pit with a sense of exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to prevent this large black dog from embarrassing their master. Without a hint of hesitation, he approached the Black Shaman and, with a flourish, whisked it away like a fleeting light towards the mausoleum. A few days later, an enormous rocking chair, towering several yards tall, inexplicably appeared within the cemetery. The languid figure of Haisha reclined upon it, gently swaying back and forth. Its corpulent claws occasionally retrieved a piece of spirit crystal from a spatial pouch nearby, chewing with an air of nonchalance. Not far from Haisha, at a stone table, Lu Chen and Lu Feng were engaged in conversation. You have managed to elevate your spiritual prowess so rapidly, thanks to the puppet's abilities. Now that you possess a soul, Lu Chen remarked, it is merely the master's benevolence. Lu Feng replied, "There is no need for such flattery. Without your own efforts, what good will my gifts do?" As Lu Chen finished speaking, he raised his cup and drained its contents in one swift motion. After Lu Feng replenished his glass, Lu Chen suddenly uttered a mundane yet weighty statement. "From now on, I shall pay close attention to treasures that enable you to cultivate your physical form like an ordinary person, freeing you from your puppet body entirely." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a fleeting look of distraction crossed Lu Feng's face. The term ordinary person, though simple, felt tantalizingly close yet utterly unattainable to him. He then consumed his drink in one gulp and spoke slowly to Lu Chen. "To have come this far, I am grateful for the master's unwavering support. As for the treasures for further advancement, I shall leave it to fate." Lu Feng felt fortunate to possess a soul and dared not demand more. Hearing Lu Feng's resigned acceptance, Lu Chen felt a surge of frustration rise within him. He cast his gaze toward the starry sky and let out a cold snort. "Humph. We practitioners defy the heavens by nature. Why should we be constrained by fate? If fate imposes such limitations, what rationale is there for not challenging it?" As Lu Chen's admonition echoed, the heavens above suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a pair of colossal eyes emerged overhead. The weight of the celestial authority grew heavier with the opening of those eyes. Unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, Lu Chen met the gaze of the cyclical eyes with unwavering clarity. "What? Is my assertion erroneous?" he challenged, staring intently into the depths of the reincarnation gaze. After a moment, the eyes slowly closed, dissolving into nothingness, and the dark clouds above the two men dissipated. Lu Feng, witnessing the retreat of the heavenly gaze, was profoundly astonished. Truly, his master was formidable, daring to confront the celestial authority and question its righteousness. "Master, the heavenly gaze has withdrawn. What do you suppose would have happened had it not? Then I would have vanquished it." Lu Chen laughed heartily, as the two engaged in casual banter. Their laughter echoed defiantly against the heavens, as if they were the chess players of the universe. Should a celestial being of great power have been present, they would surely have been left in awe of the duo's audacity. As night fell, Lu Chen reclined on his small bed within the wooden cabin, surrendering to the last vestiges of intoxication and drifting into slumber. However, where treasures abound, so too do thieves. Shortly after Lu Chen succumbed to sleep, a dark claw stealthily reached into the cabin, swiftly snatching a handful of elixir bottles before vanishing without a trace. Days later, the once quiet eastern region was once again stirred by waves of public discourse. The little sacred land of the Sword Sect has announced its emergence. Instantly, many individuals who had secretly contemplated apprenticing at the Sword Sect found their thoughts stirred by this news. However, all factions are acutely aware that the shock lies not in the announcement itself, but rather in the revelation that the venerable ancestor of the Sword Sect, Lu Chen, has emerged from seclusion. A month has passed since the Sword Sect's announcement, and the Taishan sacred land welcomed a distinguished guest. Upon seeing the visitor's appearance and cultivation level, the sacred master Xian Tianji was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Originally at the tribulation stage, Lu Feng had, in merely 30 years since acquiring that diamond-shaped crystal, attained the early stage of the Great Ascension, an astonishingly rapid progression, reflecting upon the time when Lu Feng, even in the tribulation phase, could threaten the life of those in the mid-Great Ascension stage with a single sword strike. One could only imagine how much more formidable he has become now. Congratulations, Dao friend Lu Feng, on breaking through to the Great Ascension. The Eastern region now boasts another unparalleled powerhouse. Dao friend Xian Tianji, you flatter me. I must extend my gratitude to you and others for shielding me from unnecessary troubles. Dao friend Lu Feng is being too modest. Our Taishan sacred land has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Sword Sect. When faced with such events, it is only natural that we extend our assistance and not remain idle. In response to Xian Tianji's respectful demeanor, Lu Feng was equally courteous, expressing gratitude for the previous assistance from the sacred land. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xian Tianji took the initiative to inquire about Lu Feng's purpose for visiting. Dao friend Lu Feng, might I inquire about the reason for your sudden visit to our Taishan sacred land? On the command of my master, Lu Chen, I have come to deliver a treasured artifact to Yi Junying. Lu Feng spoke without the slightest hint of concealment, revealing his purpose directly. However, his seemingly mundane statement sent ripples of astonishment through Xian Tianji's heart. The command of Lu Chen, after a moment of shock, Xian Tianji contemplated deeply and quickly comprehended the implications. Indeed, Who but this extraordinary powerhouse could warrant such a personal visit from Lu Feng? Has Senior Lu Chen emerged from seclusion? Surely, he must have grown even stronger during his retreat. Please convey my regards and congratulations to Senior Lu Chen upon your return. Certainly. Then I shall not intrude further upon your matters. Please enter the sacred land. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude once more, Lu Feng soared towards the 8th peak of the sacred land, leaving Xian Tianji standing in place. Just as Lu Feng was about to depart, he suddenly halted, turned back, and casually tossed a remark to the still Xian Tianji before leaving. Ah, Dao Friend Xian Tian, I just recalled something. Before I leave, my master instructed me to inform you that, in gratitude for your previous assistance, he will lend his aid to the Taishan sacred land. This statement left Xian Tianji frozen in place, and after a brief moment of stunned silence, he erupted into frenzied laughter. The commotion caught the attention of the sacred land personnel, who were bewildered by Xian Tianji's unrestrained mirth. Some elders, who did not hold sovereign power, hesitantly approached, trembling with curiosity about the cause of his exuberance. As they had not yet approached, Xuan Tianji suddenly vanished in a thin air, leaving only echoes of wild laughter behind. At this moment, atop the 8th main peak of the sacred land, Pan Yin was patiently elucidating the nuances of the splitting heaven divine axe to Yi Zhenying. Concealed in the void, Lu Feng observed Yi Zhenying's earnest demeanor with a profound sense of satisfaction. After watching for a considerable time, Lu Feng gradually emerged from the ether, stepping before the two. Upon seeing their visitor, both Pan Yin and Yi Zhenying were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Yi Zhenying was the first to recover, rushing toward Lu Feng. Grandfather Lu Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed elder. With Yi Zhenying's enthusiastic greeting, Pan Yin hastily followed suit, bowing respectfully to Lu Feng. The elder regarded them both, first returning Pan Yin's salute, then smiling and nodding at Yi Zhenying. Zhenying, commendable. In just a mere 80 years, you have ascended to the late stage of divine transformation. However, before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, Yi Zhenying abruptly interjected. With the splitting heaven divine axe bestowed by my master, I am now capable of contending with those at the peak of divine transformation. Oh! Lu Feng feigned astonishment at Yi Zhenying's declaration, before breaking into a smile. What if I were to provide you with a celestial axe? A celestial axe? While I may not be able to wield its full potential, I would undoubtedly be able to battle those at the mid-stage of divine separation without succumbing. Without hesitation, Yi Zhenying boldly proclaimed his capability to engage in battles beyond his current level. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed an incongruity. Lowering his gaze to ponder, he soon looked up with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, questioning Lu Feng. Grandfather Lu Feng, do you mean to say, you possess a celestial axe? Yi Zhenying's eyes searched Lu Feng's smiling face, as if seeking confirmation. His companion, Pan Yin, mirrored his astonishment. Eyes widened in disbelief directed at their ancestor, Lu Feng. Indeed, with Lu Feng's affirmation, both of them inhaled sharply. Yi Zhenying marveled at the prospect of having never encountered a celestial artifact before, now suddenly presented with a celestial axe, leaving him utterly astonished. Pan Yin's amazement stemmed from the rarity of a divine transformation cultivator possessing a celestial weapon, although his own opening heaven axe was also a celestial artifact. It had merely been inherited from his forebears. Amidst their astonished exclamations, Lu Feng retrieved the star axe from his spatial ring. As he raised the star axe, an invisible celestial aura swiftly stirred the tranquility of the surroundings. Even the rich spiritual energy permeating the sacred land began to coalesce into a tumultuous frenzy. After a prolonged moment of dazed admiration, Yi Zhenying slowly extended his hands to accept the star axe from Lu Feng. He caressed it repeatedly, akin to a youthful lover encountering their beloved for the first time. Seeing Yi Zhenying's affectionate handling of the star axe, Lu Feng smiled wryly and quickly urged him, Zhenying, do try out this celestial axe and see if it suits you. Yes, yes. Disciple, do give it a try and see if it resonates with you. With Lu Feng and Pan Yin's encouragement, Yi Zhenying swung the axe, preparing to strike downward. As the axe wielder was about to unleash a powerful swing, Yi Zhenying unexpectedly withdrew his hand. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of Lu Feng and Pan Yin, he soared towards a particular direction. Lu Feng, observing the path Yi Zhenying took, found himself filled with curiosity. However, Pan Yin beside him seemed to have discerned something, his face betraying a look of panic. The unease on Pan Yin's countenance did not escape Lu Feng's notice, prompting him to inquire, Pan, what troubles you so? Senior Lu Feng, we should follow him. Once we arrive, you will comprehend Yi Zheniying's intentions, Pan Yin replied, his expression shifting from alarm to a hint of difficulty. With that, the two ascended into the sky. Upon catching up with Yi Zheniying, Lu Feng quickly understood Pan Yan's implications when he beheld the site where Yi Zheniying intended to test the might of the celestial axe. No wonder Pan Yan had looked troubled. It was clear he had anticipated that Yi Zheniying would choose the law enforcement peak of the Holy Land for such an experiment. Below, the law enforcement peak lay barren, a stark result of Yi Zheniying's recent strike. A group of disciples from the law enforcement hall fixated their gaze on Yi Zheniying, who stood suspended in midair. If looks could kill, Yi Zheniying would have long since been reduced to ashes. Yi Zheniying, you have gone too far today. It has been nearly a century since our enmity with the law enforcement hall began. Why do you persist in tormenting the law enforcement peak? Suddenly, a voice erupted from the summit of the law enforcement hall, laced with a fury that was almost suffocating. As the voice faded, an elder emerged from the peak. His eyes filled with animosity directed at Yi Zheniying. Yet, Yi Zheniying appeared indifferent to the elder's hostile glare. Today, my grandfather Lu Feng is also present. Who in the Holy Land would dare to act against me? Elder Fourth, I must address our grievances. First, I, Yi Zheniying, am no soft target to be toyed with. I possess formidable backing. Why should I remain silent when provoked? Secondly, had I not been a person of the Holy Land, my ancestors would ensure that no disciple of the law enforcement hall would survive. Can you believe that? Thirdly, consider this. If a disciple of the law enforcement hall were to offend a powerful descendant of the flying immortal, do you truly think the Holy Land would enjoy peaceful days? Upon hearing Yi Zheniying's words, Elder Fourth fell into contemplation. There was indeed some validity to Yi Zheniying's reasoning. Yet, he pondered, if reason allowed his disciples to suffer endless retaliation, it left him feeling uneasy. Just as Elder Fourth hesitated, Yi Zheniying spoke once more to the heavens. Let this serve as a lesson for the law enforcement disciples. From this day forth, the personal enmity between the law enforcement hall and myself, Yi Zheniying, shall come to an end. I assure you, I will not overstep my bounds with the law enforcement hall again, should I breach this promise. May heaven and earth conspire against me. As Yi Zheniying's words echoed, a resounding reverberation filled the air above the Holy Land. Before anyone could fully grasp the significance of the sound, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Then, a blood-red emblem of a contract materialized in the sky, swiftly descending into Yi Zheniying's being. Witnessing this scene, all present were momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. It was initially believed that Yi Zheniying would merely make a commonplace assurance. However, none anticipated the arrival of the celestial contract. Even the fourth elder, confronted with this unforeseen occurrence, found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he let out a gentle sigh, his expression transforming into one of palpable relief. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, he expressed his gratitude to Yi Zheniying. Thank you for the guidance, Eighth Holy Son. I, too, shall make a vow. Henceforth, when an Eighth Holy Son arrives at my law peak, the disciples of the law hall shall extend a warm welcome. Upon concluding his statement, the fourth elder soared towards the law hall's main peak, with all the law disciples of the Holy Land shortly thereafter departing in unison to follow suit. Chapter 73, The Holy Land Conference, Lu Feng's Departure. Within the Sacred Master S Hall, Sacred Master Xuanyangji and the four venerable ancestors of the Holy Land were deliberating the joyous news brought forth by Lu Feng. Regarding the opportunity presented by the transcendent Lu Chen, the venerable ancestor Fu Quan, seated at the forefront, surveyed the four individuals before him and initiated the discourse. You are all aware that, as per the words of Master Zhenyang, to express gratitude for our previous assistance to Lu Feng, the venerable ancestor Lu Chen of the Sword Sovereign Sect is willing to extend us a chance for assistance. I wonder what insights my three junior brothers may have on this matter. Upon hearing Fu Quan's inquiry, the other three venerable ancestors exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a response. They soon began to engage in discussions regarding Lu Chen's offer for assistance. Before long, the second venerable ancestor of the Holy Land turned to Fu Quan and solemnly articulated the consensus derived from their deliberations. Brother Fu Quan, after thorough discussion among the four of us, we believe this opportunity should be allocated for the inheritance battle occurring over a century from now. Although Fu Quan had already overheard their previous exchanges, he allowed them to articulate their thoughts. From a moment he caught wind of their quiet deliberations. Fu Quan had been deep in contemplation, and, from the depths of his heart, he found himself in complete agreement with their proposal. You speak wisely. We may indeed contemplate employing this opportunity for the inheritance battle. The journey to the central continent is fraught with peril, particularly when traversing the boundless sea, where we're likely to encounter void beasts. Should our party be guarded by a transcendent powerhouse, our passage will undoubtedly be secure and unimpeded. The mere mention of void beasts by Fu Quan instantly resonated within Xuanyangji and the three venerable ancestors. Following the separation of Taihao continent into 5 distinct lands, the vast expanse of disconnected territory was inundated by the waters of the boundless sea. Shortly thereafter, an innumerable array of concealed void beasts emerged from the depths. Unlike their terrestrial counterparts, which could fully transform into human form upon reaching the tribulation stage, the void beasts of the sea, even at the transcendent level, remained in their beastly forms. Furthermore, these void beasts exhibited an exceptionally savage temperament, frequently assaulting passing spirit vessels, with the consumption of ships and humans being a common occurrence. When the time for the inheritance battle arrives, junior brother Guxian will remain in the Holy Land, leading the 13 chief peak elders to manage all affairs of the sacred domain, as several individuals found themselves lost in contemplation regarding the void beasts. Ancestor Fuqian suddenly addressed the second ancestor, Guxian, who nodded in acknowledgement. Fuqian continued, in light of the rampant traces of the demon race. Although the formidable Lu Chun has recently vanquished 2 demon kings, we remain unaware if any other demon kings have escaped their seals in the eastern domain. Should we encounter a demon king, Brother Guxian, you may summon Master Wei Donglai from the Forbidden Hall. Upon hearing Fuqian mention Wei Donglai, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Wei Donglai, a name both unfamiliar and familiar, the last remaining master of the 4 ancestors of the Holy Land. A late-stage celestial being who survived the cataclysmic war between celestials and demons 100,000 years ago. However, during that war, Master Wei suffered irreparable injuries. Otherwise, they would not have considered calling upon Lu Chun, a peak powerhouse, to assist them in the heritage battle, aiding their forces in the eastern domain. Hearing Fuqian speak of Master Wei, the second ancestor, Guxian, felt a surge of mixed emotions. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and spoke in a deeply sorrowful tone. Master Wei's condition has greatly deteriorated. In his battle against one of the demon race's 3 kings, the demon plant king, he sustained severe injuries to his foundation. It can be said that with each action he takes, Master Wei draws closer to his demise. As Guxian's words settled in, the expressions of those present grew somber. In his youth, Master Wei had been extraordinarily gifted, achieving the status of a celestial being in nearly 80,000 years, shaking the entire Taihao cultivation realm and becoming a venerated figure among the new generation of cultivators. Many believed he would be among the rare few to ascend to the celestial realm in less than 200,000 years. Yet, none could have anticipated that the sudden onset of the celestial demon war would dim Wei Donglai's brilliance for 100,000 years. Alas, the third ancestor of the Holy Land nodded, sighing as if lamenting the unfortunate circumstance. Once more, silence enveloped the council chamber. After a brief interval, as the group remained deep in thought, Xian Tianji abruptly spoke to the 4 ancestors. Esteemed ancestors, the 6th elder has just relayed some news to me. The 8th holy son, Yi Zhening, acquired a celestial axe from Lu Feng and proceeded to the law enforcement peak to test its power, nearly rendering the peak in ruins. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the disciples. What? That wretched boy! Were it not for the need of Lu Chen's support in the heritage battle, I would have slain him here today. The 4th ancestor, in a fit of rage upon hearing of the law enforcement peak's destruction, declared his intent to eliminate Yi Zhening. 4th ancestor, please temper your anger and allow me to finish. Xian Tianji hastily urged as the 4th ancestor's fury erupted. Once the 4th ancestor regained composure, Xian Tianji slowly recounted the subsequent words exchanged between Yi Zhening and the 4th elder. Upon hearing Xian Tianji's account, the 4 ancestors fell into deep contemplation once more. After a brief moment, the esteemed ancestor Fuqian, the highest authority present, stroked his beard and expressed his thoughts on the matter. Indeed, this young Yi has spoken wisely, and his actions are quite justifiable. If he were not the holy son of our sacred land, what do you suppose the outcome would be? Would we have summoned Ancestor Wei Dong to engage in a battle, resulting in mutual devastation? Furthermore, at this critical juncture, where the war of inheritance is about to commence and the demonic race could resurge at any moment, how could we, the Taishan sacred land, act with such recklessness? Even if Master Wei Dong were gravely injured, he could still slay an initial stage celestial. At this moment, the four ancestors of the sacred land were still in a state of agitation and immediately refuted Fuchuan's perspective. However, after he had spoken in anger, a remark from the third ancestor brought him back to a state of icy clarity. Presently, all evidence suggests that Lu Chen is most likely the reincarnation of a near-ancient human king. As you stated, even a severely wounded Master Wei Dong could defeat an initial stage celestial. But can you be certain that a reincarnated king at the peak of his power could not annihilate a severely injured late-stage celestial? The third ancestor nearly shouted this declaration, rendering the hall silent, leaving only the echoes of his fury. The fourth ancestor, awakened by this outburst, realized he had overlooked this crucial point. I apologize, Brother Fuchuan. I spoke in haste. The fourth ancestor, now clear-headed, rose to apologize to Fuchuan. 3 hours later, as the discussion within the hall concluded, Xian Tianji exited the main hall and flew toward the 8th peak of the sacred land. At this moment, on the 8th peak, Lu Feng, having briefed Yi Zhenying, was preparing to leave when he was intercepted by the hurried Xian Tianji. Lu Feng, please wait a moment. Can we have a word? Lu Feng, puzzled by the sudden interruption, was taken aback. Before he could inquire, Xian Tianji swiftly transported them to a secluded mountainside outside the Taishan sacred land. Lu Feng, is it true what you mentioned about Senior Lu Chen's involvement? I have no penchant for deceit. Very well. The reason for my interruption is that our Taishan sacred land wishes to invite Senior Lu Chen to assist us. Please continue. As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, Xian Tianji spoke candidly. We implore Senior Lu Chen to accompany us to the central continent in 130 years to aid our Taishan sacred land's human practitioners in the inheritance war. Inheritance? Lu Feng was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the nature of this conflict. Sensing his confusion, Xian Tianji began to elucidate the origins of the inheritance war and the reasons for summoning Lu Chen. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Lu Feng comprehended the significance of the inheritance war and understood Xian Tianji's intentions. So, you wish to request my lord to oversee the inheritance war, to intimidate the demonic race with the presence of a human celestial? Indeed. Very well. I shall return and relay this to my lord. However, whether he consents to participate is beyond my influence. No worries, my friend Lu Feng. Your ability to convey my gratitude to the esteemed Elder Lu Chen is already greatly appreciated. There is no need for such formality. Without further ado, I shall return to the Swordmaster Sect to report to our lord. Excellent. I bid farewell to you, Lu Feng. As Xian Tianji bid farewell, Lu Feng stepped into the spatial passage, leaving behind the silent and contemplative Xian Tianji, who stood still, lost in thought. Chapter 74. The Gathering of Forces. The onset of the Great Battle of 10,000 Sects. 3 days later, Lu Feng returned to the mausoleum. Upon descending from the sky, he immediately approached Lu Chen to report. However, before they could exchange words, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. Little Feng, why have you returned only now? Be honest. Did you sneak off for some fun with that old rogue Lu Chen? Lu Feng glanced at the slovenly figure of Haisha sprawled across a rocking chair. Unfazed by the teasing, he turned to Lu Chen, who was holding a book, and calmly stated a rather mundane observation that instantly piqued Haisha's interest. It seems many things in the wooden house are missing. It appears we may have been robbed. Should I gather up those treasures, my lord? Damn you, Lu Feng. You are ruthless. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Haisha perked up his ears and then turned away, muttering softly to himself. If it were Lu Chen who had said this, he would merely be jesting without any intention of action, and Haisha would not be intimidated in the least. However, if Lu Feng were to utter such a statement, Lu Chen would most likely agree. Having spent ample time together, Haisha had long since discerned Lu Chen's temperament. He would not hold a grudge against Haisha for his playful antics. But if Haisha opposed Lu Feng, Lu Chen would undoubtedly intervene to support him. Haisha would never foolishly offend Lu Feng, thus jeopardizing his own provisions. Observing Haisha's demeanor, Lu Chen and Lu Feng exchanged knowing smiles. After a moment, Lu Chen set aside his book and addressed the standing Lu Feng with a gentle tone. Back already? Please take a seat. Did you encounter any troubles on your journey? Yes, my lord, I have returned. The journey was smooth, everything was fine. Lu Feng replied, and promptly seated himself on a stone bench. Lu Chen's calm voice continued. How has Zhang Ying fared in recent years? Is he satisfied with the axe? Zhang Ying has now reached the late stage of spirit transformation. He is exceedingly pleased with the celestial axe bestowed by you, my lord. From the results of his experiments, it seems he could potentially contend with ordinary divine separation stage experts. Upon hearing Lu Feng's account, a look of contentment spread across Lu Chen's face, indicating his satisfaction with the outcome. My lord, Zhang Ying conducted his experiments at the law enforcement peak. That peak has been rendered inoperative, but fortunately, no disciples of the Holy Land were harmed. When Lu Feng mentioned that Yi Zhaning had conducted his tests at the law enforcement peak, a flicker of displeasure arose in Lu Chen's heart. However, upon learning that no disciples of the Holy Land were injured, that displeasure dissipated. Noticing Lu Chen's dissatisfaction, Lu Feng slowly recounted what Yi Zhaning had conveyed to the fourth elder of the Holy Land. After listening to Lu Feng's account, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Zhang Ying's actions this time were not unreasonable. It was merely a lesson to be imparted. Had the disciples of the law enforcement hall targeted a genius with no backing, that talent would likely have met with a grim fate. The master has spoken, and following this lesson, Zhang Ying has assured that all grievances will henceforth be settled. It could be deemed a perfect conclusion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Feng gradually revealed the request of Xian Tianji to Lu Chen. Master, this time, Xian Tianji wishes to exchange the opportunity you promised for the chance to accompany them to Zhongzhou in 130 years for the succession battle. The succession battle? Lu Chen pondered, momentarily perplexed by the concept. Observing the master's confusion, Lu Feng hurriedly recounted all that Xian Tianji had disclosed to him, ensuring every detail was conveyed accurately. After a while, Lu Chen organized his thoughts and grasped the intentions of the Taishan sacred land. He stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. In 130 years, he would have completed his sign-in 100,000 times, enabling him to sign in freely from any location. A temporary departure from the mausoleum would bear no consequence. It would merely be an opportunity to explore the world of Zhongzhou. Upon concluding his reflections, Lu Chen nodded in agreement to Lu Feng. Seeing the master's assent, Lu Feng rose and respectfully inquired, Master, shall I now inform Feng Qingzi to relay this message to the Taishan sacred land? Indeed, with Lu Chen's affirmation, Lu Feng vanished from beside the stone table. As Lu Feng departed, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the books on the table and chuckled softly. He had never been fond of reading in his past life. Yet here, he found himself captivated by literature and the understanding of the world. He carefully picked up the book once more, immersing himself in its contents. An hour later, Lu Feng returned from Feng Qingzi, shared the news with Lu Chen, and then once again concealed himself within the void. Time passed, and as the last rays of sunlight faded, Lu Chen closed the book in his hands. He then lifted his gaze towards the starry sky, where countless celestial bodies hung as if suspended in a descent, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. The nights in the Tai great world were unlike those on Earth. Mortals there could not discern the celestial spheres without the aid of technology. However, in this realm, even those who had yet to cultivate could behold the stars that seemed to fall from the heavens, appearing so close. Endless stars fall from the firmament, at first glance seeming to hover just within reach. It felt as though a lifetime had passed, yearning for one's homeland, leaving one to wonder when they might ascend to immortality. 10 days later, a spiritual vessel gracefully descended outside the gates of the Taishan sacred land. It conveyed a message to the gatekeepers. Please inform the Xiantian Holy Master that my ancestor Lu Chen has consented before soaring back into the skies. Upon receiving the news, Xian Tianji, the Holy Master of Taishan, promptly shared this joyous tidings with the 4 elder ancestors. An invisible colossal stone, pressing heavily upon the heart of the Taishan Holy Land, quietly descended following this news. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed, and the day marking the commencement of the 10,000 Sect War had arrived in the Eastern Domain's cultivation world. Nearly all forces of level 4 and above in the Eastern Domain had arrived at the Taishan Holy Land a year in advance. In an instant, the central area of the Eastern Domain was bustling with an influx of people. The venue for the 10,000 Sect War was situated in a flat expanse, 20,000 miles from the Taishan Holy Land, where numerous competition platforms had risen, seemingly erected overnight across the vast area of 100,000 miles. The layers of advanced isolation formations on the battle platforms left all participating sects in awe. A month later, The war zone spanning 100,000 miles had gathered billions of human cultivators. Although each force had been assigned their respective zones by the Taishan Holy Land, the sheer number of participants resulted in each major sect spending an entire month locating their designated viewing areas. As billions settled into their seats in the northwest and south directions of the combat platform area, a square stone pillar, soaring thousands of feet high, slowly emerged from the vacant eastern region. Upon reaching its full height, a series of steps, several dozen feet tall, materialized at the top of the pillar. As soon as the steps appeared, dozens of ordinary elders at the integration stage from the Holy Land soared into the air, placing several beast bone tables and chairs upon the prominent steps. At this moment, the various forces from the three directions of the battle platform turned their gazes toward the steps atop the stone pillar, where identity tokens of the Eastern Domain's premier forces were displayed for all to see. Observing the tokens of influence upon the main viewing platform, leaders from major powers seated in the three viewing sections felt an overwhelming sense of envy. An hour later, with a sound akin to a giant bell striking, 30 representatives from the most formidable 6th-level forces invited to the main viewing platform appeared atop the stone pillar. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the elite representatives, they gradually took their seats. Chapter 75, an interlude of the Supreme Forces. As the representatives from the top 6th-level forces settled in, the previously cacophonous atmosphere of the three viewing sections fell into a profound silence. Only a faint whisper of murmurs emerged from a small faction within the 6th-level forces. Boom! 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 Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the resonant sound of the bell struck again, this time with 3 consecutive, heavier tolls. The esteemed ancestors of the top 6th-level forces on the main viewing platform ceased their actions at the sound of the bell. Moments later, a transcendental being suddenly appeared above the main viewing platform, capturing the attention of billions of eyes below. The supreme figure, observing the vast crowd beneath, displayed no hint of tension upon his countenance. After scanning the three viewing sections, he summoned his immense spiritual power and spoke with a commanding yet calm tone. Kindly wait here for a moment. The forces from various sects are en route, and I kindly ask for your patience. I am Insheng, the 5th elder of the Supreme Xian Holy Land, and I serve as the chief examiner for this grand battle of myriad sects. As soon as Insheng concluded his declaration, a resounding sound reminiscent of a colossal bell echoed through the air once more. With the final toll of the bell, a spatial passage materialized above the main combat platform. A cacophony of footsteps emerged from this portal, followed by thousands of cultivators stepping forth. The distinctive banner at the forefront boldly proclaimed their formidable lineage, the ancient Xia clan, here to partake in the grand battle of myriad sects. As the youth bearing the banner emerged from the spatial passage, he immediately harnessed his spiritual energy to announce their faction's identity with a powerful voice directed towards the assembly below. Upon gathering their attention upon the Xia clan, the venerable elder with white hair, leading the Xia clan, exchanged a knowing glance with a middle-aged cultivator beside him before teleporting to the main combat platform. The remaining members of the Xia clan followed the middle-aged man as he soared towards their designated observation area. On the main combat platform, over 30 venerable ancestors from 6th-tier powers rose in unison to pay their respects upon the arrival of the Xia clan's elder, who reciprocated their courteous gestures with grace. Greetings, Senior Xiaoyu. Ah, you are all too kind. Please be seated. The amiable demeanor of Elder Xiaoyu elicited expressions of excitement among the gathered tribulation-transcending supremes. Although he stood at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, a mere tier above them, this slight difference rendered them akin to infants in his presence. How could they not feel exhilarated by such politeness from a master of his caliber? As the tribulation-transcending supremes prepared to engage Elder Xiaoyu in conversation, the thunderous sound of the bell resonated once more. The cultivators present cast their gazes around, ultimately resting on the 5th elder Insheng. Another spatial passage appeared, through which emerged yet another throng of several thousand individuals. This contingent bore a more domineering banner, emblazoned with the character for Chen, signifying that they hailed from the Chen clan. Elder Xiaoyu regarded the emerging Chen clan with a disdainful snort. The members of the Xia clan, witnessing their elder's contempt, mirrored his sentiments with expressions of disgust. Likewise, the newly arrived Chen clan members, spotting the earlier contingent from the ancient Xia clan, displayed their own distaste. The announcement that should have been proclaimed by the flag-bearing youth was instead vociferously declared by a slightly aged cultivator of the initial stage of Great Ascension. The ancient Chen clan has arrived to participate in the grand battle of myriad sects. A tremendous pressure of spiritual energy descended upon the younger members of the Xia clan's participating team in an instant. Oomph. A sudden cold snort erupted from the Xia observation platform, shattering the overwhelming pressure in an instant. The owner of that voice rose, gazing into the sky, and directed an indignant query towards the Chen clan cultivator who had just unleashed his oppressive aura. Chen Nua, do you think my Xia clan is without a champion? The Great Ascension cultivator named Chen Nua, upon hearing this fierce outburst, turned his gaze towards the source, a sneer of disdain evident upon his face. Who did I think you were? It turns out to be the defeated Xia Zhou. What? Do you see your own reflection in my eyes? Jin No, are you prepared to perish here? Just as Chen Nua disdainfully taunted Xia Zhou, a seemingly mundane, yet laden with lethal intent voice suddenly reverberated throughout the arena. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, revealing the countenance of Xia Yu, the venerable ancestor of the Xia family, shrouded in darkness, as if he were poised to strike down Chen Nua at any moment. Friend Xia Yu, after so many years apart, how is it that your temper has become so volatile? Upon the conclusion of Xia Yu's utterance, an ancient voice drew the crowd's attention back to the Chen family's ranks. As all present beheld the speaker's visage, a look of astonishment washed over their faces. At the forefront of the Chen family stood none other than the ancient ancestor Chen Xian. The spectators from various factions in the viewing area were engulfed by a palpable aura of hostility upon the emergence of these two formidable 7th-level hidden powers, igniting a flurry of speculation regarding the nature of the enmity between the two factions. Aside from a few long-standing powers, no emerging factions could fathom that the animosity between the ancient Chen and Xia families had its roots stretching back over 100,000 years. Confronted with the palpable tension radiating from both factions, several 4th and 5th-level powers began to strategize their escape routes. Observing this, Elder Yin Cheng of the 5th rank swiftly turned to address the foremost ancestors of both families, channeling his spiritual energy to project his voice across the arena. Esteemed ancestors, this is the domain of the Taishan sacred land. Your personal grievances must not taint the grand battle of the myriad sects. Upon hearing Elder Yin Cheng's admonition, both ancestors of the ancient Xia and Chen families quelled their murderous intent. Although the primary strength of the Taishan sacred land had waned, even a single perfected ascendant could still exert pressure that rendered both families unable to rise. Moreover, numerous hidden ascendants from the eastern domain had already emerged, each bearing the title of honorary elders within the sacred land. Should they persist in their obstinacy here, the future of both families would likely be fraught with adversity. After contemplating the pros and cons of engagement, Ancestor Chen Xian of the Chen family gestured for Chen Nua to lead the Chen clan members to their designated viewing area below. Moments later, once the Chen family was settled, Chen Xian instantaneously appeared on the subjective battle seat atop the towering stone pillar. He first shot a glare at Xia Yu before emitting a cold snort and slowly taking a seat. The unspoken duel between two peak ascendant powerhouses left the assembly of 6th-level faction ancestors in a state of perplexity, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, the resounding clang of a massive bell echoed forth, compelling everyone to snap back to attention from the confrontation between the two great families. Countless gazes swept across the sky, eager to discern which formidable faction was making its entrance. Before the first wave of bell tolls could reveal its accompanying forces, 3 more resonant chimes echoed through the air. Following this, a contingent of nearly 10,000 individuals emerged from a void passage, standing resolutely above the battleground of the myriad sections. Upon witnessing the banner of this formidable assembly, save for the members of the Xia and Chen families who stood frozen in place, the other factions displayed expressions of bewilderment. The Star Paving Pavilion, an active participant in the 10,000 Sects War. The long-established factions present were similarly struck with astonishment upon hearing the name of the Star Paving Pavilion, mirroring the reaction of the Xia and Chen families. Even Elder Yin Cheng, a staunch supporter of the 10,000 Sects War, widened his eyes in disbelief. The Star Paving Pavilion, a 7th-tier sect that vied with the Taishan sect for supremacy following the conclusion of the Immortal Demon War. Their defeat in the Sacred Land competition resulted in the Taishan sect claiming the title of the Eastern region sacred land. Following this setback, the Star-Paving Pavilion declared a retreat into seclusion. The elite factions understood that the Star-Paving Pavilion's participation in the 10,000 Sects War at this juncture could hardly bode well for the Taishan Sacred Land. Was the Taishan Sacred Land truly that weakened? The elder presiding over the 10,000 Sects War possessed merely transcendent cultivation, indicating a regression in strength. An incongruous voice emanated from the ranks of the Star-Paving Pavilion, igniting Elder Yin Chang's ire. Yet, before he could respond, a light chuckle resonated through the void. "Friend Shuewu, it has been a long time, has it not?" The leader of the Star-Paving Pavilion turned towards the source of the voice, observing numerous spatial portals materializing in the sky, from which emerged nearly 20 formidable beings of ascended strength. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the leader of the Star-Paving Pavilion narrowed his eyes and replied to a peak ascendant who had just spoken. "Friend Situ, indeed, it has been a while. Are you now affiliated with the Taishan Sect?" "We hold honorary positions as Grand Elders within the Taishan Sacred Land and have been invited to serve as commentators for the 10,000 Sects War. Thus, I kindly implore friend Shuewu to exercise caution in his words." With a cold snort in response to the warning from the Situ, surname Ascendant, Shuewu led the members of the Star-Paving Pavilion to a secluded observation area. Just as the Star-Paving Pavilion settled into their seats, a sudden explosive sound reverberated through the heavens, followed by a vast spatial rift that spread across the sky. In a mere incense stick's time, the rift expanded to several dozen miles in length. Before the billions of cultivators present could comprehend the situation, an army of several 100,000 cultivators surged through the rift, descending upon the battle platform. Upon spotting the prominent character Tang emblazoned upon their banner, the expressions of the majority of the factions in the observation area turned pale. Chapter 76. The Arrival of the Sword Sovereign Sect. The Great Tang Empire. Since the incident at the Tang Wu Fei Xian Hall a century ago, numerous ancestors of the Great Tang Empire have resurfaced. According to rumors circulating in private over the past century, at least 3 false immortals and nearly 20 supreme ancestors have returned to the Great Tang Empire. This has, in effect, elevated the status of the Great Tang Empire to a position that subtly rivals that of the Taishan Sacred Land. I have the honor of meeting all esteemed elders. From a dragon throne within the Great Tang Empire's ranks, a middle-aged man, exuding regal authority and surveying the assembly with a commanding gaze, nodded in acknowledgement to the assembly of ascendant cultivators present. The sight of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Renjie, greeting the assembly of Mahayana cultivators evoked silent admiration among all present. He truly embodied the likeness of the revered ancient emperor, Li Anmin, renowned throughout history as the most distinguished among the emperors of the Tang. Li Renjie, having transcended to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, held his ground with unwavering dignity in the presence of numerous powerful cultivators without any hint of inferiority. Greetings to the emperor of the Tang. The gathered Mahayana practitioners nodded in response to Li Renjie, while those at the tribulation stage and below rose to pay their respects with cupped hands. "Please take your seats." Li Renjie acknowledged the reverence of the billions of cultivators present, and then turned towards a distant black palanquin, softly proclaiming, "Ancestor Li Zhanshuan, I beg you to take your rightful place of honor." At his words, all attendees noticed the black palanquin situated not far from the dragon throne. Upon hearing Li Renjie's reference to the figure within as Ancestor Li Zhan, the powerful Mahayana cultivators collectively rose, their expressions turning grave. Li Zhan, another formidable survivor from the cataclysm of the Celestial Demon War, thought to have perished in obscurity, now re-emerges in this moment. As the Mahayana cultivators were still processing this revelation, a resonant voice emanated from the black palanquin, shaking their very souls. "Renjie, you are the true emperor of the Tang. How could you lower yourself to a subordinate seat, compromising the dignity of your position? Pay me no heed. You shall take your place at the main seat." "Yes." Li Renjie responded affirmatively before vanishing from the dragon throne and appearing in the main seating area. Following his departure, the Tang army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, found themselves in an unoccupied area below, yet not a single soldier sat down. The sight of this formidable army, their eyes gleaming with a fierce killing intent, left all present in awe, including the members of the ancient Xia and Chen families. In midair, the 5th elder of the Holy Land, Yin Cheng, observed that the principal forces had largely assembled and decided against further delay. He first bowed respectfully to the Mahayana cultivator who had just assisted him and then addressed the assembly. Now that the foremost powers have arrived, I invite Elder Sidhu Ching to lead the esteemed elders to their respective competition platforms for oversight. Very well, we shall proceed, Sidhu Ching replied succinctly, gesturing to the 20 or so Mahayana cultivators behind him before leading them toward the designated competition area below. A voice echoed, "The Sword Cliff lineage has arrived to participate in the 10,000 Sect tournament." The atmosphere grew tense as the Mahayana practitioners fixed their gaze upon the sky, where two figures, both bearing swords, materialized. Their long hair billowed like blades of willow swaying in the wind. 13. You have remarkably advanced to the late Mahayana stage. Upon hearing Yin Shursan's arrival, Xiaoyu, seated in the main area, stood up, his face alight with joy. A century ago, Yin Shursan had been at the mid-Mahayana stage, and now he had ascended to the late Mahayana stage. Yin Shursan, one of the pinnacle sword cultivators of the Eastern Domain, possesses an astonishing combat prowess. Although he is merely at the late stage of the Great Ascension, his strength is likely on par with that of an ordinary perfected Great Ascension cultivator. Upon his arrival, the Great Ascension experts present were about to greet him with a respectful gesture when they witnessed Yin Shursan bowing deeply to Elder Xiaoyu. Esteemed Elder Xiaoyu, may you enjoy good health. A century ago, I, in my youthful audacity, dared to challenge the celestial being Lu Chen and, by sheer fortune, grasp some profound truths, which allowed me to break through to the late stage of the Great Ascension. I have also heard of your contest with Lu Chen. In the future, do refrain from such recklessness. In duels among pinnacle sword cultivators, it is rare for both parties to emerge unscathed. You ought to express your gratitude for Elder Lu Chen's mercy. The tale of Yin Shursan's duel with the celestial being Lu Chen is well known throughout the Eastern Domain, and his mention of it elicited no surprise among the gathered Great Ascension cultivators. However, when they heard Yin Shursan refer to Xiaoyu in such a deferential manner, their astonishment grew, prompting speculation about the connection between the two. Even the ancient Chen family's ancestor, Chen Xian, was filled with curiosity upon overhearing their conversation. Yin Shursan had embarked on his path in the realm of cultivation a mere 10 to 20,000 years later than many present. Yet none among the Great Ascension cultivators would dare to claim the other as their junior. Xiaoyu's address of Yin Shursan was akin to acknowledging him as a descendant, and to their greater astonishment, Yin Shursan not only accepted this designation, but also adopted a demeanor befitting a junior. Elder Xiaoyu, I shall not remain at the subjective seat alongside you. I will take my leave to the lower seating area to better observe Jihao's duel. Upon hearing Yin Shursan's words, Xiaoyu glanced at the young cultivator beside him before returning his gaze to Yin Shursan. Very well, go ahead. After the battle concludes, do remember to visit my Xia family as a guest. Certainly. With Xiaoyu's nod, Yin Shursan took his disciple Wang Jihao and soared towards the lower spectator area. Boom! Boom, boom. As billions of human cultivators began to speculate on which faction was the most powerful, a resounding bell tolled once more, silencing the crowd across 10,000 miles. As the cacophony faded, a spatial passageway materialized in the sky. Soon after, a middle-aged cultivator emerged from the passage on a flying sword, followed by a 1,000-member sword-wielding entourage. The leading banner emblazoned with the image of a golden celestial sword. Before the crowd could ponder the origins of this contingent, the middle-aged cultivator, channeling his immense spiritual power, proclaimed with thunderous authority words that swept across the arena in an instant. The sword-wielding sect has arrived to join the fray. At that moment, every faction present was left speechless in astonishment. No one dared to voice any opinions, nor would they dare to point fingers at the sword-wielding sect's formation. The identity of the middle-aged cultivator was almost universally recognized. He was Lu Feng, one of the two formidable ancestors of the sword-wielding sect. 30 years ago, with his tribulation stage cultivation, he had shown no hesitation in slaying a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator over a mere disagreement, instilling fear in all who might cross his path. As Lu Feng's imposing presence descended, the Great Ascension cultivators who recognized him stood in stunned silence. 30 years ago, Lu Feng of the transitional period was but a mere figure. Now, he emerges as a formidable transcendent. Those who participated in the monumental event of the Giant Hand's descent, seizing the diamond crystal, surely contemplated the implications, fearing that the crystal had endowed him with immense fortune. Yet, none dare question whether his ascension to the level of a transcendent is intertwined with that crystal. not to mention the few present who could rival this ruthless individual. Even if they were adversaries, who among them would risk incurring the wrath of his formidable backer, the immortal Liu Chen? Yin Cheng. I pay my respects to Senior Liu Feng and extend my heartfelt congratulations on your enlightenment of the false immortal. Indeed, the fifth elder, upon witnessing Liu Feng's arrival, promptly stepped forward to offer his felicitations. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the ranks of the sword control sect, only to be astonished to find that the sect leader, Feng Qingzi, was conspicuously absent. Chapter 77. The Past of the Sword Control Sect. After a meticulous scan of the assembly, noticing Feng Qingzi's absence from the sword control sect's contingent, Yin Cheng's face was etched with confusion, prompting him to inquire of Liu Feng, Senior Liu Feng. Where is sect leader Feng? Hearing Yin Cheng's hesitant tone, Liu Feng offered a serene smile and turned his gaze towards a young man beside him. Yin Cheng, following Liu Feng's direction, was taken aback to discover that the young man was adorned in the very attire of the sword control sect's leader. Senior Liu Feng, what is this? At that moment, not only Yin Cheng, but also the various factions present, who possessed some knowledge of the sword control sect, were left in stunned silence. They could not fathom how the sect leader's garb could be worn by a young man at the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. Elder Yin, I am Wang Haoren, the acting leader of the sword control sect. Sect leader Feng Qingzi has entered seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to the integration stage. The integration stage? Upon hearing Wang Haoren's explanation, Yin Cheng gasped in astonishment. Just a century ago, Feng Qingzi had barely reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. And now, within a mere 100 years, he was preparing to ascend to the integration stage. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Elder Yin, you heard correctly. Sect leader Feng Qingzi is indeed preparing for the breakthrough to the integration stage. Wang Haoren's reiterated affirmation plunged Yin Cheng into deep contemplation. No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend what miraculous opportunity could possibly allow a divine transformation practitioner to ascend to the ranks of the sovereign in such a brief span. Haoren. Just as Yin Cheng was lost in thought, Liu Feng suddenly called out to Wang Haoren beside him. This gentle summons jolted Wang Haoren from his reverie, and he turned to face Liu Feng. After a brief exchange of glances, Liu Feng spoke slowly. You should take your seat at the main platform. As the representative of the sword control sect, you embody its honor. I shall support you here. Go quickly, lest you lose face. Yes. Heeding Liu Feng's counsel, Wang Haoren did not hesitate. After acknowledging with a quick response, he soared towards the main platform. Upon reaching the designated seat of the sword control sect at the center of the platform, Wang Haoren found his emotions in turmoil. The gazes of countless billions of human cultivators upon him were filled with envy. Yet none could comprehend that this position, which he now occupied, was a source of profound sorrow. The sect master, immersed in solitary research, unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar cultivation technique. Meanwhile, the 10 elders of the sect were equally engrossed in their own seclusion, striving to break through their current levels of cultivation. The whereabouts of the Grand Master, Li Yinfeng, remained shrouded in mystery, and the revered master, Cheng Yi, was devoured by the Demon King upon descending the mountain. Layer upon layer of burdens, akin to mountains, were unavoidably heaped upon the shoulders of this new generation disciple. Since the inception of the 10,000 Sects War, no cultivator of the transformation stage had ever occupied the main seat. Now, however, an unprecedented event unfolded. All eyes turned towards Wang Haoren, standing beside the designated spot for the Swordmaster sect, even drawing the attention of the formidable Emperor Li Renji of the Great Tang. After lingering for a considerable time beside the bone chair, Wang Haoren let out a gentle sigh and slowly took his seat. With his arrival, the atmosphere in the viewing area of various factions erupted into a tumultuous discussion. At this moment, within the graveyard of the Swordmaster sect, Liu Chen abruptly closed the book in his hands, revealing a look of lamentation on his face. Since emerging from his seclusion, Liu Chen had sensed something amiss with Feng Qingzi. Consequently, he occasionally released his divine sense to observe Feng Qingzi. A century ago, Feng Qingzi, though appearing middle-aged, radiated a youthful vitality. Now, however, he was grizzled, resembling withered and decayed wood. Within the grand hall of the Swordmaster sect, Feng Qingzi was fervently practicing a secret art that was hastening his aging. This arcane technique was exceedingly strange, trading lifespan for rapid advancement in cultivation. Moreover, its ultimate move allowed the practitioner to defeat enemies beyond their level. Suddenly, Feng Qingzi, seated in meditation within the hall, twitched violently, followed by a mouthful of blood being expelled. After struggling on the ground for a considerable time, he finally managed to prop himself up with his frail hands. Is it worth it? A voice inquired from behind Feng Qingzi, revealing that Lu Chun had arrived unbeknownst to him. Observing Feng Qingzi's aged appearance and the blood spilling forth, Lu Chun felt a pang of regret. Indeed, it is worth it. Everything is worth it for the Swordmaster Sect. I have vowed to protect the Swordmaster Sect until my ascension. Thank you. It is precisely because you still guard the Swordmaster Sect that I practice this secret art. Alas, if you would cease your cultivation of this art, I possess a method to save you. Upon hearing Lu Chen's assertion of a possible salvation, a flicker of hope ignited in Feng Qingzi's vacant gaze, only to be extinguished moments later. Slowly lowering his head, he abruptly raised it again, softly asking, "Are you aware of the Swordmaster Sect's history?" Lu Chun, taken aback by Feng Qingzi's sudden inquiry regarding the sect's past, voiced his confusion. The records you have seen only touch upon the superficial history of the Swordmaster Sect. They do not document how our sect fell into decline, do they? Indeed. As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Feng Qingzi spoke again in the past. The founding master of the Swordmaster Sect, Yinan Feng, fought his way to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. While he attracted many powerful allies to establish the Swordmaster Sect, this bloody path also forged numerous enmities with various factions. Due to the formidable power of the venerable Yinan Feng, the Yujian Sect once commanded unparalleled prestige within the entire Taihao cultivation realm, securing a place among the top 10 of all 8th-tier forces. In comparison to the leading 8th-tier powers, their only shortcoming was the absence of a transcendent being as their foundation. Ultimately, Feng Qingzi nearly roared this out. After a prolonged silence, he painstakingly adjusted his mindset, expelling a mouthful of blood from his throat before addressing Lu Chun once more. Subsequently, Master Yi Nanfeng ventured into a secret realm to break through to the flying immortal stage. It was within this very realm that he encountered the individual responsible for the downfall of the Yujian Sect. Who was it? The scion of the divine path, sacred ground. Yujian Yuan. Upon hearing the name and background of this figure, Lu Chun murmured it softly several times before continuing to listen to Feng Qingzi's narrative. An hour later, Lu Chun emerged from Feng Qingzi's account, having meticulously pieced together all the information, gradually comprehending the sequence of events. It turned out that Yinan Feng and Yujian Yuan had clashed in the secret realm while vying for a treasure pivotal for ascension to the flying immortal stage, igniting a fierce battle between the two. Ultimately, Yinan Feng triumphed over Yujian Yuan by a narrow margin, successfully seizing the treasure, yet this incited Yujian Yuan's deep-seated animosity. Following this, Yujian Yuan solicited the assistance of a flying immortal cultivator from the Divine Path Sacred Ground, who led numerous great ascension powerhouses to deliberately intensify the tribulation severity during Yin Nanfeng's ascension while also obstructing him, preventing him from concentrating on overcoming the flying immortal tribulation. In the aftermath, the founding members of the Yujian Sect fought valiantly against the forces of the Divine Path Sacred Ground, but were ultimately overwhelmed, with nearly all perishing. Left with no choice, they resorted to hiding in the eastern region of the original Taihao continent, barely surviving. Later, the War of Immortals and Demons erupted, shattering the Taihao continent into 5 fragments, which emboldened the Yujian Sect to emerge from their concealment. As for why Feng Qingzi chose to cultivate this forbidden technique, it was driven by his desire to participate in the impending battle for legacy. Should the Divine Path Sacred Ground learn of the Yujian Sect's participants in a legacy contest, they would undoubtedly resort to insidious measures against the disciples of the Yujian Sect. The news of the Yujian Sect's resurgence following the battle would inevitably spread, and Feng Qingzi dared not gamble on whether the Divine Path Sacred Ground would seize this opportunity to eradicate the Yujian Sect entirely. To safeguard the hope of the Yujian Sect, he resolved to practice this forbidden technique, even at the cost of his own life, to fend off the impending threat from the Divine Path Sacred Ground. In critical moments, he would unleash the full might of this technique, striking first against the Divine Path Sacred Ground. Rest assured, Lu Chun assured Feng Qingzi, I have pledged to protect the Yujian Sect until my ascension. During this battle for legacy, I shall do my utmost to shield each disciple of the Yujian Sect, should they engage in any underhanded tactics. Feel free to eliminate them without hesitation. With that, Lu Chun departed from the Grand Hall, leaving Feng Qingzi alone, kneeling in gratitude towards the direction of Lu Chen's exit. Sighing upon returning to the cemetery, Chen reflected that he would not recklessly invite further troubles, nor would he interfere with Feng Qingxi's choices. At the end of the day, that cultivator who sacrificed everything for the secret technique was merely a leader striving to protect his sect. Chapter 78, The Battle Commences. Yishuren takes the lead. The venue of the 10,000 sects battle. As Wang Haoren took his seat in the subjective arena, a fervent discussion erupted among the attendees, filling the vast battlefield with a cacophony of voices. Curiosity swirled around whether the celestial figure, Xian Luchun, would make an appearance. However, this lively discourse was abruptly interrupted by the resounding chime of 3 bells. Dong, dong, dong. As the final toll echoed, an aged voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, resonated in the ears of every person present. Esteemed compatriots of the human race, having traversed countless miles to join us at the supreme Xian Holy Land for the grand tournament of the myriad clans, I sincerely hope that the younger generation of our kind will shine brilliantly in this event. Below, billions of human cultivators turned their gaze upward, revealing 5 formidable figures hovering majestically in the void. The elder's voice that had just spoken was presumably that of the venerable among them. As the audience members discerned the countenances of the 5, a wave of reverence swept through the crowd, prompting all but the representatives of the most powerful factions to rise and bow in homage. Following this, a collective voice of respect, emanating from billions of cultivators, thundered into the heavens, its echoes lingering in the air. We bow before the 4 esteemed ancestors of the holy grounds, and we pay our respects to the Xian Tian Saint Lord. Seeing this, the faces of the elder masters in midair, including Fu Quan, broke into smiles as they benevolently acknowledged the billions of human cultivators below. Dear compatriots, please be seated. Thank you, Elder Fu Quan. At his behest, the billions of cultivators settled down, their eyes fixed upon the 5 figures in the sky. The battlefield, once alive with chatter, fell into an expectant silence at their arrival. Brother Fu Quan, it has been far too long. Suddenly, a voice sliced through the stillness. Fu Quan turned to see that the speaker was Elder Xia Yu of the Xia clan, to whom he respectfully returned a gesture of greeting. Greetings, Elder Xia Yu. After 30,000 years apart, it is truly a pleasure to see you again. Your thoughts have weighed heavily on my mind. I am humbled by your concern, brother. I shall certainly pay you a visit after the conclusion of the myriad clans battle. Excellent. It is settled then. After their exchange, Elder Fu Quan, accompanied by the 4 others, took their seats at the center of the subjective arena. The transcendent beings present immediately rose to offer their accolades. Moments latte. Once the 5 were seated, the remaining transcendent beings dared to follow suit. Observing that the subjective seating was now fully occupied, Yin Cheng in the air summoned his spiritual energy and proclaimed to the vast expanse of the battlefield, esteemed guests for this myriad clans battle. The maximum age limit for participants shall not exceed 10,000 years. Based on the registration scrolls submitted by various factions, our Holy Land has arranged the order of appearances. Furthermore, prior to taking the stage, participants must undergo an age verification test at our supreme Xian Holy Land's bone testing stone. Should any violations regarding age be discovered, the individual will be disqualified from the competition, and their original opponent will be deemed the victor. Upon concluding the conditions for participation, Yin Cheng gestured toward the stone pillars standing beside the competition arena. The 4 square pillars radiate layers of golden luminescence, imparting an air of profound sanctity. In the 3 grand viewing areas, those who initially intended to merely blend and began to exhibit signs of trepidation upon witnessing the shimmering golden light emanating from the measuring stone, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as their resolve faltered. However, before they could make any attempt to flee, the celestial figure of Yin Cheng once again channeled his spiritual energy to resonate a commanding roar that echoed downwards. During the competition, the use of illicit items, such as explosive pills, which could temporarily enhance one's abilities, is strictly prohibited. Should any infractions be discovered, the patrolling team of our esteemed Tai Xian Sacred Land will undoubtedly nullify the offender as cultivation. Such behavior is met with absolute zero tolerance from our revered institution. This thunderous proclamation seemed to have drained all of Yin Cheng's strength, revealing a hint of fatigue upon his countenance. The words zero tolerance reverberated through the vast sky, amplifying the intensity of the moment. The resounding echoes, coupled with Yin Cheng's weary yet fierce expression, instilled a palpable fear in those who contemplated taking shortcuts. Even those who had prepared to escape found themselves halted in their tracks by the force of his voice. Seeing this, a hint of satisfaction emerged on Cheng's fatigued face as he continued to elucidate the rules and regulations of the contest. Each square combat arena measures approximately 100 meters on each side, and any participant who falls off the platform shall be deemed defeated. Rest assured, the formations inscribed upon the arena are sufficiently robust to prevent the tumultuous energies of even the most formidable supreme-level battles from escaping. This grand competition among the myriad sects features a total of 100,000 arenas, capable of accommodating 200,000 combatants simultaneously. Furthermore, numerous elders and stewards from our Taishan sacred land will form law enforcement patrol teams to oversee compliance with the rules across all arenas. Any instance of cheating will result in immediate disqualification. The victors of each match will be escorted to the Sacred Land's rest area by our designated personnel. Additionally, the rewards for those who rank highly in this contest will be announced upon its conclusion. After detailing all pertinent matters regarding the competition, Cheng fell silent for a moment, observing the expressions of the gathered crowd. He then summoned his spiritual energy once more and proclaimed with great fervor, "I hereby declare the commencement of the competition among the myriad sects. Let the participants of the transformation stage take the stage first." Before he could finish, he waved his hand, releasing a jade-colored scroll that floated gracefully into the air, expanding as it ascended. Within moments, a vast transparent scroll composed of yellow spiritual energy hung majestically in the sky. A brilliant golden light flashed across the scroll, and the names and details of the contestants appeared as if inscribed by an invisible brush. The gazes of billions of human cultivators were now captivated by this ethereal scroll. The first arena featured Li Erniu from the Hammer Sect facing off against Wang Sanpao from the Joyous Sect. The second arena showcased Lai Yuejing from the White Lotus Sect against Su Fei from the Infallible Sect. The third arena displayed Ba Ge from the Outer Robe Sect clashing with Cheng Shuyuan from the Transformation Pavilion. The 100,000 arenas saw Yi Shuren from the Sword Sovereign Sect pitted against Go Qi from the Liuli Sect. As the combat information materialized upon the transparent scroll, nearly 200,000 cultivators swiftly soared through the air, darting from their respective viewing areas to their designated combat arenas in the blink of an eye. Please test the contestants' bone ages. With a command from Cheng, the two fighters on each contest stage simultaneously placed their hands on the bone testing stones beside the arena. Shortly after, a magnificent golden light danced around the competitors, emanating from 100,000 bone testing stones, before retreating back into the stones themselves. As the golden glow returned, the true bone ages of each participant materialized upon the surface of the stones. Cheng, surveying the arena from above, noted that no one had been disqualified for failing the test, which brought a smile to his face. He then announced in a booming voice, "Contestants, please ascend to the battle stage." Boom! In an instant, as Cheng's words echoed through the air, a figure launched from the last battle stage, akin to a beast struck by a mighty force, sliding nearly 100 miles before coming to a halt. The rapidity of this unexpected defeat left the spectators in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Then, another voice rang out, declaring, "The victor of the 100,000th battle stage is Yi Shuren of the Sword-Handling Sect." As the announcement resonated, countless eyes turned toward the 100,000th battle stage. A young man, at the initial stage of the transformation realm, exuded a profound sword intent that instilled a sense of trepidation among the other cultivators of the same realm. Chapter 79. The Duel of Light and Darkness. All eyes in attendance were now fixated upon the slender youth standing on the 100,000th arena. Countless gazes scrutinized him, then shifted to the figure of Go Qi, who lay sprawled on the ground 100 miles away from the stage. A look of disbelief washed over the spectators' faces. If it weren't for the powerful beings from the Taishan sacred land who had verified their cultivation levels prior to the contest, they might have doubted whether Yi Shuren had concealed his true strength. I can scarcely believe my eyes. A novice in the transformation realm defeated a mid-stage cultivator in the blink of an eye. Indeed, if I had not witnessed it myself, I would find it utterly implausible. This is no joke. He is the prodigy of the minor sacred land, the sword-handling sect. Is it truly so easy to surpass such a formidable opponent? In the first round of battle, Yi Shuren's near-instantaneous victory, coupled with his identity as a disciple of the minor sacred land, prompted extensive discussion among the various factions. At this moment, in the viewing area of the sword-handling sect, Over 1,000 disciples wore broad smiles, their mouths nearly reaching their ears as they applauded enthusiastically for Yujian. In the viewing section, the acting sect leader, Wang Haoran, also displayed a look of satisfaction. Yujian was his junior apprentice, and it was said that he had been personally brought into the sect by the venerable ancestor Lu Feng. It now appeared that Yujian had indeed proven himself to be a remarkable talent. In the Taishan Sacred Lands viewing area, Yujian wore a smile, reclining comfortably in his chair with his feet resting on the back of the seat in front of him. His sparkling eyes were fixed on Yujian in the arena. Uncle Shuren, I never imagined you would reach such heights. Your nephew is truly delighted for you. Alas, we are both contestants in the transformation realm. I can only hope we will not have to face each other. After a light chuckle, Yujian's gaze drifted to the other battle stages. After several cursory glances, no one had caught his eye with any semblance of brilliance. At this moment, standing upon the 100,000th arena, Yujian remained indifferent to whether anyone was paying attention to him. Once the personnel from the sacred ground announced his victory, he gracefully leaped down from the stage. Shortly after his departure, other fighting platforms commenced their battles. Below, the arena began to shimmer with the radiant flashes resulting from the clash of spells. The spectators present seemed to be witnessing a display of fireworks, with those near the arena feeling as though they were amidst the spectacular bursts. Yet, regardless of how magnificent the techniques appeared, none of the contestants could extend their attacks beyond the confines of the 100-meter platform. As the battles intensified, the scenes within some arenas were obscured by the luminous bursts generated from the collisions of attacks. On one particular platform, a cloaked figure surveyed the shimmering barrier created by his deliberate assaults, effectively blocking the view of the onlookers outside. He then directed a chilling laugh towards a kneeling cultivator before him. The kneeling cultivator, upon hearing the black-clad man's sinister laughter, felt a pang of anxiety. In haste, he threatened, "What do you intend to do? I am a member of the Southern Yu dynasty." However, this threat seemed to have little effect, only serving to invigorate the cloaked figure further. He swiftly closed the distance, arriving before the Southern Yu cultivator in the blink of an eye. Counterattack of the white-eyed wolf. The Southern Yu cultivator, seeing the black-robed man undeterred by his threat, hastily unleashed the royal family's unique technique, the white-eyed wolf, against him. As his spiritual energy surged, a fierce spectral wolf manifested above him, its bloodied maw opening wide as it howled and charged at the cloaked figure. With a resounding thud, the arena was left stained with a pool of blood. As the illusory barrier dissipated following the explosive clash above, the onlookers became aware of the remnants of severed limbs on the ground. Yet, no one paid much heed, after all. Accidents leading to fatalities were not uncommon in the arena. On the 59,861st platform, the victor is Mo Xiao. Upon hearing the announcement of his triumph, the man known as Mo Xiao let out a cold chuckle before descending from the competition stage. Upon landing, he fixated on Yujian's departing figure, lost in contemplation, before a peculiar, sinister smile crept onto his lips. "Fellow cultivator, congratulations on your victory. Please accompany me to the resting area." A voice, exceedingly polite, interrupted his scheming thoughts. Turning to see the sacred grounds attendant disciple behind him, Mo Xiao sighed inwardly, thinking, I shall capture this talented youth sooner or later. "Fellow cultivator, do you have any questions?" The attendant's inquiry interrupted Mo Xiao's musings once more. With a puzzled expression from the disciple, Mo Xiao followed him out of the competition area. Meanwhile, thousands of cultivators, clad in attire reminiscent of the dark-robed figure, leaped down from their respective fighting platforms. Their adversaries lay lifeless, the arena stained with pools of blood and flesh. As victors emerged from each competition stage, the translucent scrolls in the sky began to transform. Beneath the names of the victorious, a small character symbolizing triumph appeared, while the defeated, yet alive, bore the mark of defeat. For those who had perished, not only did a defeat symbol appear beneath their names, but their identities were also crossed out with an emblematic design. After half a day's passage, nearly 90% of the 100,000 battle platforms had concluded their contests. The brilliance of the stars above gradually dimmed, mirroring the desolation below on the arenas. At the 66,666th platform, Daima had emerged victorious. At the 49,872nd platform, Lan Yuelyang had claimed victory. The proclamations of success echoed under the glaring twilight of the setting sun, announced by the evaluators from the Holy Land. The rays of the waning sun streamed into the spectators' eyes, heralding the descent of the vanquished while simultaneously signaling the ascent of the victors. Hours later, as the last glimmer of sunlight faded, the battle platforms stood deserted. Just when everyone assumed the first round had concluded, a blinding blue light suddenly erupted from the central arena. All eyes were drawn to this luminous spectacle, revealing a young boy in black fiercely battling another boy, whose right eye was obscured by a blindfold. Their confrontation was intensely fierce, with the clash of their attacks igniting the array patterns on the platform, unleashing waves of dazzling blue light. The radiance of the formidable adversary shone brilliantly, as the boy with the single eye emanated endless white light. It enveloped his form and extended across half the arena. Meanwhile, the dark-clad youth gradually vanished into shadows, an aura of darkness enveloping the other half of the platform. At this moment, the central arena was divided, one side illuminated by light and the other shrouded in darkness, with neither party yielding an inch. The duel of light and dark. How intriguing. In the spectators' area, the venerable ancestor of the Xia family, Xia Yu, stroked his pale beard, his gaze fixed intently on the central platform. It was evident that even he, a foe immortal who had lived for over 100,000 years, had seldom witnessed such a clash of attributes. Darkness and light can be archenemies, yet they may also complement one another. Who among these two youths shall emerge as the victor? The venerable ancestor Fu Quan, seated at the center of the spectators' area, nodded in commendation of their fierce battle. After a moment of astonishment, the audience's attention once again focused on the two combatants in the central arena. Their powers had seemingly been compressed to the utmost limit. Then, as they propelled themselves into action, the forces of light and darkness collided violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Both of these attribute-wielding youths fell to the ground from the impact, gazing at the two incapacitated boys. The disciple responsible for announcing the victor at the Tai Xian Holy Land found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom to declare the winner of this match. Behold, the young boy with the blindfold has stirred. A gasp erupted from the observation seats, drawing the attention and focus of those around. There knelt the boy, his right eye obscured by the blindfold, struggling to prevent his upper body from touching the ground with trembling hands. After a few minutes of arduous struggle, this one-eyed youth finally managed to lift himself, unsteadily standing on his feet. As he rose, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Just then, the voice of the announcer rang out, causing a smile to grace the boy's face before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. However, this time, he did not hit the ground, but instead found himself cradled in a warm embrace. "Tired, are you? Then rest well," said the person who had suddenly appeared to hold the boy, a gentle smile gracing their features as they spoke softly to him. In the observation area, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the figure on the arena, Yizhending's eyes widened in shock, and he sat up abruptly. Chapter 80, Conflict. At this moment, all eyes within the vast battlefield were fixated upon the central platform, gazing intently at the figure who had lifted the one-eyed boy, confusion etched upon their faces. No one noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of Lu Feng and Yizhending, who sat in the divine observation area. Yizhending, in particular, leapt from his seat upon the arrival of this person. "Who are you, and why have you intruded upon the duel platform?" Chen inquired, regarding the unexpected figure with a wary gaze. After 10 breaths, the figure remained standing silently, unresponsive to Cheng's question. As he felt the weight of the crowd's attention upon him and noticed the lack of acknowledgement, Cheng's irritation began to simmer. "Very well, then. I shall not hold back." With a cold smirk, Cheng channeled his entire spiritual power, preparing to unleash a lethal strike upon the figure. Sounding the blade of the swift waters. "Fifth Elder, please stand down. This person is a friend of my nephew. Daoist, cease your actions. This individual is a junior of mine." Just as Cheng was about to strike the figure on the platform, two voices, one old and one young, resonated simultaneously from the observation seats. Both Cheng and the onlookers were drawn to the source of the voices. Upon directing their gaze, they were astonished to find that the voices belonged to the esteemed Lu Feng of the Swordmaster Sect and the 8th Holy Son of the Tai Xian Sacred Land. Yizhending. The minds of the crowd began to stir with speculation, pondering the identity of the mysterious young man. To be referred to as a junior by Lu Feng and to be acquainted with Holy Son, Yizhending raised questions about whether this individual had ties to the legendary Lu Chen of the Flying Immortals. "Elder Yin, if there is nothing further, I shall take them with me." At some point, Lu Feng had approached the enigmatic young man, standing alongside Yizhending, who wore a broad smile as he spoke. Upon witnessing the benevolent smile of Lu Feng, Yin Cheng nodded rigidly. His visage reflected a sense of awe, as if he had beheld some celestial marvel. Numerous individuals present shared a similar expression, astonished that the formidable Lu Feng would exhibit such a gentle demeanor. The young man, being a descendant of the esteemed Lu Feng, was evidently untroubled, allowing Lu Feng to attend to his matters. The first round of the competition had concluded, and prior to the commencement of the next, our Holy Land would dispatch someone to inform you in advance. I'm most grateful for that. Lu Feng maintained his amiable countenance as he politely addressed Yin Cheng before departing the contest arena with Yi Zhenying and others. Halt! The current Yujian Sect has brought shame upon the name of the Holy Land. With one careless remark, you, an elder, have acquiesced. Rather than upholding the dignity and authority of a Holy Land elder, you choose to ingratiate yourself with this individual. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, suddenly echoed from the audience, its discordant tone reverberating across the vast expanse of the arena, compelling Lu Feng and his companions to pause. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. The crowd, spanning 100,000 miles, wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they sought the source of this audacious challenge against a force possessing a transcendent expert. As gazes converged upon the Taxing Pavilion's viewing area, the expressions of representatives from various factions grew increasingly complex and strange. The Emperor of the Great Tang, Li Renjia, furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated disdain for the provocation emanating from the Taxing Pavilion. The elders of the ancient Xia and Chen families also regarded the Taxing Pavilion with peculiar expressions. Although their foundations were not as robust as those of the Taxing Pavilion, they were nonetheless displeased with the latter's brazen challenge to Lu Feng. More importantly, both families preferred to avoid trouble. Should this altercation escalate and draw in Lu Chen, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Shuewu, is it true that the younger generation of the Taxing Pavilion is so poorly disciplined? Fellow Taoist Lu Feng is a cherished friend of our Taixin Holy Land. Must you provide unsolicited guidance? A furious shout resonated across the 100,000 miles of the contest arena, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that swept through the air. Some cultivators of lesser prowess were momentarily dazed and collapsed under the sheer force. Even the once orderly ranks of the Great Tang army were thrown into disarray by this oppressive wave. In the Taxing Pavilion's viewing area, apart from the accomplished cultivators, all others were compelled to prostrate themselves beneath this sudden and terrifying pressure, leaving the gathered practitioners unable to react in time. If you wish to prevent the tragic demise of our human descendants, swiftly counter this pressure. A powerful expert called out urgently to those around him. At that moment, the other eminent cultivators swiftly responded, releasing their own energies to shield their younger compatriots from this overwhelming force. Brother Fuquan, exercise caution in your anger. In the skies above the contest arena, Situ Qing, having shielded an unknown faction from the pressure, urgently advised the irate Fu Quan, who sat in the main spectators area. Dear brother Fuquan, I implore you to temper your wrath. If you do not cease your actions, countless descendants of the human race may perish. In the observation zone of the star-treading pavilion, the leader Shui Wu and several great ascension cultivators are laboriously resisting the oppressive force of Ancestor Fuquan. Although Ancestor Fuquan's pressure envelopes the entire area, he has predominantly directed the brunt of it towards the members of the star-treading pavilion. Damn it! This old man is but a mere step away from transcending to the celestial realm. Master Shui, what shall we do now? If this continues, I fear our juniors in the star-treading pavilion may not withstand it. Hearing the words of a nascent Great Ascension cultivator behind him, Shui Wu's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Crush the jade slip. Have my senior brother come." Following Shui Wu's order, the nascent Great Ascension cultivator retrieved a jade slip from his robe and shattered it. Friend Fuquan, please relent. I will settle this matter myself. Just as the cultivator behind Shui Wu shattered the jade slip, a calm voice belonging to Lu Feng suddenly rang out. Although the tone was unremarkable, it carried an inexplicable sense of murderous intent that resonated among the powerful beings present. Upon hearing these unusually tranquil words, Ancestor Fuquan gradually quelled his fury. Moments latte. The overwhelming pressure receded, and the now composed Ancestor Fuquan turned to face Lu Feng. He beheld a peculiar flying sword with a blade held in Lu Feng's hand, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere. As the liberated cultivators observed, they were struck by the eerie allure of the sword. This blade, resembling a sword, was adorned with a likeness of 9 serpentine dragons coiling around it, occasionally emanating a faint yet formidable dragon's might. 9 dragons, soul guard sword, swift slash. With that, as Lu Feng's figure vanished, a resounding cry of the sword echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Before the assembled cultivators could comprehend the situation, Lu Feng's silhouette had already materialized behind the great ascension cultivators of the star-treading pavilion. In an instant, the bodies of the disciples were severed, their forms tragically cleaved apart by the intersecting sword lights in the space around them, as if sliced by a razor-sharp blade. No, witnessing the tragic fate of his juniors, their bodies shattered and souls dissipating beneath the weight of that sword strike, Xue Wu let out a heart-wrenching cry. No, I shall take your life. Xue Wu, his face contorted with fury, raised his gaze towards Lu Feng in the distance, an endless murderous intent gradually igniting within his eyes. As his rage intensified, a celestial-grade, great blade slowly materialized in his grasp. He was determined to slay this man and avenge the fallen disciples of the star-treading pavilion. Chapter 81. The battle commences, an end to the war of 10,000 sects, with Xue Wu's fury unleashed. The few surviving cultivators of the star-treading pavilion brandished their weapons. Awaiting Xue Wu's command, they prepared to besiege Lu Feng, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a streak of sword light shot forth with astonishing speed, decimating several supreme-level cultivators of the star-treading pavilion in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, 2 nascent tribulation cultivators were directly slain on the spot by that single strike. The onlookers turned their gaze toward the source of the flashing sword light, where the young man, previously taken away by Lu Feng, now stood holding only a sword hilt, coldly regarding the members of the Tasting Star Pavilion. An overwhelming aura of supremacy emanated from him, astonishing everyone present, who could not help but speculate about the emergence of such a young supreme being in the Eastern Domain. Young man, I didn't expect you to be a genius. Unfortunately, your journey ends here today. You shall die alongside this old fool. Xue Wu sneered ominously as he observed the young supreme wielding merely a sword hilt not far away. He then channeled his spiritual energy into his celestial blade, raising it high and launching himself toward the young supreme. With each inch he approached, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. A clash of blades rang out, and as the sound of their weapons colliding echoed, both combatants ceased their movements. The crowd soon realized that Xue Wu's celestial blade had been blocked by the young man. What was astonishing was that the young man's defense was made with a hilt that bore no blade at all. The spectators began to speculate, for the sound of the weapon's impact was unmistakable, suggesting that something had indeed intervened. It was only upon Xue Wu's inquiry that they understood the young supreme wielded a concealed celestial sword. Young man, from where did you acquire such an intangible weapon? Xue Wu questioned, a twinge of curiosity stirring within him. His intrigue overshadowed the fact that this individual, though merely a supreme being, had managed to withstand the assault of a pinnacle cultivator like himself. Hand over that divine weapon, and I shall spare your life. With the young man remaining silent, Xue Wu threatened again. Yet, upon hearing Xue Wu's menacing words, the young supreme merely scoffed disdainfully. Why should I inform you? The young supreme's indifferent words elicited a frown from Xue Wu. However, before he could launch another attack, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly surged from afar, carrying an overwhelming intent to kill that forced Xue Wu to retreat several thousand meters. Once he halted, he immediately shifted his gaze toward the source of the attack. Seeing that Lu Feng, entangled with several others from the Tasting Star Pavilion, had somehow arrived at this location. Xiao Chun, go eliminate those few surviving tribulation cultivators. Leave these feeble celestial wastes to me. Lu Feng's calm tone perplexed the onlookers, who could not fathom how such a tranquil demeanor could accompany such commanding words. This is not good. Everyone quickly set up the great formation to contain the fluctuations of their battle. The elder of the Xia family, Xia Yu, discerned the gravity of the situation and promptly ascended into the sky to deploy his spiritual energy, attempting to establish a barrier to intercept the impending chaos of the confrontation. The other pinnacle cultivators, witnessing Xia Yu's actions, hesitated no longer. Even the elder of the Chen family, who had previously been at odds with Xia Yu, resolutely soared into the air to join the barrier's formation. Uncle Lu Feng, I leave it to you. As the barrier rose, Yujian cast a glance at Lu Feng to offer a reminder, and then refrained from saying anything further. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his sword and charged towards the remaining few supreme beings of the star-treading pavilion. The Sword Saint's secret technique, the Breaking Army Ascendant Dragon / With the activation of Yi Chen's spiritual power, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Shortly thereafter, a spectral dragon's head gradually manifested around Yi Chen. The instant the illusion was fully formed, Yi Chen's body vanished from its original position. The eyes of the staff struck with a myriad of blows. The Prajna Wave, the Jupiter Wind Piercer, the remaining supreme cultivators of the star-treading pavilion, upon witnessing the advancing dragon's head illusion, immediately summoned their spiritual energies to counter the assault of Yi Chen, enveloped by the spectral dragon's head. As the dragon's head clashed with the array of techniques, the onlookers were astounded to discover that this young supreme, affectionately known as Little Chen, wielded an astonishing power. Not only could he effortlessly shatter the attacks of the star-treading pavilion supremes, but he could also deftly evade incoming strikes. In a fleeting moment, as countless dragon head afterimages swirled within the competition arena, the supreme cultivators of the star-treading pavilion were obliterated in the wake of the dragon's passage. Meanwhile, the several Great Ascension cultivators engaged in battle with Lu Feng in the distance were similarly distracted by the sudden appearance of the dragon's head illusion. This prodigy is truly fearsome. As a fellow supreme, he annihilates several others in the blink of an eye. More alarmingly, with the aid of this enigmatic shadowless celestial sword, complemented by the bizarre dragon head attack, even the Great Ascension cultivators found themselves troubled. One of the Great Ascension powerhouses present, while maintaining the combat barrier, beheld Yi Chen transforming into a dragon's head to slaughter several supremes, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At that moment, Shui Wu and his companions, engaged in combat with Lu Feng, were filled with fury. They had never anticipated that this formidable late-stage Great Ascension Lu Feng would prove challenging, let alone that the supreme genius accompanying him would be equally peculiar. Boy, you seek death. The 8 directions spears swung to battle the heavens. With Shui Wu's furious roar, a Great Ascension cultivator in the initial stage from the star-treading pavilion, under his command, immediately surged toward the traversing Yi Chen. Ultimately, the Great Ascension entities were mere pseudo-immortal beings. Their full power, frenzied strikes struck Yi Chen, driving him back 100 miles. Seeing Yi Chen stagger from his blow, the Great Ascension cultivator from the star-treading pavilion wasted no time and charged again. However, this fierce strike was abruptly seized by a suddenly materializing hand, its skin taut and wrinkled. As the spectators discerned the identity of the hand's owner, shock washed over their faces. The second ancestor of the Taishan Holy Land, Guxian, had intervened. Guxian, do you intend for the Taishan Holy Land to engage in battle with my star-treading pavilion at this moment? Shui Wu glared at Guxian, who had obstructed the conflict, then turned his gaze to the stirring figure of ancestor Fu Quan in the distance. His brow furrowed, and his demeanor unusually calm as he posed the inquiry. Our Taishan Holy Land is hosting the battle of 10,000 sects. If your star-treading pavilion participates obediently, we naturally will not harbor ill will towards you. However, should you deliberately stir trouble during the battle of 10,000 sects, my Taishan Holy Land will not hesitate to commence a contest for the sacred grounds with your star-treading pavilion. After today's slaughter of so many talented disciples from my star-treading pavilion, do you believe we will simply let this matter rest? Shui Wu let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Lu Feng before once again fixing his piercing gaze on ancestor Fu Quan, demanding with an ominous tone. At Shui Wu's pointed questioning, the fury on Fu Quan's face erupted entirely. As the sovereign of the Eastern Domain's supreme sacred land, he need not be subjected to the inquiries of those on the same tier. Thus, today I shall send you all to traverse the path of reincarnation. With a voice laced with fury, ancestor Fu Chuan charged into the barrier, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual power that rampaged within. Starfall Pavilion, you shall not blame us for our ruthlessness today. Following ancestor Fu Chuan's incursion into the barrier, the remaining 2 ancestors of the Supreme joined the fray. Outside the barrier, numerous celestial beings tasked with maintaining it sensed the explosive spiritual energies within, their expressions shifting in alarm. This is dire. We must hold our ground. At the very least, we must ensure that the members of the observing factions can escape the war zone. With a reminder from one of the celestial beings, the assembly of quasi-mortals present channeled their spiritual energy to its utmost capacity. The previously fractured barrier gradually began to mend. Yet, the celestial cultivators remained vigilant, aware that as the battle intensified, The barrier they fought to uphold might not endure much longer. Chapter 82. Reinforcement from Starfall Pavilion. Within the barrier above the combat zone, the clash of several celestial cultivators' spiritual energies ignited brilliant flashes of light, the residual shockwaves from their attacks repeatedly battering the inner walls of the barrier. At this moment, Xuewu wore an expression of astonishment and distress. He had not anticipated that leading two celestial cultivators against Lu Feng alone would barely suffice to counter his onslaught. They had never considered that this late-stage celestial cultivator could unleash power rivaling that of a perfected celestial. Xuewu even sensed that should Lu Feng exert himself fully, he might very well contend with a half-step immortal. However, what truly astounded them was that the young supreme being, referred to as Shao Chen, could single-handedly withstand a confrontation with a nascent celestial without faltering. Xuewu and his trio were already straining against the combined forces of Lu Feng and Yi Chun. Now, with the four ancestors of the Supreme Land joining the battle, their pressure escalated dramatically. Yet, they dared not relent. They understood that failing to endure until the reinforcements from Starfall Pavilion arrived would surely result in their demise. We shall fight with all we have. There can be no retreat. Brother Chen will arrive soon. We must hold on. Xuewu shouted a rallying cry, charging once more towards Lu Feng and the others with his companions. Nonetheless, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and within mere moments, the four from Starfall Pavilion sustained grievous injuries. At this juncture, apart from Xuewu, who still maintained a complete physical form, the other three had suffered the loss of an arm, or even a leg. Excellent. Today, if we cannot find respite, then neither shall you. Let us perish together. Xuewu, witnessing the tragic plight of his three fellow disciples, succumbed to a fit of madness, his furious roar echoing throughout the barrier. Subsequently, the spiritual power within him began to reverse and erupt. Brother Xue, Uncle Xue, observing Xuewu's sudden reversal of spiritual energy, his countenance resembling that of a frenzied beast, the other three celestial cultivators from Starfall Pavilion hastily cried out to dissuade him. Yet, Xuewu paid them no heed. As the intensity of his reversed spiritual energy escalated, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. Upon encountering Xuewu in such a state, Lu Feng exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly drew his sword and charged towards Xuewu, who was presently engaged in enhancing his strength. Influenced by Lu Chun for an extended period, he had cultivated a habit of avoiding unnecessary troubles. With a swift motion, Lu Feng executed the devouring spirit celestial slash. His form momentarily paused, then transformed into a black streak of light, surging towards Xuewu. Almost instantaneously, a curtain of dark, lightning-laden sword energy manifested before the onlookers, reaching Xuewu in the blink of an eye. Xuewu, who was in the midst of reversing his spiritual energy to augment his power, hastily conjured a barrier of dense spiritual energy to defend against Lu Feng's assault. Although Lu Feng's strike did not shatter Xuewu's barrier, it nonetheless compelled him to retreat several hundred miles, halting his attempt to reverse the flow of his spiritual energy. Cough, cough. What? Are you afraid? Xuewu, appearing somewhat disheveled, cast a scornful glance at Lu Feng. In response to this derision, Lu Feng seemed unfazed, maintaining an impassive gaze directed at Xuewu. The surrounding powerful cultivators of the Great Ascension stage could not help but inwardly lament. Lu Feng, this formidable individual, exhibited indifference towards any forces unrelated to the Swordmaster sect. Suspended in midair, Lu Feng's eyes remained fixed on Xuewu, undeterred by the spectators' murmurs. He slowly raised his peculiar sword once more, preparing to launch another attack against Xuewu. Observing Lu Feng's action, the four ancient ancestors of the Taishan sacred land ceased their deliberations and promptly mobilized their spiritual energy to join forces with Lu Feng in assaulting the four members of the Star-Treading Pavilion. One sword from the west, a celestial being descends. Divine power of the profound sun and moon. Universal divine technique. The spear shatters all. Boom! Bang! The five assaults converged simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The multitude of Great Ascension cultivators outside the barrier could no longer sustain their efforts and swiftly withdrew their spiritual energy, maintaining the barrier. As the flow of spiritual energy ceased, the barrier shattered entirely in that instant. Freed from the constraints of the barrier, the residual force of the attacks swept across a region of 100,000 miles. The viewing platform and arena below were transformed into a colossal circular pit of equal magnitude, a consequence of the combined attack's aftermath. The cultivators who had upheld the barrier observed this scene with a sense of quiet relief. Had they not previously compelled the forces below the supreme level to retreat? They feared that only they, the false immortals, would remain alive among the crowd. After a moment of reflection, the assembly of great Ascension Masters focused their attention on the center of the battlefield. The clouds of dust and debris, stirred by the explosive force of Lu Feng and his companions' combined assault, now obscured all visibility. Furthermore, the lingering aftermath of the attack rendered their spiritual perceptions incapable of piercing through the dense mist of dust. Fujian, my old friend, it has been a long time. A voice, aged and resonant, suddenly echoed amidst the swirling dust. It called out to Fujian, yet carried an ominous intent. Beyond the veil of dust, the venerable ancestor Fujian's expression turned grave upon hearing the voice, as it was all too familiar to him, an arch-rival with whom he had clashed incessantly 100,000 years prior. Qian Cheng. It has indeed been a while since we last met. However, if given a choice, I would prefer that we never cross paths again. The unassuming words of Ancestor Fujian left the assembled Mahayana cultivators in a state of shock. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of Qian Cheng, a figure whose name resonated like thunder. This individual had engaged in a titanic struggle with Ancestor Fujian for 100,000 years, with no victor emerging. Upon reflection, it became apparent that Ancestor Fujian had now reached the threshold of semi-immortal status, and it was likely that Qian Cheng of the Star-Treading Pavilion had also attained a similar level of prowess. Fujian, my friend, are you filled with trepidation? Qian Cheng's voice boomed from within the swirling dust and fog, followed by an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that ascended skyward. In an instant, the 10,000 miles of dust was dispersed without a trace. As the haze lifted, the scene at the center of the recent explosion was revealed to all. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the devastating attack, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the onlookers. Beside the semi-mortal Qian Cheng stood a fully realized Mahayana practitioner and two peak Mahayana experts. Behind these four, Shui Wu and others were seated in meditation, recuperating from their injuries. It was evident that the combined assault of Lu Feng and the four ancestors of the Taishan sacred land had been thwarted by these formidable individuals. Not far away, Yi Chen's gaze was fixated on the suddenly materialized Qian Cheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The aged features of Qian Cheng were accented by two lengthy white eyebrows and a beard of equal length, which, instead of projecting a benevolent visage, evoked a sense of dread and loathing in this moment. Feeling the weight of Yi Chen's scrutiny, Ancestor Qian Cheng turned to meet his gaze. As their eyes locked, a smile crept onto Qian Cheng's weathered face. Young man, you are quite remarkable. Ascending to the supreme level in less than 10,000 years and standing against Mahayana experts, you are indeed a rare talent. I wonder if you would consider joining my Star-Treading Pavilion? I shall spare no effort to cultivate you into the youngest immortal powerhouse in history. Upon hearing Ancestor Qian Cheng's words, the surrounding Mahayana experts exchanged peculiar glances, setting aside the fact that this youth had reached the supreme level in under 10,000 years. Their earlier conversation with Lu Feng had already led them to surmise that this young supreme was likely the only disciple of the immortal Lu Chen, and the father of Yi Zhenying, the eighth holy son of the Taishan sacred land. While Ancestor Qian Cheng was indeed a semi-immortal, they felt that attempting to recruit a disciple from the likes of an immortal who could vanquish demon lords was tantamount to courting disaster. Huh? You wish to take such a genius as your disciple? Qian Cheng, do you think you are worthy? Ancestor Fujian, upon hearing Qian Cheng's overtures, mockingly retorted. Others might harbor apprehension toward Qian Cheng and refrain from speaking out, but he felt no fear whatsoever. What makes my Star-Treading Pavilion unworthy? Qian Cheng responded, bemused. You are worth nothing. You, a hermit cowering in the mountains, suddenly appeared to attempt to recruit my father as a disciple. Have you even looked at your own pitiful reflection? A sudden outburst of invective echoed through the air, startling the crowd, who turned to locate its source. To their astonishment, the eighth holy son, Yi Zhenying, who had previously fled the scene, had somehow returned to the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, Yi Zhenying glared at Ancestor Qian Cheng, his face a mask of disdain. What are you looking at? The sacred land of Taishan is hosting the battle of 10,000 sects, aimed at allowing the celestial talents of the eastern region to seek their chance at immortality in the central continent. Yet, during this pivotal moment, your star-paving pavilion deliberately stirs up trouble. It appears you have wallowed in a cesspool of disgrace and now bring forth the foulness anew. Your mind's ensnared in a cycle of ignominy. In the face of grand affairs, your pavilion resorts to such petty actions, akin to wild boars wallowing in filth. Their minds steeped in stale refuse. How amusing, young one. Your sharp tongue and pointed remarks are indeed entertaining. However, I do hope you do not meet your demise too swiftly. Upon hearing Yi Zheniying's taunts, even Qian Sheng, a being at the brink of ascension, felt a flicker of anger. He shot a glance at a companion beside him, signaling to eliminate Yi Zheniying. Yet, as the peak cultivator from his star-paving pavilion made his move, he was met with fierce opposition from numerous powerful onlookers. Chapter 83. The Celestial emerges, the war ceases. As Qian Sheng's companions sprang into action, the originally passive, powerful cultivators present were suddenly engulfed in frenzy, each one rushing to thwart the assassination attempt on Yi Zheniying. Observing the collective movement of the great cultivators, Qian Sheng promptly led his two adept companions to disrupt the actions of those unrelated to the conflict. However, before they could act, they were intercepted by three sudden and fierce assaults. Huh, have you forgotten about us three? Ancestor Fu Quan glanced at the halted trio of Qian Sheng, letting out a cold snort. The three attacks just now had indeed been unleashed by him and his fellow cultivators, Lu Feng and Gu Xian. It seems we shall eliminate you first. After all, it is high time for us to determine the victor after so many years of rivalry. Seeing Ancestor Fu Quan and Lu Feng blocking their path, Qian Sheng displayed a face of disdain. After uttering a contemptuous remark, he charged toward the opposing trio. As the two forces collided, a fierce battle erupted among the six formidable beings. Ancestor Fu Quan of the sacred land of Tai Xian clashed with Ancestor Qian Sheng of the star-paving pavilion. Old adversaries entangled in combat, while Lu Feng faced off against a fully realized Great Ascension cultivator, and Gu Xian confronted the peak of the Great Ascension. Surprisingly, the typically aloof Lu Feng chose this moment to cede the main battleground to Ancestor Fu Quan. The clashes among the three factions were ignited by the mightiest among them, and the intensity of the battle soon affected the skies over a radius of 300,000 miles, enveloping the realm in a chilling atmosphere of slaughter. The cultivators from the star-paving pavilion, who initially sought to ambush Yi Zheniying, now stood frozen, sensing the overwhelming aura of conflict emanating from three directions. Their gazes drawn to the three battlegrounds. Mystical arts of the celestial sun and moon. Mystical arts of the stellar seas. Ancestor Fu Quan of the sacred land of Tai Xian and Ancestor Qian Sheng of the star-paving pavilion are sworn enemies. Their battle commenced with a clash of divine techniques. The space surrounding the battlefield began to twist and shatter in response to the duel of these two half-step ascendants. In merely a quarter of an hour, the space surrounding the two had been shattered countless times, with the chaotic black currents of space completely obscuring their figures. The peak master from the star-paving pavilion, tasked with assassinating Yi Zheniying, first cast a glance at the battlefield of the half-step flying immortal, then turned his gaze towards the other two battlefields for considerable time. After a fragrant stick's worth of time, this peak master retracted his gaze, surveying his surroundings once more before setting off to kill Yi Zheniying. Seizing the moment when all protectors of Yi Zheniying were distracted, he felt an urgent need to eliminate him swiftly before returning to the battlefield for support. Sure, Liji, you shall not succeed. Although Situ Qing's attention was fixed on the three battlefields, his spiritual sense remained tethered to the master Shirleji. Upon sensing a disturbance in his consciousness, Situ Qing immediately returned to his senses and charged towards Shirleji. With a furious roar from Situ Qing, Chun Xian, Xiaoyu, and Yin Shisan from the master team reacted first, attacking Shirleji without hesitation and driving him back several hundred miles. Just as Shirleji stabilized his form, three streaks of light suddenly shot forth from behind him, targeting Yi Zheniying, who was concealed behind a throng of masters. The commotion from the three peak masters' assault inevitably aroused the attention of the observing pseudo-immortals. Realizing that the trio aimed for Yi Zheniying, a host of powerful individuals immediately charged towards them with reddened eyes. Following a flurry of attacks, the members of the star-paving pavilion were forced back. With a face full of fury, Shuo Wu glared at the 20 or so peak masters opposite him, deeply perplexed. Dear friends, what is the meaning of this? This young lad has no connection to you. Why exert such effort to protect him? Why not hand him over to us? In the future, the star-paving pavilion shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Ansumarawart. I fear we may have lives to claim, but no lives to enjoy it. Shui Wu, my friend. There is no need for further words. While we may assist the Taishan Holy Land somewhat, we shall not directly intervene in the conflict between your two factions. If you withdraw now and cease your pursuit of this young man, we shall naturally not obstruct you. Upon hearing Shui Wu's attempts at persuasion, Situ Qing let out a cold laugh in rejection. The Star Paving Pavilion had just emerged and knew little, yet they were far from ignorant. Situ, I do not comprehend your reasoning. Why is this? Why? Simply because he is a descendant of the flying immortal Lu Chen. Is that not sufficient? You from a Star Paving Pavilion have only just emerged and cannot fathom that should this young man lose his life, we cannot guarantee that we will not face endless retaliation. Flying immortal? At Situ Qing's emphatic shout, not only did Shui Wu and Shirleji pause, but even the peak master embroiled in battle with Yi Chun, along with Qian Cheng and the others, halted their actions. Do you see the young supreme battling your Star Paving Pavilion's master? This person is the father of this young friend, the sole disciple of the flying immortal Lu Chen. Upon hearing Situ Qing's revelation, the peak pseudo-immortal, who was fiercely battling Yi Chun, suddenly trembled, his body going rigid as he stared at Yi Chun in disbelief. He was utterly stunned by this news. It was no wonder this young supreme had an endless array of trump cards and formidable killing techniques. The existence of such a being, capable of contending with an early-stage Mahayana practitioner for an extended period without yielding, is hardly surprising. Just as the onlookers were lost in thought, Lu Feng suddenly unleashed a sword chi that enveloped the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it surged towards the Mahayana perfected cultivator he was battling. With a thunderous explosion, the space at the point of impact shattered, and an endless vortex obscured all sight and perception. When a spatial rift finally sealed, the cultivator engaged with Lu Feng was found to have lost an arm, teetering on the brink of collapse, as though he might plummet from the sky at any moment. Yuan Qing, seeing the grievous state of the wounded cultivator, Qian Cheng, the elder, could not contain a heart-wrenching exclamation. All his pent-up fury surged forth at that moment. Even Fu Quan, standing opposite him, wore a progressively solemn expression, fully aware that his old adversary had truly been provoked. I shall take your life, Qian Cheng cried out, raising his celestial artifact to strike at the distant Lu Feng. You shall not succeed. Observing this turn of events, Fu Quan withheld nothing and launched a full-scale assault on Qian Cheng in an attempt to obstruct him. The other cultivators of the Star Treading Pavilion, witnessing their leader's fury, understood that they could not hold back any longer and immediately unleashed their divine powers against their respective opponents. Even if it meant offending the likes of Feishan Lu Chun, they were determined to avenge Yuan Qing. Before the fierce battle could pause, it erupted anew, with countless beams of light exploding in the sky, resonating across millions of miles. The tremors of this conflict stirred cultivators within tens of thousands of miles. Cease this at once. Just as this simulated celestial level battle was reaching a fever pitch, an ancient yet authoritative voice, impossible to refuse, emanated from the heavens. Upon the emergence of this voice, all the Mahayana powerhouses present halted their actions, not by choice, but due to the irresistible force of a complete domain that descended upon them. This formidable domain power pinned dozens of Mahayana cultivators in place. Have you fought enough? Has the war of 10,000 sects concluded? Do you require my assistance in this battle? Furthermore, the members of the Star Treading Pavilion causing trouble at the gates of my Yujian Sect. Do you presume I am dead? The resounding voice struck the hearts of the Star Treading Pavilion's members with overwhelming force. Even Qian Cheng, a half-step to Feishan, was shaken to his core, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Master Fu Quan, I pay my respect to Elder Wei Donglai. With a response echoing through the void, the ancient figure of Wei Donglai gradually materialized before the crowd. Upon witnessing the appearance of the late-stage Feishan Wei Donglai, both the assembled Mahayana powerhouses and the onlookers at Taishan Sacred Land were awestruck. Is this the late-stage Feishan Wei Donglai? Merely standing there, he seemed to merge with heaven and earth. Despite the boundless celestial power contained within his slightly stooped form, he appeared no different from an ordinary elderly man. Should one encounter him in the mortal realm, who could discern that this venerable elder is a formidable being capable of restraining the transcendent in the blink of an eye? The entrance of Wei Donglai evokes a saying among those present. The celestial beings, returning to simplicity, embody the essence of both heaven and earth, their true forms intertwining with the mundane. With a mere gesture, they can extinguish all life. In Chapter 84, the arrival of Lu Chen is imminent. Upon witnessing Wei Donglai's emergence, Qian Cheng first tended to his own injuries, and then addressed the elder hovering in the air. Elder Wei, the incident at the Taishan Sacred Grounds was instigated by members of my Treading Star Pavilion, and we are prepared to accept responsibility and recompense. However, this individual must be surrendered to us for proper handling. Otherwise, even if it leads to our demise here, we shall not waver. Furthermore, Elder Wei, you are not the sole celestial being in the Eastern Domain. Our esteemed Master Nalinjia is also a transcendent being. Despite Qian Cheng being gravely wounded and constrained by Wei Donglai's domain, fury glinted in his eyes as he stared unyieldingly at Lu Feng. In his quest for vengeance for Yuan Xing, Qian Cheng disregarded Wei Donglai's celestial status, his words tinged with a hint of threat. Qian Cheng, you are being utterly audacious. The nearby ancestor Fuquan bellowed upon hearing Qian Cheng's insolent remarks. He summoned his full spiritual power, intent on attacking the imprisoned Qian Cheng. However, before Fuquan could make a move, Wei Donglai intervened to halt him. Do not concern yourself. Cough, cough. Master, are you well? I am fine. Observing Wei Donglai's slight cough, Ancestor Fuquan felt a pang of alarm and hastily inquired after his well-being. Moments later, Wei Donglai quickly regained his composure, signaling to Fuquan not to worry, before turning his gaze toward the still defiant Qian Cheng. Young man, your Treading Star Pavilion instigated this conflict, and you did not anticipate encountering a formidable opponent, resulting in your considerable loss. This predicament is one of your own making. Why do you feign innocence? And invoking the cowardice of Xianing, do you intend to intimidate me? Wei Donglai's voice rose in intensity, his words laced with mounting ire, creating a palpable silence in the surroundings. Not far away, Qian Cheng fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet the furious Wei Donglai and spoke softly, Elder Wei, even if our Treading Star Pavilion is in the wrong, we are not to be trifled with. What are the celestial forces? This individual must provide our pavilion with an explanation. Seeing that Qian Cheng remained obstinate, the assembly of great vehicle cultivators expressed their dissatisfaction, questioning his lack of humility. Outrageous! Qian Cheng, you are truly overstepping. Ancestor Fuquan shouted in fury, charging toward the restrained Qian Cheng. Just as his attack was about to strike, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fuquan's path. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock, and as they recognized the identity of the obstruction, they stood frozen in place. Lu Feng, my fellow cultivator, what is the meaning of this? Nothing more. Seeking an explanation from Lu, one must provide him with one. I, Lu Feng, have always held the belief that strength reigns supreme. If he desires an explanation, then let us engage in battle. Upon hearing Lu Feng's declaration, the esteemed ancestor Fuquan wore a peculiar expression, shaking his head as he cautioned Lu Feng. No, my friend Lu Feng, I am aware of your extraordinary prowess. Yet this individual is a half-step into the realm of immortals. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Then let be a pursuit of death. What a half-step immortal. Even if he is a being of celestial might, I, Lu Feng, remain unafraid. The onlookers were struck by Lu Feng's audacious words, as if facing a celestial adversary was but a trivial matter. Even Wei Dong, present at that moment, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Feng, his admiration unmistakable in his gaze. Upon hearing Lu Feng's resolve, Ancestor Fuquan decided to refrain from further opposition. He turned his attention to Wei Dong, who nodded in agreement, leading to the dissolution of the domain that had confined the assembly of mighty beings. With the barriers lifted, Qian Cheng promptly seated himself to recuperate from his injuries. This time, Lu Feng refrained from immediate aggression, since Qian Cheng sought to duel with him. He was inclined to confront him directly. After a brief interval, Qian Cheng had sufficiently mended his wounds and swore to stand before Lu Feng. Thank you for refraining from attacking while I regain my strength. This time, let us strike but once. A single blow shall determine the victor. Agreed. With a resounding affirmation, Lu Feng summoned his spiritual energy, channeling it into his sword. In response, Qian Cheng, not one to yield easily, unleashed a torrent of boundless spiritual power. The clash of their energies began to stir a tempest, compelling the assembled mighty beings to retreat 100,000 miles, wary of being caught in the ensuing maelstrom. As the pressure in the atmosphere mounted, the very heavens shifted in hue. Moments later, the two formidable forces erupted with a might that swept across a vast expanse of land. transforming the body into a sword. Endless celestial stars. The collision of their powers birthed fissures resembling fish scales across the 10,000-mile battlefield. The sheer force of their abilities was so tremendous that it pierced through the spatial rifts, observable even by distant observers. In the heart of the battlefield, a colossal humanoid sword, infused with an aura of infinite swordsmanship, surged forth towards the area composed of countless meteors. The two awe-inspiring assaults collided instantaneously, unleashing a radiant brilliance that pierced the heavens, shattering the dense clouds above. The mighty beings present were momentarily blinded by this luminescence, their vision obscured. Only Wei Dong, positioned closest to the battlefield, remained fixated on the explosion's aftermath. With an earth-shattering roar, the brilliance from their clash illuminated the sky for 1,000,000 miles, followed by a thunderous echo that resonated through the firmament. Almost immediately, a mushroom-shaped cloud of explosive debris ascended to a height of 100,000 miles, obscuring both sight and perception in that moment. Half an hour later, as the remnants of the battle dissipated completely, the shattered space returned to its original state. The spectators gradually regained their sight and the ability to probe with their senses, revealing the scene at the center of the battlefield once more. Lu Feng stood amidst the air, his attire nearly tattered and his body marred by hundreds of explosive wounds, presenting a rather tragic visage. As the crowd witnessed Chen kneeling in the air, they were astonished to discover that he had lost an arm in his confrontation with Lu Feng. What? How could this be possible? The assembled cultivators were left dumbfounded by the outcome of the fierce battle, with members of the Tasting Star Pavilion exclaiming in disbelief. How could it be? The venerable Chen has been defeated? They could scarcely believe that the late-stage cultivator Lu Feng had triumphed over the half-step flying immortal Chen. Again, another half-step immortal level. Some of the late-stage cultivators were so shocked that they struggled to articulate their astonishment, stammering in awe. You have won. Fellow Taoist Lu Feng, I had always prided myself on being a genius, believing that aside from Fu Quan, no peer could contend with me. Today, I realized I was merely looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist Lu Feng. With his head bowed in despair, clouding his eyes, Chen resembled someone whose faith had been shattered. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his gaze toward Lu Feng, pleading in a tone of deep sorrow. This time, it was my Tasting Star Pavilion's fault, and I apologize to fellow Taoist Lu Feng and the Taishan Sacred Land. However, I cannot allow them to perish. I wish to exchange my life for theirs. No need for that. Lu Feng's voice resonated suddenly, causing Chen to momentarily freeze, his eyes fixated on Lu Feng, revealing a complex expression. I have always respected those of strength, and thus far, you are the only one who has wounded me. I can grant you leniency and spare them from this disrespect. However, while death may be evaded, the consequences of their actions cannot be overlooked. I shall sever one of their arms as a form of punishment. As Chen observed the cool indifference in Lu Feng's eyes, a flicker of hope ignited within his once dull gaze. Struggling to lift his broken body, he bowed deeply to Lu Feng. The sight of Chen bowing before Lu Feng astonished the assembly of late-stage cultivators. Yet their shock did not stem from Chen submission, but rather from the fact that the members of the Tasting Star Pavilion would be allowed to live. It was well known that no one survived a battle against the ruthless Lu Feng. After the initial shock, another realization struck the crowd. It appeared that Chen, the venerable ancestor of the Tasting Star Pavilion, was the first adversary to earn Lu Feng's acknowledgement. The fact that he was recognized by such a formidable figure seemed even more astonishing than simply surviving. With this in mind, the late-stage cultivators regarded Chen with newfound respect, previously tinged with apprehension. Therefore, let you all rebuild the arena for the 10,000 sects battle. This contest holds immense significance for the younger generation of the Eastern region and cannot be delayed. Rest assured, we shall accelerate the restoration of the arena needed for the 10,000 sects battle. Indeed, as Wei Donglai saw that the crowd no longer lingered, he prepared to turn and depart. His current state was exceedingly poor and unsuitable for prolonged exposure. However, just as he was about to leave, a sudden seriousness washed over him, and his gaze fixated on a particular point in the sky. Show yourself. A thunderous roar resonated across hundreds of thousands of miles, and the assembled mighty beings of the Great Ascension felt a surge of vigilance as they witnessed Wei Donglai calling out to the sky. Brother Wei Donglai, it has been quite some time. As a deep voice permeated the air, a middle-aged cultivator suddenly appeared above the battlefield. The crowd examined him closely and was astonished to discover that his aura was as repressed as that of Wei Donglai. Disciple Qian Cheng. I pay my respects to Master Nalen. Disciple Shui Wu and Shi Leji. We pay our respects to Master Nalen. Grandson pays respects to Grandmaster. The members of the Star-Stepping Pavilion bowed deeply upon seeing Nalen Jia's appearance. Aside from the people from the Taishan Sacred Land, the other great Ascension beings present displayed expressions of profound shock. Wei Donglai, suspended in midair, narrowed his eyes, fixated on Nalen Jia. Nalen Jia, what brings you here? The inquiry prompted Nalen Jia to shift his gaze back to Wei Donglai, observing the facade of grandeur masking the decaying body of Wei Donglai. Nalen Jia fell silent for a moment. After a while, he sighed and slowly spoke. Brother Wei, your body is, after all, far from what it once was. And so what? It matters not. I merely feel it is a pity. A pity? Ha ha ha. Hearing the hint of sympathy in Nalen Jia's sigh, Wei Donglai burst into laughter, though it seemed laced with disdain. I, Wei Donglai, single-handedly fought against the Demon King's forces. Even with my foundation damaged, I sealed the endless abyss, saving countless lives in the Taihao great world. What is there to lament? His voice grew increasingly fervent, and his gaze towards Nalen Jia filled with contempt. In days gone by, the Elder Sword of Heaven, alongside the two Celestial Masters, fiercely battled the demon clans Yin Yang King and the Lord of Demons, ultimately meeting their demise, yet remaining unrepentant to the end. The ancient King Tang, wielding a sword, even managed to repel the endless demon emperor at the cost of his life, rescuing the Taihao great world from peril. A hero on the verge of ascension, willing to sacrifice his very soul for the continuation of humanity. And countless other celestial friends, did they ever falter before death? Even in death, we Taihao cultivators never retreated a single step from the demon clan. Do you think the world is like you, Nalen Jia? Hiding until the end of the celestial demon war. Too fearful to step out of the secret realm. Cowards, cowards, Wei Donglai's voice echoed through the heavens, the word coward reverberating in the space long after it was spoken. The great Ascension beings present were moved to tears by Wei Donglai's fervent recounting. Hidden behind Lu Feng, Yi Chun felt his eyes well up as he heard Wei Donglai mention the Elder Sword of Heaven. This was the exceptional figure who had bestowed upon him the Heavenly Heart Sword Body legacy. An unparalleled genius who had ascended to the realm of immortals after 60,000 years. Yet, thousands of years later, he perished in battle against the demon clan's invasion. Exhausted and ultimately vanquished, all present, recalling the great battle of Ur, could not help but shed tears. They were all survivors who had endured the cataclysm, none more acutely aware of the brutalities of that war than they. At this moment, apart from those in the celestial pavilion, the other formidable beings were ensnared in painful reminiscences. Upon hearing Wei Donglai label him a coward, Nalen Jia's expression darkened with increasing ire. Am I mistaken in my words? Call you a coward, and what can you possibly do about it? Observing the anger rising within Nalen Jia, Wei Donglai snorted derisively, his contempt palpable. What can you possibly do? Though you claim to be at the late stage of the Ascendant Realm, you are merely in a state of severe injury. Against a peak mid-stage Ascendant cultivator, even if you could strike, how much power could you truly muster? A glimmer of disdain flickered in Nalen Jia's eyes, as if mocking Wei Donglai for his feeble, battered form, now rendered nearly useless. Since you consider yourself a hero, let me send you to join them today. Celestial Star Domain. With a furious roar, Nalen Jia summoned a layer of restrictive power that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The sheer terror of this force, causing the great masters present to tremble uncontrollably. Ascendant Domain. The Ascendant cultivator wielded his domain's power, crafting a realm that belonged solely to him. In other words, within his domain, he was nearly invincible. To defeat him, one must shatter his incredibly sturdy domain. Celestial sun and moon in the sky. Upon witnessing Nalen Jia unleash his domain, Wei Donglai could not afford to be negligent and promptly released his own domain to counteract. The overwhelming might of their two domains sent the assembled great masters into disarray as they swayed like reeds adrift at sea. Within Wei Donglai's sun and moon domain, Ancestor Fuchuan and Lu Feng quickly released their spiritual power to barely form a protective shield, slowly moving towards the edge of the domain with Yi Chun, Yi Zhenying, and the other great masters tasked with safeguarding Yi Zhenying. You black-skinned, old turtle. You dare not show your face in the battle between immortals and demons. Yet now you attack the heroic ancestor of our Tai Xian sacred land. You spineless creature, if you have the guts to fight, why not slay a couple of demon kings instead? Bah, you cowardly turtle. As Yi Zhenying was being pulled away by the crowd, he furiously hurled insults at Nalinjia. The surrounding great masters were momentarily dumbfounded by Yi Zhenying's audacity, silently marveling at his boldness. This young demon king was indeed a man of character, regardless of the adversary. He did not hesitate to utter scathing rebukes against any act that defied morality, seeking death. Upon hearing a perfected, nascent soul cultivator dare to insult him, Nalinjia immediately channeled his domain's power to strike back. As an ascendant cultivator, how could he tolerate the provocation of an insignificant insect? Domain technique, rising red sun. Witnessing Nalinjia's domain power surge towards Yi Zhenying, Wei Donglai swiftly mobilized his domain to intercept. Yet even this could not deter Nalinjia's lethal resolve to eliminate Yi Zhenying. Nalinjia unleashed a formidable celestial awareness, once again surging towards Yi Zhenying in a fierce attack. Such audacity! Wei Donglai, perceiving Nalinjia's psychic assault, immediately countered with his own consciousness to obstruct it. The psychic strikes of celestial cultivators transcend the mundane, capable of inflicting spatial distortions. Without an opponent of equal prowess to intervene, scarcely any Mahayana cultivator could withstand such onslaught. With your severely wounded and frail body, how long can your insubstantial psychic power hold me at bay? Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to restore the Star Pavilion to its rightful status. I am eager to witness how this celestial, on the brink of demise from Dao injuries, can rival me. The murderous intent in Nalinjia's eyes intensified as he gazed at Wei Donglai, who was enduring his injuries to engage in battle, a mocking and triumphant expression creeping upon his face. Yet, before Nalinjia could bask in his arrogance for long, a calm yet ominously lethal voice suddenly resonated through the air. If he cannot, then how about I? As this melodious voice echoed across the skies, a wave of celestial-level consciousness swiftly enveloped the battlefield where Nalinjia and Wei Donglai clashed. Recognizing the voice, Yi Zhenying, filled with excitement, shook off the grasping hands and began scanning the heavens. Upon spotting a tall, jade-like figure in midair, he exclaimed in astonishment, startling everyone present. Ancestor. Chapter 85. The War Begins. Ancestor. Yi Zhenying's exclamation caused all present to halt their actions in unison, directing their gazes skyward. Disciple pays respects to the master. Old servant pays respects to the Lord. Below, Lu Feng and Yi Chun, upon recognizing the newcomer, immediately bowed in reverence to the figure of Lu Chun in the sky. Indeed, the assembled Mahayana cultivators understood from Lu Feng and the others' gestures that this individual was the renowned celestial cultivator Lu Chun. Without any hesitation, the group of Mahayana powers promptly bowed to Lu Chun hovering above. We pay our respects to Elder Lu Chun. Indeed, greetings to you all, fellow Taoist Lu Chun. I extend my respects. From the moment Lu Chun appeared, Wei Donglai sensed a powerful celestial consciousness, and, observing the reactions of the other Mahayana cultivators, he swiftly realized that this was the illustrious Lu Chun, rumored to be the reincarnation of the ancient King Tang Yi with his legendary sword. Fellow Taoist Wei Donglai. My respects. Lu Chun smiled and returned the gesture to Wei Donglai. Then, with a shift in demeanor, he turned his gaze towards Nalinjia in the distance. To his surprise, he found Nalinjia also scrutinizing him, and the two exchanged lingering looks. After a few breaths, they finally averted their gazes, seemingly having formed certain conjectures about one another. Lu Feng, having assessed Nalinjia, maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no sign of trepidation. In contrast, Nalinjia, though his expression remained neutral, internally felt a flicker of unease and a burgeoning desire to retreat. Strangely, the presence of Lu Chun instills in me an overwhelming sense of peril. What perplexes me further is that, aside from sensing the celestial-level divine consciousness he exudes, I am utterly unable to gauge his true cultivation level. After a moment of contemplation, Nalinjia's intent to retreat intensified. He is a person who values his life and would never disregard his own existence. The inability to perceive Lu Chen's genuine prowess has led Nalinjia to suspect that it far exceeds his own. Fellow cultivator, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? We have borne no grievances against each other, nor have we had any prior interactions. Might it be prudent for you to withdraw, and I shall certainly express my gratitude on another occasion. How dare you? Nailan Jia had scarcely finished his counsel when a furious voice erupted in response. The sudden outburst astonished all present. After a brief moment of shock, their gazes turned toward the source of the voice. You cowardly wretch, were you not just threatening to kill me? Now you claim there is no animosity with my revered ancestor. Such audacity. Is your skin so thick that it has become calloused? Yi Zheniying's youthful visage was ablaze with rage, his eyes burning like fierce flames. Fixated on the astonished Nailan Jia, his expression one of visceral hatred. Zheniying, cease this insolence. Yi Chen swiftly approached his son, reprimanding him for his outburst in such a setting. Just as he was about to continue his admonishment, Lu Feng interjected forcefully. Enough. Young Zheniying's respect is not something a despicable person like you can accept. What harm is there in uttering a few curses? But there are no buts to be had. Although it may be somewhat impolite, the master will not reproach young Zheniying. Understand that the master has no intention of showing respect to Nailan Jia either, nor will he punish Zheniying for this. Yi Chen, intent on countering, found himself interrupted once more by Lu Feng's commanding presence. Seeing Lu Feng's demeanor, Yi Chen turned his gaze back to Yi Zheniying. Noticing only pure anger on his son's face, devoid of any mischief, he sighed and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Nailan Jia, who had been taken aback, finally regained his composure. This brash young man, who had been verbally sparring with the heavens and earth, referred to the figure before him, Lu Chen, as his revered ancestor. Realizing the connection between Lu Chen and Yi Zheniying, Nailan Jia understood that a resolution between them today seemed unlikely, and he must extricate himself from this predicament swiftly. After pondering for a considerable time to clear his thoughts, Nailan Jia raised his head once more to regard Wei Donglai and Lu Chen. He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Brother Wei, Brother Lu, today's mishap is on my part, yet I must attend to other matters at present. I shall personally come to apologize to both of you on another day. With that, Nailan Jia turned to leave without a backward glance. The assembly of powerful cultivators from the Star Paving Pavilion observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment. Nonetheless, Nailan Jia was their elder, and it was not their place to question his actions. As Nailan Jia prepared to depart, Wei Donglai immediately glanced at Lu Chen. Their eyes met, and with a shared smile, they understood each other's sentiments. The moon rises over the sea, and at this moment, we share the same sky. After Wei Donglai's melodious chant, the vast realm of the sun and moon, originally spanning 100,000 miles, instantaneously expanded to 300,000 miles. This time, however, the realm enveloped every inch of space completely. Boom, boom, boom. With three resounding explosions echoing through the heavens, everything within the realm began to undergo a transformation. Suddenly, two pairs of celestial bodies appeared in the sky above the realm, releasing boundless energy and gravitational pull. Before Nailan Jia, who was preparing to flee, could react, the starry realm surrounding him shattered under the influence of the gravitational forces from the celestial bodies, and he himself was forcibly pulled out from the spatial passage. What? Are you two brothers planning to bully me with your numbers? Do you think Nailan Jia is easy to intimidate? Huh? To the bitter end? You overestimate yourself. Observing Nailan Jia's feigned grievance, Wei Donglai let out a disdainful snort. Although he was not at his peak state, he was still capable of overpowering the mid-stage, flying immortal Nailan Jia. As for Lu Chen beside him, though he had not witnessed his prowess firsthand, given his reputation for vanquishing the demon king of flying immortals, it seemed that eliminating a Nailan Jia would pose no challenge. Furthermore, with their agreement, if Nailan Jia chose to fight desperately, death would be his only fate. Either of us could slay you. What is this talk of numbers? Since Brother Wei is so heartless, do not blame Nailan Jia for being merciless. The realm converged. At that moment, Nailan Jia understood that the duo would not allow him to leave so easily. Realizing the futility of hesitation, he immediately harnessed his celestial energy to reassemble the shattered starry realm. Realm technique, celestial barrier, shattering star. As the convergence was completed, Nailan Jia unleashed his lethal move. Charging towards the two, within the realm he summoned, countless tiny celestial bodies coalesced into a massive star. With a wave of his hand, this colossal star hurtled towards Lu Chen and Wei Donglai. Brother Wei, please maintain control over your realm. Today, I, Lu Chen, shall slay a quasi-immortal here. After a long silence, Lu Chen, seeing the approaching colossal star, turned to Wei Donglai to remind him. Having conveyed his instructions, Lu Chen once again focused on the gigantic star, gripping his hands to summon the Tang Wu sword. As the Tang Wu sword emerged, astonishment instantly graced the faces of both Wei Donglai and Nailan Jia. Even though Wei Donglai was aware that Lu Chen was likely the reincarnation of the human king, Tang Yi, and possessed all his heritages, witnessing it firsthand still left him momentarily stunned. Tang Wu sword. Nailan Jia gazed at the golden, dragon-carved flying sword in Lu Chen's hand, swallowing hard, his voice trembling with a hint of panic. How do you possess the Tang Wu sword? What relation do you have to the ancient human king? Seeing Nailan Jia's astonished expression, Lu Chen felt a surge of disdain. What need is there to explain to you? Faced with Nailan Jia's fervent inquiries, Lu Chen chose to remain taciturn, promptly channeling his spiritual energy to awaken his celestial form. The moment the celestial form was activated, an extraordinary surge of celestial essence erupted from Lu Chen's being. As this celestial energy expanded, the formidable presence of pressure was simultaneously felt by all the Mahayana powerhouses present. Both Wei Donglai and Nailan Jia displayed expressions of shock once more. As beings of the flying immortal realm, they had partially transformed their spiritual energy into celestial essence. Yet now, they sensed that Lu Chen's celestial essence vastly surpassed their own, leaving them astounded. Judging by the concentration of celestial energy Lu Chen was currently unleashing, it was likely that his strength ranked among the elite in the flying immortal realm. The domain technique, 9 great planets. As Nailan Jia perceived the increasingly formidable celestial energy belonging to Lu Chen, a sense of unease began to take root within him. With no hesitation left, he immediately released all his celestial essence, augmenting it within the stellar domain. Under the full enhancement of Nailan Jia's celestial essence, 8 colossal planets, each spanning thousands of miles, materialized beside the originally solitary massive celestial body, forming a planetary cluster. Subsequently, these 9 celestial bodies of varying sizes resonated with one another, entwining and assaulting Lu Chen and Wei Donglai with apocalyptic force. Chapter 86. No one can make me retreat in fear. As Lu Chen beheld the 9 colossal planets drawing near, the celestial essence emanating from him abruptly ceased its expansion. What? Is brother Lu Chen intending to withstand my strike head-on? Does he not contemplate retreat? Observing Lu Chen's sudden withdrawal of momentum, Nailan Jia's eyes darkened with malevolence, and he mockingly derided Lu Chen. At this moment, Nailan Jia had already discerned the situation clearly, understanding that he must inflict harm upon the two before him to create an opportunity for escape. Retreat? Thus far, you are the second person to claim they can make me cower. Upon hearing Nailan Jia's taunt, Lu Chen couldn't help but emit a cold chuckle. Narrowing his eyes as he regarded the feigned composure of Nailan Jia, a surge of intense killing intent rising within him. As this killing intent emerged, the celestial essence on the battlefield gradually converged, ultimately coalescing upon the Tang Wu sword. With the accumulation of energy in the Tang Wu sword complete, the atmosphere of the battlefield began to turn decidedly bizarre. The 9 colossal planets summoned by Nailan Jia suddenly came to a standstill, remaining utterly immobile despite his efforts to propel them. Simultaneously, the sun and moon domain was also affected by the energy amassed in the Tang Wu sword, causing the luminous celestial bodies overhead to dim significantly. The strange developments within the domain caused many of the observing Mahayana cultivators in the distance to furrow their brows, as everyone present sensed that something was amiss. A single strike to vanquish all foes in my path. Who dares to claim they can make me retreat in fear? A resounding query echoed throughout the heavens in an instant. The killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes and the fury on his face erupted fully alongside this proclamation. Tang Wu sword art, 7th form, opening the heavens. Lu Chen wielded the Tang Wu sword, launching himself toward the 9 celestial bodies, swiftly traversing a distance of 100,000 miles. The Tang Wu sword in his grasp shimmered with golden light, emanating a radiant golden sword aura. Within a mere breath, this sword aura expanded to an astonishing size of several thousand zhong and continued to grow. Tang Wu, sword technique. Wei Donglai, upon witnessing Lu Chen's maneuver, could not restrain the moisture welling in his eyes. Who could have anticipated that an aged immortal cultivator at the late stage of his ascension, after a millennium, would once again behold the emergence of this sword, shedding tears in the public gaze? At that moment, Wei Donglai fixated on Lu Chen's figure, harboring an earnest desire that this formidable individual was the reincarnation of the ancient human king. In stark contrast to Wei Donglai's reaction, Nailanjia's countenance was fraught with panic. The Tangwu sword technique was known only to Tang Yijian and a select few of his disciples. Yet, Nailanjia recognized all the disciples of the ancient human king. As he beheld Lu Chen executing this sword move, Nailanjia desperately racked his memory, yet could not recall any existence of someone named Lu Chen. In his state of disarray, Nailanjia turned to the approaching Lu Chen and hastily inquired, "How do you wield the Tangwu sword technique? Are you a disciple of Tang Yijian? If so, who is your master?" Upon hearing Nailanjia's barrage of questions, Lu Chen merely responded with a disdainful expression, seemingly indifferent to Nailanjia's inquiries. With a crisp sound of the sword's resonance, the realms of the two immortal beings abruptly ceased all motion. Lu Chen's figure had inexplicably surpassed Nailanjia's form. Time and space seemed to have been suspended, as if all things were frozen in place. Suddenly, a series of sharp cracking sounds erupted, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Nailanjia's 9 colossal, celestial bodies shattered in an instant, and the space surrounding the two immortal realms followed suit, collapsing with a resounding crash. The fragments of space fell like countless shattered mirrors. Then, a massive shard of space descended before Nailanjia, obscuring his vision, before continuing its descent, revealing Nailanjia's form once more. The spectators were astounded to discover that Nailanjia, who had appeared unharmed just a moment ago, now stood with one arm severed. This sword strike had pierced through the realm. This sword had severed the arm of an immortal being. As the residual force of the attack dissipated, Lu Chen returned to his original position, leaving Nailanjia in a stupor, his face etched with disbelief, as if he could scarcely fathom the terrifying power of Lu Chen's strike. Saint Spirit's sword technique, 6th destruction, 23rd sword. Having regained his composure, Lu Chen did not relent due to his opponent's daze. He advanced with his sword drawn, charging toward the defenseless Nailanjia. The 23rd sword of the 6th destruction appeared unremarkable, yet concealed an awe-inspiring might. Sensing the apparent simplicity of this strike, Nailanjia felt an unsettling premonition. No longer daring to be careless, he immediately focused, channeling his spiritual energy to summon a celestial weapon for defense. As the two celestial weapons clashed, an invisible ripple quietly spread outward. After a brief stalemate, the two immortal beings began to sense the shift in power. With each step that Lu Chen took forward, Nailanjia retreated correspondingly, until he found himself thousands of miles away. At this point, the weapon in Nailanjia's hand could no longer withstand the strain, and the celestial weapon began to develop numerous fissures. As he beheld the impending destruction of his celestial weapon, Nailanjia gritted his teeth, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze suddenly became resolute, as if he had made a difficult decision. The celestial weapon would undergo a transformation. The weapon, now marred by cracks, lost all its sheen and appeared as mundane as any earthly weapon, an exceedingly strange sight. At that moment, Lu Chen sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated thousands of miles away. Before Lu Chen could stabilize his position, a formidable surge of energy erupted from the site of the celestial weapon's transformation. Subsequently, countless fragments of the celestial weapon scattered in all directions, creating numerous spatial rifts in their wake. "This is bad." The sun and moon prison. Wei Donglai, witnessing the erratic trajectory of the weapon fragments piercing through the spatial barrier, promptly sealed and confined the surrounding space for tens of thousands of miles. However, the chaotic flurry of weapon fragments, along with the explosive energy released during the transformation, severely drained the spiritual energy of the sun and moon prison's barrier. Even Wei Donglai, at the peak of the flying immortal stage, found it overwhelming, causing him to cough up blood due to the strain on his Dao injuries. Wei Donglai's act of spitting blood tightened the heart of old ancestor Fuchuan. Upon glancing at the members of the star-treading pavilion, could scarcely contain his murderous impulse. "Lu Chen, regardless of your connection to Tang Yijian, it matters not at this moment. Even if I perish today, you shall not fare any better. Blood and bone sacrifice to the heavens." Aware that defeat was inevitable, Nailanjia began to sacrifice his own flesh. His skin turned crimson, and intricate patterns appeared upon his bones, as though his body were engulfed in an invisible flame. At the peak of the flying immortal stage, though the realm of the flying immortal is formidable, each advancement feels as if crossing a chasm. Even as Nailanjia burned his corporeal form, he barely reached the pinnacle of the flying immortal stage. Yet, This newfound strength was sufficient to satisfy him. For even if this moment of brilliance was fleeting, it was enough for him to take the lives of the two before him. Thank you for pushing me to this brink. I have now ascended to the peak of the flying immortal stage, though it may not last long. It is enough to take you both with me. Regardless of whether you are the reincarnation of Tang Yujian, I do not mind sending you to reincarnation once more. As Nalanjia's frenzied demeanor reached its climax, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. To bring about another's demise, one must first drive them to madness, transforming his essence into a sword. With this divine ability, Lu Chen's form morphed into an enormous Tang Wu sword, suspended in the void. Nalanjia, in his madness, was struck with a sense of awe at the sight before him, transforming one's essence into a sword. This was the unparalleled skill of the king of humans, Tang Yujian, a technique that none of his disciples had mastered. At this realization, Nalanjia appeared to grasp a terrifying truth. Could it be, this person truly is the reincarnation of an ancient king? Once again lost in a state of stupor, Nalanjia completely neglected his defenses. In an instant, he was struck by the colossal sword conjured by Lu Chen, unleashing a powerful sword intent that stirred up a cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, everyone was astonished to see that Nalanjia's chest had been pierced. Yet, this did nothing to diminish his formidable aura. Ha ha ha! In this moment, I am invincible. You too must perish today. With Nalanjia's maniacal laughter, his severed arm and the gaping wound in his chest began to mend gradually. Lu Chen, witnessing this, could not help but sigh. The sacrificial bone had not only significantly augmented his strength, but had also fully awakened the power of his physical form. It was imperative to unleash his true capabilities in this battle. Chapter 87. The Sword of Heavenly Murder. As Nalanjia's injuries healed, Lu Chen once more swung his sword. Yet this seemingly casual strike failed to inflict any substantial damage. Observing that Lu Chen's casual attack had not harmed him, Nalanjia's mind gradually regained its composure. In his estimation, Lu Chen and Wei Donglai were no longer his adversaries. He need not exert his full strength to handle them. After some contemplation, however, Nalanjia's vigilance remained. Lu Chen's peculiar behaviors left him feeling unsettled, particularly the earlier manifestation of his body transforming into a sword. Transforming one's body into a sword. This is an unparalleled technique of the ancient King Tang from long ago. I am intrigued as to how you acquired this skill. The king perished, and his spirit dissipated without imparting it to anyone. As Nalanjia recalled the king's extraordinary techniques, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Unable to contain his curiosity regarding Lu Chen's bizarre situation, Nalanjia voiced his thoughts. A dying man need not inquire further. Lu Chen remained unfazed, delivering a cold response before instantly transforming into an ethereal shadow, lunging toward Nalanjia. His speed was so swift that none could perceive it, and in a mere moment, he struck Nalanjia. With a thunderous impact, Nalanjia was sent flying hundreds of miles before he finally regained his footing. Before he could react, Lu Chen launched another attack. Sensing the ferocity of Lu Chen's onslaught, Nalanjia unleashed his celestial essence, desperately retaliating. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges in the skies, each clash of spiritual energy causing the very space of the battlefield to shatter. As their duel intensified, even the distant adept cultivators could only perceive a multitude of shimmering lights in the heavens, flashing almost simultaneously. Nalanjia's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized, amidst their countless confrontations, that Lu Chen was gradually gaining the upper hand, and he had unwittingly fallen behind. Celestial Domain, Starry Sea. After a moment of contemplation, Nalanjia dared not hesitate further. Just as he extricated himself from Lu Chen's grasp, he immediately unleashed his domain. In an instant, the domain of a peak celestial being enveloped an expanse of 300,000 miles. With the formation of the starry domain, even Wei Donglai, observing from the sidelines, sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Had it been during Wei Donglai's zenith, he might have faced the pinnacle of the flying immortal realm without trepidation. Yet now, he is frail and teetering on the brink of death. Given his current state, Wei Donglai cannot guarantee that he will emerge alive from this domain. Time flows swiftly. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wei Donglai dared not wager on Lu Chen's ability to surpass Nalanjia at this moment. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy and charged towards Nalanjia. Two beams of light, infused with the brilliance of the sun and moon, intertwined, carrying a terrifying celestial power directed at Nalanjia. As the beams struck their target, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Once the residual energy dissipated, Wei Donglai's face was etched with astonishment. His attack proved utterly ineffective against Nalanjia within this realm. The stellar domain had enveloped the entire space, every inch filled with celestial bodies. All your attacks will be absorbed by this stellar force. Within this domain, I am a supreme deity. Ha ha! Nalanjia's maniacal laughter resonated throughout the stellar domain, the sonic waves crashing against the minds of every formidable being present. In the distance, the venerable Fu Quan and other advanced cultivators frowned, their gazes towards Nalanjia filled with complexity. Among the assembly of powerful cultivators, only Lu Feng and his son, Yi Chen, maintained their composure. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the silent Lu Chen, filled with unwavering trust. In his mind, his master was an invincible force on earth, only rivaled by the descent of a celestial being from the ninth heaven. Lu Feng, do you believe that Elder Lu Chen has a chance of victory? An anxious advanced cultivator inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng with concern. The hesitation in his eyes suggested that had the situation been more dire, he might have defected to the star-treading pavilion for his own survival. Yet, despite his mounting anxiety, Lu Feng remained silent. Just as the man began to pace in distress, Yi Chen spoke up. My master is invincible in this world. Only a celestial from the ninth heaven can contend with him. Yi Chen's voice rang out, resolute and powerful. The assembly of advanced cultivators found themselves momentarily at a loss for words in response to Yi Chen's declaration. In the heart of the battlefield, Nalanjia, brimming with self-satisfaction, heard Yi Chen's words and narrowed his eyes, locking onto the expressionless Lu Chen. After scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment, he erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha! You truly amuse me. You think you could be invincible in this world? If you were indeed invincible, why not be the true immortal of the mortal realm right now? Nalanjia's face bore a profound disdain as he regarded Lu Chen, his eyes gradually turning contemptuous. However, Nalanjia's derision did not provoke the slightest response from Lu Chen, whose gaze remained cold and indifferent, observing the self-satisfied Nalanjia, lost in his own thoughts. After a moment, Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes, only to open them suddenly. The originally dark pupils transformed into a brilliant golden hue, reflecting a golden flying sword at their center. Among the myriad paths of the world, only the path of the sword walks alone. Today I, Lu Chen, beseech the heavens and the earth for the path of the sword, to sever the endless expanse of the starry realm. As Lu Chen's words fell, an inexplicable aura emerged between heaven and earth, followed by tumultuous dark clouds swirling across the celestial sphere, the might of the heavens permeating the surroundings. With the descent of this annihilating aura, the clouds above erupted with a thunderous roar. The six circular eyes that once hovered above the Sword Sovereign Sect's cemetery now manifested in the sky. Yet this time, the reincarnation eyes cast their gaze upon Lu Chen without malice. The Eye of Heaven! Wei Donglai gasped in astonishment at the appearance of this colossal eye of reincarnation. Having lived for nearly 200,000 years, he had only heard tales of the heavenly gaze. Witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. The moment the Eye of Heaven took form, myriad expressions surfaced on the faces of cultivators within a million-mile radius. Mortals, far beyond, knelt in reverence, perceiving it as a celestial deity's descent. As for Lu Chen, the architect of this divine manifestation, he remained indifferent to the surrounding transformations, merely standing in mid-air, gradually raising the Tangwu sword above his head. The moment the sword was lifted, Lu Chen's figure seemed to magnify infinitely, supporting the heavens and the earth, or perhaps shrink to an imperceptible speck of dust. The entire realm appeared as though it were composed of countless miniature versions of Lu Chen. The arrogance on Nalanjia's face and the disdain in his eyes vanished entirely, replaced by palpable terror and panic. The instinct of blood sacrifice warned him that should Lu Chen bring down this sword, his demise would be inevitable. The realm shattered. A crisis loomed. Witnessing Nalanjia's desperate attempt to destroy the realm in a bid to drag Lu Chen down with him, Wei Donglai felt no hesitation. He immediately expended the last remnants of his lifespan to momentarily return to his peak form. As the starry realm exploded, the binding force dissipated. With his fleeting peak strength, Wei Donglai swiftly relocated the assembly of great cultivators to the Taishan Holy Land. The moment his feet touched the sacred ground, he summoned all his celestial energy to construct a bowl-shaped shield, inverting it over the Tai Xian Holy Land. With all factions gathered within, the sacred land felt almost overcrowded. Billions of human cultivators huddled together, their gazes fixed on the distant confrontation, falling into a profound silence. Moments later, cracks began to appear in the shield under the relentless assault of Nalanjia's destructive force. Despite countless cultivators channeling their spiritual energy into the shield, their efforts proved futile. Heaven, Dao, kill, sword. Just as despair began to etch itself on the faces of the masses, Lu Chen finally swung the sword down. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing across the vast expanse, the once wildly chaotic energies of the realm suddenly fell into silence. All that remained was the consciousness of living beings. Everything else in the world was suspended in a state of stasis. With another thunderous boom, the heavens and the earth were illuminated by a blindingly pure white light. Under the vast expanse of a million-mile sky, all living beings at this moment found themselves devoid of consciousness and the ability to function. Their sight was completely shrouded in darkness. Subsequently, an overwhelming number of cultivators experienced a persistent ringing in their ears, unable to regain their senses. An hour later, the pure white radiance vanished entirely. The world returned to its original state, and the scenes before their eyes gradually came into focus. However, upon perceiving the circumstances beyond the protective barrier, they stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to close them for an extended period. At the site where Lu Chen battled Nalanjia, the once lush greenery spanning 1,000,000 miles had completely vanished, and the ground was gouged away by several thousand zhang. Billions of cultivators could not help but direct their gazes toward Lu Chen, who hovered in the air, their hearts swelling with awe and admiration. No one dared to fathom the devastation that would have ensued had there been any other forces present within the radius of several million miles of the Taishan sacred land. One could only imagine the countless lives that might have perished under such a sword strike. Chapter 88. The End of War. At this moment, Lu Chen stood suspended in the air, contemplating the desolate landscape before him, and could not help but sigh as he sheathed the Tang Wu sword. Nalanjia had burned away his flesh, leaving only his soul intact, hoping to one day return from the ashes. But he had not anticipated being utterly obliterated by Lu Chen's sword. Gazing at the spot where Nalanjia had stood before his demise, Lu Chen lowered his head in deep thought for a long while before turning and soaring toward the Taishan sacred land behind him. Wait, don't lie. Upon seeing Lu Chen's approaching figure, felt an increasing intensity of hope in his gaze. He was eager to inquire about certain perplexing matters. Yet he understood that the moment for questioning had not yet arrived. As Lu Chen reached the skies above the Taishan sacred land, the protective barrier set by Wei Donglai shattered with a resounding crash. The billions of human cultivators observing the battle looked up at the figure above, their hearts filled with deep respect. Master, are you unharmed? Indeed. Yeqing, who was caught in the throng, rushed forward to bow deeply as Lu Chen descended. After receiving a response from Lu Chen, Yeqing slowly raised his head to gaze at his master, whom he had not seen for over a century, his eyes gradually reddening. In your time away, you have achieved the supreme realm. You must have endured much hardship. Lu Chen observed Yeqing's reddened eyes, noting the weariness etched upon his youthful face. He had intended to affectionately ruffle Yeqing's hair, but reconsidered, feeling it somewhat inappropriate in the current environment. Instead, he placed his hand on Yeqing's shoulder and gave it a few gentle pats. Yeqing, sensing the unusual warmth from Lu Chen, felt a tinge of disappointment in his gaze. Master, I have not suffered. Hearing Yeqing's plaintive voice, Lu Chen could only chuckle in disbelief. He was exceedingly pleased with his disciple's accomplishments and dared not harbor further desires. After sharing a nostalgic moment, Lu Chen shifted his attention to the figure of Yejining, who was desperately trying to navigate through the crowd, a smile gracing his jade-like face. The group of cultivators standing beside Lu Chen were astonished to witness a smile emerge upon his countenance. They then followed his gaze and were taken aback to realize that Lu Chen's smile was directed at Yejining. Indeed, the rumors of the 8th Saint's son being exceptionally cherished by the flying immortal Lu Chen were not unfounded. Indeed, when Senior Lu Chen faced his disciple, a sense of contentment graced his features. Now, upon witnessing the figure of Yidu, he could not help but reveal a tender smile. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd as some cultivators cast envious glances at Yi Zhenying, who was cradling Lu Chen, wishing fervently that they could take her place. Naturally, Yi Zhenying, the center of attention, sensed the myriad jealous gazes directed her way and felt a secret sense of pride. As night fell, Lu Chun and Yi Chun engaged in a heartfelt conversation beneath a pavilion in the Taishan sacred land, during which Yi Chun recounted his numerous experiences from recent times. When Lu Chun heard Yi Chun speak of the mysterious immortal arm, he fell into deep contemplation. His disciple was undeniably a child of destiny. In a stage of divine transformation, he had entered the flying immortal hall and received the legacy of the heavenly sword elder. In a stage of spirit separation, he had undergone the cleansing and refinement by the immortal, merging with the memories and legacies of the immortal king. Such fortunate opportunities undoubtedly marked him as a favored child of the heavenly path. This line of thought sparked a sudden idea in Lu Chun's mind. Perhaps Yi Chun could become the fastest ascendant among the cultivators of this how great world, surpassing even the legendary Tang Yijian. Master, the legacy of the immortal king is currently sealed within my consciousness by teacher Hao Yu before his transcendence. This seal is at least at the level of the flying immortal, rendering it insurmountable for my cultivation. Therefore, Yi Chun began to speak, but hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Observing the turmoil on his disciple's face, Lu Chun drained his cup of sacred spring tea and addressed Yi Chun. If there is any difficulty, do not hesitate to speak. Feel free to express your thoughts. Master, Master. After much internal conflict, Yi Chun repeatedly called out to Lu Chun, but remained at a loss for words. After a prolonged stutter, he sighed deeply and spoke, Master, I wish to share the immortal king's legacy with you. A look of determination filled Yi Chun's face, and Lu Chun could see that this sentiment was genuine. However, the sudden request took Lu Chun by surprise. Moments later, after finishing his drink, he looked at Yi Chun, who was fixedly gazing at him, and offered a simple smile. As for the immortal king's legacy, you should cultivate it on your own. Remember, a common man may bear no guilt, yet possessing treasures invites envy. Until you become the strongest, be wary of revealing that you have acquired the legacies of two immortals. Lu Chun felt no particular curiosity regarding the legacy Yi Chun had obtained. With the aid of the system, the immortal king's legacy held little significance for him. Master? Yi Chun, still puzzled, looked toward Lu Chun, who shook his head and vanished, leaving behind a resonant piece of wisdom. Hearing Lu Chun's profound words, Yi Chun sat in silence, reflecting deeply, his cup of wine ever replenished. In the forbidden grounds of the Taishan sacred land, after Lu Chun departed from the pavilion, he instantly arrived at the designated location, where he had arranged to meet Wei Donglai to discuss matters weighing on their minds. After a prolonged wait, Wei Donglai rose as Lu Chun slowly emerged from the shadows, promptly ushering him to take a seat. He then filled Lu Chun's goblet with wine from a flask. Fellow Taoist Wei, may I inquire as to the purpose of summoning me here? Lu Chun's sudden question nearly caused Wei Donglai to drop his cup. Before he could utter a word, Lu Chun had boldly delved into the matter, leaving him somewhat flustered. A look of consternation crossed Wei Donglai's weathered face, his furrowed brows twitching as he pondered his thoughts. After a brief internal struggle, Wei Donglai sighed and began to speak. Fellow Taoist Lu, since you have broached the subject so directly, I shall dispense with any pretense. I am most curious to know how you acquired the inheritance of the human king and attained such formidable prowess. It is worth mentioning that the younger generation outside has not witnessed the human king in person and remains woefully ignorant of his legacy. As Wei Donglai continued, he suddenly paused and glanced at Lu Chun. Noticing no signs of discontent upon Lu Chun's visage, he pressed on. The moment you unleashed the human king's ultimate techniques, I was convinced that you were indeed the reincarnation of the human king. However, I witnessed the shattering of the human king's soul. There is no possibility for resurrection. Moreover, the human king did not impart these techniques to anyone before his demise, not even to his disciples. Thus, I implore you, fellow Taoist Lu, to reveal the truth and sate the curiosity of this dying man. Upon concluding his plea, Wei Donglai rose and bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground. Lu Chun stared in astonishment at the unexpected display. Although Wei Donglai was a formidable being in the late stage of ascendancy, his damaged foundation had left him with little time remaining, and such an act must have caused him considerable pain. Sighing after a moment of stupor, Lu Chun lamented. 3 days later, after conferring with Yi Zhenying, he departed from the Taishan sacred land. He had already informed Yi Zhenying that the younger generation should refrain from interrupting discussions among elders, regardless of their formidable backing, and should adhere to certain life principles. In a certain expanse of sky within the eastern domain, Lu Chen did not utilize a spatial passage to distance himself from the Taishan sacred land. Instead, he soared through the air towards the Sword Sovereign Sect. Gazing down at the earth below, his thoughts were a tangled web of complexity. No one knew how he had explained the circumstances to Wei Donglai. They only knew that after that night, Wei Donglai would bow respectfully and address him as the human king. Chapter 89. The resumption of the Battle of 10,000 Sects. Unbeknownst to many, 3 months had already passed since Lu Chen's departure from the Taishan sacred land. During this time, the powerful beings of the Great Ascendancy within the sacred land experienced profound sorrow due to the outbreak of the Celestial War. The arena for the Battle of 10,000 Sects had been reduced to a basin by Lu Chen's actions. The Great Ascendant beings found themselves compelled to take the lead in reconstructing the arena. After 3 months of tireless effort, a new competition ground was finally established by these formidable beings, with every one of them participating in the construction of the new arena. Even the venerable ancestor Fuchuan of the Taishan Holy Land and the formidable ancestor Lu Feng of the sword-controlling sect, both semi-immortal powerhouses, participated in the construction. It was later revealed to them by the younger generation that ancestor Lu Feng's involvement was due to the charming persuasion of the 8th Holy Son, Yi Zhenying. Ancestor Fuchuan had initially hoped to invite cultivators below the ascension stage to join in, but was met with a severe reprimand from the immortal guardians Donglai, leaving him with a look of grievance akin to that of a forlorn child. Fortunately, following the inclusion of these two semi-immortal beings, the assembly of Great Ascension cultivators ceased their complaints and even enhanced the formations of the combat platform. 3 days after the completion of the combat platform, various factions returned to the viewing area in preparation for the battles, though this time, the number of participants had dwindled by nearly half. After experiencing the previous 2 Grand Immortal Wars, some lower-tier factions seemed to have come to terms with reality and, fearing the emergence of another troublesome entity like the Treading Star Pavilion, declared their withdrawal from the contest of the myriad sections. In response to these withdrawal requests, the Taishan Holy Land refrained from sending representatives to intervene. As one faction departed, others soon followed suit. With the continuous departures, the number of participants in the contest had dwindled to less than 2 billion. However, most of those withdrawing belonged to the divine transformation and spirit severing levels, leading to a significant reduction in the number of participants in the divine transformation group and, consequently, a decrease in the anticipated duration of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I extend a warm welcome to you all in this arena of the myriad sections. I wish all contestants the best of luck in achieving remarkable standings. I now declare the commencement of the Divine Transformation Group Battles. As Yin Sheng observed the gathering of participants was complete, he immediately summoned his spiritual energy to resonate throughout the surroundings. Subsequently, a scroll flew from his hand, becoming transparent and immense, suspended in midair. Contestants listed on the battle roster, please take the stage. Upon witnessing the names appear on the roster, Yin Sheng loudly reminded the spectators. On the first combat platform, Yang Kai of the Peaceful City faces off against Zhang Dabi of the Artillery Sect. On the second platform, Su Ke of the Execution Heaven Gang battles Li Qiyia of the Overlord Sect. On the third platform, Zhang Xian of the 10,000 Books Hall contends with Chen Beixian of the Immortal Sovereign Sect. On the 68,000th platform, Li Banjun of the 9 Tripod Sect confronts the Scarred Face Sect's Hai Tai. On the 100th combat platform, as in the inaugural Divine Transformation Battle, all contestants first assess their foundations on the Bone Testing Stone before ascending to the combat platform, at a rather inconspicuous spot in the viewing area. The leader of the 9 Tripod Sect, Tian Badong, anxiously fixated on the arena, where his disciple Li Banjun stood in confrontation against a peer. Although Li Banjun was merely at the early stage of divine transformation, the enhancement from his battle body allowed his combat prowess to surge dramatically. Conversely, his opponent was a fully realized divine transformation cultivator, even on the verge of spirit severing, proving to be no easy adversary. Let the battle commence. With all participants having taken their positions on the combat platform, Yin Sheng's command heralded the eruption of conflict among the divine transformation cultivators once more. However, this time, the arena had been fortified by numerous ascension powerhouses, rendering it exceptionally resilient. Even the self-detonating cultivators, coerced into such actions, could not shake the protective barrier in the slightest. As time progressed, the number of participants on the dueling platform gradually began to dwindle. Within just half a day, the contenders had diminished to fewer than 30,000. After another half-day, less than 10,000 remained engaged in the fierce battles. This gradual reduction compelled the spectators to focus on Li Banjun, who was situated at the 60,000th dueling platform. At that moment, after activating his unique battle form, golden-yellow markings adorned his body, while his opponent, a cultivator at the threshold of divinity, possessed a rather peculiar physique. Their clash was exceedingly intense. One was slightly weaker in cultivation, yet stronger in physical prowess, while the other was somewhat superior in cultivation, but significantly inferior in physical strength. Consequently, the battle remained at a stalemate, an equilibrium of strengths and weaknesses. The confrontation between the two transformation stage cultivators began to capture the attention of the onlookers, with everyone speculating on who would emerge victorious. In a certain area of the spectator seats, the young master of Yujian Sect gazed at Li Banjun, gradually losing himself in thought. Beside him, the sect leader, Lang Zhongqi, noticed his son's peculiar demeanor and inquired with curiosity, "I don't know what troubles you. Father, does that cultivator with the unique physique not resemble Qiu Dongzhu and Li Yunfeng?" Upon hearing his son's observation, Lang Zhongqi directed his attention to Li Banjun. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, a sudden darkness fell across his expression. This peculiar lad, indeed, bore some resemblance to the traitorous couple who had betrayed his son years ago. "Father, once the battle concludes, I shall approach him to probe his background. If he truly is connected to those two, then eliminate him at once." Lang Zhongqi interrupted, his countenance chillingly ominous. Returning to the dueling platform, Li Banjun's expression grew increasingly solemn. His battle with the individual before him had reached an impasse, and while their strengths complemented each other, prolonging the fight would be detrimental to him. After a prolonged contemplation, a resolute glimmer ignited in his eyes. During this moment of distraction, his opponent, Hai Tai, sensed the shift and charged forward with his blade. Bang! Hai Tai's intentions were thwarted as Li Banjun, regaining focus at the last moment, raised his sword to parry the sudden strike. The clash of blade and sword emitted arcs of lightning-like spiritual energy. They remained locked for a moment before Li Banjun swiftly retreated to the edge of the platform. A surge of sword intent enveloped him, striking Hai Tai's face like a tempest. Feeling the shift in Li Banjun's aura, a deeper seriousness etched itself across Hai Tai's face. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment before Li Banjun surged towards Hai Tai like a flying sword. With the invocation of the sword control technique, clouds of sword energy swirled. In an instant, Li Banjun vanished, only to be replaced by thousands of illusory figures, all resembling him, soaring towards Hai Tai like dancers in the air. However, what truly astonished Hai Tai was the fact that beneath this bizarre maneuver, Li Banjun was capable of simultaneously executing other sword techniques. The overwhelming onslaught, akin to 1,000 blades slicing through flesh, reverberated across the arena. With a resounding clash, Hai Tai's strike landed, yet before he could mount a defense, he was struck by Li Banjun's fierce assault. In mere moments, Hai Tai found himself pierced by a multitude of swords, his body riddled with wounds. Ultimately, as the flurry of swordplay ceased, Hai Tai lay motionless upon the dueling platform. The rankings in midair began to shift, and soon a voice boomed from a powerful figure, declaring Li Banjun the victor. On the 68,000th dueling platform, the winner is Li Banjun. Upon hearing the announcement of victory, Tian Badong leapt from his seat in the viewing area. However, before he could utter a word, a chilling voice resonated across the battlefield from the judge's platform. "Li Banjun, is it? Who taught you that swordplay?" The crowd turned in unison to find Wang Haoren. The sect leader of the sword control sect had risen from his seat, his wide eyes reflecting a mix of shock and anger as they fixated upon the young victor. Chapter 90, Recognition. As Wang Haoren's expression shifted, nearly 2 billion watching cultivators were riveted by the scene, speculating wildly about the reason behind the sect leader's unexpected outburst. Meanwhile, as Li Banjun descended from the dueling platform, he too gazed at Wang Haoren's complex expression, a swirl of questions igniting within him. Could it be that his father had some connection to the sword control sect? Sect leader Wang, might I inquire as to why you are questioning this young brother? Is there something peculiar about his swordplay? The elder of the Xia family, witnessing the sudden turn of events, promptly directed his inquiry toward Wang Haoren. He had noted Li Banjun's duel and held a great admiration for the young man's talents. Observing the anger on Wang Haoren's face and the stunned expressions of the disciples from the sword control sect in the viewing area, the Xia elder quickly sensed that this matter was of considerable significance. Nevertheless, he silently resolved to safeguard the young man, regardless of the unfolding events. I apologize, esteemed elders. It appears I have acted a bit recklessly. My intention was merely to inquire about this prodigy. Wang Haoran, shaken by the gentle reminder from Xia Yu, quickly realized his overzealous display and adjusted his demeanor, offering a brief apology to the surrounding representatives of various factions. He then turned his gaze back to Li Banjun, speaking with a measured tone. Daoistly, may I ask from whom you acquired the sword technique you just displayed? I will be most grateful for your enlightenment. Little brother Li, you bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, and I too am exceedingly curious about the origin of that swordplay, Wang Haoran added, his earlier confusion lingering in his heart. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly chimed in. The crowd cast their eyes toward the source of the interruption, intrigued by who dared to challenge the prestige of the sword control sect in such a public setting. When they beheld the speaker's visage, they were astonished to discover it was none other than a disciple of the flying immortal, Chen. Instantly, the expressions of the cultivators shifted from mere curiosity to profound astonishment. If Wang Haoran's inquiry stemmed merely from innocent curiosity, then Yi Chen's subsequent remarks were nothing short of astonishing. Yi Chen, the young supreme sovereign, an unparalleled force who has triumphed over great powers, and the sole disciple of the extraordinary celestial being, Chen. If even Yi Chen expressed curiosity regarding the origins of this individual swordsmanship, it suffices to indicate that Li Banjuan's sword technique must possess significant depth. Master Wang, esteemed Elder Yi, I am unaware of the origins of this sword technique. I only know that since my earliest memories, it has been ingrained in my soul by my biological father, despite being questioned by two esteemed individuals. Li Banjun exhibited no signs of anxiety, responding to their inquiries with an air of calmness. Upon hearing Li Banjuan's response, both Yi Chen and Wang Haoran furrowed their brows, subsequently descending into contemplation. After a brief pause, Wang Haoran lifted his head and posed another question to Li Banjun. You claim that this has existed in your consciousness since childhood, left to you by your father? Indeed, although I have never met my biological parents, it is my understanding that it must have been left to me by my father. The disciples of the Yujian Sect were taken aback by Li Banjun's statement, suddenly rising from their observation seats in disbelief. Impossible. This is the exclusive celestial-level technique of our Yujian Sect, the Yujian Ju, and the sword moves you are employing are part of the latter half of the Yujian Ju. Only core disciples of our sect are qualified to learn this portion. From what I understand, your age is similar to ours. Thus, even if your father were a core disciple, he would now be of the same generation as our esteemed elders. One disciple of the Yujian Sect, of a similar age to Wang Haoran, immediately retorted loudly upon hearing Li Banjuan's assertion. Following his words, another junior disciple beside him also raised a loud inquiry towards Li Banjun. Indeed, you assert that the core teachings of the Yujian Ju were imparted to you by your father. Yet none of our esteemed elders of the sect possess offspring left in the outside world. This is not for me to explain. I only know that this was left by my father. Furthermore, this token is an item my father left with me in my cradle during his departure. Confronted by the probing questions of the Yujian Sect disciples and the scrutiny of numerous spectators, Li Banjun showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he produced a black and gold token from his robes, his face etched with anger. As the token emerged, Yi Chen swiftly approached Li Banjun, taking it from his hands for inspection. Gradually, an expression of excitement began to manifest on Yi Chen's face. Seeing the growing fervor upon Yi Chen's visage, Li Banjun felt a surge of anticipation within. Would his father's identity finally be unveiled? Is this your father's? Yes. It has accompanied me since childhood. Upon hearing Li Banjuan's resolute affirmation, Yi Chen tossed the token into Wang Haoran's hands, who had just descended from the main seating area, and left the scene of the Wan Zone battle with a parting remark. Meet me at my resting place tonight at the hour of high. After Yi Chen's departure, the curiosity among the crowd intensified, with even those engaged in unresolved battles unwilling to continue watching. Wang Haoran, equally intrigued, examined the token in his hands repeatedly, seeking to unravel the reason behind Yi Chen's departure. Upon witnessing the identity information inscribed on the token, Wang Haoran's expression transformed, resembling a state of utter turmoil. Senior Brother Banjun. No, Junior Brother Banjun. The attendees, upon hearing Wang Haoran's shift in address, were thoroughly intrigued, their curiosity piqued. Each individual extended their consciousness towards the pair, eager to glean any astonishing revelations. Ban Jun, directly referred to as junior brother by Wang Haoren, was also somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom why the leader of this minor sacred ground had suddenly lost his composure. He questioned within himself, could it be that he truly was the former young master of the Sword Sovereign Sect? Junior brother Ban Jun, your father, Li Yunfeng, is my esteemed senior uncle, and also the previous young master of the Sword Sovereign Sect. Alas, my senior uncle has been missing for over a century, and despite our efforts to locate him, we have ultimately found nothing. Upon hearing Wang Haoren's fervent declarations, both Li Banjun and the spectators from Yujian Sect and Jiuding Sect displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Tian Batong, the master of Jiuding Sect, wore an expression of disbelief, unable to accept that the father of Li Banjun was indeed the young master of the minor sacred ground. This unexpected turn of events left him momentarily at a loss. In stark contrast, the members of Yujian Sect were on edge, with their leader, Lang Zhongqi, already devising plans to withdraw from the 10,000 sect battle and flee the eastern region at dawn the following day. Master Wang, you cannot be mistaken, can you? Li Banjun, still apprehensive, sought reassurance from Wang Haoren once more. Although the token had been confirmed as genuine, he still struggled to comprehend the connection between his father and the Sword Sovereign Sect. I would never mistake it. Your father is my master uncle. Even if his token were reduced to ashes, I would recognize it. Wang Haoren, filled with excitement, proposed, let us discuss this matter in private, away from the arena to avoid disrupting the duel. Just as he was about to share his thoughts with Li Banjun, he noticed the multitude of gazes fixated upon them, prompting him to swiftly lead Li Banjun towards the observation area of the Sword Sovereign Sect. As the two departed, the crowd gradually redirected their attention, yet the astonishment upon their faces suggested they were still grappling with the recent events. In the observation area, those factions closest to the Jiuding Sect cast envious glances at Tian Batong and his entourage. Within the esteemed seating of Jiuding Sect, the elders wore smiles of delight, reveling in the unexpected revelation that their leader had fortuitously acquired a child who was the legacy of the former young master of the minor sacred ground. The attendees understood the significance of such an opportunity, foreseeing that the Jiuding Sect would undoubtedly enjoy the protection of the Sword Sovereign Sect, a force of transcendent might. Tian Sect Master, I am Ai Beiji, the leader of the 5th rank sect, 8 Heroes Sect. I wonder if you remember me? We have previously attended the Imperial Banquet together. Tian Sect Master, I am Nyoma, the head of the 6th rank Nyo family. Should you ever require assistance, simply call upon us, and the Nyo family shall offer unwavering support. Faced with the accolades from various factions, Tian Batong responded to each with respectful acknowledgement. It was only after a fragrant stick of incense had burned that he finally concluded his exchanges with the last faction and sank into his seat, visibly fatigued. Reflecting on the myriad experiences since he first found Li Banjun at the entrance of the sect, Tian Batong felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from Li Banjun discovering his roots, while the sorrow arose from his uncertainty about whether Li Banjun would ultimately depart from him. After a prolonged period of conflicted contemplation, Tian Batong sighed softly and gazed into the distance. He resolved to relinquish these thoughts, allowing the fate of their master-disciple bond to unfold as it may. Regardless of Li Banjun's choices, he would offer his unwavering support. Chapter 91. The Demonic Clan's Obstruction. Less than an hour had passed since Li Banjun and Wang Haoren departed, and the contestants remaining upon the battle stage had determined their victors. Following the announcement by Yin Sheng, the host of the 10,000 sects battle, this segment of the competition was concluded. With the conclusion of the contests, aside from a few factions invited by the Taishan Sacred Land to rest within, the remaining factions either continued their cultivation in the spectator seats or returned to their makeshift accommodations to practice. As night fell, Li Banjun stood at the entrance of Yi Chen's modest courtyard, hesitating before finally knocking on the wooden door. Earlier in the day, he had conversed extensively with the disciples of the Yujian Sect and learned that his biological father was the sect's young master, who had vanished over a century ago. The only regret he harbored was the absence of knowledge regarding the reasons behind Li Yunfeng's disappearance. Now, he had come to seek this young ancestor of the Yujian Sect, secretly hoping to glean insights into the circumstances surrounding his father's vanishing and thereby to trace his whereabouts. You have arrived? As soon as Li Banjun stepped into the courtyard, Yi Chen's voice resonated suddenly. Yes, I have seen you, Senior Yi. Li Banjun intended to bow respectfully, but was abruptly enveloped in darkness. Moments later, his vision returned, and upon surveying his surroundings, he realized he had been relocated to a stone bench by Yichun. He then fixed his gaze upon Yichun, who was pouring him a cup of tea, and hesitantly began to speak. "Senior Yi, just call me Chen Ge." Yichun interjected suddenly, leaving Li Banjun momentarily bewildered, his expression reflecting his confusion. Observing this, Yichun smiled warmly and continued, "I refer to your father as Shibua. Therefore you may address me as Chen Ge or Brother Yi without reservation. But Senior Yi, you are the young ancestor of the Yujian Sect. How could you be my father's junior disciple? Such details are not for you to concern yourself with. There are no others present. You need only call me brother or Chen Ge. Be brother." Li Banjun stuttered, attempting to refute, but was once again interrupted by Yichun. Noticing the firmness in Yi Chen's demeanor, Li Banjun ceased his inquiries and reluctantly uttered the term of brotherhood. Upon Li Banjun addressing him as brother, a smile returned to Yi Chen's face. "Very well. By the way, Li Shidi, could you share your experiences from these past years with me?" At Yi Chen's inquiry, Li Banjun's eyes glazed over as he began to reminisce. An hour later, after recounting the events following Tian Buitong's discovery of him, he inquired about any news regarding Li Yunfeng. Listening attentively to Li Banjun's narrative, Yichun merely sighed softly in response. He had not seen Master Li Yunfeng for over a century, and concerning his current whereabouts, he had only heard a few casual remarks from Lu Feng. "Junior brother Li, you have endured much hardship over the years. However, it is fortunate that you have returned to the Swordmaster Sect. I am grateful to Brother Yi and the others for their unwavering support. Yet, as for my father and mother, I know nothing of the matters concerning Master Yunfeng and his wife. After all, it has been 100 years since I departed from the Swordmaster Sect. Nevertheless, once the 10,000 sects battle concludes, you may seek out my master, Lu Chun, at the Swordmaster Sect. You should possess knowledge of where Master Yunfeng and his wife are hiding." Upon hearing Yi Chun mention that unparalleled celestial being, Li Banjun felt a surge of anxiety within him, which was soon followed by a flicker of realization that dimmed his gaze. Sitting across from him, Yi Chun discerned Li Banjun's thoughts and immediately offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not. If my master learns that you are the son of Master Yunfeng, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Gazing at the resolute smile on Yi Chen's face and hearing his affirming words, Li Banjun could not help but nod. Perhaps the awe of that extraordinary celestial being made him tremble, but the curiosity about his father, whom he had never met, was even more profound. With Li Banjun's thoughts clarified, the two engaged in lively conversation for quite some time before he finally departed the small courtyard. Days later, the final round of the 10,000 sects battle, the transformation stage competition, commenced with fervor. As Insheng issued the command, the contestants began to take the stage. However, at the very moment Insheng announced the start, one of the dual platforms completed its battle in an instant. On the first platform, the victor is Yi Jinding. As the announcement of victory echoed, the spectators turned their attention to the first dual platform, though their faces bore no expressions of astonishment. Yi Jinding had trained alongside the celestial being Lu Chun since childhood, growing to become the holy son of Tai Xian. With such resources at his disposal, if he could not achieve invincibility among his peers, he would have little pride left to show his face. Having just attained victory, Yi Jinding did not display any signs of pride or self-satisfaction. Instead, he departed the dual platform with a calm demeanor, under the weight of various accolades. Such a victory meant little to him, as the final match of the transformation stage unfolded at a critical juncture, far from the Tai Xian Holy Land. The members of Yujian Sect were hurrying back with anxious expressions. Some factions present at the 10,000 sect battle were aware that they had pursued a cultivator named Li Yunfeng. Lang Zhongqi dared not wager on whether anyone would seek to curry favor with the Swordmaster Sect by exposing him. Thus, the day after Li Banjun's recognition by the Swordmaster Sect, he led the Yujian Sect team to withdraw from the battlefield. "Sect Master, the situation has escalated. What should we do?" inquired an elder beside Lang Zhongqi, observing the serious countenance of the Sect Master. "Forget it. Upon our return, inform the main disciples to gather their belongings and leave the sect discreetly. What about the outer disciples and the miscellaneous workers? Abandon them entirely. It would be best to let them serve as scapegoats. Alas, we have no other choice." Upon hearing the emotionless words of Lang Zhongqi, the elder could only let out a sigh, seemingly in agreement with what had been said. Their plot to eliminate Li Yunfeng could potentially be exposed at any moment. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, the elder ultimately chose silence, and the Yujian Sect fell once again into a state of quietude. How pitiful it is to see the Yujian Sect in such disarray. Have you not considered that your sect may fade into obscurity? A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonated ominously around them, causing the Yujian Sect's members to shudder and halt their advance. Who dares to speak? Is it not beneath you to hide in the shadows? Lang Zhongqi's heart surged with vigilance upon hearing the sinister voice. He cast a wary glance around, attempting to provoke the unseen speaker into revealing themselves. Ha! Your words, Sect Master Lang, are truly amusing. In that case, I shall indulge you. With a booming laugh, a figure clad in purple materialized before them. Lang Zhongqi, upon noticing the tear streaks on the figure's face, could not help but exclaim, a member of the demon clan. With Lang Zhongqi's exclamation, the other cultivators of Yujian Sect finally recognized the purple demonic patterns adorning the newcomer's visage. What business do you, a lowly demon, have here today? Lang Zhongqi snapped back to his senses, delivering a cold scoff. The demon, however, showed no offense, merely gazing at the members of the Yujian Sect with an enigmatic smile. Speak quickly, demon, or do not blame us for our rudeness. Sect Master Lang, I have come to offer you assistance. What could a mere demon possibly provide? Despite Lang Zhongqi's disdain, the demon maintained his composure, a wicked smile playing upon his lips as he continued, Sect Master Lang. If I were to impart a certain piece of information, not only could it spare your Yujian Sect from calamity, but it could also position Li Yunfeng in direct opposition to the cultivators of the Eastern Domain. Upon hearing this tempting proposition from the demon, Lang Zhongqi regarded him with a hint of skepticism, signaling for the demon to elaborate. Yet, the demon merely smiled, maintaining his inscrutable demeanor as he gazed upon the Yujian Sect's members. Noting the expectant expressions on their faces, Zhu Xiang felt a surge of delight within, though his exterior remained calm. Sect Master, before we proceed, might I inquire if you desire to grow stronger? Of course. Such strength comes at a small price. Are you willing to pay? Upon hearing the demon's assertion of a possible turning point that could directly benefit him, Lang Zhongqi felt a flicker of interest, yet he bowed his head in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons further. Given that we have already made enemies with the Yujian Sect, why not agree to this individual suggestion? Indeed, Sect Master, we have already forged a deadly enmity. It is only a matter of time before we are exposed. Sect Master, he is a member of the demon clan. We must proceed with caution. Then consider your own demise. Lang Zhongqi retorted. Enough. I know how to make my decisions. In a moment of contemplation, Lang Zhongqi suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, interrupting the heated debate among the elders surrounding him. After much reflection, he had come to understand the path he must take. With his eyes filled with crimson determination, he surveyed the members of Yujian Sect around him, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Xiang ahead. Esteemed lord of the demon clan, if you possess a method to alter our fate, please share it. From this moment forth, Yujian Sect shall follow you faithfully. Ha ha ha. Very well, Sect Master Lang. There is no need to address me as Lord. I am Zhu Xiang, the envoy of the King of Slaughter. Henceforth, you may refer to me simply as King Envoy Zhu Xiang. Indeed, King Envoy Zhu Xiang. Zhu Xiang, his face alight with a wicked grin, was met with a similar malevolent smile from Lang Zhongqi, as the two shared a prolonged, sinister laughter. Sect Master, but he is of the demon clan. A feeble voice suddenly interjected, breaking the eerie mirth between the two. All eyes turned to a young man whose trembling form suggested regret for his earlier words. Before he could offer any defense, an attack surged past the crowd, instantly obliterating the young man's body. Witnessing this sudden, merciless strike, the assembly's gaze shifted back to Lang Zhongqi, who wore an expression imbued with chilling coldness, his eyes scanning the crowd with lethal intent, causing a collective shudder among those present. We are willing to follow the Sect Master. Good. Ha ha ha. Seeing the fear take hold, and others pledge their loyalty, the icy demeanor on Lang Zhongqi's face transformed into a satisfied smile, before he turned once more to the demon envoy Zhu Xiang. Might I request the method to enhance my strength? Allow me to experiment with it first. Certainly, Zhu Xiang responded with vigor, then retrieved a small pill adorned with purple demonic runes from his spatial ring. Lang Zhongqi examined it closely, noticing an aura of rich purple energy faintly hovering around the pill. The more he gazed, the more he felt as if it was beckoning him to consume it. This is the King's Blood Pill, crafted from the essence and flesh of our royal lineage. If consumed by a human cultivator, it can rapidly enhance their cultivation. A practitioner of your caliber, Sect Master Lang, in the early stages of integration, could conservatively be estimated to ascend to the ranks of a great accomplishment powerhouse. What? A great accomplishment powerhouse? The members of Yujian Sect stood in stunned silence at Zhu Xiang's revelation. Several elders among them gaped in disbelief. According to Zhu Xiang, if Lang Zhongqi ingested this pill, he could attain the great accomplishment stage. Yet, given Lang Zhongqi's innate talent, reaching such heights would typically require arduous cultivation over 100,000 years. What did this imply? A single pill equated to sparing Lang Zhongqi nearly 100 millennia of rigorous training. King Envoy Zhu Xiang, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Just this small pill can enable me to break through to the level of a great accomplishment powerhouse? Lang Zhongqi remained skeptical of Zhu Xiang's claims. If this pill truly held such miraculous properties, then why had the demon clan not provided it during the Celestial Demon War? King Envoy Zhu Xiang, it is not that I, Lang, disbelieve your words, but rather, if your clan possesses such divine elixirs, why did you not utilize them during the Great War? Upon hearing Lang Zhongqi's perplexed inquiry, Zhu Xiang could not help but burst into hearty laughter. After a prolonged bout of mirth, Zhu Xiang subdued his laughter, adopting a calm demeanor, and gazed at the now wary Lang Zhongqi before slowly speaking. Master Lang, I have already conveyed that this elixir is intended for your kind, the human race. As for why our clan's practitioners do not consume it themselves, it is because any non-sovereign level practitioner of our lineage who ingests this elixir is destined for death. In our earlier, less developed state, our bodies could not withstand the energy imbued with sovereign might, leading to certain demise. Moreover, since you have allied with our clan, you are by all means our brother. How could I, Zhu Xiang, bring harm to my own kin? At this juncture, Zhu Xiang appeared somewhat irked, observing Lang Zhongqi's displeasure. Feeling the intensity of Zhu Xiang's gaze, Lang Zhongqi, with a hint of helplessness, implored, Dear brother Zhu, please do not take offense. I acted thoughtlessly. I beseech you to entrust me with this elixir, and I shall consume it before your very eyes. Lang Zhongqi bowed respectfully to Zhu Xiang, humbly requesting the elixir. Seeing Lang Zhongqi in such a state, Zhu Xiang smiled and placed the elixir in his hands. After receiving the elixir, Lang Zhongqi examined it carefully before swallowing it whole, subsequently sitting cross-legged to refine its medicinal power. 3 hours later, Lang Zhongqi was enveloped in a swirling mass of purple aura, a formidable demonic presence emanating from it that caused every practitioner present to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, the dark purple energy surrounding Lang Zhongqi shattered. He then leaped into the sky, his hair transforming to a vibrant purple, while intricate demonic patterns began to crawl across his body. With a single demonic pill swallowed, my ascendant power is unassailable. This immense strength shall remain unyielding unless a celestial being descends. Lang Zhongqi reveled in his newfound power, but as he absorbed the energy within, he suddenly masked his elation, launching a palm strike towards the crowd below. Devilish palm, veil of shadows. The sky erupted with overwhelming demonic might, carrying with it a formidable force of destruction as Lang Zhongqi directed his strike downwards. Observing this action, Zhu Xiang let out a cold snicker, his expression one of disdain, seemingly unconcerned with Lang Zhongqi's impending attack. As Lang Zhongqi descended closer to the ground, Zhu Xiang nonchalantly raised his hand to counter the strike. The two forces collided instantaneously, unleashing a wave of invisible spiritual energy that spread outward. The disciples of Yujian Sect below were swiftly toppled by the force of their clash. After a brief moment, as the residual energy dissipated, Lang Zhongqi's figure gradually descended from the sky. Although his countenance remained composed, a tempest of disbelief surged within him. He could scarcely fathom that his most potent attack had been effortlessly dismantled by the demonic envoy, Zhu Xiang. Why does Master Lang no longer wish to experiment? No need. Brother Zhu speaks truly. I implore you, Brother Zhu, to accompany me to the Yujian Sect. We shall discuss strategies against the Yujian Sect, and I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance. Lang Zhongqi wore a face replete with flattery, eager to win Zhu Xiang's favor. At this moment, he understood that even if he consumed this pill, he would not stand a chance against this formidable demon, especially since he required this demon's aid to confront the Yujian Sect. After weighing the pros and cons, A smile spread across Lang Zhongqi's face as he offered incessant compliments to Zhu Xiang. Master Lang, let's forego the visit to the Yujian Sect. I have other matters to attend to, and regarding the relocation to the Yujian Sect, Brother Lang need only. As Zhu Xiang spoke, he conveyed a method to Lang Zhongqi through sound transmission. The two engaged in confidential discussions for nearly half an hour before Zhu Xiang left with a hearty laugh. Watching Zhu Xiang depart, Lang Zhongqi stood in a daze, speechless for a long while. Master, what plan did that envoy Zhu Xiang propose to you? I will elaborate upon my return. For now, you all should consume these few pills first, and once you have refined their medicinal potency, we shall convene at the sect. In response to the inquiries from the crowd, Lang Zhongqi did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he procured several of the purple pills he had just ingested and handed them to the elders before him, urging them to consume them. 3 hours later, as the effects of the pills were fully absorbed, the elders of the Yujian Sect awakened from their trance. However, unlike before, they had all advanced to the perfected stage of crossing the tribulation. Lang Zhongqi surveyed the elders who had consecutively ascended in strength, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Their perfected power was just right for him to control. Should any of these elders break through to the great ascension stage, it would become increasingly difficult for him to manage them. Once the elders had adjusted and could skillfully command their newfound power, Lang Zhongqi promptly led the members of the Yujian Sect back to their stronghold. Chapter 93, Undercurrents. Old thief Lu Chen, Lord Haisha, is hungry. Quickly present the finest treasures of heaven and earth to Lord Haisha. A brazen, irreverent voice echoed for miles within the Yujian Sect cemetery. A large black dog sprawled lazily in a rocking chair, chewing on an unknown grade of spiritual weapon. Not far from it, Lu Chen wielded a high-grade spiritual broom, diligently sweeping away the dust in the cemetery. Old thief Lu Chen, did you hear that? Lord Haisha demands food. I tell you, Lord Haisha has no feelings. He is a heartless, man-eating divine beast. After calling out repeatedly, seeing that Lu Chen ignored him, the large black dog's face flushed with anger, its colossal eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, no matter how enraged it became, Lu Chen remained silent, prompting the black dog to extend its massive head to scrutinize him. At that moment, Lu Chen's mind was preoccupied with a matter. It had been 3 months since his battle with Nalinjia. Although he had suffered no injuries in that confrontation, the overwhelming power of the flying immortal realm left him feeling somewhat restless. Despite his victory through blood sacrifice, he had briefly attained the peak cultivation of Nalinjia. However, his true cultivation level remained at the late stage of the Great Ascension, and over these decades, only his spiritual cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the immortal ascension. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. Hearing the system calling out to him unexpectedly, Lu Chen felt a tinge of confusion. System, why have you suddenly appeared? Host, you are still 70 years away from fulfilling the requirement for 100,000 sign-ins. Upon your 100,000th sign-in, the rewards will be exceedingly generous. Furthermore, with 100,000 sign-ins, the host will surely ascend to the immortal realm and gain the power of domain. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen was even more perplexed. Why would the system choose this moment to divulge such information? It was known that aside from the designated sign-in times, this foolish system rarely spoke. Host, do not rashly insult this system, else you shall face severe penalties. Please refrain from seeking provocation. The system continued. Moreover, this system has always been capable of speech. It merely deemed it unnecessary to speak at will. Seeking provocation? Unnecessary? Lu Chen felt a hint of helplessness. It seemed that in the presence of the sign-in system, his uncertainties held no value for discussion. This sign-in system has already explained upon binding that the rewards can encompass all things across the heavens and earth. A mere Taishan great world is but a drop in the ocean of countless realms. How could it warrant my direct guidance? Additionally, upon the completion of 500 years of sign-ins, this system will automatically upgrade. Upgrade? Indeed, host. Currently, this system is merely a version 10. Upon the completion of 500 years of sign-ins, it will upgrade to version 20. At that time, the rewards obtained from sign-ins will be true treasures of the immortal grade. Why reveal this to me now? Because the bond between the host and this system has surpassed the novice period, and the host's cultivation and temperament have reached the minimum standards set by this system. Thus, the host is entitled to know certain information regarding this system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a fragrant stick burned down, he seemed to have come to a realization, nodding repeatedly. Yet shortly thereafter, he appeared to be shaking his head in confusion again. After a considerable time, Lu Chen raised his head and communicated silently with the system. System, you mentioned that all things across the heavens and earth can be obtained. Can I acquire nuclear weapons from my homeland in my past life? All things across the heavens and earth naturally include technological products. As nuclear weapons are technological artifacts, they can indeed be obtained. However, the fundamental condition for acquiring technological products is that the host must sign in within a technological world. In this realm of cultivation, the host can only obtain items related to cultivators. Understood. With the system's explanation, Lu Chen comprehended the mechanics of the system thoroughly and ceased to inquire further. In the outside world, 3 months after the resumption of the 10,000 sects battle, the competition had barely concluded the conflicts among the United Kings. With the end of the first round of battles, nearly 2 billion participants had dwindled to less than 1 billion. Among these 1 billion contestants, those of the transformation god realm constituted over 50%. It must be noted that the most remarkable aspect of this grand battle among myriad sects is the emergence of 4 prodigious supreme beings from the Eastern Domain, each of whom has cultivated for less than 10,000 years. Among these 4, Yi Chun is unanimously acknowledged as the foremost, while the rankings of the remaining 3 were established after a brief contest. The strongest young supreme being stands as follows. First is Yi Chun. Second is Wang Jihao. Third is Chang Wuwan. Fourth is Wu Tu. The revelation of these rankings, featuring 4 supreme beings with less than 10,000 years of cultivation, sent shockwaves throughout the Eastern Domain. Apart from Wang Jihao, the second place, the other 3 were all sudden appearances among the young supremes, largely unknown to the public. Wang Jihao's failure to secure the first position has sparked considerable discussion within the realm of cultivation in the Eastern Domain. As a sole disciple of the Sword Cliff lineage, he is undoubtedly a prodigy of the sword path. Yet his prowess in combat did not elevate him to the top rank. Consequently, the discourse within the Eastern Domain's cultivation circles has shifted focus onto Yi Chun, with everyone eager to uncover the identity of this first-place victor. Shortly after this uproar, the Taishan sacred land widely publicized Yi Chen's achievements and identity, igniting a tremendous stir throughout the Eastern Domain. Who could have anticipated that this young prodigy is none other than the disciple of the renowned Fei Xian Lu Chun, who boasts an undefeated record against early-stage Great Ascension beings with his supreme cultivation. Such extraordinary talent is undoubtedly on par with the legendary Yen Shursan of yore, who had also turned the tide against early-stage Great Ascension foes with his perfected tribulation cultivation. Within a certain mountain range in the Eastern Domain lies the Treading Star Pavilion. At this moment, the assembly hall of the Treading Star Pavilion is filled with all the influential figures, convening to discuss the demise of Master Nalan. Damn it! How could a figure like Fei Xian Lu Chun suddenly emerge and slay Master Nalan? One voice lamented. What can you do about it? Will you challenge him head-on? No offense, but even if all of us were to unite, we would likely fall victim to his single strike. The hall echoed with a cacophony of disputes, reaching the ears of Qian Cheng, who occupied the main seat. Enough. This outcome is the result of our own folly. There is no need for further quarrel. Do you believe that your heated arguments will resurrect Master Nalan? With his remaining left hand, Qian Cheng struck the table, a testament to his half-step Fei Xian's strength despite having lost an arm in battle against Lu Feng. As the strongest within the Treading Star Pavilion, the elders still regarded him with a degree of trepidation. Witnessing Qian Cheng's fury, they promptly silenced themselves. Now that Master Nalan has fallen, our ambitions to return to the sacred land will be prolonged yet again. Rather than squandering time in this dispute, we should contemplate how to elevate the Treading Star Pavilion. His impassioned words plunged the hall into a heavy silence. The assembly bowed their heads, faces etched with despair, uncertain of their next course of action. Why must you all dwell in such despondency? If you wish to see the Treading Star Pavilion rise once more, it is quite simple. I shall assist you. Just as the hall was enveloped in silence, an ominous voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this sinister tone, Qian Cheng immediately rose from his seat, emanating a half-step Fei Xian aura, his expression shifting to one of wariness. At this moment, not only Qian Cheng, but also the other elders wore expressions of heightened vigilance. The Treading Star Pavilion had sealed its mountain for 90,000 years, never allowing outsiders to breach its grand formation. Now, the presence of a stranger, a formidable being, had infiltrated this sacred space, leaving the strong members of the pavilion alarmed. Who are you? Reveal yourself at once. Or do not blame the Treading Star Pavilion for being impolite. A sinister laugh echoed through the grand hall. Oh, esteemed friends of the Treading Star Pavilion, why be so uncouth? As this malevolent voice resonated, the elders were filled with dread, realizing that a demon had mysteriously manifested within the hall. Chapter 94. Qiancheng transforms into an immortal. Qiancheng gazed at the suddenly appearing demon cultivator, narrowing his eyes and heightening his alertness. Beside him, a great ascendant cultivator mobilized his spiritual power, leading the charge against the unexpected intruder. Célestial technique, steadily. As this elder unleashed his attack, the other ascendant elders, previously frozen in shock, quickly followed suit, casting their celestial techniques towards the demon. Celestial techniques, flickering stars. Célestial technique, steadily collision. Célestial technique, steadily explosion. The four ascendant powerhouses launched their techniques without hesitation, seemingly intent on denying the demon a moment's reprieve. Yet, as the four formidable figures from the Treading Star Pavilion approached, Zhu Xiang displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a wicked grin curled upon his lips. He summoned his demonic energy and unleashed a palm strike to counter the combined celestial techniques of the four elders. With a resounding boom, the clash of their powers obliterated the grand hall of the Treading Star Pavilion, sending shockwaves that flattened the surrounding structures. Ha ha ha, my esteemed friends, your tempers seem rather short. Is there not a matter that could be discussed civilly? Why resort to such extreme measures? Perhaps we should pause and cool our heads. After all, if a battle ensues here, it seems your disciples might meet their doom. Hearing the demon's taunt, the four ascendant elders snapped back to reality from their fury. A glance around revealed the aftermath of their confrontation. The residual force had reached their disciples, leaving dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. Speak, what brings you here? Qiancheng emerged slowly from the ruins of the grand hall, addressing the demon hovering in the air with a stern inquiry. Surely, you did not come to the Treading Star Pavilion merely to stir trouble. State your purpose clearly. Ha ha! Truly, you are the strongest of the Treading Star Pavilion. Your demeanor is unparalleled. However, the matter I wish to discuss is somewhat sensitive. Must I divulge it before all these eyes? Zhu Xiang surveyed his surroundings, gesturing subtly towards Qiancheng. Noticing the gathering crowd of disciples, Qiancheng felt a sense of unease and ascended into the air. If that is the case, follow me. Brothers, come along. Having spoken, Qiancheng soared in a particular direction, with Zhu Xiang and the other ascendant elders trailing closely behind, heading towards a forbidden area in the back mountains of the Treading Star Pavilion. Qiancheng, accompanied by his four senior brothers, descended to the ground with Zhu Xiang. Speak your mind. There are no others here, Qiancheng said with an icy tone, his gaze fixed on Zhu Xiang, brimming with malice, as if he were staring at a sworn enemy. The four esteemed elders of the Treading Star Pavilion beside him mirrored this hostile demeanor. Their eyes also locked onto the sinister figure of Zhu Xiang. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Zhu Xiang maintained a wicked grin. Why must you all reject me so vehemently? After all, I come to assist your Treading Star Pavilion in its ascent. What can a member of the demon race do to aid our rise? What valuable insights could you possibly offer? One of the perfected cultivators from the Treading Star Pavilion expressed his discontent, scoffing at Zhu Xiang's flippant demeanor. He could not fathom how a being intent on the annihilation of humanity could possess any worthwhile counsel. Share your ideas quickly. We have no time to waste here. Another perfected cultivator interjected with palpable impatience, his gaze sharpening with a growing intent to confront Zhu Xiang. Sensing the mounting hostility from the Treading Star Pavilion, Zhu Xiang decided against further delaying the conversation. He concealed his smile and addressed the assembly. I can aid your Treading Star Pavilion in producing another celestial being. Zhu Xiang's seemingly casual declaration rendered the members of the Treading Star Pavilion momentarily speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Qiancheng felt a tempest of emotions surge within him, his eyes aflame as they locked onto Zhu Xiang. Elaborate. As the Treading Star Pavilion's members fell into his trap, Zhu Xiang maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he reveled in their anticipation. Adjusting his mindset, he retrieved a purple pill from his spatial ring and held it out in his palm. This is the King's blood pill, concocted by the King of Slaughter for my clan. It can facilitate breakthroughs for human cultivators. However, this pill does come with certain drawbacks. Unlike the naive disciples of Yujian Sect, Zhu Xiang recognized that these seasoned warriors would not easily consume the pill without skepticism. so he deliberately mentioned its disadvantages. What drawbacks? It consumes 70% of one's existing lifespan and depletes one's foundational essence, rendering further advancement in this lifetime impossible. Of course, only you, my friend Chen, could achieve the celestial realm by consuming this pill. The others would merely attain the status of a half-celestial. What? How can this be possible? Upon hearing Zhu Xiang's explanation, the 5 members of Treading Star Pavilion felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath them, their shock lingering on their faces. Yet, it was not long before skepticism began to creep back into their minds regarding the demon's claims about the pill's efficacy. Observing the expressions of doubt on their faces, Zhu Xiang understood their skepticism and spoke again. If I were to deceive you, there would be no need for such elaborate efforts. Time is of the essence. Please contemplate this matter. After Zhu Xiang concluded his words, he leapt onto a nearby boulder and directed his gaze towards Qian Sheng and the others who were engaged in discussion. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Qian Sheng and his 4 companions, following a fervent debate, made certain determinations. Casting a wistful glance at his severed arm, he sighed deeply. Subsequently, he stepped out from the group and addressed Zhu Xiang, whose face was gradually illuminated by a smile. My friend, please present that elixir. I am willing to attempt it. Excellent. In that case, I entrust this elixir to you, my friend Qian Sheng. I extend my early congratulations on your ascension to the realm of immortals. As Zhu Xiang spoke, he tossed the elixir towards Qian Sheng, gesturing for him to consume it. Grasping the elixir enveloped in demonic energy, Qian Sheng gritted his teeth and swallowed it whole, subsequently settling into a meditative posture to refine the elixir's potency. The elders surrounding him drew near, their eyes firmly fixed on Zhu Xiang. Unfazed by their vigilant stares, Zhu Xiang merely smiled subtly. 3 hours later, the sky was enveloped in ominous thunderclouds, a formidable celestial presence permeating the atmosphere. Before anyone could react, the destructive aura of the heavenly tribulation manifested itself. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Qian Sheng's companions were left speechless, astonished that this elixir possessed such extraordinary efficacy. The once defeated ancestor, whose heart had been wounded in battle against Lu Feng, was now fated to transcend to the realm of immortals at this very moment. As he sensed the thunder tribulation rising high into the heavens, Zhu Xiang could not suppress a sly smile. He appeared exceedingly pleased with Qian Sheng's consumption of the elixir and subsequent breakthrough to immortality. As the celestial tribulation continued to coalesce, an overwhelming force pressed down upon the hearts of those below. The disciples within the star-treading pavilion trembled under the weight of the divine pressure emanating from the sky, each one marveling at which ancestor was achieving a breakthrough. Moments later, Qian Sheng's figure ascended higher, fully revealed to the onlookers. Though the disciples trembled, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they beheld Qian Sheng. Many, unaware of Nalen Jia's demise, believed that the star-treading pavilion was on the verge of becoming a dual immortal sect. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning imbued with the might of the heavens struck Qian Sheng, and all present understood that the tribulation of ascension had commenced. The power of the tribulation for an immortal was astonishing, shattering the protective formation of the star-treading pavilion upon its descent. As the formation crumbled, Qian Sheng's tribulation was laid bare before the myriad factions of the Eastern Domain. Even those engaged in the battle of 10,000 sects turned their gazes towards the direction of the tribulation. Ancestor Fu Quan's eyes widened in shock. Which esteemed friend has chosen this moment to break through to the realm of immortality? Perhaps we should investigate? Absolutely not. Should this esteemed friend succeed in their breakthrough and notice our presence, it would surely displease them. At that point, unforeseen consequences may arise. It would be far wiser to wait until they have transcended and the battle of 10,000 sects has concluded before we pay our respects. In response to a suggestion from a powerful figure of the Great Ascension, Ancestor Fu Quan promptly declined. As a cultivator on the threshold of transcending to the realm of immortality, he was acutely aware of the ominous nature of having spectators during a breakthrough to the celestial realm. Within the confines of the Sword Control Sect cemetery, Lu Chun hovered in mid-air, fixated on the direction of the impending thunder tribulation, lost in silent contemplation. Beside him, the formidable He Sha stared wide-eyed at the heavenly calamity, saliva dripping from his gaping maw. Such a thunder tribulation was an experience He Sha had never encountered before. Qian Sheng's thunder tribulation lasted 3 days before dissipating. As the storm abated, a formidable pressure of celestial caliber descended. With Qian Cheng's successful transcendence, the Eastern Domain's cultivation world was set ablaze with excitement. Every faction realizing that yet another celestial powerhouse had emerged. Chapter 95, Blinded by Deception. As Qian Cheng broke through to immortality, the various factions in the Eastern Domain that had observed the Thunder Tribulation began to stir restlessly, plotting their visits to this newly ascended celestial being. In a certain mortal kingdom under the auspices of the Yujian Sect, a private tutor gazed in rapt wonder at the dissipating thunderclouds. A look of confusion etched upon his face. He sensed an eerily familiar presence within the Thunder Tribulation. "Sir," a youthful student, barely of age, called out gently, pulling the tutor's thoughts back to the classroom. "Apologies. I was momentarily lost in reverie, recalling past events. Let us continue with the discourse onwards of the sage." The tutor, realizing his lapse in decorum, bowed apologetically to his students. Following the exchange of respectful words, he resumed his narration of the text. The students, seeing this, picked up the bamboo scrolls on their desks in unison. Outside the private academy, a vibrant scene unfolded, harmonizing beautifully with the modest classroom setting. Within the forbidden grounds of the star-treading pavilion, Qian Sheng regarded the demon envoy, known as Zhu Xiang, with a fierce glint of murderous intent, interlaced with a tinge of regret. The moment he ascended to celestial strength, he resolved to eliminate this demon immediately. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the very demon who had bestowed the elixirs upon him possessed the ability to manipulate his soul. Do not take offense. My friend Qian, if I hadn't tampered with the elixirs, allowing you to slay me, wouldn't that be an unjust demise? This was a matter of necessity. Besides, the demon clan assisted you in your ascension, not to create an enemy for myself. The smug expression on Zhu Xiang's face ignited fury in the hearts of the four great masters of the star-treading pavilion, who longed to strike him down. Yet, recognizing that Qian Sheng was under the demon's control and that they might not be able to contend with him, they could only seethe in suppressed rage. "Enough. I have no time to waste with you. Here is my proposition. Will you serve my demon clan? If so, consume these 4 elixirs, and you 4 shall become half-step celestial beings. If you refuse, do not blame me for slaughtering the entire star-treading pavilion." The sinister expression on Zhu Xiang's face grew darker, his words dripping with malice. The 4 venerable ancestors of the star-treading pavilion exchanged glances filled with turmoil, uncertain of how to proceed. "Alas, I feel a deep sense of remorse towards our ancestors, and now I must tread this singular path forward. Brothers, do you not agree? Regardless of the circumstances, you 4 are unlikely to attain even a step towards ascension in this lifetime. Yet with this elixir, your dreams of soaring into the celestial realms may find fulfillment." Observing the 4 of you fidgeting like ants on a hot skillet, Qian Cheng let out a gentle sigh, revealing a look of resignation. Upon hearing Qian Cheng's counsel, the 4 elders of the Tasting Stars Pavilion gazed at him for a considerable time before each exhaled a sigh of their own. "Very well, since this is the case, we shall proceed down this path to the very end." One elder took the lead, seizing the elixir from Zhu Xiang's hand and swallowing it whole. The other 3 elders, witnessing this, followed suit. 3 hours later, the 4 rose simultaneously from the ground, emanating an aura of half-step ascension. Observing the 5 who had consumed the elixir, Zhu Xiang's face once again bore a look of satisfaction. He then slowly recounted the events concerning Li Yunfeng to the others, laying out the plan in detail. Half an hour later, after hearing Zhu Xiang's narrative, the 5 were profoundly shaken. The young master of the Sword Control Sect had indeed betrayed humanity, aiding the Demon King in wreaking havoc upon countless lives. Yet, even so, Li Yunfeng had ultimately been rescued and hidden away by the Sword Control Sect. All present understood that regardless of who sheltered such a transgression, once exposed, the entire eastern region would likely turn against this sect. Nevertheless, Qian Sheng had witnessed Lu Chen's prowess firsthand. In this moment, he found himself wavering. Should this plan be enacted, everyone at the Tasting Stars Pavilion would stand opposed to Lu Chen, although he too had reached the realm of ascension. Due to his breakthrough stemming from the consumption of foundational energy, even with the utmost sacrifice, he could at best elevate to the mid-stage of ascension. How could he possibly contend with Lu Chen? After much contemplation, Qian Cheng let out a soft sigh. There was no other course left to pursue. Despite his deep reluctance to confront Lu Chen directly, he found himself compelled to act. 3 months later, The War of 10,000 Sects had entered its third round of competition, yet fewer than 100 million participants remained. Apart from the transcendent talents, like Yi Chun, who were part of the Tribulation group and numbered less than 10, all other tiers of cultivators commenced the final round of competition. Just as the last round of the War of 10,000 Sects was in full swing, an unexpected announcement drove many factions that intended to remain as spectators to disperse. The Tasting Stars Pavilion has emerged. The recent breakthrough to the Ascended level was none other than the venerable Qian of the Tasting Stars Pavilion. Upon hearing this news, not only were some factions in the eastern region, absent from the battlefield, astonished, but even the powers within the Taishan sacred land were taken aback. They could hardly believe that Qian, having suffered injuries in his battle with Lu Feng, could still achieve such a breakthrough to ascension in just a few short months. The venerable Fu Quan even began to question whether Qian had undergone a process of destruction and rebirth. At this moment, the plaza of the Tasting Stars Pavilion was teeming with people as countless factions gathered to congratulate them. Although the Tasting Stars Pavilion held enmity with the two ascendant powers of the Taishan sacred land and the Sword Control Sect, Qian's breakthrough meant that the Tasting Stars Pavilion still belonged to the ranks of ascendant forces. The marginalized groups naturally aspire to cultivate amicable relations with the three eminent celestial factions. In the event of a conflict among these powerful entities, the constraints of the cultivation principles would ensure that the flames of war do not engulf them. Attention! Attention! The venerable Qian has made his appearance, and all present fell silent. An elder from the star-treading pavilion, harnessing his spiritual energy, amplified his voice to reach every corner of the plaza. Upon hearing the news of the celestial Qian's arrival, the crowd promptly closed their mouths in compliance. The venerable Qian has arrived. A resounding call drew everyone's gaze to the entrance of the star-treading pavilion's grand hall, where Qian, accompanied by 4 other esteemed elders, emerged slowly from within. As the 5 deliberately emanated a hint of their formidable presence, the visiting dignitaries were astonished to discover that, in addition to Qian ascending to the ranks of celestial beings, the other 4 elders of the star-treading pavilion had also attained the threshold of semi-celestial existence. Witnessing this development, the visitors' thoughts began to stir with newfound vigor. Although the star-treading pavilion currently boasts only 1 celestial-level elder, rendering it temporarily incapable of contending with the 2 celestial factions of the Sword Sovereign Sect and the Taishan Sacred Land, the addition of 4 semi-celestial figures could herald a sudden ascent into celestial realms at any moment. Should that occur, the star-treading pavilion might very well emerge as the most powerful force in the Eastern Domain, unafraid to confront 2 foes simultaneously. Congratulations to the venerable Qian for becoming a celestial being. We wish the other 4 elders swift success in achieving celestial realms. A tribulation transcending cultivator, upon seeing the 5 elders, immediately took the lead in vociferously cheering. The surrounding crowd, recognizing the timing of his flattery, silently commended his cleverness, knowing that his early expression of support would surely garner the attention of the elders. The 4 semi-celestial beings beside Qian, upon hearing the resounding cheers from the plaza, gazed at the leading cultivator with expressions of great satisfaction. Soon after, one of the elders from the star-treading pavilion leaned towards Qian for a brief consultation before soaring into the air above the plaza. Esteemed guests, please lend me your ears. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the star-treading pavilion. All of you who are here to celebrate today are friends of our pavilion. As soon as this semi-celestial elder finished speaking, the crowd erupted once again with fervent cheers. Observing the surge of emotions below, the elder gestured with both hands, then continued, "Esteemed guests, please settle down. The emergence of the star-treading pavilion is not solely to forge connections. There is a momentous task that requires your assistance." As his words concluded, silence enveloped the plaza, with the crowd speculating about the nature of this monumental affair. Today, the star-treading pavilion shall undertake the righteous path to eliminate the traitorous cultivators who have betrayed humanity. Confusion swept across the faces of the crowd. Could it be that the star-treading pavilion intends to confront the nefarious practitioners of demonic arts? Just as the audience struggled to grasp the implications of the semi-celestial elder's declaration, he spoke again, "Esteemed guests, the Sword Sovereign Sect once had a young master by the name of Li Yunfeng, once transformed into a demon by the Demon Lord. Li Yunfeng subsequently assisted the demon lord in mercilessly slaughtering countless human cultivators. Upon hearing this news, the crowd in the square stood in stunned disbelief. Many present were familiar with Li Yunfeng, as his son, Li Banjun, had recently acknowledged his identity during the Battle of 10,000 Sects, thus making Li Yunfeng's name well known. However, according to the sect master of the sword-controlling sect, this individual had vanished over a century ago. How could he possibly have joined the demon clan? Contemplating this, some attendees began to doubt the words of the ancestor from the star-treading pavilion, and discussions regarding the veracity of this news erupted among the crowd. Esteemed friends, I can attest to this matter. A century ago, the fiancé of the young master of our Yujian Sect was abducted by Li Yunfeng. Subsequently, when our sect sent a rescue mission for the young lady, they were ultimately slain by Li Yunfeng, who had turned to darkness. Before our disciples fell, they left behind clues. A voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned toward the source and beheld the supreme being of the Yujian Sect holding a recording stone. As the gaze of the crowd converged upon him, the supreme being activated the stone with a surge of spiritual energy. The scene of Li Yunfeng, after his transformation, mercilessly killing the members of the Yujian Sect, materialized in the sky above the square. This recording exquisitely captured the brief, yet harrowing process of his transformation. The distinct markings upon him led many to begin believing the words of the star-treading pavilion, and soon, a cacophony of murmurs filled the square. In the secret realm of the Battle of 10,000 Sects, while the members of the star-treading pavilion deliberated on how to confront the sword-controlling sect, Chen quietly departed from the mausoleum and made his way to Li Yunfeng's private academy. Upon landing, he did not disturb Li Yunfeng, instead observing from a distance as he dismissed his students from the academy courtyard. At that moment, Li Yunfeng stood by the wooden door, watching his students leave. As their figures faded into the distance, he slowly closed the door. Just as a slender gap remained, Li Yunfeng inadvertently caught sight of a young man in white watching him from afar. Upon recognizing the young man's visage, a smile broke across Li Yunfeng's face, and he waved toward him. "Junior brother Lu, come here." Seeing that Li Yunfeng had finally noticed him, Chen displayed a resigned smile before swiftly appearing beside Li Yunfeng. Without allowing Chen to speak, Li Yunfeng initiated the conversation. "Junior brother, what brings you here today to visit a mere idle person like me?" "Senior brother, as a bearer of the human legacy, how could you be considered idle?" "You flatter me. Junior brother, I merely seek atonement. Now, let us cease the jesting and step inside for a proper conversation." With that, Li Yunfeng ushered Chen into the courtyard, gently closing the wooden door behind them. He guided Chen to a stone table, gesturing for him to take a seat, then poured him half a cup of tea before retreating to the kitchen. Moments latte. Li Yunfeng returned with several dishes of mundane delicacies set before Chen. As Chen noticed Li Yunfeng preparing to cook more, he quickly stopped him. "Senior brother, there is no need for such effort. Today, I merely wish to see how you have been faring lately. I find myself quite well here, dear junior, so there is no need for concern. However, I must apologize for my inadequate hospitality today, as I should have welcomed you with fine wine. Regrettably, since my arrival in this mortal realm, I have not indulged in wine for quite some time. Therefore, I hope you do not hold it against me for lacking exquisite wine to receive you." Li Yunfeng was aware that Chen enjoyed a modest drink during casual conversations, and thus, feeling a sense of guilt for not being able to present wine, he could only offer a sincere apology to Chen. Seeing Li Yunfeng's demeanor, Chen could not help but smile warmly and said, "Brother, must we drink to converse?" "You speak wisely, dear junior. I have indeed been remiss," Li Yunfeng replied, sharing a knowing smile with Chen. Reflecting on their last parting, nearly a century had passed since they last saw each other, and such formalities seemed to mar the harmony of their reunion. "Brother, not long ago, Chen mentioned something to me. Your son, Li Banjun, was present at the Battle of Wanzhong." Chen's unexpected words caused Li Yunfeng's hands to tremble, and the teacup he held fell to the ground as tears began to gather in his eyes. "How is he now?" Noticing the sudden shift in Li Yunfeng's expression, Chen let out a soft sigh and recounted all he had learned from Chen regarding Li Banjun. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen concluded his narrative. Li Yunfeng's countenance was a mixture of sorrow and joy, and his heart was awash with conflicting emotions. Ever since the death of his beloved Dongzhu, he had succumbed to the darkness, transforming into a being of the demonic realm. After nearly 2 centuries of wandering, He had never once sought to visit Li Banjun, nor fulfill the responsibilities of a father. After a prolonged silence, tears began to trace down Li Yunfeng's face. He realized he had not been a worthy father, nor had he acted as a dutiful parent. "Brother, I'm fine." Li Yunfeng choked out in response to Lu Chen's call, yet the sorrow etched upon his face lingered unaltered. As time passed, the tears on Li Yunfeng's visage dried in the breeze. Gazing at Lu Chen, who remained by his side, Li Yunfeng once more expressed his apologies. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, the Taishan Sacred Land unveiled the final secret realm of the Battle of Wanzhong. This ultimate selection required contestants to enter a hidden domain where they must both survive and seek treasures. Only those who emerge alive from this realm would be deemed worthy to participate in the War of Inheritance in the Central Continent. At the entrance to the secret realm, millions of participants gathered. Once the last contestant came into view, Yinsheng activated his spiritual power to announce the rules of the secret realm to the aspiring talents. Esteemed prodigies from various factions, you are about to embark on a journey to a small world, filled with countless rare treasures for you to collect. As long as you can bring them out, they shall belong to you. However, opportunities often accompany peril. Within this secret realm, local beings guard these treasures, and your ability will determine your success in obtaining them. It is important to note that within this secret realm, only the strength of the Spirit Division stage can be exercised. In other words, even if you are a combined entity monarch, upon entering, your prowess will be suppressed to that of the Spirit Division stage. It is also essential to remind you that in this secret realm, should danger arise, we from the outside cannot provide assistance. Therefore, if you are unwilling to enter the secret realm, it is perfectly acceptable to withdraw. Those talented individuals in the integration phase who choose to forfeit may receive rewards akin to the top 10 in the spirit-severing phase. Thus, the decision to enter or not lies solely with you. As Yinsheng concluded his explanation, an uproar of discussions erupted among the participants below. Even the few cultivators of the integration phase present wore expressions of hesitation. After a brief moment, the teams began to diverge in their choices, leaving fewer than 3 million cultivators remaining on the field. Those who withdrew had thoroughly weighed the pros and cons of this secret realm. Competing outside afforded them a chance at survival, but perishing in an isolated world was simply not worth it. Half an hour later, Yinsheng furrowed his brow as he surveyed the dwindling participant count of under 3 million before nodding slightly. In any case, many talented individuals were still willing to bravely take the plunge. Since you have made your choices, I, Yin, extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you for your courage to achieve excellence in adversity. Now, without further ado, I shall not delay you any longer. Please, enter the secret realm. As soon as Yinsheng finished speaking, the remaining participants rushed into the secret realm like a tempest, leaving behind a multitude of onlookers gazing at the entrance. In the air, Ancestor Fu Quan observed as the participants all entered, stroked his beard thoughtfully, and then turned his attention to the non-participating individuals below, proclaiming with amplified spiritual energy, "Dear friends, once you enter the secret realm, 5 years will pass before you can emerge. At that time, we, the Great Ascension cultivators, shall be here awaiting your return. I kindly ask you to return to your sect for rest. When the secret realm reopens, our Taishan Sacred Land will extend an invitation to all of you to witness the crowning champion. With that said, I urge the esteemed seniors to remain here as guardians. We shall not linger, but should you require assistance, simply notify us, and we shall surely lend our utmost support." After the leaders of various factions responded in unison, they exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to be the first to depart. After a brief pause, they collectively turned their gaze toward Ancestor Fu Quan in the air, clasped their hands in reverence, and bowed deeply. Subsequently, the leaders guided their sect members, transforming into streaks of light soaring toward the heavens. As the crowd dispersed entirely, only the 4 great ancestors of Taishan Sacred Land and over 20 honorary Great Ascension elders remained at the entrance of the secret realm. Gazing at the assembly of formidable Great Ascension beings beside him, Ancestor Fu Quan smiled and proposed, "Dear friends, 5 years will swiftly pass. I kindly request that you remain here for this duration. No need for such formality, Brother Fu Quan." "This is our duty," replied Sidu Qing, taking the lead. The remaining Great Ascension beings began to nod in agreement. Subsequently, the 20 or so Great Ascension cultivators, following Ancestor Fu Quan's example, seated themselves in meditation to delve into the essence of their cultivation methods. Chapter 97. a reproach against the Sword Sect. The words of the Great Path. As the prodigies of the 10,000 Clans War entered the secret realm, the surface of the Eastern Domain's cultivation world seemingly fell into silence once more. All semblance of order swiftly returned to normal, leading many to believe that the Eastern Domain would enjoy a period of tranquility and development. However, fate had other plans. As a sensational piece of news began to circulate throughout the Eastern Domain, it was revealed that the former deputy master of the Sword Sovereign Sect, Yujian, was a traitor to humanity, having once taken a resurrected demon king as his master, and was complicit in the slaughter of over 1 million human lives to aid this demon king's rebirth and corporeal manifestation. Initially, some factions that leaned towards the Sword Sovereign Sect attempted to mitigate the situation, asserting that the sect had never acknowledged the existence of such a deputy master as Yujian. A stalemate ensued between those who supported the Sword Sovereign Sect and those who denounced it, with neither side able to persuade the other. However, as images recorded on crystal stones spread across the Eastern Domain, it became evident that this news was no mere rumor. Subsequently, additional factions managed to acquire a recording from the 10,000 Clans War, wherein Wang Haoren, upon recognizing Li Yunfeng's son, explicitly confirmed that Li Yunfeng was indeed the former deputy master of the Sword Sovereign Sect. With the proliferation of these recordings, a torrent of public outrage directed towards the Sword Sovereign Sect ensued. As steadfast allies of the sect, the Taishan Holy Land also received this disconcerting news. The Holy Master, Xian Tianji, promptly convened the esteemed elders in the conference hall to deliberate on a response strategy. Upon hearing about Li Yunfeng, the elders wore expressions of complexity, gradually becoming embroiled in a cacophony of discussion. Silence, esteemed elders. Xian Tianji interjected. I have clarified the situation. Our primary concern now should be how to confront this matter. How should we proceed? The Sword Sovereign Sect is our ally. Are we to sever ties with them over this incident? Who would dare ally with the Taishan Holy Land in the future? Elder 8, I acknowledge that your disciple hails from the Sword Sovereign Sect, but that does not justify your partiality. Elder 2, my actions are just and my position valid. There is no favoritism here. Banyan, the Sword Sovereign Sect is implicated with the demon race. Demon race? Have you seen the Sword Sovereign Sect release any of those demons? The argument between Elder 2 and Pan Yin echoed throughout the conference hall, with neither willing to concede an inch. The first elder, seated beside Elder 2, quickly rose to restrain him, signaling the ninth elder to similarly hold Pan Yin back, lest the two descend into conflict within the hall. Brothers, let us maintain our composure. This matter requires our careful deliberation. As the tension escalated, Xian Tianji unleashed a formidable pressure befitting a great ascension level, compelling both disputants to remain seated. With the atmosphere subdued, the hall fell into a contemplative silence, as the assembled individuals exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment, the third elder, who had remained silent thus far, surveyed the room and spoke up. Esteemed brothers, may I offer my perspective? As the sole female among the ruling elders of the Tai Xian Holy Land, third elder Huang Tanjing commanded great respect from all present. Thus, at this moment, Huang Tanjing suddenly spoke up, prompting everyone to close their mouths in unison. Even the previously quarreling second elder and Pan Yin ceased their silent exchanges, as all eyes converged upon her. There was no trace of bashfulness on Huang Tanjing's rosy and delicate visage. Instead, she calmly articulated her thoughts. Esteemed brothers, as the enforcers of the Eastern Domain, our sacred land of Taishan has always dealt with the demon race with unwavering resolve. However, in this instance involving the Sword Control Sect, we must exercise greater prudence. I have 3 points to elucidate concerning the Sword Control Sect's concealment of the demon-cultivating young master. Huang Tanjing paused momentarily before continuing. Firstly, the esteemed Lu Chen of the Sword Control Sect has vanquished 2 demon kings, thereby indirectly safeguarding the lives of countless human beings. Given your understanding of the demon race, I trust you comprehend the calamity that would befall humanity should these 2 demon kings regain their peak power. In summary, sacrificing the lives of 2 demon kings to preserve a single sect member's life is not an excessive measure. Secondly, still regarding the esteemed Lu Chen of the Sword Control Sect, we must also take into account the prowess of Senior Lu Feng. Don't need to elaborate on their combat capabilities. Lu Feng's half-step to immortal level strength alone is sufficient to upheave the entire Eastern Domain. If he were to be cornered, who could withstand his sacrifice of body and soul? Should we allow Wei Donglai to perish alongside him? Moreover, hypothetically speaking, if this individual were to hide and break through to the immortal realm before re-emerging, who among us could resist such an assault? As for Lu Chun's strength, are you certain that it can be overcome merely by the accumulation of heads among the Eastern Domain cultivators? Thirdly, I believe it is imperative to consult with Master Fu Quan and Ancestor Wei Donglai regarding this matter. Upon concluding her remarks, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. The third elder's assertions were indeed accurate. Fundamentally, while the Sword Control sect may lack foundational strength, its top-tier power is undeniably the strongest in the Eastern Domain, one that no faction can withstand alone. Huang Tanjing's points are indeed valid. Even if we take a step back, the Sword Control sect remains a friend of our sacred land, and thus, this matter shall be put on hold until I confer with Master Fu Quan and Ancestor Wei Donglai for further deliberation. For now, this is the only course of action. Time is of the essence. Brother, please proceed to seek counsel while we await your return. The first elder, after thorough contemplation, concurred with Huang Tanjing's words and promptly echoed the sentiment to Xian Tianji. The other elders present nodded in agreement with Xian Tianji, mirroring the first elder's approval. With consensus restored, Xian Tianji's figure swiftly vanished from the conference hall. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Treading Star Pavilion, a coalition of nearly 100,000 factions had gathered, joining the outcry against the Sword Control sect. However, it was not the Treading Star Pavilion leading them to demand accountability from the Sword Control sect, but rather Lang Zhongxi, the master of the Yujian Sect, who had been wronged by Li Yunfeng, having lost his daughter-in-law, and suffered the death of over 10 talented disciples from his sect. Fellow clansmen, we are all members of the human race, yet we have been deceived by the Sword Control sect. Do you condone such acts of shielding the demon race? Absolutely not. The resounding cheers of billions of human cultivators below brought a subtle smile to the lips of Lang Zhongxi, filling his heart with clandestine joy. Then, my esteemed colleagues, let us proceed to the Sword Sovereign sect. We shall compel them to surrender Li Yunfeng and demand justice for our fallen kin. In the lofty skies, Lang Zhongxi harnessed his spiritual power to project his voice far and wide. Gradually, he ascended towards the direction of the Sword Sovereign sect, accompanied by a legion of human cultivators whose forms obscured the sun, resembling a swarm of countless insects passing through. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of public opinion, Li Yunfeng was elucidating the words of the sages to his students, with Lu Chun observing attentively by his side. Unbeknownst to them, an event ignited by Li Yunfeng as a catalyst was about to erupt with great momentum, targeting Lu Chun. Teacher, is our study of these sages' words truly more beneficial than the pursuit of the immortal's longevity techniques? A student, interrupting Li Yunfeng's lecture, posed the question. Li Yunfeng set down his bamboo scroll and scrutinized the inquirer thoughtfully. Indeed, even immortals have their burdens, while mortals find joy in their own existence. In comparison, immortals may never grasp the profound truths left by the sage of Confucianism. But teacher, how could immortals have burdens? They are exalted, viewing mortals as mere ants. What purpose does our arduous study of the sages serve? Before Li Yunfeng could respond, Lu Chun interjected, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the common folk, to carry forward the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all ages. The path of immortality is but a means of transcendence for oneself, whereas the teachings of the sages enable all to transcend. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both Li Yunfeng and the students present were left in astonishment. Before anyone could react, a wave of majestic pressure filled the entire Taihao world. With the arrival of this overwhelming presence, a voice of the great Tao resonated throughout the Taihao world, leaving all its beings momentarily stunned. Even those cultivators poised to denounce the Sword Sovereign sect found themselves frozen in place. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the common folk, to carry forward the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all ages. As the irresistible voice of the great Tao echoed through the Taihao world, all beings across the 5 continents stood transfixed. They were deeply moved by the profound authority embedded in the voice of the great Tao. Even after the voice faded, the inhabitants of the Taihao world remained dazed, regardless of their race, gazing skyward like statues at the projection above. Though the voice of the great Tao had ceased, an endless cascade of vibrant light descended. Blessings of the great Tao. The words of the sage undoubtedly stirred the voice of the great Tao. and those sacred words would inevitably summon the blessings of the great Tao. The moment the blessings manifested, Lu Chun felt an irresistible calling. Hastily exiting the classroom to the wooden door of the private school, then soaring into the air like a flickering light, racing towards the colorful heavens. As Lu Chun ascended, a projection of him appeared against the starry sky. In the vast realm of Taihao, the beings beheld the radiant figure of Lu Chun transforming into a streak of luminescence, soaring towards the seven-colored pathway of light. With the invocation of the Kunpeng's sacred technique, Kunpeng spreading its wings, the great rock ascends with the winds, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. With a thunderous roar, as Lu Chun executed the Kunpeng's divine art, his form gradually morphed into a colossal beast that obscured the heavens, advancing towards the divine light bestowed by the pathway. As Lu Chun, now a gigantic Kunpeng, entered the vibrant radiance, a resounding boom echoed throughout the Taihao realm. Instantaneously, an endless array of colorful lights enveloped Lu Chun, cocooning him within a chrysalis-like form. An hour later, as the chrysalis remained motionless in the projection, most beings resumed their normal activities. The army of cultivators from the Yujian Sect, led by the physician Qi, began to march forward once more. At that moment, within the Taihao realm, only a handful of celestial beings, startled by the divine spectacle, remained fixated with solemn eyes upon the cocooned Lu Chun. In the skies above the holy land of Taixien, Wei Dong gazed at the chrysalis high above, his body trembling with anticipation. Following the divine blessing, the cultivators were destined to receive an opportunity, with their strength poised to surge dramatically. Although uncertain why Lu Chun could articulate the sacred words of the Tao, every increment of his strength fortified the assurance of the human race. After another hour, as the seven-colored light of the chrysalis began to dim, the projection of the cultivation in the sky started to fade. Inside the chrysalis, Lu Chun sat cross-legged with closed eyes, while countless threads of colorful silk connected to his physical form, channeling a mysterious power towards him. Within Lu Chun's sea of consciousness, a monumental stele of the Tao stood majestically above, enveloped by his celestial soul power, gradually deciphering and absorbing the laws contained within. Host. Just as Lu Chun was engrossed in absorbing the laws from the monumental stele, the system suddenly interrupted his meditation. What is it? Host. The laws within the sea of consciousness are beneficial to you, as is the Tao power enveloping your physical body. However, that Tao power is also quite advantageous for me. And what does that imply? I wish to request a portion of the Tao power from you. What utility does the Tao power hold for me? And for you? For you, it enhances your offensive prowess, allowing your techniques to wield the Tao power for multiplied effects. For me, it augments the operational energy of the system and reduces the time required for upgrades. Though Lu Chun felt a peculiar comfort from the infusion of the Tao power into his physical form, upon hearing the system's request, he fell into deep contemplation. His current strength was adequate within the Taihao realm, complemented by the Holy Spirit sword technique, a formidable trump card against immortals. Thus, there was no immediate urgency for the Tao power. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chun spoke slowly. In that case, you may take all the Tao power you desire. Thank you. As a token of gratitude, once you comprehend this power of law, I shall bestow upon you a complementary sacred technique. With that, the system fell silent. As the system lapsed into stillness, Lu Chun resumed his profound understanding of the laws. Time slipped by unmarked until Lu Chun finally attained enlightenment regarding the power of the fundamental laws. The laws of origin, a branch of the 3,000 great laws, specifically the law of life. When the vital essence of all things in heaven and earth is exhausted, they face inevitable demise. However, if there is a replenishment of this vital essence, there exists a chance to summon forth a second life and live anew. His understanding of the laws of origin had reached its final stage, and it was estimated that he would require another 12 hours to fully master them. Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes from his state of enlightenment, uttered a solitary reflection, and once again immersed himself in the comprehension of the power of the laws. At that moment, while Lu Chun was deeply engrossed in his contemplation of the laws of origin, the outside world was engulfed in tumultuous upheaval. At the periphery of the sword-controlling sect, a colossal gathering of billions of cultivators had amassed, clamoring against the sect, originally numbering less than 1 billion. This force had astonishingly swelled to tens of billions under the instigation of Lang Zhongqi. Hand over Li Yinfeng. Provide us, the human cultivators, with an explanation. Otherwise, Do not blame us for invading the sword-controlling sect and causing dire consequences. Yes, surrender Li Yongfen. If he is not handed over, we demand that Ancestor Lu Chen come forth to address us. The multitude of cultivators outside the sect stretched across the heavens, nearly obscuring a territory of 100,000 miles. Observing the seemingly endless throng, Lang Zhongqi secretly reveled in his triumph. With Ancestor Lu Chen still enshrined within the colorful cocoon of enlightenment, only Lu Feng remained to defend the sword-controlling sect, placing it in a precarious position. After all, he did not believe that the formidable Ancestor Lu Chen would mercilessly slay tens of billions of human cultivators. This vehement outcry reverberated throughout the entirety of the eastern region. Yet, the leading powers remained aloof, for no top-tier faction could be deemed foolish after preserving their legacies for so many years. Although the sword-controlling sect sheltered a traitorous young master, the valor of Ancestor Lu Chen, who had vanquished 2 demon kings, rendered this act of protection inconsequential in their eyes. News of the incident also reached the Taishan Holy Land, where its master, Xin Tianji, upon hearing the tidings, hurriedly summoned 5 authoritative elders and rushed towards the sword-controlling sect. Xin Tianji, unfamiliar with Lu Chen's temperament and having had limited interactions with Lu Feng, nonetheless understood that neither was benevolent. If this farce was not swiftly curtailed, it was highly probable that tens of billions of human cultivators would face extermination. As the protesters began to prepare for an assault on the sword-controlling sect, Wang Haoren promptly notified Feng Qingzi and others who were in seclusion, gathering the current 10 elders to discuss strategies for addressing the crisis. Just as the discussion reached a fever pitch, Feng Qingzi emerged from seclusion accompanied by the former 10 elders. Aside from Feng Qingzi, who had ascended to the tribulation stage through his forsaking of all else, the rest of the former elders remained at the spirit-severing stage. Upon witnessing the aged visage of Feng Qingzi, Wang Haoren could not help but shed tears, pondering what trials his master must have endured to appear so withered, akin to a decaying tree. Xiaoran, why do you weep? Our master has not fallen. There is no need for such lamentation. Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, events of backlash are not uncommon, often resulting in immediate demise. Yet, the fact that our revered ancestor has not yet fallen is perhaps the best outcome we could hope for. Feng Qingzi, rather than elucidating the true cause of his advanced age, wore a smile tinged with resignation as he consoled the weeping Wang Haoren in his embrace. After a moment, once Wang Haoren had dried his tears and stepped back, Feng Qingzi's expression shifted dramatically as he addressed Wang Haoren. Do not fret, they are merely a rabble. Although Ancestor Lu Chen is restrained from intervening while accepting the blessings of the Great Tao, they have forgotten that our Yujian Sect boasts another formidable ancestor. Feng Qingzi's voice resonated powerfully, imbued with a grave and menacing aura. The phrase, formidable ancestor, echoed throughout the Grand Assembly Hall, sending tremors of unease through all present. Chapter 99. The Outbreak of Conflict. A sword's cry from the rear mountains of Yujian Sect. Outside the Yujian Sect, billions of human cultivators continued to clamor outside the Great Formation, showing not a hint of trepidation. Hand over the people. Yes, do not cower like turtles within. We demand an explanation. The uproar of billions of cultivators reverberated above the Yujian Sect. As time wore on, the din of protest began to give way to insults. The silence of the Yujian Sect disciples only emboldened them further. In their eyes, despite the presence of 2 peerless ancestors, the Yujian Sect would not dare to retaliate. Silence. A band of ignorant miscreants dares to act so audaciously before the gates of my Yujian Sect. An elderly roar abruptly shattered the cacophony of dissent. The protesting cultivators turned to see Feng Qingzi, the former sect leader of Yujian Sect, hovering above the throng. His aged visage was etched with fury, disdain, and a palpable killing intent. You seek an explanation, do you not? Today, I shall provide it. Speak your demands, and I shall address each one. With that, Feng Qingzi brandished his sword, instantly cleaving down a group of cultivators at the forefront of the protesting horde. The sudden assault left those at the front momentarily stunned, who would have anticipated that the first to strike against the dissenters would not be the 2 esteemed ancestors, but rather the retired sect leader of Yujian Sect. However, Feng Qingzi's decisive action did not instill fear in those present. As long as it was not the 2 peerless ancestors who intervened, they felt no trepidation. At this moment, Lang Zhongqi, having regained his composure from Feng Qingzi's abrupt attack, spoke up. Feng Qingzi, Is it not a violation of the righteousness of our people to strike at us without discernment? Umph. Were you not seeking an explanation? Am I not providing one? Feng Qingzi retorted. Righteousness? Do you even have the right to utter such a term? He looked at Lang Zhongqi, who feigned moral high ground, and could not help but snort disdainfully, perhaps as a consequence of cultivating a heavenly defying technique. The once gentle Feng Qingzi now harbored no kindness in his heart. To him, any threat to the interests of Yujian Sect warranted no concession. Umph. Where can one find such unreasonable behavior? Such indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent? Are you not afraid of the army of billions that I command storming into the sword-guarding sect? In the face of Feng Qingzi's disdain, Lang Zhongqi emitted a cold laugh, immediately rallying the countless cultivators behind him to threaten Feng Qingzi. Yet, no matter how Lang Zhongqi intimidated him, Feng Qingzi remained unfazed at this moment. After gazing at Lang Zhongqi for a moment, he responded with a mocking smile, seemingly inciting Lang Zhongqi's anger. Thus, do not blame us for fighting for justice. Everyone, charge with me. All disciples of the sword-guarding sect, heed my command. Those who trespass into the sword-guarding sect shall be executed without mercy. Lang Zhongqi, with a cold smirk, waved his hand, leading the army of denunciation towards the sword-guarding sect. Observing this, Feng Qingzi promptly issued a counterattack order to his rear. The 100,000 disciples of the sword-guarding sect had long been poised for action, and upon hearing Feng Qingzi's command, thousands of disciples soared into the air, transforming into streaks of light as they charged toward the enemy forces. In an instant, the two sides collided, unleashing a cacophony of techniques that ignited a storm of brilliant energy above the sword-guarding sect. Hidden among the throng, Lang Zhongqi, witnessing Feng Qingzi becoming entangled, wore an exceedingly cruel smile. Dragon Slash. The blade light of Lang Zhongqi morphed into a cerulean dragon, swiftly approaching Feng Qingzi. As this strike was about to land, Lang Zhongqi's cruel smile deepened with an added sense of triumph. Just as the blade light was on the verge of striking Feng Qingzi, a shield suddenly surged from the rear of the army, intercepting Lang Zhongqi's fierce attack. Subsequently, a formidable pressure of the Great Ascension realm, accompanied by several supreme auras, abruptly descended upon the battlefield. This sudden force of pressure compelled all present to cease their assaults. Everyone, stand down. As both parties halted their actions, an irresistible voice resonated throughout the battlefield. Following the sound, the crowd beheld the Supreme Lord of Tai Xian, Xian Tianji, hastening toward them with several esteemed elders of the sacred lands. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Xian Tianji and his companions, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lang Zhongqi's face. Considering that he and Xian Tianji were now both great ascension cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and immediately shouted toward Xian Tianji. What? As the Supreme Lord of Xian, are you, the ruler of our eastern domain, now obstructing our quest for justice? Are you intending to shield that demonic scion of the sword-guarding sect? Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Xian Tianji, upon hearing Lang Zhongqi's inquiry, scrutinized him from head to toe. Upon sensing his great ascension level of cultivation, a look of confusion crossed his features. Friend, for what power do you hail? Why have I never encountered someone like you? Where I come from is of no concern to you. I merely wish to know if the Supreme Lord Tai Xian has come to protect a disgrace of the demon race. The demon race? You proclaim to come here to eradicate the demon race. Yet I wish to inquire, is the achievement of Elder Lu Chen, who has slain 2 demon kings, not sufficient to protect a repentant member of a human race? Moreover, Elder Lu Chen is suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient king. If he wishes to safeguard a wayward young cultivator, what could be amiss? The voice of Xuantianji, deliberately infused with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the battlefield. The billions of cultivators in the army were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xuantianji's words. According to his reasoning, Elder Lu Chen's contributions to humanity are indelible. Thus, their condemnation of the Yujian Sect seems rather inappropriate. In an instant, over 80% of these cultivators began to waver, contemplating whether to withdraw from the ranks of the descending army. In midair, Lang Zhongqi discerned the murmurs within the crowd and noted the shifting expressions among the cultivators. At this moment, he comprehended that this operation could no longer be delayed. Procrastination might lead to unforeseen changes. He then spoke once more. Achievements are achievements, and faults are faults. We shall forever remember Elder Lu Chen's contributions to humanity. However, we must demand an explanation regarding Li Yunfeng's complicity in aiding the Demon King to the detriment of our kind. Lang Zhongqi's words reignited contemplation among the previously hesitant cultivators. After careful reflection, they found merit in his arguments. Yet Xuantianji's words also held weight. The hearts of the billions of cultivators were rife with indecision. We merely seek an explanation. Yet how shall we reconcile the actions of Feng Qingzi, who resorted to violence against us? Are we, the lower-tier cultivators, merely to be deceived and slaughtered in the pursuit of power, just as the billions of cultivators found themselves in a state of uncertainty? A voice erupted from within the dissenting army, unleashing a torrent of discontent among those present. Feng Qingzi, upon hearing the speaker, swung his spiritual sword once more. Strangely, the individual did not evade the attack. Rather, he boldly met Feng Qingzi's sword energy with unwavering resolve. Behold, everyone, this hero speaks the truth. Yet is met with Feng Qingzi's furious wrath. Cried the fallen, our lives, deemed insignificant as ants by him, compel us to retaliate. With the demise of the speaker, another voice emerged from the army, igniting the fury of billions of cultivators. The dissenting army descended into chaos, charging towards the disciples of the Yujian Sect. At the critical juncture of this upheaval, a blinding sword energy surged forth from the back mountain of the Yujian Sect, hurtling towards the army. This sword energy, imbued with boundless pressure and an aura of annihilation, swiftly approached the front lines of the descending army. Upon the explosion of this sword energy, the ground was cleaved, creating a chasm stretching hundreds of thousands of miles. The cultivators who had been hovering in midair fell victim to this strike, countless bodies plummeting into the abyss below. This chasm, carved by a single sword strike, instilled profound terror in the hearts of the surviving cultivators in the descending army. Upon closer inspection, the abyss resembled a grave prepared specifically for them, intent on burying them alive. Chapter 100. Lu Chun emerges from seclusion. Today you all display a certain finesse, collectively seeking demise at my Yujian Sect. A cold, mocking voice reverberated through the outskirts of the Yujian Sect, causing all present to feel a tightening in their hearts. Xuantianji couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. This ruthless individual had indeed emerged, as he gazed upon the mountain of corpses within the sword abyss. A look of sorrow crossed his face. Brother Lu Feng, I implore you to show mercy. These individuals were merely momentarily blinded by their reason. Friend Xiantian, if others respect me by a foot, I shall return the favor by a yard. If others encroach upon my territory, I shall annihilate them without hesitation. Surely you understand this principle. With a cold snort from Lu Feng, an overwhelming aura of dominance swept through the sky. Soon after, Lu Feng, embodying an ethereal demeanor, appeared above the Yujian Sect's ranks, surveying the multitude of cultivators with an inscrutable gaze. Greetings, Ancestor Lu Feng. Indeed, upon witnessing Lu Feng's arrival, the disciples of the Yujian Sect sheathed their flying swords and bowed deeply. Lu Feng, revered by the crowd, offered a simple acknowledgement before shifting his gaze to Lang Zhongqi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Is it you who incited them to seek redress from my Yujian Sect? Upon hearing Lu Feng's inquiry, Lang Zhongqi reined in the arrogance he had displayed earlier towards Xuantianji. Regardless of Lu Feng being a half-step to ascension, the sheer force of that recent strike had made it abundantly clear that this formidable figure would not hesitate to slaughter the multitude of cultivators before him. Greetings, Brother Lu Feng. Lang Zhongqi first bowed respectfully to Lu Feng before continuing, Brother Lu Feng, we merely seek to acquire justice for our fellow human compatriots harmed by Li Yunfeng. We harbor no malicious intent to stir trouble. I hope you will consider our plight. Lang Zhongqi's expression remained solemn, akin to a righteous figure intent on upholding justice. Witnessing Lang Zhongqi's demeanor and declarations, a hint of derision appeared on Lu Feng's countenance. Although Lu Feng's true cultivation level was merely at the late stage of the Great Ascension, his spiritual prowess had already reached the mid-stage of the Ascension. From his previous probing, he had discerned a peculiar force residing within Lang Zhongqi. Since when did my Yujian Sect's actions require your explanation? Furthermore, even if we were to shelter someone who has fallen to demonic corruption, what of it? Perhaps due to Lu Feng's dismissive attitude, many cultivators within the dissenting army began to express their indignation. Lang Zhongqi, positioned at the forefront, noted the shift in the crowd's mood and felt a surge of secret delight. He then addressed Lu Feng with a tone that was neither servile nor combative. How Brother Lu Feng chooses to act is beyond our influence. However, if the Yujian Sect is unwilling to surrender Li Yunfeng, we are prepared to take a step back. Yet, as members of the human race, we possess the right to know the whereabouts of a criminal. Upon hearing Lang Zhongqi's veiled threats, a frown gradually formed on Lu Feng's face. A mere assembly of weaklings, easily vanquished, dared to leverage pressure against him and his sect? With growing impatience towards the dissenting army before him, Lu Feng prepared to unsheath his sword in retaliation. However, in the next moment, he suppressed his murderous intent, allowing his expression to return to neutrality as he replied to Lang Zhongqi. Is that so? Then how do you propose to ascertain this information? Perhaps you would care to enter the Yujian Sect for a thorough search? As the smile on Lu Feng's face deepened, his sudden change in attitude left everyone present in bewilderment. No one could fathom the reason behind Lu Feng's unexpected transformation. An hour prior, within the multicolored cocoon, Lu Chen had achieved profound enlightenment, thoroughly comprehending the principles of the Yuan. The sign-in system had completely absorbed the immense force of the Tao within the cocoon. I have fully grasped the principles of the Yuan, he mused. Surprisingly, he discovered that these principles could complement the ninth form of the reincarnation sword technique. Now, should he unleash the ninth sword strike, he could likely reach the brink of life and death. Feeling the resonance between the principles of the Yuan and the life force within him, Lu Chen's heart swelled with joy. This blessing from the Tao represented a qualitative leap in his current state. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the principles of the Yuan. Your cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the great ascension. The system announced, as a token of gratitude for your gift of Tao power, the system will bestow upon you the Qingdi technique, which aligns with the principles of the Yuan. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Qingdi technique, advancing your cultivation by half a step towards immortality. The mere mention of the Qingdi technique filled Lu Chen with excitement, although he was unaware of the technique's exact rank. How many techniques bearing the title Emperor could be mere mundane arts? With the inheritance of the Qingdi technique merging within him, an unusual aura began to emanate from Lu Chen. Shortly thereafter, the cultivation reward took effect, and the celestial spiritual power within him gradually surged. With a thunderous roar reverberating through the skies, the cocoon enveloping Lu Chen shattered. Seated cross-legged in midair, he began to refine the explosive waves of celestial spiritual power within him. The refining process lasted approximately half an hour before Lu Chen fully absorbed the surging celestial spiritual power. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Lu Chen was eager to unleash it. It was the perfect opportunity to test the sword technique of the Qingdi technique. After a whispered incantation, Lu Chen summoned the Tang Wu sword and struck towards the distant mountains. Qingdi technique, Qingdi Wusheng. As a beam of azure sword light descended, the distant mountains erupted in a radiant blue glow. Once the light dissipated, the mountains returned to Lu Chen's view, unchanged and still lush and green. Observing the peculiar scene before him, Lu Chen remained unfazed. After gazing at the mountains for a few breaths, he parted his lips to utter a single word. Annihilate. This seemingly powerless utterance reverberated through the surrounding space. As the word spread, the verdant trees on the mountains instantly decayed. In the wake of the azure plant's withering demise, the mountains gradually transformed into dust, drifting away with the wind. Witnessing this eerie decay, Lu Chen nodded slightly, evidently satisfied with the potency of his strike. It seemed prudent to refrain from returning to senior brother Yunfeng just yet. Instead, he decided to head back to the sword control sect. He wondered if Little Black had been causing trouble with his elixirs and spiritual weapons during this time. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen resolutely decided to return to the Swordmaster sect. He tore open a rift in space and set off towards his destination. With his enhanced cultivation, Lu Chen's speed had increased remarkably. The journey of nearly 10 trillion miles was completed in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, just as he emerged from the spatial passage, he was met with the accusatory voice of Lang Zhongqi. Upon hearing the mention of Li Yunfeng as a criminal, an inexplicable rage surged within Lu Chen. Scanning the multitude of cultivators below, he noticed a similar flicker of anger in Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Chen quickly transmitted a silent message to him, urging Lang Zhongqi to continue his tirade. Today, he was determined to see what nonsense this individual could concoct. If he could enter, that would indeed be splendid. Should Li Yunfeng still harbor the malevolence of the demonic race, they would implore for his execution. If he had regained his human nature, they would naturally refrain from further comment. However, to guard against potential contingencies, it was imperative that he surrender his soul imprint, lest he succumb to demonic transformation again, making it difficult for them to eradicate him. Lang Zhongqi's rhetoric, draped in righteousness, was laced with an unyielding intent to subdue Li Yunfeng. As a murderous aura gradually enveloped Lu Feng, even Xuantianji and the 5 elders of the sacred grounds furrowed their brows. After all, Lang Zhongqi's words were exceedingly venomous, clearly provoking the Swordmaster Sect's limits. Yet, the most infuriated of all was Lu Chen, hovering in the air, his gaze fixed on Lang Zhongqi, brimming with an inexorable killing intent. Chapter 101, A Sword Massacre. Shaking the eastern region. Gazing at this major cultivator, who was intent on bringing about Li Yunfeng's demise, Lu Chen, previously consumed by anger, was suddenly struck by curiosity. The fact that he had once saved Li Yunfeng and that few were aware of his allegiance to the demonic race was now causing an uproar, drawing condemnation from billions of human cultivators. What perplexed Lu Chen even more was the relentless targeting of Li Yunfeng by this individual. System. Initiate precise scanning. Ding. Scan successful. Information has been transmitted into the host's mind. Please review it at your leisure. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Chen activated the system scan on Lang Zhongqi. As the scan concluded, Lang Zhongqi's information appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Name: Lang Zhongqi, soul under control. Race: human. Physique: none. Cultivation: early major stage, false. Forcefully elevated by the blood and pill of a demonic celestial cultivator. Technique: sunlight technique, great sun illusion. Divine ability: false great sun illuminating thousands of heavens. Lang Zhongqi? Lu Chen's curiosity intensified upon seeing this name. It felt vaguely familiar, as though he had heard it mentioned before. After a moment of reflection, he finally recalled a forgotten memory. The enemy of Brother Yunfeng, the leader of the Yujian Sect, was indeed named Lang Zhongqi. As his recollection became clearer, Lu Chen let out a cold snort. The self-satisfied Lang Zhongqi remained oblivious to the impending calamity, continuing to question Lu Feng. Brother Lu Feng, what do you think of this solution? If unwilling, I can still negotiate again. A smug expression appeared on Lang Zhongqi's face, and his eyes gradually curved into crescent shapes as he gazed at Lu Feng, seemingly convinced of his triumph. However, the unfolding events did not proceed as he had envisioned. At that moment, a voice brimming with unfathomable killing intent suddenly echoed. No need for negotiation. As for solution, I believe exterminating all of you would suffice. As this voice reverberated, over 90% of the billions of cultivators were abruptly jolted from the air, plummeting swiftly to the ground. This unforeseen turn of events left the assembled cultivators momentarily stunned, and as the fallen cultivators slowly rose from the ground, their gazes shifted skyward. Lu Chen the Ancestor. Upon recognizing Lu Chen's visage in the heavens, apart from the members of the Sword Control Sect who displayed joy, the vast majority of the billions of denouncing cultivators were rendered trembling and dazed. The only sound that emerged was the collective swallowing of their throats. The mightiest presence of the Sword Control Sect had appeared. Lu Chen, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, though the fury within him had long reached a boiling point. A recent scan through the system had revealed that among this vast army, a few cultivators had ingested demonic elixirs, yet the majority were still regular human cultivators. Alas, the dignity of the strong must not be insulted. To insult, it is to invite death. Regardless of the reasons that led these individuals to join the denouncing army, it no longer mattered. Lu Chen's singular desire now was to exact vengeance, sending a clear warning throughout the eastern domain that his wrath would leave a trail of corpses spanning countless miles. Lang Zhongqi, witnessing Lu Chen summon the tofu, which soared in preparation for an assault, felt a tightness in his chest and immediately began to channel his spiritual energy to flee. However, as he attempted to escape amidst the chaos, he was horrified to discover that he had already been locked onto by Lu Chen. Apart from his soul being capable of thought, even his spiritual sense could not extend outward. In the next moment, Lang Zhongqi's eyes widened in terror as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, who stood resolute in the sky, watching as the tofu which soared descended slowly. Ancestor Lu Chen, spare me, spare me. Ancestor Lu Chen, we were all deceived. As Lu Chen's sword was about to fall, the cultivators below began to scatter and flee. No one noticed that amidst this fleeing crowd, thousands of cultivators stood frozen in place, making no move at all. One sword to cleave through existence. All things shall cycle. as the astonishing sword struck. A blinding yellow sword energy sliced through the air, extending for hundreds of thousands of miles. In an instant, 90% of the fleeing billions of cultivators perished beneath this sword. As for the remaining fortunate few who escaped death, they desperately fled into the distance. The scene of Lu Chen slaughtering billions of human cultivators left both members of the Sword Control Sect and others, including Xian Tianji, in a state of shock, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Even Feng Qingzi, normally indifferent, was visibly moved by this awe-inspiring spectacle. Xian Tianji stiffly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Lu Chen, the fear in his eyes unmistakable. Regardless, he could hardly believe that the formidable figure before him, a pinnacle of the human race, had mercilessly slaughtered billions of human cultivators in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Observing Xuantiangji's gaze shifting towards him, Lu Chen's expression gradually softened as he inquired of the seemingly dazed Xuantiangji. For a friend, Lu Chen harbored no sense of resistance. Though uncertain how the Tai Xian Holy Land would confront him after this incident, such matters had become inconsequential to him. There's nothing to worry about, Senior Lu Chen. However, I humbly request that you spare those fleeing cultivators. They were merely momentarily misled. Xuantiangji, slowly regaining his senses, hurriedly pleaded on behalf of the remaining 10% of cultivators. In response to Xuantiangji's appeal, a smile graced Lu Chen's face, dissipating his earlier displeasure. I had no intention of striking again. Their escape signifies they still possess a chance for redemption. Those who stood idly by, facing their demise like the instigators, are truly beyond salvation. The outcome of scheming against the mighty is invariably death. With that, Lu Chen turned and soared towards the back mountain of the Yujian Sect, prompting Lu Feng to follow suit. As the two strongest figures departed, the entrance of the Yujian Sect was left with only Xuantiangji and several thousand remaining cultivators. The words spoken by Lu Chen led Xuantiangji to bow his head in contemplation, meticulously weighing the true implications of Lu Chen's expression. Moments later, a spark of enlightenment illuminated Xuantiangji's mind, halting his musings. It seemed he had deciphered the essence of Lu Chen's words. Taoist Feng Qingzi. This matter is of significant magnitude. I must return to the Holy Land for further discussions. I bid you farewell. Safe travels, my brother. We shan't see you off. Having come to an understanding, Xuantiangji promptly saluted Feng Qingzi and, accompanied by 5 elders, traversed the void and departed. As Xuantiangji and his companions vanished from sight, Feng Qingzi wasted no time and immediately led the remaining disciples back into the grand array of the Yujian Sect. A month later, the eastern realm of the cultivation world was thoroughly shaken. A coalition of billions of cultivators, initially assembled to denounce the Yujian Sect, was first met with the wrath of Lu Feng, who annihilated hundreds of millions with a single sword stroke, only to be further decimated by the arrival of Lu Chen, who dispatched 90% with another strike. The sheer ferocity of these events was evident. Not long after a brief calm, the eastern region was once again ignited by Lu Chen's actions, as this news spread like wildfire. Yet, this time, no one dared to speak against the matter. All information regarding the Yujian Sect became taboo, and people spoke of the sect with trepidation. Chapter 102. The Shameless Black Shah. The massacre of billions of cultivators by the denouncing army revealed the true nature of Lu Chen to the entire eastern region. While this formidable being showed no hesitation in slaughtering the demonic race, he displayed equal ruthlessness against those who dared to provoke the human race. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Xianyang sect, a gathering of elders and the current sect master, Lang Hong, convened to discuss the event of Lang Zhongqi being slain by Lu Chen. How could Lu Chen be so malevolent, slaughtering my father and those countless cultivators with a single sword? I, along with the Star Ascension Pavilion, have inevitably provoked Lu Chen, which was to be expected. However, the slaughter of countless cultivators by a single strike is truly unforeseen. Indeed, furthermore, since the incident involving Li Yunfeng, we have been destined to stand in opposition to the Sword Control Sect. The most pressing matter now is whether we should vacate this place. Otherwise, if Lu Chen were to pursue us here, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. As one elder spoke, the thoughts of the assembly were drawn towards the topic of survival. Contemplating the terrifying prowess of the celestial being Lu Chen, along with his decisive approach, the hall fell into a profound silence once more. Having taken this step, it matters little whether we harbor enmity towards the Sword Control Sect. What is far more critical is that if our allegiance to the Demon Clan were to be revealed, The human race would no longer grant Yujian Sect a place to stand. Suddenly, the current leader of Yujian Sect, Lang Hong, broke the silence. The surrounding elders shifted their attention towards him as he spoke. Since we are bound to serve the demon clan, we could merge with the Star Ascension Pavilion. No, the disciples of Yujian Sect possess a fragile foundation. We would not receive the recognition of the Star Ascension Pavilion. Should we rashly proceed, we would undoubtedly face rejection. Furthermore, if the demon clan were to conquer the eastern region, we would gain no merit whatsoever. Upon hearing Lang Hong's suggestion, an elderly elder immediately countered this notion. Having existed for tens of thousands of years, he understood well that the survival of the human race hinges upon the principle of mutual benefit. The other elders, after reflecting on the elder's perspective, gradually nodded in agreement. Brother Wei Lin speaks the truth. Ultimately, we remain outsiders, and the Star Ascension Pavilion will never share its interests with us. But how shall we respond to this predicament? Indeed, Brother Wei, if we cannot rely on the Star Ascension Pavilion, what options do we have? The elder referred to as Wei Lin, upon hearing the inquiries of the assembly, displayed a conflicted expression before lowering his head in contemplation of a strategy. After a brief moment, his aged visage lifted once more, and he spoke a single word to those gathered: wait. Meanwhile, within the cemetery of the Sword Control Sect, Lu Chen, regarded as a taboo in the eastern region, was effortlessly pinching the long horn of the Black Fiend with 2 fingers, maintaining a relaxed demeanor despite the fiend's frenzied attempts to break free. In contrast, the Black Fiend, caught in Lu Chen's grip, bared its fangs and attempted to bite Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen, you old rascal. In just a few days, where did you learn this bizarre technique? Observing the perplexed expression on the Black Fiend's massive face, Lu Chen smiled faintly. This was the spirit link finger he had acquired a few days prior, reputed to be capable of withstanding all sharp attacks in the world. Lu Chen, you old rascal. Do not smile so gleefully. Quickly, tell this esteemed Black Fiend where you learned this peculiar technique. Want to learn? I shall teach you. Witnessing the Black Fiend's anxious demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After spending so much time together, he had come to decipher the thoughts of this foolish Qilin. No turning back. If you change your mind, do not expect this esteemed Black Fiend to assist you in anything in the future. Upon hearing Lu Chen's suggestion of teaching him, Heisha's expression gradually morphed into one of excitement. However, his large, bronze-like eyes soon darted around, and he reined in his smug demeanor. Do not misunderstand. Lord Heisha is merely concerned that you might unexpectedly perish one day, causing this precious technique to be lost, rendering you a criminal of the human race. Lord Heisha does not wish to learn for his own sake, but to prevent you from becoming a pariah among humanity. Heisha donned a righteous facade, reminiscent of a shameless cultivator who is engaged in nefarious deeds, yet still seeks to uphold a facade of honor, which elicited a chuckle from Lu Chen. Though Lu Chen's smile bore a hint of mockery, he knew that, based on Heisha's past temperament, he would likely charge forth recklessly. Yet at this moment, Heisha was lost in his own fantasies. Oh, once Lord Heisha masters this technique, with a mere lift of his magnificent claws, he could seize the enemy's blades. The spectacle would undoubtedly captivate all battlefields. Little Hei, will you still study this? Observing Heisha's face gradually contorting with lewd anticipation, Lu Chen promptly urged him back from his reverie. Seemingly aware of his lapse, Heisha regained his solemnity. Old thief Lu Chen, Lord Heisha is ready. Quickly impart this technique. With Heisha's insistence, Lu Chen placed his hand upon Heisha's massive head, transmitting the essential teachings of the Ling Si finger technique into his consciousness. According to the description, this technique allows one to counteract an enemy's weapon with their fingers. For a moment, Lu Chen was uncertain whether Heisha could successfully cultivate it, given that he only possessed claws. An hour later, Lu Chen gazed at the unfolding scene with astonishment, struggling to believe his eyes. Heisha's enormous claws had bent 3 of their talons, leaving 2 talons grasping a withered branch, resembling a human hand. Lu Feng, come forth and face Lord Heisha in a battle to the death. Seemingly confident in his grasp of the Ling Si finger technique, Heisha's heart swelled with pride, and he loudly called for Lu Feng, his large black face displaying an expression of haughty superiority akin to that of a human. Suddenly, the sound of a sword echoed through the air as Lu Feng's figure manifested from a void, brandishing a sword and charging at the self-satisfied Heisha. Lu Feng, you treacherous scoundrel, daring to ambush Lord Heisha, you shall receive your due lesson today. Invincible Lord He Sha's Lingxi Divine Claw. Sensing the impending peril, He Sha immediately activated the Lingxi finger to defend himself. Yet Lu Feng's sword was astonishingly swift, and in an instant, it landed upon He Sha. From his vantage point, Lu Chen felt as though the sword had indeed struck He Sha, causing a twinge of concern in his heart. Hee hee, hee hee, with two sounds of lewd laughter. He Sha's hind legs suddenly propelled his body upward, standing upright like a human, his towering form resembling that of a giant. As Lu Chen beheld the upright He Sha, he was struck by a revelation. The creature's front claws were gripping a seemingly minuscule flying sword. Could it be that this foolish Qilin has truly mastered the technique? With a puzzled expression, Lu Chen directed his gaze towards the hind leg of He Sha, only to find Lu Feng fixating on the flying sword nestled within He Sha's front paw, displaying an expression of helplessness. Old thief Lu Chen, how about the invincible Black Lord's spirit claw? Upon hearing this boastful remark, Lu Chen promptly lifted his head to glance at He Sha, whose massive, beastly face was adorned with a smug sense of pride, igniting within Lu Chen an impulse to give it a good thrashing. This foolish Qilin, having just been taught the spirit claw technique, had barely grasped it before renaming it as his own. One could only wonder where this brazen Qilin had acquired its thieving nature. Shaking his head, Lu Chen swiftly reclined onto the rocking chair, prompting Lu Feng to blend into the void. Only the self-satisfied He Sha remained, still showcasing the flying sword caught in its claw. Chapter 103. The Big Black Dog with a Pot on its Back. Ever since He Sha mastered the spirit claw, Lu Chen began to harbor regrets within a few days. This shameless black golden Qilin now ventured out daily to wreak havoc upon the disciples of the sword control sect, invariably returning to the tomb with dozens of flying swords nestled within its clawed fingers. The current sect master, Wang Haoren, had knelt outside the grand formation of the tomb countless times, each visit a plea to He Sha for the life swords of the sword control sect disciples. After acquiring the spirit claw, this audacious black dog frequently deceived the disciples into offering their swords. It then shamelessly departed with their treasured blades. Even more egregious was the fact that if a disciple was chosen by He Sha and hesitated to present their sword, that imposing beastly face would instantly shift in demeanor, coercing the disciple to strike. Divine Beast Ancestor. Divine Beast Ancestor. Disciple Wang Haoren seeks an audience. As Lu Chen pondered the audacity of He Sha, Wang Haoren's voice echoed once more from outside the tomb. He then turned his gaze towards He Sha, observing the creature with numerous flying swords embedded within its four enormous claws, and sighed in resignation. It was clear that Wang Haoren had come once again to request his swords. How dare that brat Wang Haoren disturb the great He Sha, truly lacking in discernment? Absolutely not. I shall not grant an audience. This divine beast ancestor's tranquility must not be interrupted. As He Sha pranced about, flaunting the prowess of its spirit claw, it was unlikely that it would willingly return those flying swords. Little Black, do not be obstinate. Quickly return these swords to Wang Haoren. After all, that lad is also the sect master. It is somewhat inconsiderate to have him come pleading multiple times for his swords. Moreover, if you genuinely wish to cultivate the spirit claw, there are numerous practitioners from various sects outside who can serve as your sparring partners. Upon hearing Lu Chen's counsel, He Sha ceased its pacing, shaking off the flying sword from its right front paw, then resting its chin upon its empty paw, deep in contemplation. Lu Chen, the old thief, seemed to possess some merit in his reasoning. The reputation of the great He Sha should not be known solely to the sword control sect. It must instill fear in all. After a moment of reflection, He Sha discarded the remaining flying sword from its other three paws and, channeling its spiritual energy, hurled the swords towards Wang Haoren's location. This exceedingly casual gesture sent Wang Haoren, still kneeling, into a state of panic. Just as Wang Haoren was about to speak again and request an audience, he suddenly raised his head and was startled to see dozens of flying swords descending from the sky towards him. The speed at which these swords fell left Wang Haoren no opportunity to react. In the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by these numerous blades. His expression remained one of terror for quite some time before he finally regained his composure and hastily fled the cemetery, carrying with him several of the swords that had fallen to the ground. Shortly after Wang Haoren departed, a shadow of considerable size ascended into the sky. After lingering for a moment, it darted off in a particular direction, with the departure of the ominous entity. Only Lu Chen remained within the confines of the sword control sect cemetery. Should the disciples of the sect become aware of the departure of this greatest menace, they would undoubtedly convene a private celebration and jubilation. With the departure of the dark figure, it was time for me to tidy up the cemetery. After taking a deep breath, Lu Chen rose and summoned a spiritual broom to commence the cleaning. As his spiritual power reached the level of a celestial being, each sweep of the broom felt akin to a communion with the forces of nature. After an hour, the cemetery was once again spotless, thanks to Lu Chen's diligent efforts. Pausing in his task, Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the spirit hall. Realizing that he had yet to sign in for the day, he set down the broom and strolled toward the hall. Ding! The system detected the host's location in the cemetery. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully signed in. You have received the Celestial King-level treasure, the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Shield. As the system's voice faded, an iron pot-shaped shield appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Feeling the astounding power emanating from the shield, he scrutinized it closely. Were it not for the system's introduction, one would never associate this pot-shaped shield with a treasure of Celestial King caliber. Gazing at the shield in his hand, Lu Chen focused his thoughts and transported himself to a mist-laden, forbidden area in the void. He then tossed the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Shield into the air. Today, I shall test the defensive prowess of this Celestial King Shield. Holy Spirit's Sword Technique. 6 Destruction, Sword, 23. Lu Chen summoned the Tang Wu Sword and unleashed a formidable sword aura toward the floating Yin-Yang Reincarnation Shield. However, to Lu Chen's astonishment, the enhanced version of Sword 23, imbued with an aura of world destruction, vanished without a trace upon contact with the shield. Just as Lu Chen marveled at the peculiar nature of the shield, a familiar aura of 6 Destruction, Sword 23 suddenly emanated from within it. Celestial Body. Holy Spirit's Sword Technique. 6 Destruction, Sword 23. Sensing the more powerful, familiar sword energy, Lu Chen activated his celestial body and struck again at the suspended shield. Instantly, a sword aura identical to Sword 23 shot forth from the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Shield, but its ferocity was several times greater than Lu Chen's own strike executed in his celestial form. The two sword auras collided in an instant, the ensuing shockwave shattering the surrounding space. Gazing at the rift in space, as if cleaved by a sword, a look of astonishment spread across Lu Chen's face. Although Lu Chen successfully wielded a sword infused with the essence of an immortal to thwart the counterattack of the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Shield, he still experienced a jarring reverberation within his soul due to a lingering backlash. Once the residual force of the attack dissipated, he ascended into the air and removed the shield. At that moment, he held no disdain for the shield, had it not been for its lack of a wielder. That very counterstrike might have inflicted harm upon him. After assessing the formidable power of the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Shield, Lu Chen once again focused his thoughts and returned to the cemetery, placing the shield beside a rocking chair before reclining upon it for a deep slumber. Presently, he faced no immediate dangers and did not require the refinement of this divine shield. Days later, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater within the grounds of the Yujian Sect cemetery. Lu Chen rose to observe the enormous figure emerging from the pit, and after scrutinizing it, his brow furrowed in concern. The fallen shadow was none other than He Sha, yet he bore an array of minuscule wounds across his body. Upon witnessing He Sha's dismal state, Lu Chen enveloped the wounds with his spiritual energy for examination. Sensing the lingering aura upon the injuries, a wave of confusion washed over him. The wounds were not inflicted by human cultivators, but rather by the gnashing of some beast. What mischief had you been up to? How did you sustain such injuries? Ugh, do not mention it. It's truly unfortunate. This esteemed black shark lost his way and ended up over the endless sea to the west, where he was bitten by a wretched, ugly fish. Hearing He Sha's mortified recounting, Lu Chen's previously stern expression softened into a bemused smile. And who suffered the greater loss between the two of you? Ugh, you old rascal. Can't you tell? Of course, it's the esteemed He Sha who came off worse. I swear, I will not rest until I avenge this grievance. With gritted teeth, He Sha expressed his ire, his face ablaze with indignation. Yet, soon his large, bell-like eyes were drawn to the shield resting beside Lu Chen's rocking chair. As a divine beast endowed with the power of devouring, He Sha's sensitivity to treasures was unparalleled. After a brief rotation of his eyes, he vanished from Lu Chen's sight. Not good. In that instant, Lu Chen recognized the peril confronting his shield. True to his intuition, when he turned around, he found himself momentarily stunned. In less than a breath, Heisha had already slung the shield onto his back. Although such behavior was undeniably shameless, Lu Chun could not muster anger. Instead, he found himself laughing at the sight before him. The yin-yang reincarnation shield had inexplicably enlarged to a size comparable to Heisha's back, resembling a massive iron pot or a peculiar, long-legged turtle, an utterly comical sight. Ha! You foolish Qilin. That shield suits you perfectly, like a turtle carrying its shell. Heisha reveled in the potent energy emanating from the shield on his back, pride swelling within him. However, the moment Lu Chen's mocking voice reached his ears, his enormous head immediately displayed a look of displeasure. Just as Lu Chen was about to express his anger towards Heisha, he seemed to recall something and left a remark before soaring away from the Yujian Sect cemetery. You old thief Lu Chen, Heisha has no time for you now. I am off to teach that foul fish a lesson. Watching the comical figure of Heisha depart, laughter erupted once more from Lu Chen. Recalling Heisha's appearance, akin to a long-legged turtle, he found himself somewhat reluctant to ask for his shield back. Days passed, and, as Lu Chen was tidying up the cemetery, a massive shadow suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Turning around, Lu Chen saw Heisha emerging from the pit, a triumphant expression plastered on his face. Old thief Lu Chen, Heisha has returned. Observing Heisha's boastful demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this foolish Qilin must have taken advantage of the situation during his absence. Seeing that Lu Chen was not responding to him, the jubilant Heisha spat a mouthful of filth onto the ground. He then raised his large head and swaggered over to his designated recliner. However, as he attempted to recline, his massive body became stuck due to the yin-yang reincarnation shield wedged between the armrests. As Lu Chen watched this amusing scene, he was about to remind Heisha to remove his turtle shell when he was taken aback. The foolish Qilin had moved the shield to his chest, and, with a flourish, lay back on the chair. You truly are clever. Lu Chen sighed in resignation, resuming his cleaning of the cemetery. Outside the cemetery walls, the crisp autumn breeze sent the withered yellow leaves cascading down from the towering trees. With Heisha's deep slumber, silence enveloped the cemetery, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Old thief Lu Chen, you clean day after day without tiring. Wouldn't it be easier to cast a spell and have it done in an instant? Heisha, lounging in his chair, suddenly remarked to Lu Chen. Upon hearing Heisha's words, Lu Chen paused his sweeping, turned to face the reclining figure, and offered a gentle smile. If one cannot even clean their own house, how can they hope to govern the world? That sounds too profound. I don't understand. Do you aspire to dominate the world? Heisha's interpretation elicited another soft chuckle from Lu Chen. While I sweep, I also contemplate my own state of mind. Much like the dust in this cemetery, it is akin to the myriad of beings in the world. I could choose not to clean, but when I decide to do so, I can sweep them away at will. Many things are optional, yet one must possess them. After speaking, Lu Chen continued his cleaning, leaving Heisha bewildered in his chair. An hour later, with the cemetery finally tidy, Lu Chen walked slowly to the spirit hall and initiated a new round of sign-in. Ding! Detecting host location, spirit hall. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have received the reward. Celestial grade technique, Taishu sword art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Taishu sword technique. As the essence of the Taishu sword technique melded into him, Lu Chen's cultivation experienced a slight loosening. Yet he still failed to breach the threshold of the flying immortal realm. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the sky above Zhongzhou, a spatial passage opened silently. Shortly thereafter, a brooding young man emerged from this passage. The moment this young man stepped out, he sensed his own state, only to reveal a face clouded with displeasure. If Wang Haoyu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Wan Long, the very one who had slain him. Damn Wang Haoyu! The heavenly Tao suppression in this inferior world is so intense that it forces me to wield only the strength of a true immortal. After uttering a curse, Wan Long retrieved an oddly shaped compass from his bosom. Gazing at the compass with its spinning needle, it eventually came to rest in a specific direction. The anger that had previously etched his face began to dissipate. At long last, I have found you, my Taiji immortal king inheritance. In an instant, Wan Long transformed into a streak of light, traversing the void toward the direction indicated by the compass. As he moved, An overwhelming pressure engulfed the entirety of Zhongzhou. With the spread of Wanlong's true immortal aura, the ancestors of the Haotian sacred mansion and the three great sacred lands, who were in seclusion, were stirred from their meditations. Within the forbidden grounds of the Haotian sacred mansion, 8 elders widened their eyes, as if confronted by a catastrophic event. This is bad. A true immortal has descended upon the great world of Taihao. One elder, who had attained the peak of the flying immortal realm, spoke first, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. The power of this true immortal is likely no ordinary true immortal. He is probably at least a perfected true immortal. Moreover, there exists a chilling intent of murder emanating from him. Could it be that a descendant of this true immortal has been oppressed, thus compelling him to return to our great world of Taihao? Similar discussions were echoed across the other 3 great sacred lands in Zhongzhou. The concealed flying immortal powerhouses were all shaken by Wanlong's aura. In the misty forest of the eastern region, Chen, who had recently returned from the Taishan sacred land, was practicing the sacred spirit sword technique taught by Chen when he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Strange, what could be the cause of this feeling? Why am I suddenly beset by such anxiety? After muttering to himself, Chen endeavored to suppress the unease within his heart. He resumed his training in the sacred spirit sword technique. However, ever since that unsettling feeling had arisen, he found it impossible to concentrate on his practice. This sense of unease persisted for 3 days until an astonishing momentum abruptly swept across the entire eastern region, rendering all cultivators there momentarily stunned. As the source of this formidable aura drew near, Chen's unease intensified. Moments later, with a brazen voice echoing forth, the Guardian Pavilion, which had taken a century to construct, was instantly reduced to ruins. The one who has obtained the Taiji Immortal King inheritance is right here. ISN Tihi, come out. The occupants of the Guardian Pavilion crawled from the debris, but before they could take flight, they were struck down by a powerful force. Additionally, some of the lower-tier cultivators within the Guardian Pavilion were killed on the spot by this overwhelming pressure. Upon bursting forth from the ruins, Chen was met with the sight of countless lifeless bodies of the guardians of the heavenly pavilion strewn about. His eyes instantly turned crimson, fixated on Wanlong, who hovered above, emanating an intense aura of murderous intent. In the air, Wanlong sensed the palpable hostility directed at him and turned to confront Chen, whose entire being radiated a chilling malice. After a moment of mental probing, Wanlong suddenly recognized that Chen exuded the same essence as Wang Haoyu. Brat, you are the one who has obtained the legacy of the Tai Chi Immortal King from Wang Haoyu, aren't you? Having cultivated my Tai Chi Immortal King legacy, you shall meet your end here today. Wanlong unleashed a casual strike downward, his face suffused with disdain. Once I obliterate your physical form, I shall extract the legacy embedded within your soul. Though Wanlong's attack was merely a casual gesture to the onlookers from the heavenly pavilion below, it bore the weight of apocalyptic power. As the strike descended, Chen swiftly summoned the Tang Wu Flying Immortal Palace, drawing everyone within its protective confines. Humph. A mere palace dares to obstruct my casual strike? As Wanlong's blow struck the Flying Immortal Palace, a thunderous explosion resonated, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, a look of incredulity crept onto Wanlong's face. His casual attack had failed to shatter the palace, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Where did you acquire this palace, brat? Its defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable. None of your concern, Chen retorted coldly, harboring no fondness for the treasure-seeking murderer before him. Wanlong's fury surged upon hearing Chen's indifferent response. As a formidable Xianxian, how could he tolerate such insolence from a mere insect? Had you begged for mercy and surrendered the legacy along with this palace, perhaps I would have spared your lives. But now I decree your demise. With a furious roar, Wanlong's expression morphed into one of savagery. He unleashed his celestial power without reservation, launching an assault on the Flying Immortal Palace beneath him. The ferocity of his attack rendered the Tang Wu Flying Immortal Palace akin to drifting flotsam upon a tumultuous sea. Meanwhile, within the palace, Chen, who was operating the grand defensive formation, found himself injured by Wanlong's relentless onslaught. The sheer might of the attack was overwhelming, and with his tribulation stage cultivation, defending the palace became a Herculean task. As Wanlong's strikes accelerated, blood began to trickle from Chen's orifices. Chapter 105, The enraged Chen advances. Not far from the misty forest, Heisha, having just vanquished the abyssal beasts in the endless sea, also sensed the formidable aura radiating from Wanlong. A large, dark visage gradually shifted to one of seriousness. This is the true immortal of the mortal realm. No, wait. It is a true immortal of the celestial realm. As a divine beast, Heisha possessed a profound comprehension of immortality, and this overwhelming presence surpassed even that of the true immortal of the mortal realm. Why has a true immortal from the celestial realm suddenly descended upon this realm? Should Heisha venture forth to investigate? After a moment of contemplation, Heisha directed his gaze towards the Yin-Yang reincarnation shield behind him, and subsequently resolved to soar toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. With the protection of this treasured shield, he felt emboldened to wander even in the presence of 10 true immortals from the celestial realm. Moreover, Heisha did not believe that his void divine ability could be perceived by a mere true immortal. Gradually, Heisha's figure concealed itself within the void, heading toward the direction of the attacking waves. Upon reaching his destination, Heisha was taken aback to see a youthful true immortal unleashing devastating attacks against a resplendent palace, exuding an aura capable of annihilating worlds with each strike. The sheer power of this terrifying immortal's assaults left Heisha trembling in trepidation. Should such attack strike him, it would likely reduce him to mere mush. "Senior, please hold your hand." A sudden, aged voice interrupted the onslaught of Wanlong. The elder paused, turning his gaze toward the source of the interruption, his countenance filled with displeasure. How dare a mere flying immortal, a frail insect with severe injuries, attempt to impede him? Insect, a trifling late-stage flying immortal dares to obstruct me. Prepare to perish. With a cold snort, Wanlong unleashed a palm strike towards the elder below, while continuing his assault on the Tangwu, flying immortal palace. The elder who had come to intervene was none other than Wei Donglai, the last remaining flying immortal from the Taishan Holy Land. At that moment, he gazed solemnly at the descending lethal palm, fully aware that a casual blow from a true immortal, imbued with the power of laws, could easily slay a perfected flying immortal. The overwhelming force made Wei Donglai acutely aware that he had no chance of survival. First, he discreetly crushed the communication jade slip given to him by Chen, then began to reverse his internal spiritual energy, preparing to sacrifice his Dao bone. "Very well. Since I have no chance of survival today, I shall delay you for a second, thereby granting my friend Chen an additional moment to save others." From the moment Wei Donglai arrived and saw Chen enter the flying immortal palace, he had silently vowed to protect Chen at all costs. After all, the Tangwu flying immortal palace was a relic of the ancient human king, and if the palace acknowledged Chen, it signified his immense importance to humanity. From a distance, Heisha, who was concealing himself within the void, was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the elder crush the jade slip imbued with Chen's aura. He glanced down at the identical jade slip on his chest, and his large copper-colored eyes widened in shock as he swiftly charged toward Wei Donglai. "Elder, do not despair. Come with me." Boom! As Wanlong's strike collided with the sacrificial Dao bone of Wei Donglai, a voice filled with terror suddenly resonated at that moment. Immediately thereafter, Wei Donglai, in the midst of his sacrificial act, found his vision darkening as he was forcibly interrupted. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered that he was being carried away by a colossal black beast, retreating into the distance. The unexpected turn of events left Wanlong momentarily bewildered, curiosity welling up within him. That previous strike had undoubtedly struck the elder. Why then were both the man and the beast entirely unscathed? Although he could currently only exert the strength of a true immortal, it was inconceivable that the yet-to-mature Black Qilin could withstand this onslaught. Lost in thought, Wanlong inadvertently ceased his assault on the flying immortal palace, turning instead to gaze at the retreating pair of man and beast, his countenance betraying a look of perplexity. "Old man, prepare yourself. Lord Heisha is about to vanish into the void." Heisha warned Wei Dong, readying to activate his innate power to hasten his escape into the ether. "Seize," Wanlong uttered, his voice imbued with power, as he watched the man and beast prepare to completely dissolve into the void. In an instant, the half-formed Heisha was yanked back towards Wanlong by an overwhelming force. "Damn it! Lord Heisha has done you no wrong. Is it a crime to show respect for the elderly and protect the weak, even if it means standing against someone who bullies an old man utterly defenseless?" Furious at the abrupt interruption of his escape, Heisha returned to his original position, his indignation palpable. With a swipe of his claw, he shattered the communication jade slip around his neck and let out a furious roar directed at Wanlong. With the precious Yin-Yang reincarnation shield in his possession, Haisha had unwavering faith that he could endure until the arrival of the old scoundrel, Lu Chen. Indeed, yet possessing a treasure is a crime in itself. Hand over that shield, and you may yet retain your life intact. Of course, if you are willing to serve as my mount, I might consider sparing you. Bah, you are utterly delusional. Upon hearing the word mount, Haisha spat in disgust, retorting defiantly at Wanlong hovering above. Since you are so ungrateful, then perish. Wanlong's anger flared once more at Haisha's insult. In his eyes, creatures as insignificant as this one had no right to reject him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch imbued with boundless immortal energy towards the ground. This fierce strike instantly reached Haisha. With no time to flee, Haisha turned to defend himself with the reincarnation shield on his back. However, as Wanlong's attack made contact with the Yin-Yang reincarnation shield, it suddenly vanished without a trace. Observing this bizarre occurrence, Wanlong's face was etched with astonishment. But soon, the shield emanated an even more astonishing and familiar aura, causing Wanlong's astonishment to deepen further. A more potent shadow of a fist erupted from the reincarnation shield, hurtling towards Wanlong with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Wanlong was struck by the shadowy fist in an instant. As a resounding explosion of spiritual energy reverberated, his surroundings were obscured. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, sensing the overwhelming aura, accelerated his traversal through the void, his face a canvas of fury and urgency. Originally absorbed in his studies of the mausoleum, he had suddenly received a distress call from Wei Dong and promptly set off towards the source of the plea. However, it soon became evident that not only had Wei Dong shattered the communication jade slip, but even the foolish Qilin, Haisha, had done the same at the same location. Recalling the terrifying pressure that had recently manifested, a grave expression settled on Lu Chen's face. After a brief moment, Lu Chen, bursting with celestial energy, finally arrived at Haisha's location. However, the scene before Lu Chen ignited an overwhelming fury within him. The formidable figure suspended in mid-air relentlessly struck at the flying immortal palace and Haisha. The swaying flying immortal palace seemed to convey to Lu Chen that Yi Chen was on the brink of demise. Desperately shielding Wei Donglai, the severely wounded Haisha, having been rebuffed by the Yin-Yang reincarnation shield, also appeared to be at death's door. As a frenzied aura erupted in the skies of the eastern region, countless cultivators trembled in fear. Chapter 106. The Onset of Chaos, the Tremor of the Taihao Great World. With Lu Chen's emergence and the overwhelming intent to kill he carried, Wanlong ceased his assault on both sides. His eyes, filled with confusion, scrutinized Lu Chen, appraising him for a considerable time. In the celestial realm, this individual would have been deemed inconsequential, easily extinguished with a mere breath. Yet now, Wanlong sensed an intense feeling of peril emanating from Lu Chen, stirring within him a curious vigilance. When Wanlong extended his divine sense towards Lu Chen, he was astonished to discover that he could not fathom this suddenly appeared cultivator's true strength. Another insignificant ant? As Wanlong's contemptuous words escaped his lips, Lu Chen charged forth, brandishing the Tangwu sword. Caught off guard, Wanlong hastily attempted to counter with a palm strike and swiftly retreated 100 miles. Yet, in this moment of fury, Lu Chen would not relent, soaring after the retreating Wanlong and thrusting his sword forward. Old thief Lu Chen, give him a severe beating. Black Sha, having regained his senses amidst Wanlong's storm of attacks, turned to see Lu Chen arriving and immediately bellowed at him from midair. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and others, who had been hiding within the flying immortal palace, emerged after Wanlong ceased his onslaught. Bloodied and resolute, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on the two combatants, grinding his teeth in determination. Ant, how dare you? Wanlong, confronted by Lu Chen's relentless advance, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, leading him to unleash a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. As a fully realized Xianxin, he was among the elite within the small celestial realm. Yet now, being forced back by a mortal cultivator, he could scarcely accept such a degrading humiliation. Regaining his composure, Wanlong abruptly halted, seizing Lu Chen's thrusting sword and compelling him to cease his assault. Locking eyes with Lu Chen, whose seemingly calm gaze concealed deadly intent, Wanlong let out a disdainful snort. Were it not for the suppression of the heavenly laws in this realm, I would never allow such trifling beings to offend me. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wan Long, instantly sending Lu Chen flying hundreds of miles away. The very fabric of reality trembled in response to Wan Long's unleashed might, as if the world itself sensed an overwhelming terror. With Wan Long's terrifying aura unleashed, hundreds of stars in the celestial expanse were instantaneously detonated, while beneath them, the ground was compressed into a massive pit spanning several hundred miles. The hearts of countless lowly beings shattered under Wan Long's oppressive presence, and the air thickened with a faint red mist of blood. Lu Chen regarded the cataclysmic upheaval triggered solely by Wan Long's aura, his initially furrowed brow gradually smoothing into a serene calm. Recognizing that this place was no longer suitable for ordinary cultivators to linger, he turned to the crowd behind him and spoke urgently. You must evacuate this location swiftly. It will soon become extraordinarily perilous. Retreat now. Upon hearing Lu Chen's warning, Wei Donglai immediately shouted to Yi Chun, standing at the entrance of the Tangwu Flying Immortal Temple. After witnessing Yi Chun depart with the guardians of the heavenly pavilion, he soared into the sky, channeling his celestial energy to broadcast his voice across a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. All beings who receive this announcement, heed my command. Evacuate this area by 1,000,000 miles at once to avoid the loss of life. A battle among true immortals is no trifling matter. Wei Donglai's voice reverberated throughout millions of miles, instantly inciting countless birds to flee and beasts to scatter. Yet, how could one easily withdraw from such a battlefield? Countless lives were still caught within its grasp, obliterated by the overwhelming pressure. In mere moments, numerous mortal kingdoms had been utterly annihilated. Under the scrutiny of the flying immortal's divine sense, the horrifying sight of corpses strewn across the land filled Wei Donglai's mind. Pain etched itself onto his aged visage. For even before the two combatants clashed, they had already caused the deaths of innumerable beings from the human race and other races. Should the war erupt in earnest, who could fathom how many innocent lives would be ensnared? After a moment of agonizing struggle, Wei Donglai sighed deeply, resigning himself to the harsh reality. Among the human cultivators, who had not concealed the souls of the innocent on their hands. Moreover, when the demon army descended, how many could truly live in peace? Lu Dao, allow this old man to lend you my final strength. Wei Donglai's expression darkened as he swiftly approached Lu Chen. He prepared to reverse his spiritual energy and ignite his essence to join the fight alongside Lu Chen, fixing his gaze firmly on the formidable Wan Long. Lu Chen sensed Wei Donglai's intentions and immediately halted him. Turning his back to Wei Donglai, he spoke deliberately. Wei Dao, you must withdraw. I, Lu Chen, am not accustomed to collaborating in battle. Your life should be preserved for the future confrontation with the demon race. I can face this adversary alone. Lu Dao. Wei Donglai wished to argue further, but was cut off by Lu Chen's decisive gesture. Watching Lu Chen's unwavering stance, he silently retreated from the heart of battle. Where can a swarm of ants escape? Wan Long sneered contemptuously. You have provoked my wrath. Thus, you shall pay the price. Not just you, but the other beings of this world must also face consequences. Observing Wei Donglai's departure, Wan Long's disdainful mockery lingered in the air. He then turned his gaze to the calm Lu Chen, a surge of nameless fury igniting within him once more. He had resolved to eliminate this obstructing mortal cultivator before seizing the legacy of the Tai Chi Immortal King. Furthermore, as he departed this realm, he would ensure to leave a profound lesson for its inhabitants. With the principles of martial arts unleashed, Wan Long summoned an overwhelming force of law, manifesting above the great world of Taihao. The moment this power emerged, it immediately provoked a violent reaction from the scant celestial energy present in the great world of Taihao. True immortals could now gradually master the power of law, bending the very fabric of reality with a mere flick of their fingers. Sensing the intense fluctuations provoked by this force, all living beings in the great world of Taihao trembled with a profound unease. The experts from various races gradually discerned that the spiritual and celestial energies within them were being drawn forth and agitated by this power of law. Concealed in the shadows, the celestial beings could no longer suppress their curiosity and hastened towards the eastern domain in droves, just as these celestial experts pondered against whom this true immortal would strike. Another surge of lawful energy erupted from the same source, compelling all to halt in unison, their faces etched with grave concern. A battle between two true immortals wielding the power of law was unfolding in the great world of Taihao. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the northern domain, within the territory of a fifth-level imperial dynasty, countless demon race cultivators were poised to launch an assault on the surrounding human imperial dynasties. Within the capital of this fifth-level dynasty, the Demon King of Slaughter, the Demon King of Botanical Growth, and the Demon King of the Dark Moon convened to deliberate a clandestine plan for the quiet annexation of the northern domain. Just as they were about to finalize their strategy, a wave of celestial might swept through the area. Before the three Demon Kings could utter a word, another surge of celestial power followed, leaving them in stunned silence. The Demon King of Botanical Growth, seated at the head of the table, was so profoundly affected by these two astonishing forces that his robust form involuntarily quivered. Chapter 107. The Two Giants on the Battlefield. Observing the transformed aura of the true immortal before him, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the figure, discreetly summoning the system. System. Initiate precise scanning. Ding. Scanning successful. Name. Wanlong age. 5. 827. 600 years race. Celestial physique. Celestial body affiliation. Kong Xian Celestial Realm Cultivation. Perfected Xian Immortal. Currently suppressed to perfected True Immortal by the Heavenly Tao of Taihao. Techniques. Celestial Transformation of 9 Heavens. Fragmented. Celestial Falling Feather / True Body. Fragmented. Laws. Law of Martial Arts. Beginning. Law of Strength. Beginning. Law of Spears. Beginning. Profile. Originally a mere mortal from the Kong Xian Celestial Realm, his disposition underwent a dramatic change upon witnessing the brutal humiliation and murder of his mother by a descendant of an immortal. Since then, he has pursued strength at any cost. Host. This system does not recommend engaging him at present. Lu Chun was interrupted by the sudden advisory from the system while reviewing Wan Long's information, a wave of curiosity swelling within him. Why? Host. Although this individual has been suppressed to a perfected true immortal by the Heavenly Tao of Taihao, it does not alter the fact that he is a Xian immortal. While your Holy Spirit Sword technique can challenge the heavenly laws, it is still insufficient against him at this stage. Unless you can severely injure him, the chance of slaying him remains slim. Furthermore, based on the system's calculations, even if you were to defeat him, you would sustain immeasurable injuries. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chun fell into deep contemplation. With his current cultivation level, he could only execute the sword 24 once. If he had but a single opportunity to annihilate, he would have to devise a strategy to first inflict severe damage and then proceed to eliminate him. As Lu Chun pondered, Wan Long's strike of the law had already been unleashed, compelling Lu Chun to return to his senses and respond. The body of an immortal, the law of Yuan. Gazing upon the fist shadow that stirred the very fabric of the heavens, Lu Chun hesitated not for a moment, fully activating the might of the immortal body within him, unleashing a surge of celestial energy that rivaled Wan Long's true immortal state. He then infused the Tang Wu sword with the law of Yuan, enhancing the impending strike. The ninth form of the Tang Wu sword, rebirth in thought. Unlike the previous strike that vanquished the Demon King Luo Tian, this ninth form, bolstered by the power of the law of Yuan, underwent a profound transformation. The convergence of life force and celestial energy birthed a sensation among countless beings of an incessant cycle of life and death, even before the sword was drawn. The two attacks, imbued with the power of the laws, collided instantaneously, resulting in a tremendous spatial void at the heart of their confrontation. As the shockwaves of their assault radiated outward, the edges of the void expanded relentlessly. Beneath the battlefield, the earth itself yielded to their clash, creating a vast circular pit of unfathomable depth, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. In the center of the battlefield, Lu Chun and Wan Long were both thrust back nearly 100,000 miles by the explosive force of the law. As they halted their retreat, they simultaneously coughed up blood. Very well, merely an ant from the lower realm. Yet you have wounded this immortal. I shall reward you by devouring and refining everything about you, merging you with my essence. Wan Long, initially taken aback by his own injuries, soon wore a sinister smile directed at Lu Chun. As the realization of his wounds sank in, the fury on his face morphed into a frenzied rage, and he charged at Lu Chun once more. Without exchanging further words, Lu Chun raised his sword to meet Wan Long's advance. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in countless skirmishes. Across the starry skies, the sheer force of their exchanges birthed numerous small spatial voids. The fluctuations of Lu Chun and Wan Long's battle gradually spread throughout the eastern domain, prompting the great cultivators to break through their confines and rush to the scene. After a thorough investigation, they suppressed their rising fears and began to rescue the fleeing beings below. Even the venerable Fu Quan and others stationed at the entrance of the secret realm of the War of 10,000 Sects were compelled to abandon their posts to provide assistance. With each clash of their law-infused powers, the starry heavens of the eastern domain became riddled with spatial folds. The beings below, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, felt as though the very sky was on the verge of collapse. In a frenzy, countless factions began to orderly organize the denizens of the eastern domain onto spiritual vessels, preparing for an exodus to other continents. The sheer terror of their clash was so overwhelming that the residual force alone compelled them to abandon the land that had been their ancestral home for countless ages. The law of martial arts shattered the heavens. The law of Yuan, the Azure Emperor, breached the path of the immortals, as their powers manifested once more. The fleeing beings of the eastern domain found themselves once again restrained, unable to move. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Wei Donglai was orchestrating the evacuation of the beings from the eastern domain, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of power from the laws of the universe. Just as he intended to turn around and investigate, he was swept off the battlefield by the aftershocks of a dual assault. And my curiosity towards you grows ever stronger. From whence did you acquire such unparalleled celestial techniques? As Lu Chen unleashed his celestial magic, a flicker of doubt ignited within Wanlong. How could a mere mortal from the lower realm possess such divine powers? As a being who had existed for nearly 600 millennia, he instantly recognized that Lu Chen's celestial magic was extraordinary, at least of the celestial king caliber. And I have changed my mind. Surrender this celestial technique to me. Open your soul, allowing me to inscribe a mark upon it, and I may spare your life. Fearing the loss of the opportunity to learn this technique should he kill Lu Chen, Wanlong suddenly retracted his aura and began to seduce Lu Chen into becoming his servant. Observing Wanlong's arrogant demeanor, Lu Chen displayed a hint of disdain. Seemingly indifferent to Wanlong's words, he charged forward with his sword aimed at Wanlong. With a smile, Wanlong, noticing the contempt displayed by the lower realm cultivator, sneered in response. "Ant, since you are so ungrateful, then perish." An hour later, both were covered in wounds. Yet, neither Lu Chen nor Wanlong had sustained any life-threatening injuries. The fierce exchanges had transformed the battlefield, expanding the once circular pit of several 100,000 miles to an immense expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Beyond their fierce confrontation, countless spiritual vessels ascended into the starry sky, hastily retreating into the distance. For the Eastern Domain's cultivation community, the battle between two celestial beings was too terrifying. None could guarantee that the entire Eastern Domain would not become a desolate wasteland. The manifestation of the law of power. Just as he freed himself from Lu Chen's grasp, Wanlong immediately activated his true form, empowered by the law of power. His incomplete manifestation swelled to a colossal size of 100,000 miles. With the emergence of Wanlong's true form, an oppressive force that stirred the very essence of the heavens and earth erupted. The fleeing beings of the Eastern Domain sensed this pressure, turning to behold a gigantic figure materializing upon the battlefield. As Wanlong's immense form took shape, it swiftly descended upon Lu Chen. That titanic hand, as if wielding the force of annihilation, entirely sealed off Lu Chen's escape. Gazing up at the approaching colossal hand, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. He simply struck out with his empty left hand against Wanlong's giant appendage. "Ha ha ha, Ant, are you prepared to be reduced to dust?" Seeing Lu Chen's diminutive figure daring to confront him, Wanlong mocked him mercilessly. Yet, just as Wanlong's colossal hand was about to crush Lu Chen, an equally massive hand surged up from below. Illusionary law, divine art of heaven and earth. Boom! The two giant hands, each stretching 1,000 miles, collided with a resounding crash that echoed throughout the skies of the Eastern Domain. The gaze of the fleeing cultivators in the Eastern Domain was fixated upon the two colossal figures at the center of the battlefield. The emergence of these giants left everyone utterly astonished. Initially, the onlookers had only known there were two celestial beings engaged in combat. But upon witnessing the countenance of the second giant, they were rendered speechless. To their disbelief, one of the formidable celestial beings was none other than the venerable ancestor Lu Chen of the Sword Control Sect. As the two immense manifestations appeared in the skies above the battlefield, they commenced a fierce clash. Countless fleeing spiritual vessels from the Eastern Domain were caught in the turbulent aftermath of Lu Chen and his adversary's confrontation, resembling ephemeral insects adrift in a raging torrent. Wei Donglai, observing the titanic forms engaged in combat, furrowed his brow in concern, with the ground beneath them continuously collapsing. It became evident to Wei Donglai that the true battle had commenced. High above, Lu Chen and Wan Long's manifestations wielded their immense powers, clashing with the force of law itself. The Junlong spear materialized in Wan Long's colossal hand, which he then thrust downward with great force. Below him, Lu Chen countered by pushing his sword upward, its blade shining like a streak of light piercing the night sky, ascending toward the heavens. With a resounding clash, the spearhead and sword tip collided, sending a reverberation that echoed throughout the expanse of the sky. The two gigantic manifestations, each wielding celestial weapons, found themselves locked in a stalemate, their weapons colliding and producing tendrils of black spatial lightning. After a brief moment, as the standoff concluded, a wave of distorted spatial energy surged outward, causing Lu Chen's manifestation to be violently propelled downward, crashing heavily upon the earth beneath him. Master. On the pinnacle of the Tangwu Flying Immortal Hall, Yi Chun watched as Lu Chen fell, his heart tightening with apprehension. From the outset, when faced with the sudden onslaught of a celestial adversary, he had been reluctant to let Lu Chen take such risks, fearing that he might endanger his master. However, as the intensity of the battle escalated, it became clear that this was beyond what ordinary cultivators could contain. As Lu Chen's massive form plummeted, it stirred up a cloud of dust, enveloping the vast battlefield in obscurity, rendering his figure invisible to the spectators. High above, Wan Long's eyes were fixed upon the battlefield now shrouded in a thick veil of dust, his expression grave, a stark contrast to his earlier disdain. He could hardly believe that such an extraordinary talent existed in the mortal realm, capable of holding his own against someone of his suppressed cultivation level. As silence fell within the dust cloud below, the distant spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, powerful beings from other continents made their way to the scene. Noticing only one celestial manifestation present, they immediately inquired among each other for clarification. Have you seen this fellow cultivator? Where is the other world-destroying celestial being? Why does only one world-destroying celestial being remain? A female cultivator, resembling a fox in her features and newly arrived, seized the arm of a nearby human cultivator to ask. As the human cultivator, who had been detained, was about to display his displeasure, the sight of her exquisite beauty instantly transformed his expression into a warm smile. Greetings, fellow cultivator. It is unfortunate that I have only just arrived and am unaware of the specifics. I apologize for the disturbance. After respectfully bowing to the human cultivator, the Fox Clan celestial maiden promptly turned her gaze towards the battlefield. The gathered cultivators, much like this enchanting celestial maiden, were engaged in similar inquiries. Thus far, you are the first lower realm cultivator I have deemed worthy of recognition. Remember, it is you who shall bring about your demise, Wan Long. Noticing that Lu Chen remained motionless amidst the dust, Wan Long was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. The opponent before him, Lu Chen, increasingly aroused his suspicion regarding the existence of such formidable anomalies in this lower realm. Should several more of these monstrous beings converge upon him, he might very well become the first celestial being to return to the lower realm, only to be slain by mortal cultivators. Great Hand of the Dharma. With Wan Long's immense hand of myriad laws descending, a colossal phantom hand, spanning thousands of miles, materialized. In the blink of an eye, this gigantic hand expanded to a size of millions of miles, relentlessly growing larger. Dear friends, quickly evacuate this location. As the terrifying power contained within the vast hand became palpable, the celestial cultivators observing from millions of miles away were struck with fear, momentarily frozen in place. Soon after, a keen-witted celestial expert shouted in alarm, prompting everyone to transform into streaks of light, hastily fleeing to safety. When these observing celestial cultivators finally halted, they were shocked to find that the massive hand had swelled to a size of tens of millions of miles. The apocalyptic aura emanating from the hand was unleashed without reservation. Over 30 celestial experts who had come to watch could not help but feel grateful for their timely escape from the battlefield as they gazed at the overwhelming celestial hand. First, you injure my disciple, and then you threaten to slay Lu Chen. Today, I shall exact compensation with your celestial blood. Just as the colossal hand was about to descend, A cold snort suddenly echoed from the midst of the dust. Following this, a force that distorted space erupted, scattering the swirling dust and revealing Lu Chen's immense Dharma form. The gigantic hand, poised to fall from the sky, was abruptly halted in midair by this newfound power, causing the celestial experts to look on in terror at Lu Chen's magnificent Dharma body, an involuntary sense of trepidation swelling within them, struggling to suppress their anxiety. The celestial cultivators were yet to fully comprehend the unfolding scene. A peculiar sight materialized before their eyes, as countless peach blossom petals began to flutter through the air over the eastern region. These petals danced gracefully for a moment before swiftly swirling around the sky above the eastern region. Look, the petals are multiplying. A voice of astonishment drew the attention of those present to the floating peach blossoms. After a few moments of observation, expressions of surprise emerged on their faces, for indeed, the petals were rapidly dividing, doubling, and then quadrupling in an unceasing expansion. Merely a short incense stick's worth of time later, the eastern region was blanketed in a sea of pink petals, as if illuminated by the gentle embrace of rosy sunlight. Some monks had nearly forgotten their plight as they reached out to touch the peach blossom petals surrounding them, lost in the enchanting scene of the petals drifting down. In this moment, both the celestial beings drawn to observe and the creatures attempting to flee the eastern domain, even the towering figure of Wanlong in the sky who had activated his law avatar, were entranced, reaching out to caress the delicate petals. None noticed that the colossal hand, which had previously halted midair, had been silently enveloped by countless peach blossoms. Within a mere instant, this gigantic hand was transformed into a peach blossom-shaped appendage. As the ominous aura of destruction dissipated from the hand, Wanlong was the first to regain his senses. Alarmed at the realization that his formidable hand had been quietly undone, he instinctively retreated higher into the sky, his gaze fixed on the peculiar scene below, his expression turning grave. With Wanlong's return to awareness and subsequent retreat, the celestial observers also regained their focus. They fixated on the figure of Lu Chen, gradually obscured by the blossoms, speculating on the incredible potency of his next strike that had instilled such fear in the true immortals, compelling them to withdraw. The illusionary principle, the primordial principle. After being scrutinized for a moment, Lu Chen, who had secretly fused the two formidable powers, finally surged upward into the sky. Following this, a profound murmur escaped his lips, resonating through the expanse of the Taihao great world like the roar of thunder. The countless peach petals blanketing the eastern domain began to emit an even brighter, flickering pink luminescence. In the years to come, should I ascend as the Azure Emperor, I shall return the favor with a flourishing of peach blossoms. As countless petals radiated a dazzling pink light, they surged alongside Lu Chen's immense law avatar toward the heavens. In an astonishing turn, these peach blossom vines appeared to possess life, deftly avoiding all beings in their path. In the blink of an eye, a towering peach tree emerged upon the eastern domain, rapidly ascending toward the sky. Within mere moments, it surpassed Lu Chen's pursuit of Wanlong, evolving into numerous branches that lifted Lu Chen skyward. As the multitude of peach branches bore Lu Chen's grand avatar, on the branches below, countless blossoms began to bloom. Once the blossoms enveloped the expansive tree that dominated the land, Wanlong found himself completely overtaken by Lu Chen. Since you seek death so eagerly, allow me to grant your wish. The Ember Dragon Spear, infinite celestial feathers. With a furious roar, Wanlong unleashed his colossal celestial weapon, creating myriad afterimages as thousands of seemingly real and illusory spear tips rained down upon Lu Chen below, each strike infused with lethal law power. Observing that Lu Chen continued his relentless pursuit, seemingly on the verge of colliding with his assault, Wanlong could not suppress a sinister grin. Yet in the next moment, his triumphant demeanor was replaced by sheer shock. The branches of the peach tree supporting Lu Chen seemed to sense an impending danger, instantaneously sprouting countless offshoots to envelop Lu Chen's formidable visage, while the spear shadows unleashed by Wanlong were effortlessly dispersed by these branches. How could this be? Mere mortal peachwood. How could it possibly withstand an assault from the celestial realm? Mortal peachwood? Open your eyes and see clearly. Upon hearing Wanlong's assertion that the peach tree was but ordinary wood, Lu Chen couldn't help but scoff coldly. In response to this derisive laughter, Wanlong shifted his gaze to the peach wood for a moment. After a thorough examination, he comprehended the reason behind his thwarted attack. The branches of the peach tree were imbued with the power of laws and boundless sword intent. Wan Long continuously retreated, closely followed by Lu Chen. As their immense visages rose higher, gradually vanishing from the sight of the beings below. The celestial cultivators, observing from below, upon witnessing this, swiftly ascended towards the starry sky, eager to ascertain the nature of the battle between the two true celestial beings. Everyone look! A voice of astonishment rang out, prompting the assembled celestial cultivators to direct their attention towards the source of the exclamation. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, these celestial beings were collectively struck with profound awe. The branches of the peach tree, entangled with the power of laws and endless sword intent, instilled a sense of dread deep within their hearts, merely by gazing at it for a fleeting moment. Is this the power of a true celestial? Truly terrifying indeed. Moreover, I have a foreboding that should this peach tree erupt in fury, it could obliterate the entire Taihao great world. Such a monumental terror is likely no less formidable than the calamity wrought by the boundless demon emperor in years past. Is this peach tree here to safeguard our Taihao great world? Just as the cultivators present were engrossed in discussions regarding the peach tree's might, a query from one of the celestial beings abruptly interrupted the discourse. Subsequently, a wave of contemplation washed over the celestial cultivators as they gazed at the two figures about to soar beyond the confines of the starry sky. The power of their battle was already beyond the reach of the beings in the Taihao great world below. Taoist Wei Donglai. Is this red dust true celestial who is battling the descending true celestial from your eastern domain? Questioned a monkey clan celestial being, one of the few fully realized celestial beings from the western domain, with an expression of surprise. With this inquiry from the monkey clan cultivator, over 30 celestial beings present turned their gazes towards Wei Donglai. Indeed, upon nodding in affirmation, Wei Donglai's acknowledgement caused the expressions of the 30-plus celestial beings to shift dramatically, leaving them collectively stunned in place. But do you know the origin of this formidable individual? Specifics are unclear, but this powerful figure is named Lu Chen, a peerless ancestor from a fourth-tier sect in our eastern domain. Fourth tier? The words spoken by Wei Donglai ignited a wave of skepticism among the celestial beings present. Regardless of the circumstances, they found it difficult to believe that an ancestor from a fourth-tier sect could truly be a true celestial. Moreover, how could a sect possessing a true celestial descend to the status of a mere fourth-tier sect? Indeed, this elder has, a century ago, slain 2 reborn demon kings. And not long ago, in a fit of rage over his disciple being oppressed by the star-treading pavilion, he eliminated Nalinjia. The current conflict with the celestial being has been ignited by the oppression faced by the disciples. However, what piques curiosity is the fact that the esteemed elder Lu Chen wields the legendary sword of the ancient human king, the Tangwu sword, and possesses mastery over all the esoteric techniques that were once the human king's secret. Upon hearing Wei Donglai's account, the assembled celestial beings stood frozen in disbelief. Momens Late, a venerable elder of the human race, a consummate celestial, confronted Wei Donglai with an indignant shout. Why has such a momentous event not been reported to our Yujian sacred mansion? As this aged voice resonated, the crowd turned to locate its source. When their gaze settled upon him, a solemn expression adorned their faces. It was the venerable Wuxiang of the Yujian sacred mansion, a figure who had once fought alongside the human king, Tang, against the formidable Waya demon emperor. He was the sole celestial who had survived a battle against the demon emperor without succumbing. Brother Wuxiang. It is not that the Taishan sacred land has failed to report, but even I cannot ascertain whether this figure is truly connected to the human king. Moreover, should the Taishan sacred land report to the sacred mansion about a suspected reincarnation of the human king, who would believe it? Upon hearing venerable Wuxiang's inquiry, a look of consternation crossed Wei Donglai's face. Venerable Wuxiang, reflecting on Wei Donglai's words, fell into deep thought. He realized that if the Taishan sacred land made a direct report, it was highly likely that their claims would be met with skepticism. Regaining his composure, Venerable Wuxiang then offered a courteous apology to Wei Donglai. However, a sudden, thunderous sound drew everyone's attention skyward once more. The clash between Lu Chen and Wan Long had shattered the celestial barrier, creating a vast rift in the heavens. Countless fragments of the celestial barrier, along with debris from the starry realm ignited by their battle, began to plummet from the gaping void. This is dire. Fellow comrades, We must intercept these fragments. Should they fall to the earth, the casualties among living beings could be catastrophic. Venerable Wuxiang was the first to react, exclaiming in alarm as he rushed towards the descending shards. The other celestial beings, seeing Venerable Wuxiang in motion, followed suit, soaring upwards. Yet, before they could act, they stood once again in stunned silence. The peach tree conjured by Lu Chen had inexplicably expanded manifold, transforming into a parasol that caught each falling fragment with grace. In an instant, the peach tree rose like a celestial pillar, sealing the rift in the heavens. At that moment, whether among the creatures of the 5 continents or the abyssal beasts of the boundless seas, all gazed skyward at the suddenly manifested colossal peach tree, their faces reflecting astonishment and disbelief. Apart from the celestial beings, none realized that this tree, which supported the Taiyao Great World, had saved the myriad souls of this realm. Chapter 110. The Battlefield of the Star Domain. As the gaping void in the sky was concealed by the celestial peach tree, the inhabitants of the Taiyao Great World felt no further discomfort. Those cultivators who had initially fled from the eastern domain began to halt and turn back, fixating on the roots of the peach tree that dominated the area, resembling a meticulously carved masterpiece that elegantly avoided their living spaces. Yet even so, the oppressive aura emanating from the celestial peach tree rendered them too fearful to return. In the boundless skies above the endless sea, Yi Chen, witnessing the unfolding situation, swiftly steered the flying immortal palace of the Tang, which towards a crevice beneath a peach tree. After safely depositing the members of the Guardian Pavilion onto the ground, he quickly maneuvered the palace beyond the reach of the tree's roots and ascended into the heavens. With Yi Chen's declaration, several hesitant fleeing spirit boats gradually returned to the eastern domain beneath the peach tree. Most of these vessels belonged to lower-tier forces, aware that even if they managed to escape, survival on other continents was uncertain. After careful consideration, they opted to take a gamble. Countless robust peach tree roots intertwined like an inverted net. One by one, the spirit boats navigated through the vast gaps, returning to their original places of existence. Upon surveying the land, the cultivators aboard these vessels were astonished to find that countless humans who had not yet fled remained entirely unharmed. At this moment, outside the Taihao Great World, the 2 combatants in the starry realm had obliterated everything around them, creating a vast emptiness. The cultivators of the lower realm had to concede that one could indeed be considered invincible among mortals. But did you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? Having battled against Lu Chen to this point, Wanlong had long abandoned his dismissive attitude. The cultivator before him from the lower realm exhibited strength that was nothing short of extraordinary. Should they continue this entanglement, even if he were to slay his opponent, he would likely sustain grave injuries himself, severely compromising his next course of action. If he returned to the celestial realm with such knowledge in the hands of his adversaries, only death awaited him. There was no need for further elaboration. The clash between the 2 of us would determine both superiority and fate. Thus, Wanlong resolved to eliminate another prodigy today. Observing Lu Chen's unwavering resolve, a chill crept across Wanlong's face. He grasped the handle of his spear and charged once more towards Lu Chen. The falling immortal feather, divine spear of the chaos era. The Holy Spirit sword technique. 6 extinctions, 23. As Wanlong unleashed his attack, the 2 once again engaged in fierce combat. Driven by immense celestial essence, their overwhelming auras collided, causing the celestial bodies within the starry realm to clash. The stars caught in their gravitational pull shattered almost instantaneously. The dazzling brilliance of countless exploding stars was witnessed by the beings of the Taihao Great World below. Those who beheld the spectacle of the starry explosions were captivated, their eyes glued to the sky. The scene, which should have been terrifying, appeared almost mesmerizing at this moment. These 2 world-destroying true immortals were waging war within the starry realm. Should we not approach the celestial barrier to observe? Yishadgo, an elder among the flying immortals, upon witnessing the extraordinary spectacle of battle, inquired of the others. Without waiting for a response, the Jinren of myriad forms took the lead, soaring towards the clouds. Having been trapped in the realm of perfected flying immortals for nearly 200,000 years, and having endured the ravages of the celestial and demonic war, he was in desperate need of an opportunity for ascension. If he could gain insight from observing the battle between the 2 true immortals, it would greatly assist him in breaking through to the threshold of a half-step true immortal. Myriad forms Taoist, I shall accompany you. Upon seeing the myriad forms Zhenren take flight, several other perfected flying immortal cultivators, who had ascended after the celestial demonic conflict, immediately followed suit. Only those cultivators who have not yet reached the pinnacle of immortality were left, standing frozen in place, caught in a web of indecision and uncertainty. A quarter of an hour later, several figures of the Wanxiang real person arrived beneath the celestial barrier, 1,000 miles away. And just as they intended to ascend once more, their movements abruptly halted. A look of distress washed over their faces. This vast expanse, 1,000 miles, presented an insurmountable obstacle, preventing them from advancing even a single step further. Wanxiang, we can only stand here and observe. One of them lamented. The path ahead has become a forbidden zone. The heavenly Tao will not permit our transgression. Recognizing the futility of their situation, the aged visage of Wanxiang real person betrayed a flicker of reluctance. After a silent struggle, he let out a resigned sigh, seemingly accepting his fate and no longer attempting to elevate his height. As the few immortals at the pinnacle gazed sorrowfully at the fierce battle above, a golden palace suddenly flashed past, arriving at the gaping hole in the barrier blocked by the peach tree. The gathering of celestial beings was taken aback, their astonishment palpable, while Wanxiang real person's eyes grew misty, bloodshot with emotion. The Tangwu Immortal Palace. Upon seeing the young sovereign standing atop the palace, Wanxiang's expression became intricate and layered. The palace had chosen its master, a youthful supreme being, yet this change of ownership also signified the complete demise of an old acquaintance. Tianjian, you have ultimately entered the cycle of reincarnation for the sake of all sentient beings. After a soft sigh, Wanxiang once more fixed his gaze upon Yichun, whose eyes radiated kindness and benevolence. In this moment, within the starry expanse, the massive form of Wanlong's law avatar was stained with blood at the corners of its eyes. From his perspective, the vast cosmos surrounding him was awash in red. Ever since he had been thrust out of the star realm, his fury had remained unabated. 1,000,000 miles away, Lu Chun, engaged in combat with Wanlong, found himself in a similarly dire predicament. His law avatar bore a grievous wound on its left shoulder, nearly severing the arm, and the celestial armor he had summoned was in tatters. Very well, I had thought to conserve some strength. Yet I did not anticipate encountering such a freak as you, forcing me into this wretched state. With a fierce roar, Wanlong dispelled his massive law avatar. In the blink of an eye, the avatar, spanning 100,000 miles, vanished entirely. The once tumultuous starry realm fell into a measure of calm with the disappearance of Wanlong's manifestation. In response, Lu Chun also dissolved his avatar, feeling the ache in his shoulder and frowning slightly, yet he still brandished the Tangwu sword, directing his gaze at the confronting Wanlong. Kid, to perish beneath my strike. You are indeed a pinnacle existence among mortals, worthy of pride. Law of the Spear. Immortal transformation through the 9 heavens. Wanlong's aura surged explosively, instantly repelling the surrounding starlight, pushing even Lu Chun back by 100,000 miles. As the celestial debris was forced away, a void of several million miles emerged around Wanlong. Subsequently, a pillar of white light erupted from within him, its brilliance surpassing even the radiant sun that illuminates the grand world of Taihao within mere moments. Saint Spirit's Sword Technique. 6 Extinction, Sword 23. Lu Chun gazed intently at the unexpected transformation before him, without a hint of hesitation. He launched an assault towards the radiant pillar. A sword aura, infused with rich celestial essence and boundless sword intent, swiftly surged towards the location of Wanlong, striking the light column in an instant. Yet, this formidable sword energy stirred no ripples. It vanished into nothingness the moment it approached the pillar. Ha 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 ha! Wanlong, enshrined within the light, erupted into a manic laughter, which upon closer inspection seemed to emanate from multiple voices. As the laughter echoed, the light column gradually dissipated, and when Lu Chun focused his gaze once more, a look of astonishment crept onto his face. The profound immortal Wanlong had astonishingly split into 9 entities, each exuding an increasingly formidable aura. What is the matter? Are you feeling despondent at the sight of 9 true immortals? Or are you uncertain of whom to submit to? Observing the bewilderment in Lu Chen's eyes, the central Wanlong immediately taunted him, his expression brimming with arrogance. Unfazed by Wanlong's derision, Lu Chun maintained a stoic facade, once again merging the 2 great laws of power. As the fusion of the 2 laws succeeded, a familiar terrifying might re-emerged. Wan Long, confronted with this overwhelming presence, could no longer maintain his disdainful demeanor. He found himself perplexed. If even he, a profound immortal, could not coalesce the two laws, how could this earthly cultivator achieve such a feat with such extraordinary potency? Chapter 111. A green lotus falls in the star domain. With the successful amalgamation of the two laws, an even more formidable aura radiated forth. Lu Chen, akin to the earlier Wan Long, erupted with a massive greenish-blue beam of light. The apocalyptic essence permeating this beam caused Wan Long's expression to shift to one of grave concern. A brief contemplation led him to realize that he could no longer afford to hesitate. This earthly cultivator had just created a celestial peach tree of unfathomable terror through the fusion of two mighty laws. Should he allow this being to unleash another attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no time to waste. We must strike together. The 9 Wan Longs, each wielding an identical celestial spear, surged forth simultaneously, channeling all their inner strength towards the greenish-blue beam enveloping Lu Chen. The law of martial arts, spear immortal strike. The law of strength, heavy spear pierces worlds. The law of the spear, transcendent spear form. 9 attacks, potent enough to astonish the very beings of the Taihao great world, crashed against the greenish-blue beam. Yet, in the next moment, Wan Long's face fell into a state of utter disbelief. These 9 world-destroying strikes were entirely absorbed by the greenish-blue column. Be it 1 or 9, I shall cleave through you with a single sword. It is only fitting to return the favor. Lu Chen's voice suddenly resonated from within the pillar, causing the 9 Wan Longs to retreat like startled birds. They withdrew for millions of miles before finally halting. The 9 figures fixated their gazes towards Lu Chen's direction, a profound sense of dread inexplicably washing over them, as a terrifying aura manifested within the star domain. Celestial bodies across the vast expanse of billions of miles simultaneously emitted strange sounds, trembling violently in place. Even the beings within the vast realm of Taihao sensed the peculiar phenomena occurring among the celestial bodies above, although they could not perceive the forms of Lu Chen and Wan Long. The mere sight of the blinding azure-green beam was enough to instill an overwhelming sense of dread within their hearts. Before the inhabitants of Taihao and Wan Long from the star domain could fully comprehend the situation, the radiant beam enveloping Lu Chen suddenly collapsed. Moments later, the colossal azure-green beam erupted explosively, revealing a lotus stem stretching 100,000 miles in length. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of this lotus stem, Wan Long comprehended that it was yet another terrifying life form akin to that of the peach tree. Though the lotus at the apex of the green stem remained tightly closed, his instinct, honed to the level of a mystical immortal, incessantly warned him that once this lotus blossomed, its power would surpass that of the peach tree, the eternal azure heaven lotus. As Lu Chen's voice resonated, the azure lotus instantaneously expanded to the front of the 9 Wan Longs, propelling their forms deep into the star domain. Suddenly, the lotus on the green stem bloomed, swiftly engulfing the 9 figures within its bud. After consuming Wan Long, the lotus stem re-established itself within the star domain, perpetually ascending. With each million-mile increment in the size of its massive root stem, a petal of the lotus bud unfurled. Damn it! Smash this lotus open. The Wan Longs, having been swallowed by the lotus, were caught off guard by the onslaught of countless sword intents that lacerated their bodies. As the pain from numerous wounds intensified, the 9 Wan Longs began to frantically assault the inner walls of the lotus. However, regardless of the ferocity of their attacks, they could not inflict any damage upon its interior. After the duration of an incense stick, the leafy lotus stem had already claimed a territory of 10 trillion miles within the star domain, and at that moment, the bud at the very top finally unfurled completely. As the gigantic lotus blossomed, the entire star domain fell into a profound silence. With a resounding roar, the towering azure lotus, reaching a height of 10 trillion miles, erupted violently. The sword intent permeated the expanse of the star domain, causing countless celestial bodies to shatter simultaneously. The brilliance of these explosions illuminated the entire star domain, rendering even the sun-like celestial body that shone upon Taihao dim in comparison. Within the realm of Taihao, countless beings gazed upwards at the celestial sky, collectively witnessing the cataclysmic spectacle of the exploding stars, rendered speechless and unable to regain their wits. The radiance of the exploding celestial bodies persisted for nearly an hour before fading, plunging the eyes of the inhabitants of Taihao into darkness. Once their vision returned, they stood in stunned silence, staring at the vacant celestial expanse above. Among those closest to the battlefield in the star domain, both the powerful immortals and Yi Chen were equally immobilized, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. What kind of terrifying force could obliterate the starry sky of Taihao, leaving only the sun-like celestial body in its wake? At the battlefield of the star domain, as the rampaging sword intent dissipated, Lu Chen's bloodied figure re-emerged, gazing upon the gravely injured Wanlong before him. A profound calmness reflected in his eyes. I never anticipated that I, a dignified celestial being, would suffer such injuries in the mortal realm. It is truly laughable. Whether you descend to the mortal plane or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you should not have touched Xiao He, and you certainly should not have harmed my disciple. Xiao He, is it that Qilin? Indeed. And your disciple? Have you not yet realized? The one who inherited the legacy of the celestial king is my disciple. With a hint of impatience in his tone, Lu Chen's words were clearly heard by Wanlong. Realizing that his inquiry was somewhat futile, Wanlong could not help but smile wryly. After all, if he had not attacked his disciple, there would have been no need for this fierce confrontation. Moments later, Wanlong suppressed his self-deprecating smile, adopting a calm demeanor. You must still have one final strike reserved for me, do you not? Wanlong's sudden remark piqued Lu Chen's curiosity, and he slowly nodded in acknowledgement of the truth. Although he was uncertain of Wanlong's intentions, Lu Chen had no intention of concealing anything. Upon Lu Chen's nod, Wanlong gazed intently at him and earnestly said, "Then unleash it. Let us see whose final move prevails." After Wanlong spoke, he stared at Lu Chen for a long while, and following Lu Chen's soft acquiescence, the two figures retreated 100,000 miles apart, preparing to unleash their ultimate trump cards. With the eruption of their formidable auras, the nearby Taihao Great World was the first to suffer significant consequences. The clouds in the sky shattered, raining down countless droplets. The earth heaved with towering mountains, their peaks reaching the molten depths, spewing scorching fire crystals into the sky. The endless sea surged with monstrous waves, engulfing everything along the coast. In the face of this sudden calamity, only the eastern domain, protected by the towering peach tree, managed to evade disaster. The other four continents fell into chaos, with even the cultivators being swept into the turmoil. In an instant, the Taihao Great World was once again a scene of devastation, with the cries of countless beings filling the air. As myriad souls lamented the injustice of the heavens, the great peach tree of the eastern domain stirred once more. Countless peach blossoms erupted, soaring towards the four continents. When the air was filled with the petals of peach blossoms, the entire Taihao Great World was once again enveloped in a radiant pink glow, and all calamities vanished, with countless beings saved by the celestial peach tree. The praises of the peach immortal began to resonate through the heavens. Chapter 112. An ominous sign. The celestial realm shudders. 6 million years of existence had long caused me to lose myself. Looking back, I was but a pitiable creature. Wanlong, with a placid expression, gazed at Lu Chen, reminiscing about his former self. Initially, he had merely wished to avoid being oppressed by the strong, to no longer be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet he ultimately transformed into the butcher wielding the knife. "May I ask for your name?" "Lu Chen." "Very well, Lu Chen. If you can withstand this strike and achieve the improbable, I hope you do not end up like me." With those words, Wanlong retrieved a peculiar pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. After a brief moment, Lu Chen was astonished to discover that the wounds on Wanlong's body were rapidly healing. Before Lu Chen could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming sense of pressure erupted from Wanlong's being. The spatial barriers surrounding his body manifested numerous fish scale-like ripples that spread outwards. As Wanlong's aura intensified, even a small celestial realm, closest to the Taihao Great World, was stirred by this surge. The mightiest being in this celestial realm was a late-stage Xianxian. Upon sensing Wanlong's aura, furrowed his brows in concern. What is this? A transcendent Xianxian at the peak of perfection descending to the mortal realm. Who could possibly force such a formidable being to the brink of transformation? After a whispered contemplation, the late-stage Xianxian swiftly vanished from his location. The transformation into a celestial bone is a lethal maneuver reserved for cultivators who have reached the Xianxian realm. utilizing the power of celestial patterns to invoke the forces of the heavenly path, merging their cultivation to unleash their most potent strike. However, the price for such a supreme attack is exceedingly grave. The best possible outcome is survival, but with a fallen realm, leaving no chance for further advancement in this lifetime. The worst outcome is complete annihilation, with neither corpse nor soul remaining, and the entirety of one's cultivation reverting to the Tao. Strange patterns gradually crawled over Wanlong's body, soon enveloping half of him. A surge of celestial aura began to fill the star domain, pressing down on the entire expanse. From a distance, Lu Chen felt the sudden emergence of this celestial aura, his eyes narrowing and brows furrowing. The Sacred Spirit Sword technique allows for but a single strike, yet Wanlong's aura left him uncertain of his ability to vanquish him. After some contemplation, he retrieved a pill from his spatial ring. Host, should you consume this pill, even if you ultimately prevail, you will suffer indelible damage. The system's voice suddenly warned as Lu Chen was about to swallow the pill. However, Lu Chen, resolute in his own thoughts, disregarded the system's advice. His aura was far too peculiar. He sensed that this strike would be exceptionally formidable. I dislike encountering trouble twice. I would rather pay a price for a permanent solution. Gazing at the sword transformation pill in his hand, Lu Chen swallowed it whole. Moments after the pill settled in his stomach, the sword intent that had enveloped Lu Chen instantly solidified. Subsequently, a grand law of the universe manifested within the star domain, the law of the sword. Sensing the emergence of this supreme law from Lu Chen, Wanlong, who was on the verge of unleashing a world-destroying strike, paused in astonishment. He looked at Lu Chen with disbelief, questioning in his heart whether this person truly belonged to the mortal realm. As the law of the sword emerged, the spatial barriers of the star domain, previously shattered by Wanlong's transformation, were completely obliterated, releasing a profound spatial power. The spatial force within the star domain was exponentially stronger than that contained within the Taihao Great World. Even the auras of the two were ensnared by this spatial force. This technique is named the Sacred Spirit Sword technique. It enables mortals to defy the heavens and combat immortals. Today, I shall employ this to honor the first immortal who perished in my hands. Having fully refined the pill as potency, Lu Chen slowly lifted his head to gaze at Wanlong in the distance. With each inch, he raised his head. The black strands of hair atop his head shimmered with a touch of white. As Lu Chen finally lifted his head, his 3-foot-long hair had transformed into strands of snow. Observing Lu Chen's transformation, Wanlong distinctly sensed that the lifespan of this mortal cultivator was being consumed at an alarming rate. Does the release of this move require the sacrifice of your life force? Is it a side effect of the elixir? I have not cultivated the habit of leaving enemies behind, as I wish to avoid further complications. Thus, this sword strike shall be my ultimate killing blow. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Wanlong smiled faintly. However, his expression suddenly twisted into a grotesque mask of fury as he charged towards Lu Chen. Birds flocked to the phoenix. The Junlong spear whirled rapidly in Wanlong's grasp, conjuring innumerable ethereal images of celestial birds and mythical beasts throughout the starry realm. These apparitions, though seemingly chaotic, formed an orderly assault, enveloping Wanlong as they surged towards Lu Chen, faced with a myriad of celestial creatures intent on tearing him to shreds. Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor, smiling serenely as he raised the Tangwu sword. Saint, Spirit, Sword, Technique, Sword 24. Time appeared to stand still. The distant sun-like celestial bodies flickered but froze in place. In this expanse of the starry realm, besides Wanlong with his myriad of beastly phantoms, nothing else moved. The celestial barrier of the Taihao Great World began to crack under the immense pressure of the impending attacks from both combatants. The nearby celestial beings, aware of the impending catastrophe, hastily retreated downwards, panic etched on their faces. Young friend, quickly flee. The venerable of all phenomena noticed Yi Chun still observing from above and immediately channeled his spiritual energy to warn him loudly. Upon receiving the warning from the venerable of all phenomena, Yi Chun snapped back to reality, noticing the strange anomalies in the celestial barrier. He hurriedly sought refuge in the flying immortal palace, descending swiftly. The fissures in the celestial barrier multiplied, appearing as though they would shatter at any moment. Witnessing this scene, a sense of unease began to grip the hearts of countless cultivators. Look, the peach immortal has moved. Soon after, cries of alarm echoed across various regions. drawing the attention of all beings in the Taihao Great World back to the towering peach tree. Witnessing the miraculous tree, which aided countless souls, expand wildly once more. The dense branches soon enveloped the sky of the Taihao Great World entirely. From condensing phoenix to transforming phoenix. In the starry realm, as Wanlong let out a fierce roar, the countless ethereal bird phantoms swirling beside him coalesced into a singular majestic phoenix that spanned billions of miles across the cosmos. The aura of this phoenix exuded an apocalyptic presence, reigniting countless stars in a cataclysmic display. Numerous powerful beings from the lesser, celestial realms were thoroughly shaken, and the rulers of these realms gathered to deliberate on this monumental battle. On one side stood the perfected Xianxian from the lower realm, while the identity of the opposing force remained enigmatic. Who could possibly have compelled this ally into such dire straits? Uncertain, even the friend of the heavenly machine, the Maji Daoist could not discern the figure through the heaven-gazing mirror. What? The heaven-gazing mirror cannot reveal the truth? Could it be that this individual is under the protection of an unparalleled celestial king? It is unknown, yet to stand shoulder to shoulder with celestial beings in mortal form. How could such a person be ordinary? Perhaps a multitude of celestial beings wished to continue their discourse when suddenly an extraordinary phenomenon manifested above the countless small celestial realms, astonishing all denizens of the celestial domain. This was not limited to the minor celestial realms. Numerous conditions in the lower realms mirrored this spectacle. Countless beings stood frozen in place, their gazes transfixed upon the astonishing sight that had appeared in the heavens. In the starry expanse, a magnificent phoenix, spanning billions of miles, gazed in terror at a white-haired sword cultivator ahead. The sword cultivator's back was accompanied by a scene that struck fear into the hearts of all living beings. A figure that inspired a sense of reverence stood at the pinnacle of myriad stellar worlds, turning away from the mortal realm. This breathtaking image, which shocked countless small celestial realms and innumerable lower realms, seemed to suggest that the extraordinary being depicted would step forth in the next moment. Chapter 113, Concealing the Moon. Inquiring the starry sea, where shall the wind await? As Luchan raised the Tongwu sword, the aura emanating from the figure turned away from the mortal realm intensified with each movement. Above the 10 great celestial realms, a similar awe-inspiring sight emerged in the heavens. Countless celestial beings of the profound level and above were left in utter astonishment, questioning which genius had summoned such a celestial king's apparition. The myriad factions within the great celestial realm simultaneously mobilized, dispatching individuals to investigate the small celestial realm in an attempt to recruit the master of this phenomenon into their ranks. After fruitless inquiries in the small celestial realm, the various great celestial factions were once again left astounded. The failure to locate the source within the small celestial realm could only imply that this unparalleled genius, responsible for the celestial king's apparition, originated from the lower realms. A genius of such caliber emerging from the lower realms held immeasurable value. Even the celestial king-level forces of the 10 great celestial realms were compelled to take action, striving to locate Lu Chen. Within the starry expanse of the Taihao Great World, Lu Chen finally swung the Tongwu sword. The figure, still facing away from the mortal realm, slowly turned at the motion of this sword. The cultivators from the countless small celestial realms and the 10 great celestial realms watched anxiously, their curiosity piqued by the visage of this supreme being. However, as the figure turned, innumerable celestial beings were once more struck with shock. The face of the individual within the apparition was obscured and indistinct. Truly terrifying. This supreme existence had likely approached that legendary realm, such that even the celestial laws dared not allow its full manifestation. At that moment, as myriad worlds debated the terrifying nature of the figure within the apparition, Wanlong fixated on the indistinct face with a look of disbelief. The unparalleled being, turned away from the mortal realm, was none other than the very lower realm cultivator he had fought against. How could this be? The horror gradually surfaced on his face as he comprehended that this individual would not only survive, but would also ascend to the supreme realm in the future. After a moment of astonishment, a tranquil expression enveloped Wanlong's features, as if he had been liberated from some burden. To have once battled such a supreme being was an honor. How many could claim to have contended with a supreme existence in their youth? After a whispered reflection, Wanlong, transformed into a phoenix, strove to suppress the panic within, a smile gracing his features as he surged towards Lu Chen. As the billion-mile phoenix approached, Lu Chen unleashed his sword technique, the 24th sword, directing the formidable sword energy towards the magnificent phoenix. In the apparition, Lu Chen began to speak slowly as he executed this strike. Immediately, a voice of unparalleled existence resounded explosively across the myriad small celestial realms and the 10 great celestial domains. Where shall the wind come? As the moon inquires the starry sea. As the words echoed, the extraordinary phenomenon vanished. This supreme vision, belonging to the realm of the celestial kings, was soon known to countless celestial beings. Where shall the wind come? As the moon inquires the starry sea. After the 24th strike of Lu Chen's sword dissipated, the magnificent phoenix that spanned billions of miles above the starry expanse of the Taihao Great World also vanished without a trace. Only a gaping rift in the starry space, cleaved open, remained, refusing to heal for an extended period. This rift traversed billions of miles, and the lingering sword intent rendered countless stars unable to approach. Within the Taihao Great World, with the swing of Lu Chen's sword, a thunderous sound akin to shattering glass reverberated throughout every corner of the world. Gazing up at the peach tree that obscured the heavens, countless peach blossoms had withered and fallen. The powerful immortals understood. The celestial barrier had shattered. This peach immortal, created by Lu Chen, had once again saved countless lives within the Taihao Great World. In the sky of the starry realm, witnessing the terrifying scene he had wrought, Lu Chen stared intently for long while before soaring towards the Taihao Great World. However, just as he took flight, darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted downwards, unconscious. Ding! Host detected to have forcefully summoned future self. Soul damaged, foundational essence severely injured, nearing death. Shall the elixir be consumed for recovery? As the system noted the host's silence, it interpreted it as a default acceptance. A flicker of light enveloped Lu Chen, and the healing elixirs within his spatial ring vanished instantly. Yet, the numerous holy pills seemed ineffective as he continued to fall into unconsciousness. Suddenly, 2 beams of life-imbued light appeared in the starry realm. One surged towards the unconscious Lu Chen, enveloping him instantly, and was subsequently absorbed entirely by him. Ding! Heavenly Tao energy detected. Shall it be absorbed to restore the host's body? Again, the host's silence was interpreted as consent. Ding! Host bodily functions are beginning to recover. As Lu Chen absorbed the first beam of life energy, the second swiftly darted towards the peach tree that shielded the Taihao Great World. Upon touching the tree, which had been wilting and shedding blossoms, its decline halted abruptly. Soon after, a branch adorned with blooming peach blossoms extended from the Taihao Great World. Reaching towards the plummeting Lu Chen, enveloping his body, it swiftly retracted back into the Taihao Great World. Within the Taihao Great World, countless human cultivators and beings of the demon race gazed upwards. The once sky-blocking peach tree began to shrink rapidly, and within mere moments, it had receded back to the Eastern Domain continent. Just as everyone assumed this peach immortal would remain aloft in the Eastern Domain, the tree's form shrank once more. As the peach tree vanished, countless beings beheld the unfathomably vast rift in the starry space above, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, evoking a profound sense of dread that lingered on their faces. All gazes were then fixated on this terrifying spatial rift, except for Yi Chen, who nervously surveyed the sky. Guided by the celestial palace, Yi Chen searched the edge of the sky, yet no matter how fervently he sought, he could not catch a glimpse of his master. Lu Chen, a wave of unease surged within his heart. Could it be? Master, impossible. My master is invincible among mortals. How could this be? Ah, the tomb, the tomb, the tomb. Panic-stricken, terror etched across his face. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and steered the celestial palace toward the direction of the sword-controlling sect. With the peach trees cover gone, the skies above the Eastern Domain returned to their original state. However, the beings of the Eastern Domain gazed in astonishment at the abyss within the starry realm. Much like the inhabitants of other continents, the powerful celestial beings watched in bewilderment as the peach tree vanished. Over 30 celestial masters exchanged glances, and despite their probing, none could locate the shrunken peach tree. Meanwhile, the peach immortal, now greatly diminished in size, had roots that occupied merely a 100-meter radius. Under the influence of the illusionary laws, no one noticed the area of the misty forest that had been erased, for it was here that the shrunken peach immortal had taken refuge. In an instant, countless towering trees sprang forth, forming a forest that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. The trunk of the peach immortal seemed to exist within a natural grand formation, completely concealed by these trees. Upon the branches of the peach immortal, Lu Chen lay as if in slumber, his body continuously absorbing the vital energy emanating from the tree's trunk. Chapter 114. Turmoil after the battle. Lu Chen disappears. Above the sword-controlling sect, a golden palace descended unobstructed into the rear mountain formation. With a complex expression, Yujian flew out from the palace and hurried toward the tomb. Master, 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 have you returned? I know you have. As he pushed open the wooden door of the tomb, Yujian urgently called for Lu Chen. Yet, despite his desperate cries, there was no response from within. The hope on Yujian's face faded into despair, his eyes turning red as he cried out to the heavens. Master, little Chener. Yujian heard a voice and turned to see Lu Feng standing behind him, a look of difficulty etched on his face. Uncle Lu Feng, where's Master? Upon seeing Lu Feng, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yujian's heart, and he immediately inquired. I do not know. Although I am a vessel for the Master and have maintained a spiritual connection, that connection has grown exceedingly faint. Even I cannot ascertain the Master's whereabouts. For now, we can only confirm that the Master has not perished. Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Yujian was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Despite his Master's formidable strength, in such a weakened state, he could be gravely endangered if encountered by malicious individuals. Struggling to suppress his unease, Yujian pondered for a moment before speaking again. Uncle Lu Feng, this matter must not be disclosed. If outsiders learn of it, the sword-controlling sect may face trouble. I will dispatch individuals from the Heavenly Guard to secretly search for Master. Until he is found, this matter ought to remain unspoken. Seeing the cautious expression on Yujian's face, Lu Feng suddenly turned away, letting out a cold snort, drawing Yujian's thoughts back into the tomb. Xiao Chun, rest assured to pursue your endeavors. As long as I stand here, no one dares to act recklessly. Though I am not the Master, do not forget that I possess nearly all the skills he has mastered. While I may not reach his level of power, I am not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yujian gradually regained his composure. Although his master was temporarily absent, Lu Feng, as his master-esque puppet, possessed at least 1/10 of his strength. With a soft sigh, Yujian performed a respectful bow to Lu Feng before soaring towards the flying immortal palace. Xiao Chun, carry on with your tasks without fear of any lingering concerns. Remember, just as Yujian was about to enter the palace, Lu Feng called out to him once more. He turned to see Lu Feng's serious expression. I am invincible below the true immortal realm, and I can trade one for one above. Yujian stood in stunned silence, unable to regain his senses for a long while. It was only after Lu Feng's figure vanished that he came back to himself, walking silently into the flying immortal palace and ascending to the sky. At this moment, in the presence of numerous powerful flying immortals, a proud black dog with a single horn gazed confidently at the assembled might. From a distance, this canine beast, bearing a shield that resembled an iron pot, looked akin to a long-legged turtle, evoking amusement. Hey Zhu, I did not expect there to be discerning demon clans who recognized the divine beast status of this Qilin. The massive head of He Sha turned towards the sky, exuding a sense of loneliness befitting a divine beast. Surrounding demon cultivators gazed at him with expressions of flattery. Hey Zhu, why not come back to the demon domain with us? What? No way. Old man Lu Chen cannot part from Lord He Sha. The invitation, uttered by an unknown voice, instantly altered He Sha's countenance, and he promptly rejected the proposal. As a divine beast accustomed to a life of luxury in the mausoleum, he had no intention of leaving. Besides, he believed there was nowhere else that could provide him with an endless supply of celestial-grade delicacies. I want to discuss this any further. Old man Lu Chen has triumphed, and Lord He Sha must return to celebrate. Seeing the surrounding demon clans in a flurry of indecision about whether to venture to the western regions, He Sha impatiently departed from the gathering of demon flying immortals. He began to fantasize about the rewards Lu Chen would bestow upon him for protecting Wei Donglai and the others. His sizable form swiftly vanished into the void, disappearing from the sight of the flying immortals, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, a Bull Clan flying immortal turned to his fellow demon immortals, puzzled, and asked, "Who is that old man Lu Chen the Qilin divine beast spoke of?" "He is the human powerhouse who battled the descended true immortal." The response caused the Bull Clan immortal's horns to droop in disbelief. His entire body trembling involuntarily. Cursing inwardly at Heisha, he thought, how could such a powerful human be referred to as an old thief? With the battle concluded, the higher-level cultivators had departed, leaving only the flying immortals engaged in conversation. The demon and human flying immortals cluster together, listening to Wei Donglai recount the deeds of Lu Chun. As Wei Donglai finished his tale, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of flying immortals. After a brief moment, the two celestial beings from the Divine Path's sacred land exhibited peculiar expressions as they addressed the assembly of celestial warriors. Esteemed friends, we must urgently depart from the Divine Path sacred land. With that, the two celestial beings offered a respectful bow and hastily exited the eastern domain. I suspect it is not a matter of the sect, but rather an escape for their lives. Observing their disappearing figures, an elder from the alchemist god's sacred land revealed a mocking smile. This prompted curiosity among those present. The bull-headed celestial from the demon clan, noticing the other's hesitation to inquire, directly posed a question to the elder from the alchemist god's sacred land. Old sir, I fail to comprehend the reason for your rather unseemly laughter. Could you enlighten me? After appraising the rather naive, bull-headed being, the elder from the alchemist god's sacred land recounted the grievances between the Sword Control Sect and the Divine Path sacred land from years past. An hour later, having absorbed the elder's narrative and correlating it with the earlier accounts of the Sword Control Sect recounted by Wei Donglai, the gathered individuals began to grasp the situation. Adopting a spectator's mindset towards this tale of vengeance from a force possessing true celestial power, something they had never witnessed before. Esteemed human friends, we shall not linger any longer. We will reconvene in a century for the inheritance battle. Half a day later, the Monkey Clan Celestial, having achieved great perfection, bowed to the human assembly and departed the eastern domain with the demon kin. The human celestial beings also bid their farewells, though a sense of melancholy marked their expressions. After 1,000,000 years, a true celestial had emerged. Should another celestial demon war arise, even if the endless demon monarch were to make a move, they would no longer need to fear. Within the ranks of the demon clan, the fox-eared female, celestial, found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about the sudden appearance of a vast forest stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles in the eastern domain. After some contemplation, she abruptly halted her passage through the void. Noticing the Fox Clan Celestial's unexpected action, her fellow demon kin ceased their movements and turned to regard her. As the strongest among the demons, the perfected Monkey Clan Celestial, Sun Jiuxing, was the first to inquire, "Little sister Lier, what troubles you?" "Nothing, elder brother. It seems I have misplaced something in the eastern domain. I shall return to retrieve it. Do you require our company?" "No need, elder brother. With my illusionary arts, I shall be safe." "Very well. We shall return first. Do take care. Should you encounter any human celestial beings, do not hesitate to contact us." "Understood." Seeing Tu Lier nod in affirmation, Sun Jiuxing refrained from further comments and led the demon kin away. Just before their departure, the bull-headed celestial appeared somewhat concerned and turned to Tu Lier, affectionately touching his own pair of horns. "Rest assured, little sister Lier, should any human dare to oppress you, I, Niu Dazhuang, will use these horns to skewer them." "Haha, all right, I understand. Elder brother Niu, you may return now." Watching the demon kin depart, Tu Lier turned and soared towards the eastern domain. Chapter 115. The Order is about to collapse. Within the Sword Control Sect's cemetery, Heisha's figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating yet another massive crater in the cemetery surface. "Old thief Lu Chun, Lord Heisha has returned. Ha ha ha. Quickly bring forth a few magical artifacts to satiate Lord Heisha's appetite." Lu Chun, the old thief, just after Heisha crawled out of the great pit. He boasted with great pride within the cemetery. Yet after a long wait, there was still no response from Lu Chun. Casting a glance around, he called out once more, his voice tinged with confusion, but once again, silence reigned in response. "The master has not returned. Great heavenly dragon, which audacious fiend dares to be brazen before Lord Heisha?" A sudden voice startled Heisha. Standing upright on his hind legs, took a few steps forward before daring to turn around. Upon recognizing Lu Feng, Heisha pounded his chest with his right forepaw. Gradually, his panting subsided, and with a face full of fury, he glared at Lu Feng and exclaimed, "How dare you, little Lu Feng, intimidate Lord Heisha? Quickly confess, did that old thief Lu Chun send you to do this?" Seeing Heisha's shameless demeanor, utterly oblivious to his master's dire circumstances, Lu Feng's face clouded with difficulty, followed by a deep sigh. "Heisha, noting Lu Feng's demeanor, felt a twinge of unease. He understood Lu Feng's composure well. Such an expression indicated that the situation was indeed grave. Whereas that old thief, Lu Chen, gone. The master is missing. Although I can sense that he is still alive, his aura is exceedingly faint. I do not know his precise whereabouts. Then why do you not search for him? Haisha glared at Lu Feng with his large copper eyes, a look of reproach etched on his face. He could not comprehend why, despite Lu Chen's predicament, Lu Feng did not take action. Lu Feng, unperturbed by Haisha's anger, sighed once more and explained the reason. Before the master left, he instructed me to remain here at all costs. However, he departed in haste and did not elaborate, merely stating that I must not leave. Apologies. After hearing the explanation, Haisha's earlier arrogance dissipated, and he softly apologized to Lu Feng. His sudden quiet demeanor left Lu Feng somewhat taken aback. I will go find him. You must guard our home here. I no longer wish to be left alone. After a moment of silence, Haisha's beastly visage grew solemn as he voiced his thoughts. Lu Feng, under Haisha's intense gaze, felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Was this sorrowful-eyed beast truly the Haisha he knew? With a gentle sigh, he addressed Haisha, saying, "Go ahead, I will remain here." No sooner had Lu Feng's words fallen than Haisha's massive form vanished from the cemetery, leaving Lu Feng standing alone in silence. Time passed, and Lu Feng, with another soft sigh, began to clean the ravaged ground. 3 months later, the news of Lu Chen's disappearance quietly spread across the Eastern Domain continent. Despite the Yujian Sect's desperate attempts to contain the information, the news continued to proliferate. The Eastern Domain was soon abuzz, with countless factions stirring restlessly. Led by the Treading Star Pavilion, various forces began to engage in direct confrontations with the Taishan Sanctum. At this moment, within the assembly hall of the Treading Star Pavilion, Zhu Xiang convened several faction leaders to discuss their course of action. Esteemed allies of the human race, it has been quite some time since we last met. Zhu Xiang, the demon envoy, after exchanging a few pleasantries, swiftly replaced his smile with a serious demeanor and addressed the gathered leaders of various factions. Friends of the human race, in addition to uniting the forces of the Eastern region, this time I have come to the Central Continent to secure a formidable ally, the revered Master Sun Jing of the Sacred Land of Divine Path. Upon hearing Zhu Xiang's declaration, the attendees were momentarily struck with disbelief. Could it be true that a sacred land of the human race would betray its own? A wave of bewildered glances was exchanged, and all eyes turned toward Zhu Xiang, who, perceiving their thoughts, let out a cold laugh and called into the shadows behind him. "Friend Sun, please, do grace us with your presence. Brother Zhu, one must consider that I am the lord of the sacred land. Your eagerness is somewhat misplaced," came the voice from the shadows. As they followed the sound, a figure emerged from the darkness. When the individuals stepped into the light and shed their black robe, astonishment swept through the assembly. They gazed at Sun Jing for a prolonged moment before returning their incredulous looks to the smiling Zhu Xiang. "Dear friends, there is no need for such alarm. What you may not know is that the sacred land of Divine Path has long been archenemies with the Sword Sovereign Sect. With the sudden emergence of the true immortal Lu Chen, whose fate remains uncertain, the news has already spread across the 5 continents. We, the sacred land of Divine Path, must ensure that he is not given the chance to resurrect. We must utterly eradicate the Sword Sovereign Sect." A sinister expression crossed Sun Jing's face as the tone of his words grew increasingly ominous. Observing this, the others immediately rose, clasping their hands in salute. "We pledge to lend our strength to the sacred land of Divine Path." Seeing the unity among the crowd, Zhu Xiang raised a hand to silence them, surveying the room before speaking again. "Friends, Lu Chen is no more. Only the Taishan sacred land remains in the eastern region, which presents a challenge. However, the sacred land of Divine Path has already pledged to dispatch a celestial being if necessary. Additionally, our faction will send a mighty lord to safeguard this operation." "What? The Demon King has revived? What shall we do?" The leaders of various factions were thrown into disarray upon hearing the news of the Demon King's awakening, and the hall erupted into chaos. Zhu Xiang, sensing the confusion among the human leaders regarding their current allegiance, felt a mix of frustration and resignation, and he interjected to restore order. "Friends, our lord shall not harm their own." Upon hearing Zhu Xiang's words, the faction leaders regained their composure. They had indeed aligned themselves with the demon faction, and it seemed there was no longer a need for fear. The grand hall quickly returned to silence, allowing Zhu Xiang to resume outlining the plans. Meanwhile, In a mortal realm of the eastern region, a life-sized, anthropomorphized black dog patrolled the surroundings, its fierce countenance warding off any who dared approach. Its large face was marred by sorrow as it howled toward the sky. "Old thief Lu Chen, where have you gone? Run. Oh no, a beast." Panic ensued as passers-by on the street caught sight of the talking black dog, prompting a hasty retreat. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling thoroughfare was left deserted, save for the sorrowful black dog, standing alone in anguish, howling in despair. Since the news of Lu Chen's disappearance spread throughout the Eastern Domain, the Swordmaster Sect has ceased its discreet searches. The venerable ancestor Lu Feng has issued a decree stating that anyone who can provide information regarding Lu Chen will be rewarded with a low-grade immortal artifact, while those who locate Lu Chen himself may make a request to the Swordmaster Sect. Following this, the Taishian Sacred Land also released a directive, asserting that whoever finds Lu Chen may designate a descendant of their family to attain the position of Sacred Son. The issuance of these two decrees has prompted various factions in the Eastern Domain, eager to align themselves with the Swordmaster Sect and Taishian Sacred Land, to join the search for Lu Chen. Although many imposters emerged during this period, they were swiftly dealt with and met with severe punishments. A year has now passed, and two new pieces of information have quietly circulated throughout the Eastern Domain. The semi-immortal powerhouse Liu Baisheng has declared his allegiance to a faction known as the Guardian Pavilion, engaging in a fierce battle against the demonic sect, the Transformation Sect, annihilating them entirely. Following this revelation, many began to inquire about the Guardian Pavilion, and upon learning that its leader is a disciple of the true immortal Lu Chen, the discourse within the Eastern Domain as cultivation circles surged once again. The other piece of news pertains to the original battlefield of the true immortals, the Misty Forest, which has transformed into a new zone of life and death. Numerous exalted beings ventured into this area only to meet their demise, and rumors suggest that a semi-immortal who entered this life zone also failed to return. Since then, no one has dared to trespass into this newly emerged perilous realm. Chapter 116, Crisis in the Northern Domain. As the news of Lu Chen's battle with Wan Long spread across the Taihao Great World, other continents began to engage in trade with the Eastern Domain. However, Lu Chen's disappearance has gradually altered the landscape of the Taihao Great World. Currently, the Northern Domain is engulfed in a cataclysmic turmoil, with countless empires igniting wars, resulting in a scene of carnage. The Three Lords' Sacred Land, the ruling power of the Northern Domain, initially intended to intervene, but soon found themselves inexplicably drawn into the conflict. Within just a year, the war reached a stalemate. This continent, which had already suffered grievously from the battles between immortals and demons, has once again plunged into chaos due to this sudden strife. When the last two semi-immortal powerhouses of the Three Lords' Sacred Land mobilized, the Lord of the Three Lords, Yuan Yu Dao Run, finally realized the gravity of the situation. Yet at this moment, the Three Lords' Sacred Land was unable to protect itself, and even the plea for aid to other continents could not be sent out. The skies of the entire Northern Domain had unknowingly been enveloped by the deceitful Heaven Great Formation, preventing even the smallest insect from escaping the continent. Lord, the Supreme Elder Qing Yuan and the Supreme Elder Qing Xian have been devoured by the Demon King and are now completely perished. In the Grand Hall, upon hearing the report from his disciples, Yuan Yu Dao Ren collapsed to the ground, his aged face etched with anguish. The four Demon Kings have besieged the Sacred Land, and both of our strongest warriors have been slain. Now, these four Demon Kings are bombarding the Sacred Land's defensive formations, and it is uncertain when they will breach our defenses. Once, the Three Lords' Sacred Land was home to 6 fallen immortal ancestors of the human race. Yet today we face such a dire calamity, besieged by 4 mighty demon lords. How has it come to this? How has it come to this? After a heart-wrenching wail to the heavens, Yuan Yu appeared resigned, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. After a brief moment, dragging his aging body towards the palace exit, he cast a glance at the 4 demon kings fiercely assaulting the grand formation above the Sacred Land, then turned and soared towards the back mountain. When Yuan Yu emerged once more from the rear mountain, his previously frail body now radiated an extraordinary vitality, brimming with boundless strength. The heavens and the earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sages are indifferent, regarding the populace as mere pawns. The demon race exhibits no compassion, feasting upon our humankind. Today, as the disciple of the Taoist lineage, the 3942nd generation, Yuan Yu vows with his very soul to extinguish this life and never enter the cycle of reincarnation. In exchange for the descent of our Taoist ancestral figure, the supreme virtue of Taiji, Yuan Yu let out a thunderous roar as he charged towards the great formation surrounding the three sovereigns' holy land, producing 3 golden needles to pierce the celestial, terrestrial, and human triad acupuncture points. In an instant, a tremendous aura spread across the northern region, causing all forces engaged in battle to cease their actions and gaze towards the center of the north. As a faint, ethereal figure of an elder manifested in the skies above the northern region, countless beings of the north instinctively knelt in reverence. Following this, a voice of the great Tao shattered the oppressive grand formation above the northern region, radiating an atmosphere of universal veneration throughout the Taihao great world. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. As the voice of the great Tao resonated, an indistinct elder's figure swiftly appeared above the Taihao great world. Although the elder's visage remained obscured, the 8-trigram mirror on his chest and the leaf-shaped fan in his right hand struck awe into the hearts of all. Mere moments after this vague silhouette manifested, it abruptly vanished. Witnessing this scene, all the celestial beings immediately set forth towards the northern region, their expressions grave. They understood that an anomaly had emerged in the north. After all, they had encountered this elder's ethereal presence once before during the celestial demon war. In the skies above the northern region, the 4 demon kings regarded Yuan Yu, enveloped by the ethereal figure, with a slightly serious expression. They had witnessed this phenomenon before. It was through the elder's apparition that the celestial being Xianqing had once sealed the demon race's great king. A seal so formidable that even their combined might could not hope to break it. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for the demon emperor's timely intervention to sever this realm's control of the heavenly path, it is likely that more than just the great king would have been sealed by Xianqing. Brothers, this individual is weak and will not sustain such power for long. We must act swiftly and decisively to eliminate him before the human celestial beings arrive. Indeed, the demon plant king was the first to respond, immediately alerting the 3 remaining demon kings beside him. The 3 demon kings, previously stagnant, quickly sprang into action, following the demon plant king to attack. Demon tree Buddha's birth. Great Slaughterhand seal. Domain of moonlight illuminating the heavens. Domain of sunlight shining upon all. The 4 demon kings vanished from their positions, launching an assault on Yuan Yu, while the Moon Demon King and the Yang Sun Demon King activated their domains to envelop him. As twins among the 10 great demon kings, they shared a profound connection, with nearly all their techniques complementing one another. The 2 domains swiftly merged into a more potent realm, encasing Yuan Yu and the colossal ethereal figure behind him. Enveloped by the 4 attackers, Yuan Yu's eyes reflected no fear, but rather a growing frenzy as he surveyed their faces. Gulme, today, we shall eradicate the demons. Taoist secret technique of ascension. The true fire of samadhi. As the secret technique was unleashed, Yuan Yu's life force rapidly diminished, and his visage became increasingly aged, yet the aura he emitted surged dramatically. Once the true fire of samadhi manifested in his hand, the signs of his aging became more pronounced. The fleeting consumption of his lifespan to briefly attain the realm of the celestial immortal had already left him weary, and the invocation of the true fire of samadhi exacerbated this depletion. Even if Yuan Yu summoned merely a flicker of flame, it was anything but ordinary. The flicker of the true fire of samadhi split into 4 and darted towards the 4 demon kings, causing them to hastily unleash their attacks and retreat in terror. Although the flame was but a small wisp, it emanated an essence that invoked profound fear within their hearts. As the 4 tiny flames collided with the attacks of the 4 demon kings, onlookers were astonished to witness the flames silently devour the 4 assaults entirely. After consuming the 4 attacks, the flames began to engulf the combined domain of the Moon Demon King and the Yang Sun Demon King. Such an enigmatic fire could not possibly be a product of this realm. The Demon Plant King regarded the true fire of samadhi with a wary expression, his face betraying a deep-seated trepidation towards the flame. The other 3 demon kings bore expressions not dissimilar, seemingly unable to fathom the existence of such a terrifying fire in the world. The Tao follows the natural order of the great Tao. The discussions among the four demon kings did not distract Yuan Yu, who was now exceedingly weak, his form hunched and barely human. He was acutely aware of his precarious state and, without a moment's hesitation, summoned the last remnants of his strength to propel the immense phantom behind him towards the four demon kings. As a colossal, ethereal hand descended from the heavens, the expressions of the four demon kings transformed in an instant, and they simultaneously struck at the giant hand above. Boom! The impact of their strikes against the colossal hand produced a tremendous roar, followed by a massive circular shockwave that rapidly radiated outward, illuminating the northern region. Concurrently, a golden dragon-engraved celestial sword soared from the life forbidden zone in the eastern region, racing towards the northern region with astonishing speed. The murderous intent enveloping the sword instilled a visceral sense of dread within the beings of the eastern region. In the cemetery of the Swordmaster Sect, Lu Fengman's troubled expression gradually transformed into one of delight upon sensing this aura. In a certain kingdom of the eastern region, as the overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, a gigantic black dog with a single horn instantly expanded to several zhang in size, pursuing the source of this menacing aura. Northern region. As the brilliance of the confrontation dissipated, Yuan Yu's form plummeted from the sky, looking down at the countless disciples of the Holy Land, whose faces were etched with despair. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He then summoned the last vestiges of his strength to bellow at the lingering celestial phantom in the sky. If only my 6 esteemed ancestors of the Tao were still present. If only I were not so weak. Would we still be in such dire straits? Ancestor of the Tao, open your eyes and behold. Old fool, your Taoist ancestor cannot save you. Perish. The demon plant king, observing the imminent fall of Yuan Yu, could not help but smirk coldly as he advanced toward him. With every step closer he took, the expression on his face grew increasingly ferocious. Yuan Yu, descending, gazed at the approaching demon plant king and gradually revealed a serene smile. Very well. Perhaps it is the will of the heavens that today a disciple of our sect perishes at the hands of the demon clan. I can only hope that in the future, our human race shall strive unceasingly. Chapter 117. Rescuing Lives, Life and Death Crisis. As the demon king of planting approached Yuan Yu, all disciples of the three monarchs were filled with fury. Just then, a figure from the three monarchs stepped forward to shield Yuan Yu, and countless disciples united in their fierce glare at the demon king of planting. Very well. Let us face death together. Boom! Upon witnessing the gathering of the three monarchs' disciples, the demon king of planting's expression twisted as he unleashed a palm strike towards the front. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, raising clouds of dust. As the crowd focused their gaze, a golden palace descended before them. The landing spot of this palace was precisely where the demon king of planting stood, and he was thus trapped beneath it. The unexpected turn of events left the disciples of the three monarchs momentarily stunned. Even the three great demon kings hovering above displayed looks of shock. That is the palace of Tang Yijian. Once the three demon kings recognized the origin of the palace that had crushed the demon king of planting, they were immediately astonished. Disciples of the three monarchs, hurry inside. A clear voice suddenly rang out from the flying immortal palace. The dazed disciples of the three monarchs turned their gazes towards the palace entrance. A young supreme being, wearing an anxious expression, emerged from within. Noticing that everyone remained frozen in place, the young supreme shouted once more, "Stop dawdling, come inside." Seeing the disciples still in a stupor, Chen bellowed again. Yuan Yu, noticing the situation, signaled to an elder beside him. Upon receiving Yuan Yu's cue, the elder swiftly waved at the bewildered disciples of the three monarchs. Disciples of the three monarchs, heed my command. Enter the palace. The elder's voice instantly resonated throughout the three monarchs, and the previously frozen disciples finally snapped back to reality, rushing towards the flying immortal palace. You should go too, junior brother Yuan. Brother, I will take you with me. No need, I am about to perish. In my final moments, I wish to remain with the three monarchs. Junior brother. Boom, boom, boom. Before Yuan, you could finish speaking. A series of deafening explosions erupted above the three monarchs, as the three great demon kings launched an assault on the sacred formation. The demon king of planting, who had been temporarily suppressed beneath the flying immortal palace, began to retaliate. Junior brother, go. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yuan Yu weakly raised his hand to push Yuan Shang away. Just as Yuan Shang's eyes turned red with difficulty, Chen instantly appeared before Yuan Yu. Lifting him onto his back, Young friend, your assistance to our three monarchs is a great grace. Do not delay your own safety. Observing the violently shaking, flying, immortal palace, Yuan realized that the demon king of planting was about to break free and urgently urged Yi Chen to abandon him. Yet, Yi Chen's eyes remained resolute and fearless. How could he heed the words of this elder? He continued to rush towards the entrance of the flying immortal palace with Yuan on his back. Boom! You little human, you must be the disciple of the true immortal Lu Chen, correct? We need not seek you out. You come to deliver yourself to death. With a tremendous crash, the flying immortal palace was overturned by the demon king of planting. With a visage contorted by fury, the demon plant sovereign erupted from the depths of the flying immortal palace, charging towards Yi Chen. Wooden demon, veil the heavens. Celestial body, sacred spirit, sword technique. 6 demise, sword 23. As the tree-like hand of the demon descended, Yi Chen cast the Yuan behind him into the flying immortal palace and summoned the shadowless sword with his right hand to meet the impending attack. Empowered by the celestial body, his celestial energy surged far beyond that of a typical Great Ascension powerhouse, and in the next moment, Yi Chen's figure surged forth like a razor-sharp blade, infused with brilliance to counter the assault. At this moment, within the boundless seas of the northern region, numerous flying immortal powerhouses felt the overwhelming demonic aura in the sky above. Their faces were grave as they hastened towards the three sovereigns' sacred ground. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens, followed by a shocking intent to kill that swept over the flying immortal powerhouses. They halted, drawn by the sound. But the sight that unfolded before them left them in stunned silence. A golden dragon phantom, entwined with a golden dragon-carved celestial sword, raced towards the northern region, shattering the surrounding space with its overwhelming murderous intent. That is, indeed, it was the sword once wielded by the ancient human king, now the life-bound celestial artifact of the true immortal Lu Chen, the Tang Wu sword. Does that mean? One of the human flying immortal powerhouses voiced his astonishment, yet hesitated to articulate the ominous thought lingering in his mind. The other flying immortal practitioners beside him bore expressions of disbelief, each trembling as if they had foreseen a dreadful reality. Before they could fully comprehend the shock of the Tang Wu sword's emergence, a black Qilin wailed as it dashed past them. The creature's speed through the void left the flying immortal powerhouses feeling somewhat ashamed. Is that the mount of Senior Lu Chen? In the entire Taihao Great World, who else but Senior Lu Chen could be worthy of such a rare and magnificent beast? Indeed, should we still proceed? Yes. The emergence of the Tang Wu sword, drawn by such a formidable demonic aura, surely signals the presence of an extraordinary demon lord. After a brief discussion, the flying immortal powerhouses resumed their journey towards the three sovereigns' sacred ground. Within the three sovereigns' sacred ground, the grand formation above had been shattered by the three demon lords, who were now unleashing their assault upon the flying immortal palace. In the distance, Yi Chen's right arm was fractured, while his left hand, gripping the shadowless sword, was marred by ruptured veins, his body nearly devoid of integrity. Surrounding Yi Chen lay countless corpses of the three sovereigns' disciples, who had sacrificed themselves to shield him from the demon plant sovereign's attacks. Their remains now reduced to mere husks. Human brat, I must admit, you are indeed an extraordinary genius, a rarity in my lifetime. Even my kin's great sovereign in his youth could not match your ferocity. I, Yi Chen, am unworthy of such praise from the demon race. Ha ha ha. Do not be so arrogant, young one. If it were not for your master perishing in battle against a true immortal, you might have one day ascended to that status yourself. Alas, your demise is inevitable today. Wooden tree, veil the heavens. Die, disciple of the true immortal. The demeanor of the demon plant king grew increasingly ferocious, his heart brimming with unrestrained joy. After all, the disciples of the true immortals were not mere mortals that one could slay at will. Countless black vines surged towards Yi Chen, seemingly intent on piercing him 1,000 times over. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught from the demon plant king, Yi Chen ceased his words. Although a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, he resolutely raised his shadowless sword and charged towards the assault. Witnessing this scene, numerous disciples of the three lords emerged from the flying immortal hall, attempting to shield Yi Chen from the impending strike. However, no matter how they tried, they could not approach him. The attacks from the three great demon kings would descend the moment they ventured even 100 meters from the hall. Return. Do not come out. Yi Chen's gaze caught the movement of the three lords' disciples, and his eyes turned crimson. He shouted towards the direction of the flying immortal hall. But the disciples remained undeterred, resolutely advancing towards him. To save you, I would embrace death. I too shall face death for you. A thunderous, unified cry resonated through the heavens as countless disciples, led by the elders of the three lords' holy land, courageously surged forth from the flying immortal hall. At this moment, the faces of the disciples were etched with determination, and the three great demon kings, witnessing this spectacle, wore sinister smiles. Chapter 118. The Demon Plant King nailed in the void. How dare you deceive my human race? Chen unleashed the Holy Spirit Sword technique. 6 Destruction, Sword 23. Gazing at the tragic scene before him, he poured forth the last vestige of his strength. The 6th Destruction, Sword 23, which he had grasped in its embryonic form, transformed into its complete state. A profound sword intent erupted, resonating deep within the soul, causing even the black vines of the Demon Plant King to recoil momentarily. Yet, in his current state, Chen was still far too weak, able only to momentarily repel the Demon Plant King's peak attacks. As the two forces collided, Chen's sword energy dissipated, and the countless black vines surged towards him once more. Just as the vines were about to pierce him, a resounding sword cry echoed across the northern domain, followed by an overwhelming sword intent that stirred the very forces of heaven and earth. Within the three lords' holy land, everything seemed to freeze, the attacks of the 4 demon kings halting in place. Confronted with this sudden turn of events and feeling an innate terror emanating from within, the 4 demon kings were suddenly overtaken by a desire to flee. Just as they sought to retreat into the void, dozens of sword lights quietly manifested upon their forms. With each ringing note of the sword echoing in their ears, wounds began to emerge on the bodies of the 4 demon kings. Quick, flee with all your might. Yin and Yang in harmony. Space of slaughter. True demon, 1,000 forms. Transform into a demon. The 4 demon monarchs simultaneously unleashed their formidable demonic might to resist the inexplicable pressure of the sword intent. However, as their resistance grew stronger, the sword lights densely filled the space, causing the wounds on their bodies to multiply. As Chen beheld this unexpected scene and sensed the familiar aura, tears of joy streamed down his face. This sword intent belonged to his most cherished person. He could ascertain that his master was now free from mortal peril. What has transpired? What is the source of this ominous aura? The disciples of the 3 monarchs exchanged bewildered glances, engaged in fervent discussions regarding this terrifying sword intent. Just as the 4 demonic sovereigns were entangled with the radiant sword light, a streak of golden brilliance surged from the heavens. As the onlookers beheld the full spectacle of this luminous phenomenon, they stood in astounded silence. An ethereal golden dragon, entwined with a magnificent golden dragon-carved celestial sword, raced towards the 3 monarch sacred ground with astonishing speed. Wherever the golden dragon passed, the very fabric of space shattered, yet its tail scattered countless peach blossoms. In midair, atop the head of the colossal wooden demon, the king of demonic flora felt a sudden surge of panic, prompting him to scan his surroundings for the source of his trepidation. Upon turning, he found the golden dragon had already approached him, and just as he raised his hand to deflect its onslaught, it pierced through his chest in an instant. The spectators remained momentarily stunned by this shocking scene, until a blinding sword light erupted behind the king of demonic flora, illuminating the sky before darting away into the distance. Moments later, as the sword light vanished, the onlookers gradually regained their composure. The massive wooden figure summoned by the king of demonic flora had been cleaved in two, revealing an abyss that spanned thousands of miles, its depths unfathomable. Meanwhile, the once mighty king of demonic flora was now impaled in the void by the golden dragon-carved celestial sword. Master? The horrifying spectacle continued to assault the senses of those present, leaving the entire 3 monarch sacred ground in an extended silence, with no one daring to utter a word. It was only when Chen called out in confusion that the crowd snapped back to reality. Upon hearing Chen's voice, the gazes of the disciples of the 3 monarchs were filled with profound reverence. Yuan Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Chen, marveling at his extraordinary talent and noble aspirations for the greater good. Chen, as his master, truly evoked envy and admiration. Flee! In the skies above the 3 monarch sacred ground, the 3 demonic monarchs were thrown into a panic upon hearing Chen's exclamation. Sensing that the overwhelming murderous intent had dissipated, the slaughtering monarch shouted to the Yin Yang twin monarchs beside him and was the first to escape into the void, followed closely by the two yin-yang monarchs. Once the three demonic monarchs had departed, Yujian regained his focus as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the celestial sword embedded in the void, and two tears silently streamed from the corners of his eyes. During this period, he had visited the tomb more than once, only to receive Lu Feng's sighing response each time. Now, the sudden appearance of the celestial sword rekindled a flicker of hope in his heart. "Young friend Yichun," a voice called, pulling Yichun from his reverie. He turned his gaze towards the source and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "I have encountered Senior Wanxiang and esteemed immortals. There is no need for such formalities, young friend." The assembled celestial beings returned Yichun's greeting before casting their eyes around, ultimately resting upon the lifeless body of the king of demonic flora, suspended in midair, causing their hearts to shudder. Witnessing this scene, Master Wanxiang's expression shifted. His gaze fixated on the king of demonic flora, impaled in the air, as he inquired, "Has Senior Lu Chun made an appearance? Never have I known where my esteemed master resides, nor can I ascertain the origin of the sword he wielded." Gazing upon the troubled expression of Yichun, a myriad of complex emotions stirred within the hearts of the celestial beings. Humanity has finally produced a pillar of strength, only for him to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, within the life-restricted area of the Eastern Domain, Tulier sat atop a peach tree, her ethereal eyes fixed upon the unconscious white-haired man, a smile blossoming upon her lips. Gently, she wiped his face with a cloth soaked in water, each stroke as tender as flowing water. "Do you have any idea," she murmured with a playful laugh, "that your sword in the starry realm was truly terrifying? For a moment, I felt as though I were on the brink of death." As she continued to caress the man's cheek, Tulier let her delicate lips part in a soft giggle. "But fortunately, the peach immortal arrived just in time to save me." At her words, the peach tree below shivered as if in acknowledgement. Sensing the tree's tremor, Tulier smiled again. "Peach immortal, I am well aware of your kind heart, for you have saved the beings of the Taihao great world from peril. Were it not for you, who knows how many lives would have perished." The peach immortal trembled once more, causing countless peach blossoms to bloom anew. The pink radiance sparkled like distant stars, encircling the area where the peach immortal resided. Tulier, caring for Lu Chun, alongside the peach immortal below, crafted a scene of warmth and tenderness. Within Lu Chun's consciousness, the system spoke, "Host, that Fox Clan woman is tending to your physical form. During this time, she has stolen a kiss from you. She even touched silence." The system's teasing voice was abruptly interrupted by Lu Chun. He felt a sense of helplessness toward the system's banter. Ever since he had fallen unconscious, regaining even a modicum of awareness, the system had gradually become quite frivolous. After a moment of exasperation, Lu Chun suddenly recollected himself and inquired of the system, "Has the Tang Wu sword been drawn?" "Indeed, it was unleashed with the power of your laws, struck forth by the peach tree you created." "And what of Xiao Chun'er? He is no longer in danger." "Thank you. You are too kind. As the best companion of the host, it is my duty to provide you with friendly reminders." Following this exchange, silence once again enveloped Lu Chen's consciousness as he continued to immerse himself in recovery. The battle against Wan Long had taken a heavy toll, and now he could not acquire restorative items through signing in, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to fully recuperate. Chapter 119. The trial in the secret realm concludes. In the skies above the northern domain, a gathering of celestial beings deliberated on who would remain to guard the region when a sudden beastly roar interrupted their discourse. "Lu Chun, you old rogue." They turned towards the sound, only to behold He Sha, bloodied and battered, appearing exceedingly tragic. A wave of alarm surged through the hearts of the celestial beings. This formidable figure, who was not to be trifled with, had arrived last despite having come before them all, bearing grievous wounds. In midair, the formidable figure of He Sha paid no heed to the wounds adorning his body. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze first fell upon the ethereal Tang Wu sword, and then shifted to the figure of Yi Chen below. At that moment, Yi Chen was also fixated on He Sha, and their eyes met in an intense exchange. It was He Sha who broke the silence first. "Yi Chen, where is your missing master?" "Senior He Sha, my master has not appeared." "That strike was merely a manifestation of his will from afar," Yi Chen replied. Upon hearing this, He Sha lowered his head in deep contemplation for a considerable time. Then, fixing his large, copper-like eyes upon Yi Chen, he spoke once more. "I must seek the whereabouts of your master. Thus, I shall not linger here for idle conversation. If you find the time, do visit Lu Feng more often. With a nod of acknowledgement from Yi Chun, He Sha maneuvered his immense form back into the void. The assembly of celestial beings resumed their discourse regarding the matter of who should remain stationed in the northern domain. Lying on the ground, Yuan Yu was already on the brink of death, and Yi Chun was pulled to Yuan Yu's side by Yuan Shang. Gazing at Yuan Yu, whose life was nearing its end, a wave of sorrow washed over Yi Chun's eyes. Little friend Yi Chun, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention in saving my San Jun sacred land from peril today. Our Taoist sect has always adhered to the principle of natural affinity. Therefore, I have a request for you, and I hope you will acquiesce. Senior, please speak. I shall do my utmost, Yi Chun responded. Seeing Yi Chun's agreement, Yuan Yu retrieved a ring from his robe and placed it in Yi Chun's hands. Staring at the ring for a prolonged moment, Yi Chun felt a sense of confusion regarding Yuan Yu's actions. Absorbed in contemplation of the ring, he failed to notice the astonished expressions on the faces of the San Jun disciples nearby. Little friend, this is the transmission ring of our Taoist sect's leader, which contains the 3 great secret arts of our tradition. I bestow it upon you today, hoping it will lend you support, and I implore you to become the leader of our San Jun sacred land. Upon hearing Yuan Yu's explanation, Yi Chun was momentarily struck dumb, as though his very soul had taken a blow. After a few moments of shock, he hurriedly attempted to return the ring to Yuan Yu. Yet Yuan Yu was resolute in refusing its return. Little friend, I beseech you to accept it. I do not wish for our sect to perish under my stewardship. I cannot bear to see our lineage extinguished. If possible, should you encounter a successor in the future, you may impart it to him. The unwavering determination in Yuan Yu's eyes, as he insisted on entrusting the ring to Yi Chun, did not escape the notice of the celestial beings above, earning Yuan Yu their silent admiration. Though he was merely at the great ascension level, his gesture of bestowing the non-transmissible secret arts and the leader's ring upon Yi Chun was indeed a mutually beneficial act. It not only provided the San Jun sacred land with a formidable ally, but also ensured that the lineage of the Tao would not lack a champion. Sen Yun disciples. He my command. Bow to the new leader. Yuan Shang, fully aware of his elder brother's intentions, called out loudly to the assembled San Jun disciples as Yi Chun hesitated to accept. At Yuan Shang's command, all the disciples knelt in unison. We bow before the new leader. May the leader be blessed with boundless longevity. The harmonious calls of the disciples of the 3 monarchs echoed in Yi Chen's ears, causing a look of helplessness to surface on his face. Lying on the ground, Yuan Yu gazed at the youthful Supreme Master for a long time, tightly clasping his hands before closing his eyes with a smile. Sighing, Yi Chen rose to his feet and cast a long gaze at the human hero who now lay in eternal slumber. He then surveyed the tear-streaked faces of the 3 monarchs' disciples and shouted to the heavens, Disciples of the 3 monarchs, heed my command. We honor the transformation of our venerable Tao Master into immortality. We honor the transformation of our venerable Tao Master into immortality. We honor the transformation of our venerable Tao Master into immortality. We honor the transformation of our venerable Tao Master into immortality. The resounding cries reverberated throughout the skies above the 3 monarchs' holy ground, filling the hearts of the celestial beings with a profound sense of sorrow. The esteemed Master Wanxiang's eyes glistened with tears as he addressed the surrounding powerful figures, lamenting, in years past, the 6 celestial beings of the Tao sect sacrificed themselves to quell the demons and save countless lives, yet today, the descendants of the Tao sect can only watch in despair as they fade away, their legacy at risk. The Tao sect remains worthy of humanity. Upon hearing Master Wanxiang's heartfelt exclamation, the celestial beings lowered their heads in shared grief. Then, Lin Baichuan, another perfected celestial from the Haotian Holy Mansion, stepped forth from the crowd, gazing intently at the gathered celestial beings. Today, I, Lin Baichuan, pledge to remain here to protect the northern domain until the demon sovereign reemerges. I wonder if any of my esteemed friends are willing to accompany me? At the sound of Lin Baichuan's voice, 2 additional celestial beings emerged from the ranks of 20 or so. The crowd focused their attention on them, recognizing one as a celestial from the Haotian Holy Mansion and the other as a late-stage celestial known as the Wine Immortal, unbound by any sect. Excellent. In that case, I appreciate the dedication of these 3 companions, Master Wanxiang said, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect to the trio. He then surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. Esteemed friends, are you willing to join me in quelling the chaos in the northern domain? We are willing to accompany you. The celestial cultivators responded in unison, following Master Wanxiang as they departed the scene. 3 months later, the turmoil in the northern domain was entirely subdued. Countless demonized cultivators were vanquished, restoring tranquility to the region. However, the aftermath of this demonic upheaval left a lingering malevolence that hung heavily in the skies, casting a pall of sorrow over the northern domain's inhabitants. As news of the demonic turmoil spread, the Taizhao Great World was once again engulfed in upheaval. The true immortal Lu Chen had yet to reveal himself, but he had already struck down the Demon King with a sword from afar, pinning him in the void. His sword, the Tang Wu, remained suspended in the air above the ruins of the 3 monarchs' holy ground, with the corpse of the Demon King hanging from it, instilling fear in the hearts of all who came to witness. Unbeknownst to all, 3 years had passed, during which countless events unfolded. Yet, the most astonishing revelation came when Yi Chun, the Tao Master of the 3 monarchs' holy ground, announced the relocation of his newly established force, the Guardian Pavilion, to the northern domain. In the same year, the celestial being known as the Wine Immortal declared his allegiance to the Guardian Pavilion, assuming the esteemed title of Grand Elder. At this moment, in the eastern domain, at the former exit of the 10,000 Sects War Secret Realm, innumerable powers congregated, their attention fixated on the exit. 5 years prior, the talented disciples of various factions had entered this place, and today, they were due to return. With the emergence of the first figure, countless talented individuals from the human race began to appear from within the secret realm. However, as the realm closed, some factions found themselves waiting in vain for their champions to reappear. In an instant, the expressions of those present from various factions reflected a mix of joy and sorrow. Ultimately, after a month of rigorous selection, the top 1,000 talents across all levels of cultivation were successfully identified. Following the conclusion of the 10,000 Clans War, Yi Jining learned of Lu Chen's disappearance. This audacious youth, appearing utterly lost and despondent, disregarded the attempts of his master, Pan Yin, to dissuade him, and hastened towards the Swordmaster Sect. As his mentor, Pan Yin could only follow helplessly behind. The eastern region was currently fraught with instability. The star-pacing pavilion, in alliance with a host of newly emerged major powers, had already begun clandestine confrontations with the Taishan Holy Land. Now that Yi Jining was bereft of Lu Chen's formidable protection, the subordinates of the star-pacing pavilion could potentially engage in any manner of antagonistic actions against him. Chapter 120. Seeking Death. Within the cemetery of the Swordmaster Sect, Lu Feng gazed at the despondent Yi Jining, his eyes brimming with affection. After a day of persuasion, Yi Jining finally calmed down and accepted the harsh reality of Lu Chen's disappearance. Observing this, Pan Yin let out a long sigh of relief. He feared that if his disciple harbored any unresolved issues, it would impede his cultivation progress. Jining, the world is undergoing tremendous changes. The revival of spiritual energy has propelled all cultivators to rapid advancement. There are also hidden threats seeking to harm the disciples of our Swordmaster Sect and the Taishan Holy Land. So you must ensure that you do not get dragged under during this great conflict. Indeed, Master. Elder Lu Feng has already assured us that your great-grandfather is not in any mortal danger. A few years ago, when your father encountered peril in the northern region, your great-grandfather single-handedly vanquished a demon king from a distant continent to rescue him. Now, you must diligently cultivate and await your great-grandfather's return to present him with a surprise. Listening to the counsel of Lu Feng and Pan Yin, Yi Jining, though still harboring some reservations, gradually calmed his heart. Upon reflection, he recognized the truth in the words of these 2 elders and nodded in acknowledgement. I hope my great-grandfather will soon make his appearance. Indeed, many nefarious individuals have been casting hostile glances towards me and my master along this journey. Seeing Yi Jining's burdens lifted, Lu Feng and Pan Yin exchanged a knowing smile. After further conversation, Pan Yin departed the Swordmaster Sect's cemetery with Yi Jining. As they vanished from view, Lu Feng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He paused for a moment, contemplating, before resuming his daily task of tending to the cemetery. Lu Feng, get out here. Just as he was cleaning, a sudden wave of formidable pressure descended, followed by a furious roar that echoed through the skies above the Swordmaster Sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately extended his consciousness to investigate. Outside the sect's gates, an unfamiliar flying immortal cultivator hovered in the air, accompanied by 4 formidable half-step flying immortals. Their intentions clearly aggressive. Although the 5 radiated an overwhelming aura, Lu Feng sensed an underlying instability, as if their cultivation had been forcibly elevated. Alas, another 5 fools seeking death. No wonder the master despises such situations while tending to the cemetery. With that, he cast aside his broom and swiftly manifested outside the great formation of the Swordmaster sect, gazing upon the 5 human cultivators who forcibly elevated their realms. Lu Feng's eyes remained as tranquil as still water, betraying not a hint of emotion. To him, these individuals appeared no more significant than mere ants. Lu Feng, today, the 4 of us have come to demand an explanation for the countless casualties from the last tumult. Summon your master, Lu Chen, to confront us. Indeed, if Lu Chen is absent today, we shall annihilate the entirety of the Sword Sovereign sect. The leader among them, a celestial being, wore an expression of arrogance, seemingly emboldened by his current status. The 4 others, on the brink of achieving celestial mastery, mirrored his haughty demeanor, their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded Lu Feng. The astonishing aura emanating from the 5 immediately captured the attention of numerous factions in the Eastern Domain. Those factions residing close to the Sword Sovereign sect hurriedly arrived to witness the spectacle. As they observed the 5 unleash their formidable prowess, speculation arose regarding their origins, alongside a curiosity about whether the Sword Sovereign sect could withstand this impending crisis. Is it not excessive for you to confront the Sword Sovereign sect in the absence of our esteemed ancestor? Look at the spatial rift above you. Consider the Demon King, whose essence has been sealed in the Northern Domain. Are you not afraid that our ancestor, Lu Chen, might strike at you from afar? Wang Haoren, unbeknownst to anyone, had arrived with a group of disciples from the Sword Sovereign sect, witnessing the 5 brazenly confronting Lu Feng. Anger etched across his face. He immediately challenged them. Mere ants dare to lecture us. Prepare to perish. The airborne figures, realizing Wang Haoren was merely a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, scoffed at his audacity and unleashed a terrifying wave of pressure towards him. However, Lu Feng, positioned protectively in front of Wang Haoren, effortlessly dissipated the 5 menacing forces with a mere wave of his hand. Turning to Wang Haoren, who wore an expression of deep concern, Lu Feng spoke slowly, Xiaoran. Take everyone back. Today, the ancestor intends to slay a few beasts. It is not suitable for the younger generation of the Sword Sovereign sect to witness. Perceiving the weight in Lu Feng's words, which subtly hinted at a chilling intent, Wang Haoren felt a tremor in his heart. Yet, casting a glance at the 5 adversaries, he could not help but worry about Lu Feng's situation. Ancestor, we can hold them off for you, even at the cost of our lives. Foolish child, there is no need for concern. These are merely 5 beasts who have forcefully elevated their cultivation. With a wave of my hand, I can vanquish them. Seeing Wang Haoren's face filled with anxiety, even contemplating using his own body to shield Lu Feng from danger, Lu Feng turned and offered him a warm smile. Then, be cautious, ancestor. Lu Feng, how dare you remain so arrogant at this juncture? Today, we shall send you to your demise. Lu Feng. The 5, incensed by Lu Feng's continued defiance, surged forward to attack. All 5 powerful beings channeled their spiritual energy, causing the atmosphere above the northern domain to shift dramatically. As 5 formidable attacks hurtled towards Lu Feng, observing the oncoming assault, Lu Feng let out a disdainful scoff, summoning his celestial sword to meet them. Holy Spirit Sword Art. 6th Extinction Sword, 23rd. As Lu Feng unleashed the full force of his sword intent, the 5 figures abruptly halted, disbelief etched upon their faces. The momentum of the 5 individuals was abruptly shattered by Lu Feng, leaving the concealed observers in a state of disbelief. It was beyond comprehension that this elder from the Yujian Sect, a mere half-step into the Ascendant realm, could prevail over the combined might of a full Ascendant and 4 half-step Ascendants solely through his formidable presence. With a thunderous clash, their attacks collided, sending a resounding echo accompanied by blinding light throughout the eastern region. The ominous clouds above parted to reveal a rift stretching hundreds of thousands of miles, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sword intent that permeated the space. As the tumultuous waves of energy dissipated, it became evident that 3 of the 5 aggressors lay in obliteration, while the remaining Ascendant and half-step Ascendant were grievously wounded. Witnessing this astonishing scene, The lurking forces stood frozen in astonishment. "Flee!" bellowed the Ascendant, immediately retreating into the void, followed closely by the remaining half-step Ascendant. However, Lu Feng, renowned as a ruthless figure in the eastern region, would not allow their escape. Merely a handful of trifles, daring to come here to meet their end. He declared, "Saint Spirit's sword technique. 6 destruction, sword 23. Another surge of slicing sword intent descended as Lu Feng wielded his sword. An ethereal sword chi, akin to a soaring dragon, surged forth at astonishing speed towards the two retreating figures. Boom! 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 The air reverberated with explosive sounds, and soon, several dark voids formed in the sky from the spatial ruptures. The remnants that fell from these voids assaulted the minds and visions of all present. In a mere incense stick's duration, a full Ascendant and 4 half-step Ascendants met their demise at the hands of the merciless Lu Feng. What formidable combat power this was! Indeed, how could one who served beside true immortals be a mere mortal? "Xiao Hania, Master, please speak," he commanded. "Bring everyone back to the Yujian Sect. Today, Master shall carve a path through the heavens." Yes. With Lu Feng's command, Wang Haoren promptly led the Yujian Sect members back to the Grand Formation. And upon witnessing this, Lu Feng's figure vanished instantaneously. The multitude of observing forces, upon seeing Lu Feng's disappearance, hastily fled from the Yujian Sect, racing back to their own domains. 3 days later, news spread throughout the eastern region of an Ascendant and 4 half-step Ascendants who had sought trouble at the Yujian Sect, only be slain by Lu Feng in 2 swift strikes. What shocked everyone was that following their demise, the elder Lu Feng of the Yujian Sect had ruthlessly exterminated hundreds of affiliated forces of the Star-Treading Pavilion, resulting in the deaths of at least tens of billions of cultivators in a single day. Just when all believed the Star-Treading Pavilion would retaliate against the Yujian Sect, it instead quietly announced the closure of its gates, refusing to accept guests. Thus, all forces in the eastern region understood that the Star-Treading Pavilion was in fear of the elder Lu Feng from the Yujian Sect. As the situation escalated, the Taishan Holy Land and its affiliated forces gathered in jubilant celebration, with some even proclaiming grand feasts to commemorate the event. Lu Feng's decisive action not only reinstated the authority of the Yujian Sect in the eastern region, but also reminded the world of his relentless ferocity, slaying a full Ascendant with a mere half-step into the Ascendant realm. Chapter 121. A century later, Ancestor Fu Quan faces the Ascended Tribulation. In the realm of cultivation, time is but a fleeting illusion, while the mortal world is bound by the cycles of life and death. A century has swiftly passed since the momentous battle between Lu Chen and the celestial beings descended to the mortal plane. Over the century, the vast world of Taihao has witnessed a myriad of events. The heavens and earth have undergone dramatic transformations, and the resurgence of spiritual energy has reached a concentration comparable to that of the Middle Ages, 1,000,000 years prior. Countless cultivators, once stymied at the threshold of advancement, have now broken through their current limitations, leading to an unprecedented emergence of prodigious talents among the younger generation. During this century, the revival of spiritual energy has given rise to multiple celestial tribulations across the Taihao realm. The 5 elements sacred land of the southern domain produced the first of the newly ascended celestial beings, followed closely by the demon tribes of the western domain, who were not to be outdone, revealing 2 celestial demon cultivators. Just when many believed that no further celestial beings would emerge, the central continent saw each of its 3 sacred lands manifest a celestial powerhouse. Consequently, the Taihao realm was thoroughly shaken, as within a century 7 celestial beings had appeared, an occurrence unmatched in the annals of history for over 1,000,000 years. Just as it seemed the cultivation world would settle into a tranquil state, a formidable aura of heavenly tribulation clouds suddenly materialized in the skies above the eastern domain, sending tremors throughout the Taihao realm once more. As the tribulation clouds emerged, numerous spies from various factions operating in the eastern domain swiftly reported the developments. The venerable ancestor Fu Quan of the Taishan sacred land was poised to breach the threshold of ascension, and these ominous clouds of tribulation were summoned by him. Sensing the disturbance of the tribulation clouds in the eastern skies, many celestial beings hastened their journey towards the east. Ancestor Fu Quan's impending breakthrough radiated an overwhelming force, far surpassing the tribulations faced by the previous 7 newly ascended celestial beings. However, Fu Quan's advancement not only stirred the attention of both the human and demon races, but also provoked the concealed minions of the demonic entities lurking in the eastern domain, who could no longer contain their agitation. The star-paving pavilion was particularly anxious. Although they had secretly nurtured 10 forcibly elevated celestial cultivators with the aid of the Demon King's blood essence pill provided by Zhu Xiang, these beings, while possessing celestial cultivation levels, lacked the robust foundation typical of genuine celestial beings. They could only be termed as pseudo-celestials. This unstable group of celestial cultivators would require at least 3 of their kind to contend with a normally ascended celestial being in the early stages of their power. At this moment, within the conference hall of the Star-Paving Pavilion, Zhu Xiang stood at the head of the hall alongside 2 recently resurrected early-stage celestial beings from the demon race, deliberating on strategies regarding ancestor Fu Quan's impending ascension. Below, Qiansheng was intensely focused on the trio of demons at the main seat, flanked by 10 pseudo-celestial cultivators. Esteemed colleagues, today, ancestor Fu Quan of the Taishan Sacred Land is preparing to face the celestial tribulation. We must prevent this at all costs. Otherwise, should he succeed in his breakthrough, your lives in the Eastern Domain will become increasingly perilous. Brother Zhu, the commotion surrounding ancestor Fu Quan's tribulation is immense. Not only has it attracted numerous powerful beings, but the venerable Wei Dong of his sect is also nearby to provide protection. Although his foundation has been compromised, he remains a late-stage celestial. If he fights with desperation, we may all perish. Upon hearing the words of the cultivator below, Zhu Xiang revealed a smile imbued with profound significance. Surveying the hall, he noticed the anxious expressions of the gathered individuals and spoke, "Fear not, for our king possesses his own strategies. You, my human brethren, need only to act with confidence." Upon witnessing Zhu Xiang's unwavering demeanor, the assembly of celestial beings remained skeptical, yet ultimately acquiesced to his judgment. At that moment, at the sight of the tribulation endured by ancestor Fu Qiuan, a multitude of human powerhouses gathered at the periphery of the thunderstorm, engaging in fervent discourse. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the tempest above, coupled with the steadily rising aura of ancestor Fu Qiuan below, sent a shiver through the ranks of the newly ascended celestial beings. At the thunderstorm's outskirts, Wei Donglai, with his frail form, patrolled tirelessly, his senses heightened with vigilance as he scanned the vicinity of the tribulation. He was uncertain how much longer he could withstand the pressure for the Taishan Holy Land, yet the impending breakthrough of his nephew Fu Qiuan offered a glimmer of hope. Even if he were to perish, the protection of his nephew would allow him to depart with peace of mind. The resolute stance of Wei Donglai did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. Many of his contemporaries felt a profound sorrow at the sight of their old friend's waning figure. Recognizing that this once great hero, a paragon of talent, had likely steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of his descendants. With a thunderous roar resonating across the eastern domain, the long-anticipated tribulation commenced. Below, ancestor Fu Qiuan brandished his celestial weapon, his gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds laden with impending doom as he gathered his celestial energy around the weapon, poised to confront the oncoming lightning. This tribulation was surely of the tricolored ninefold variety, or perhaps even four-colored. Boom! As the crowd deliberated, another deafening sound echoed through the heavens, heralding the arrival of the first bolt of calamity. In an instant, ancestor Fu Qiuan transformed into a radiant streak, soaring to meet the world-shattering thunder. As the clash between Fu Qiuan and the bolt unfolded, a blinding light illuminated the shadowy expanse beneath the ominous storm clouds, warping the very fabric of space around Fu Qiuan. Fissures appearing upon the spatial barrier. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the spectators were about to express their awe at the spectacle, the communication jade slip at their waists quivered violently, emitting an urgent sound. The celestial beings hastily retrieved their slips, engaging in conversation with the individuals on the other end. Ancestor, 5 celestial demon cultivators have appeared in the central continent, wreaking havoc upon its inhabitants. We implore your assistance. Ancestor, celestial grade demon cultivators are assaulting our 5 elements holy land. Grandfather, our monkey clan territory and the entire demon domain are besieged by numerous demon tribes slaughtering our kindred. Urgent cries for help resonated from the jade slips, prompting the assembled celestial beings to bow respectfully to Wei Donglai before vanishing into the void. As he watched the celestial beings depart, Wei Donglai felt a surge of anxiety. The sudden emergence of demonic chaos across 4 continents could only signify a deeper conspiracy, and he feared that the Eastern Domain would soon face a similar upheaval. Boom! With the arrival of the second bolt of heavenly wrath, the land of the Eastern Domain was once again illuminated by the clash between Ancestor Fuquan and the Divine Thunder. In the darkness below, a hidden contingent emerged into Wei Donglai's line of sight. Rodents, seeking death. Domain Celestial World. The vast expanse of the Domain world instantly enveloped the stealthy team below, preparing to ambush the human cultivator, Ancestor Fuquan, along with 2 formidable fiendish immortals. Before they could react, they found themselves within the Domain world of Wei Donglai. Upon realizing their presence was exposed, the group ceased their charade and unleashed their full power. Domain, Peichi World. Domain, Gourd World. Domain, Demon Flame World. Domain, Demon Slaughter Region. Domain, Wuqian Great Needle Realm. The 2 demonic domains, alongside the fragmented domains of several pseudo-immortals, converge with the intent to shatter Wei Donglai's realm. Yet, despite their intensified efforts, they could not breach Wei Donglai's domain. A swarm of dark pests, you shall perish here today. Domain Technique, Starry Sky Storm. This old man is fighting with all his might. We cannot hold back. We must strike with full force. A pseudo-immortal, witnessing Wei Donglai's escalating frenzy, shouted a warning to the others, who, upon hearing, ceased their reservations and launched a collective assault against Wei Donglai. Beneath the thunderous tribulation, Ancestor Fuquan noticed the fierce battle unfolding at Wei Donglai's side and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Unfortunately, he was currently undergoing his tribulation and could not provide assistance to his disciple. In his deepening worry for Wei Donglai's condition, Ancestor Fuquan's concern grew. Chapter 122. The Beast of the Mortal Realm is unleashed. Chen awakens. The desperate efforts of 10 human pseudo-immortals, coupled with the 2 fiendish cultivators, began to bear fruit. Beads of sweat, as small as mung beans, emerged on Wei Donglai's forehead, revealing his current frailty. From his hidden vantage point, Yujian could not help but sigh at the sight. Who could have imagined that this once great human genius, who had battled the peak-level demon Plant King with his late-stage immortal prowess, now appeared weary against a dozen early-stage immortals? Now that our clan's king is dead, you, a once formidable rival, shall soon meet your demise. Zhu Xiang smirked coldly, secretly channeling his demonic energy, his gaze fixated on Wei Donglai, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Though he admired him, anyone who obstructed the path of the demon clan must perish. However, his primary target today was Ancestor Fuquan. Only once he dealt with him could he join in the hunt for Wei Donglai. Demonic Shadow Beast, Withered Horn Horse. A spectral image of a unicorn-like demonic beast materialized before Zhu Xiang, its horn resembling a gnarled branch. Blue flames flickering in its eyes as it charged towards Ancestor Fuquan with great speed. The moment this beastly apparition emerged, a palpable aura of menace permeated the surroundings. Sensing this overwhelming presence, everyone from the Taishan Holy Land felt a tightening in their chests. The tribulation thunder was about to descend, and Ancestor Fuquan could not spare a hand to defend himself. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder, Wei Donglai, was obstructed by the sudden appearance of a powerful fiend and a host of unfamiliar human immortals. As the situation spiraled into crisis, Xian Tianji and the 3 elder pseudo-immortals soared into the air to confront the spectral beast. Divine ability, Starry Sea. Divine ability, Stellar Explosion. Divine ability, Falling Stars. Divine ability, Star Plucking Hand. 4 divine techniques struck the withered horned horse in an instant, and with a resounding boom. The point of impact erupted into a tempest of spiritual energy, obscuring the vision of all present. Observing the 4 from the Taishan sacred land attempting to thwart the beast he summoned, Zhu Xiang let out a disdainful scoff. Huh! To think that 4 mere ascendants could possibly impede the withered-horned horse is nothing short of naive. Just as Zhu Xiang's words faded, a roar emanated from the swirling dust. The silhouette of the withered-horned horse surged forth once more, effortlessly sending the 4 members of Xuantiangji tumbling through the air. The specter of the horned horse then charged towards Ancestor Fuquan. Not good. Panga's axe cleaves the earth. Pan Yin, observing the battlefield below, gasped as he witnessed the horned horse breach their defenses and launched himself toward it. The elders of the Taishan sacred land, upon seeing this, immediately followed suit. Yet, what could a dozen esteemed elders accomplish against a beast that had already bested for ascendance? As the elders approached the horned horse's phantom, they were swiftly overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Panga's axe cleaves the heavens. Master, Pan Yin, having just landed, seized the bloodied axe once more and charged toward the beast. Yi Zhenying, seeing Pan Yin, bloodied yet resolute, rushed towards the beast's phantom, hastily joined him. The figures of the master and disciple transformed into streaks of light, yet compared to the horned horse in the sky, they resembled fireflies darting toward a blazing inferno. Little Zhenying, ancestor Fuqiuan and Wei Donglai, who maintained the domain, felt their hearts sink as they watched Yi Zhenying ascend. The others, including Xuantiangji, wasted no time and unleashed their most potent attacks against the horned horse. Soon, the disciples of the Taishan sacred land below also began to exert their full strength in the aerial assault. Hidden in the shadows, Zhu Xiang's eyes widened in shock as he gaped, momentarily stunned before hastily retreating into the distance. Although the whereabouts of the powerful deity Lu Chun remained uncertain, with the possibility of his demise looming, there was still the formidable human beast Lu Feng in existence. Zhu Xiang had witnessed Lu Feng in action. This ruthless human was beyond the measure of mere cultivation. Should Zhenying perish, those trapped in Wei Donglai's domain would be utterly insufficient to withstand his slaughter. My apologies, dear cousins, but I must abandon you today. With Zhu Xiang's disappearance, the horned horse's phantom collided with Pan Yin and Yi Zhenying. The collective assault of hundreds of thousands of Taishan disciples, almost sacrificing their lives, converged with Pan Yin and his disciple against the horned horse. With a deafening crash, the horned horse's phantom dissipated, yet the multitude of Taishan disciples staggered as they fell toward the ground. Injured, Xuantiangji and the three great ancestors had no time to regain their composure. They swiftly wove a colossal net of spiritual energy, placing it dozens of meters above the ground to catch the multitude of falling bodies. In a state of urgency, Xuantiangji not only focused on maintaining the energy net, but also sought the figures of Pan Yin and Yi Zhenying. Upon spotting Yi Zhenying's chest caved in and his breath nearly extinguished, the flow of spiritual energy coursing into the net nearly faltered. Simultaneously, the celestial beings from the southern, western, and central continents had returned to their respective realms but found no trace of the demonic forces, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. After a series of inquiries, it was revealed that the suddenly appearing demons had long since fled. In the northern domain, Yi Chun was diligently practicing the sacred spirit sword technique when an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. He immediately sheathed his shadowless sword and hurried towards the Hall of the Three Sovereigns. Within the cemetery of the Swordmaster Sect, Lu Feng, who was tidying up the grounds, suddenly widened his eyes, and the broom in his hand fell uncontrollably to the ground. Following this, a shocking aura of murderous intent swiftly broke through the cemetery's protective formation, expanding towards the distance. This overwhelming killing intent even caused the sound of space shattering to resonate in the skies above the eastern domain. In the distance, the thunderclouds surrounding ancestor Fu Quan, who was undergoing tribulation, were also affected, causing interruptions in the lightning tribulation. In an instant, the entire eastern domain was engulfed by this astonishing killing intent, leaving countless beings rooted to the spot, trembling in fear. The previously scattered ascendant masters, upon sensing this menacing aura emanating from the eastern domain, widened their eyes and hastened back towards it. Zhenying, with a hoarse scream echoing throughout the eastern domain, Wei Donglai and ancestor Fu Quan felt a profound shock within their hearts. The pseudo-ascendants entangled with Wei Donglai desperately launched attacks against him, attempting to escape this dire situation. Everyone understood that the fearsome beast, Lu Wudi, was about to break free. Lu Feng's figure instantly appeared above the thunder tribulation, and with a single stroke of his sword, he struck at the oppressive thunderclouds. The lightning tribulation, which had sensed Lu Feng's presence and sought to intensify its power, was instantly cleaved in two and then dissipated into nothingness before the eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing Lu Feng shatter the heavenly tribulation with a mere sword strike left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Who would dare to believe that the lightning tribulation, the enforcer of divine might, could be so easily vanquished by a mortal? In midair, Lu Feng's eyes, now tinged with crimson, scanned the area below, finally locking onto a corner of the spiritual power net. When the tragic scene of Yi Zhenying came into view, the last thread of composure within Lu Feng snapped entirely. Silently retrieving a pill from his spatial ring, he swiftly appeared before Yi Zhenying. administering the pill into his mouth while channeling celestial spiritual power to aid the unconscious Yi Zhunying in refining the medicinal essence. After a short while, as Yi Zhunying's breath stabilized, Lu Feng's anger began to ease. He then turned his gaze towards the distant unconscious Pan Yen, placing a pill into his mouth as well. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the battle between two demons and a host of pseudo-ascendant humans in the distant realm. His icy demeanor sending a shiver down Wei Donglai's spine. At this moment, within the life-restricted zone of the Eastern Domain, the long-comatose Lu Chen finally opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Chen awaken, so suddenly startled Tu Li-er, who placed her delicate hand over her mouth as their eyes met. "You're awake?" A simple exchange of words was followed by a profound silence. After a moment, Lu Chen, with great difficulty, was assisted to his feet by Tu Li-er. His body, having been in a state of coma for a century, felt rigid and uncomfortable as he adjusted to movement once more. Chapter 123. Lu Feng takes action. The Peach Immortal reappears in the mortal realm. With Tu Li-er's support, Lu Chen gradually acclimated to his restored body. However, upon sensing Lu Feng's intense murderous intent, a frown creased his brow. No one understood Lu Feng's calm demeanor better than him. Something significant must have transpired to provoke such ferocious killing intent. Peach Immortal, Lu Chen called out to the peach tree beside him, his brows furrowed in evident displeasure. The Peach Immortal, upon hearing the summons from her master, trembled her branches in response. "Go investigate the matter." With Lu Chen's command, the Peach Immortal shook violently, her roots burrowing swiftly towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. After the passage of an incense stick's time, she quivered once more. As the Peach Immortal trembled, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned cold and desolate. Tu Li-er, who supported him from behind, felt an inexplicable chill in the air and instinctively rubbed her exposed jade arm. Lu Feng. In his fury, Lu Feng was suddenly interrupted by Lu Chen's call, his intention to draw his sword momentarily faltering. Sensing the profound connection in his mind, a surge of joy arose within him. "Master, you have returned." "Indeed, Lu Feng, this time, unleash your full power. Let no one dare to extend their hand against the younger generation. No one shall claim supremacy in this realm." "Yes, Master, your words resonate deeply with my own thoughts." At Lu Chen's directive, Lu Feng revealed a sinister smile. The crowd of faux celestials from the human race, witnessing Lu Feng's demeanor, became engulfed in fear and panic. "Lu Feng, no, Ancestor Lu, this matter does not concern us. Please spare our lives. Ancestor Lu, we implore you to grant us mercy." "Have mercy, Ancestor Lu." The two early-stage celestials from the demon race, witnessing the humans' pleas for mercy, displayed disdain on their faces and scoffed at the crowd. Is it merely a half-step celestial with a stronger aura? If not for being within this old fool's domain, I could slay him with a single hand. The two celestials from the demon race exuded arrogance, their gazes towards Lu Feng filled with contempt. The pleading humans, drawn in by the demon's remarks, hastily turned to Lu Feng. "Ancestor Lu, we have all been deceived by these two demons. Please spare us." "Yes, Ancestor Lu, and the demon envoy Zhu Xiang, as well as the Tasting Stars Pavilion, have incited us. Ancestor Lu, I am willing to bear the sin and achieve merit." A faux celestial from the human race, having just spoken, quickly rose to attack the two demons. The other faux celestials, witnessing this, immediately turned to join the assault against the two demon celestials. This sudden turn of events caught the two demon celestials off guard, and they were swiftly struck by a barrage of attacks. "Damn it! Humans are indeed unreliable. Brother, let us unite and annihilate these treacherous lackeys, then attempt to flee this place." With a grumble, the two demon celestials engaged in battle with the 10 faux celestials from the human race. Wei Donglai, observing the chaotic scene akin to dogs biting dogs, felt a deep sorrow within. If only every human could strive for self-improvement and possess a spirit of pride, would they not be spared such a spectacle? "Wei, my friend, please make way." As Wei Donglai reflected, Lu Feng's icy voice suddenly echoed. Turning to see Lu Feng poised to strike his sword from the sky, he let out a soft sigh and stepped aside. Great void sword technique, a strike to question the heavens. As the sword in hand descended, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the blade, striking forth. Those engaged in the fierce battle within the domain felt a terrifying sword energy approach, instantly rendering them panic-stricken as they attempted to intercept the blow. However, This dreadful sword light offered them no opportunity to react, swiftly encompassing all 12 figures embroiled in the conflict. When the sword light dissipated, Wei Donglai's domain lay in ruins, leaving behind only a chasm of spatial abyss, instilling dread in the hearts of the few conscious present. Friend Wei, I shall depart to slay others and will not linger here to converse with you all. Farewell. With that, Lu Feng vanished without granting Wei Donglai the chance to respond. Wei Donglai, bearing a look of helplessness, gazed at Lu Feng's disappearing figure and then at the still unsealed spatial abyss, letting out a soft sigh. With Lu Feng's departure, the oppressive celestial energy within Ancestor Fuchuan erupted, breaking through barriers. A misty aura enveloped him, emanating a soft white light, suggesting an ethereal presence from afar. Quick, save them. Upon witnessing Ancestor Fuchuan's complete breakthrough, Wei Donglai immediately called him to aid in rescuing the others. The severely injured Xuantianji and his 3 companions were on the brink of collapse, barely sustaining the immense spiritual energy net. Just as they were about to falter, 2 formidable celestial beings arrived to provide support. Moments later, as the vast spiritual energy net gradually descended, some of the less severely injured disciples of Tai Xian began to regain consciousness, while the majority remained in a state of unconsciousness, with some barely clinging to life. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they would not be suffering like this. Ancestor Fuchuan's heart ached as he gazed upon the numerous figures sprawled on the ground, his molars clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound. Wei Donglai, with moist eyes, placed a reassuring hand on his nephew Fuchuan's shoulder, offering comfort. The disciples of Tai Xian are no cowards. They embody the virtues of a true gentleman. Nephew, let us save them first. Do not be overly burdened by guilt. Boom! Just as Wei Donglai finished his words, a resounding roar echoed in their ears. The onlookers turned their gazes, only to be met with a sight that astonished and delighted them. A vine adorned with blooming peach blossoms pierced through the fabric of space, appearing above the disciples of Tai Xian. As countless petals fell, the severely injured disciples of Tai Xian unexpectedly began to rapidly regain vitality. This is the peach immortal. The re-emergence of the peach immortal sent shockwaves through Wei Donglai and Ancestor Fuchuan, as a terrifying thought instantaneously surfaced in their minds. They exchanged glances, their eyes shifting towards the peach branch emerging from the spatial rift, which continued to expand until it encompassed all the disciples of Tai Xian. Beneath the cascade of peach blossoms stood the 3 ancestors of Xuantianji, astonished as they felt their bodies undergoing a remarkable transformation. Not only were their injuries mending, but their spiritual energy was also being replenished. Simultaneously, Wei Donglai stood frozen in disbelief. Master, what troubles you? Ancestor Fuchuan asked, observing the elder's sudden change in expression. However, Wei Donglai paid him no mind, instead sitting cross-legged to enter a state of cultivation. The bizarre scene before him left the venerable Fuchuan in a state of profound bewilderment. After meticulously sensing the power emanating from the peach tree, his eyes widened as he fixated on Wei Donglai. At this moment, he comprehended that this celestial peach could indeed assist cultivators with damaged foundations in restoring their Dao foundations. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Fuchuan, for unraveling the mystery of the flying immortals. Henceforth, our human race gains yet another formidable powerhouse. With his congratulatory voice resounding, the other flying immortals from several continents returned once more. They first offered polite congratulations to the venerable Fuchuan, then gazed in astonishment at the colossal branch of the celestial peach tree and the still unsealed abyss of space. Fellow Daoist Fuchuan, may I inquire what transpired here? A flying immortal, unable to contain his curiosity, posed the question to Fuchuan. In response to this inquiry, Fuchuan slowly recounted the events that had just unfolded. When the crowd learned that Lu Feng had slain 12 flying immortals with a single sword strike, they stood frozen in shock. Shortly thereafter, the announcement of Lu Feng's intent to unleash a massacre sent the flying immortals into a state of utter disarray. The fearsome beast of the mortal realm, Lu Wudi, was destined to emerge once again,